Chapter 1. Transmigration into the martial realm, an unforeseen calamity. The pain, it is excruciating. Lin Feng, roused from his slumber by the agony, pondered the cause of his discomfort. What has happened? Could it be that I fell ill from an all-night work session yesterday? That does not seem right. It feels as though I have been thoroughly beaten. As he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, Lin Feng found himself utterly bewildered. Above him were several stout wooden beams, and a plank, the width of his palm, rested upon them, forming a rudimentary roof. Beside him stood a dilapidated earthen wall, weathered and cracked. A wooden door, secured by an iron chain, barred his exit. Two windows, each about half a meter square, were fitted with wooden bars as thick as an arm. Chilly moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air. This resembles an ancient woodshed. Could it be that I have traversed time? As this thought crossed his mind, a deluge of memories flooded his consciousness, swiftly clarifying his current predicament. Indeed, he had transmigrated in the body of Lin Feng, a hunter from Xiaoa village in Qinghe County, Longyuan Prefecture. Unbeknownst to him, he had not merely traversed realms, he had been reborn into a previous incarnation of himself. This world bore resemblance to the ancient martial arts realm, where sects governed the land. The social order was chaotic, rife with bandits and thieves, and individuals of the lower class, like the original Lin Feng, struggled to survive. The original Lin Feng, sharing both the name and striking looks with him, was several years younger. However, his character left much to be desired. Not only had he failed to inherit his father's hunting skills, but he also squandered his days in idleness, living off the fruits of others' labor. His parents, having sold a few acres of land and borrowed some silver, arranged a marriage for him with a beautiful and capable woman, who miraculously bore him quintuplets 4 sons and a daughter. Yet, the original Lin Feng lamented that his wife and children lowered his living standards. He frequently resorted to violence against them, earning the disdain of his offspring, who refused to call him father and instead referred to him as a drunken scoundrel. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on in his previous life. He worked tirelessly, earning just enough to sustain himself, having resigned himself to a life devoid of marriage and children. He had once had a girlfriend, even dreaming of draping her in a wedding gown. Alas, he was unable to afford a home or a bride price. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself saddled with 5-year-old children. Having arrived in this new reality, he resolved to contemplate his immediate situation. Earlier that morning, the original Lin Feng had succumbed to his craving for alcohol, intending to exchange his ancestral hunting bow in the county town for silver to procure wine and meat to satisfy his desires. His mother vehemently opposed him, engaging in a struggle for the bow. The scoundrel that was the original Lin Feng had pushed his mother to the ground, causing her to suffer a head injury. Without a glance at his fallen mother, he hastily made his way to the county town. Upon nearing the town, he was suddenly ambushed by 3 robbers who assaulted him with clubs. Consequently, they captured him and confined him within this woodshed. The original Lin Feng had succumbed to the brutal beating and perished. Now, having died from overwork in his previous life, he had taken his place. The circumstances surrounding the original Lin Feng's demise were rather peculiar. If he had indeed been robbed, they would have taken what they wanted and left. There would be no need for such a severe beating or for him to be imprisoned. Could it be that this world harbored sinister practices akin to organ harvesting? Lin Feng reflected on this, realizing that the original Lin Feng had no recollection of such matters, leading him to believe that it was unlikely. Who could possibly wish to harm oneself? Setting aside the intricacies of this matter for the moment, it is imperative to devise an escape plan first. Lin Feng turned over, acutely aware that he could barely rise. He could only support his body with his hands, dragging himself toward the door of the firewood shed. As he crawled, the movement aggravated his wounds. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without uttering a sound. By the time he reached the entrance of the shed, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Feng paused for a moment, extending his hand to grasp 2 thick logs on the wooden door, straining to pull them apart. The logs remained immovable, while Lin Feng was left utterly exhausted and drenched in perspiration. This body is exceedingly frail, and the injuries are severe. If he continued to struggle, he would likely perish. Heaven had graciously bestowed upon him an opportunity for reincarnation. He must cherish it dearly. However, it seemed there was little he could do at present. Should he simply wait for these individuals to show compassion and release him? Absolutely not. There could be no room for complacency. He must take action. As Lin Feng pondered, a translucent attribute panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name: Lin Feng. Life: 4. Martial skills: Hunter's Bow 6 shots inferior level unfamiliar. Beast Hunter Fist inferior level unfamiliar. Breakthrough points: 1. With the emergence of the system, Lin Feng also received information regarding it. Each day, he would gain a breakthrough point, which could be used to enhance martial skills or increase vitality. Each breakthrough point could elevate life by 1. It would take 1 to several breakthrough points to ascend a level in martial skill, the exact number depending on the skill's rank. In this world, martial skills are classified into various tiers: inferior, lower, middle, upper, and ultimate. Both his Hunter's Bow 6 shots and Beast Hunter Fist are of inferior rank, derived from the accumulated knowledge of generations of hunters from the Lin family during their pursuits. His father had once taught him, but he had not dedicated himself to practice. With the advent of the system that allows for direct advancement in martial arts, he could swiftly attain the prowess that others have labored years to develop. It would be challenging not to stand out in this world. Yet, Lin Feng gazed at the attribute panel, engulfed in indecision. Where should he allocate his solitary breakthrough point? It seemed most prudent to invest it in vitality. With life reduced to 0, one would meet death. However, adding just 1 point to vitality would only bring it to 5, whereas the life of an adult male typically ranges from 8 to 10. A marginal increase in vitality would have little effect and likely only alleviate his injuries. In such dire straits, with only 1 breakthrough point at his disposal, he must use it judiciously. After contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to allocate this point to the martial skill Beast Hunter Fist. For it is through enhancing his martial prowess that he would gain the ability to resist, and a breakthrough in martial skills might also augment his vitality. With a focused thought, the breakthrough point vanished. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness as a torrent of memories related to training in the Beast Hunter Fist flooded his mind. He recalled enduring winter's chill and summer's heat, striking sandbags, penetrating iron sand with his palms, kicking wooden posts, and often venturing into the mountains to observe the habits of wild beasts. Day after day, from dawn till dusk, he tirelessly honed his skills. After 3 arduous years of dedicated training, Lin Feng finally mastered the fundamentals of the beast hunting fist. With this newfound proficiency, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. The once flat expanse of his abdomen now showcased 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, while his chest, back, arms, and thighs prominently displayed muscular development. The sensation of dizziness lingered for merely 3 breaths before being eclipsed by an overwhelming hunger that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, far surpassing the mere discomfort of low blood sugar. Lin Feng felt as though he would be consumed by this insatiable hunger if he did not find sustenance soon. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, he meticulously examined the woodpile and discovered an abundance of wild grass flourishing at the base of the wall. Climbing down, he uprooted the grass and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. After consuming all the wild grass, he rummaged through the haystack in search of edible stalks. After a considerable time of foraging, the gnawing hunger began to subside, becoming more bearable. It was only then that Lin Feng found the opportunity to inspect his attributes panel. With a mere thought, the panel materialized once more. Name: Lin Feng. Life: 6. Martial skills: Beast Bow 6 shots unrefined, not mastered. Beast Hunting Fist unrefined, fundamentals mastered. Breakthrough points: 0. Indeed, mastering the fundamentals of the Beast Hunting Fist had elevated his life force by 2 points, a feat hindered by his inability to satiate his hunger, which left his body considerably depleted. Otherwise, his life force would have likely risen to 8 had he not been injured. It might have reached 10. Thankfully, he had allocated his breakthrough points to his martial skills, sparing himself from greater loss. With an increase in vitality, Lin Feng's body grew sturdier, and the pain from his injuries diminished significantly. He struggled to his feet, stretching his limbs. Though the injured areas still throbbed, they no longer impeded his mobility. Peering through the window, he glimpsed a room next door illuminated by flickering lights. He discerned 3 silhouettes seated within, seemingly engaged in conversation. After mastering the fundamentals of the Beast Hunting Fist and enhancing his senses, Lin Feng found himself more alert than ever. He leaned closer to the window, straining to listen. Faint voices drifted towards him. "Brother, why do we bring this kid back? Why not just kill him, as the employer requested?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's heart tightened with dread. Chapter 1. Soul Transmigration and Unforeseen Calamity. The pain, it is excruciating. Lin Feng, lost in slumber, was jolted awake by the intensity of his discomfort. What on earth is happening? Could it be that I fell ill after an all-nighter at work yesterday? That doesn't seem plausible. It feels as though I have endured a thorough beating. With eyes slowly opening, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, momentarily bewildered. Above him loomed stout wooden beams, while a rough timber board, the width of his palm, rested upon them, constituting a rudimentary ceiling. Adjacent to him stood a dilapidated earthen wall, pockmarked and worn. A wooden door, secured by an iron chain, barred his exit. Two small windows, each measuring half a meter square, were fortified with thick wooden railings. The cold moonlight streamed through the windows, casting beams that revealed swirling dust motes. This resembles an ancient woodshed. Could it be that I have traversed time? As this thought crossed his mind, a torrent of memories surged within, and he swiftly comprehended his current predicament. Indeed, he had truly transmigrated, becoming Lin Feng, a hunter from Xiaohe village in Qinghe County, Longyuan Prefecture. Unbeknownst to him, he had not merely crossed over, but had been reborn into a previous incarnation of himself. This world bore resemblance to an ancient martial arts realm, dominated by sects that govern the land. In a time of chaos, with bandits rampant, the original Lin Feng, a commoner, endured a life of hardship. Sharing the same name, he was a few years younger, possessing a handsome visage akin to Lin Feng's own. However, the character of the original was far from commendable. He had neither inherited his father's hunting prowess nor exhibited diligence. Instead, he squandered his days in idleness and vice. His parents, having sold a few acres of land and borrowed some silver, arranged a marriage for him, gifting him a beautiful and capable wife who miraculously bore him 5 children, 4 sons and a daughter. Yet, the original blamed his wife and offspring for lowering his quality of life. He resorted to violence against them, and the children, harboring deep disdain, refused to call him father, instead labeling him a foul drunkard. Lin Feng felt a headache brewing in his previous life. He toiled endlessly, earning just enough to sustain himself, having resolved to forego marriage and parenthood. There had been a girlfriend, and he had once dreamt of adorning her in a wedding gown. Alas, with empty pockets, he could not afford a mortgage nor a bride price. Now he found himself inexplicably burdened with 5 5-year-old children. Since fate had thrust this upon him, he might as well contemplate his immediate situation. This morning, the original had succumbed to his craving for alcohol, yearning to trade his ancestral hunting bow in the county town for silver to satiate his desires. His mother had vehemently opposed him, contesting for the bow. In a moment of disgrace, the original had pushed her to the ground, causing her to sustain a head injury. Without a second glance at his wounded mother, he had rushed off to the county town. As he neared the town, 3 robbers had suddenly emerged from the roadside, unleashing a brutal assault upon him. Consequently, they had seized him and imprisoned him in this woodshed. The original had been unable to withstand the beating and lost his life. Having succumbed to overwork in his previous life, Lin Feng now found himself as a replacement. The events that befell the original today seemed rather peculiar. If it were merely a robbery, they should have taken what they wanted and departed. There was no need to inflict such grievous harm or to confine him. Could it be that this world harbors organ harvesters? Lin Feng ruminated on this possibility, but the original bore no recollection of such matters, leading him to believe it was unlikely. Who could be the one to harm oneself? For now, let us set aside the intricacies of this matter and focus on finding a way to escape. Lin Feng turned over, feeling utterly incapable of rising to his feet. He could only prop himself up with his hands and crawl towards the door of the woodshed. As he dragged himself along, the movement aggravated his wounds, and he gritted his teeth, suppressing the cries of pain that threatened to escape his lips. By the time he reached the entrance of the shed, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. After resting for a moment, Lin Feng reached out to grasp the 2 thick wooden beams of the door, straining to pull them apart. The beams did not budge in the slightest, leaving Lin Feng utterly exhausted and drenched in perspiration. This body is far too weak, and the injuries too grave if he persisted in his struggles. He might very well meet his demise. Heaven had bestowed upon him a rare opportunity for rebirth, which he must cherish deeply. Yet, at this moment, it seemed there was little he could do. Should he simply wait for these individuals to show mercy and release him? That was absolutely out of the question. There could be no room for complacency. He must take action. As Lin Feng pondered, a translucent attribute panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name: Lin Feng. Life: 4. Martial skills: Hunting bow 6 shots beginner, not yet mastered. Beast fist beginner, not yet mastered. Breakthrough points: 1. With the emergence of this system, Lin Feng acquired insights regarding its workings. He would receive a breakthrough point each day, which could be utilized to enhance his martial skills or bolster his vitality. Each point could increase his life by 1. It required 1 to several breakthrough points to ascend a level in martial skill, with a specific number depending on the skill's grade. In this world, martial skills are categorized into various ranks: beginner, lower, middle, upper, and ultimate. Both his hunting bow 6 shots and beast fist are classified as beginner martial arts, derived from the hunting techniques honed by generations of the Lin family. His father had once taught him, but he had not dedicated himself to practice. Now, with this system enabling direct advancement in martial arts, he could swiftly acquire the prowess that others have painstakingly cultivated over the years. It would be difficult not to stand out in this world. Lin Feng gazed at the attribute panel, caught in a dilemma. Where should he allocate his solitary breakthrough point? It seemed most prudent to invest it in his vitality. With life at 0, one would perish. Yet, if he were to add a point to his life, it would only increase it to 5, whereas the life of an adult male typically ranges from 8 to 10. An additional point in life would not yield significant benefits, likely merely alleviating his injuries. With his life hanging by a thread and possessing only a single breakthrough point, he must exercise caution in its usage. After some contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately resolved to allocate his breakthrough point to the beast fist. For it was through enhancing his combat abilities that he could gain the capacity to resist, and a breakthrough in martial skills might also augment his vitality. With a mere thought, the breakthrough point vanished. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness as a flood of memories related to the practice of the beast fist surged into his mind. He recalled training tirelessly in winter's harshest chill and summer's sweltering heat, striking sandbags, penetrating iron sand with his palms, and kicking wooden stakes, all while often observing the habits of wild beasts in the mountains. Day after day, from dawn until dusk, he had engaged in relentless, arduous training. After 3 arduous years of training, Lin Feng finally reached the introductory level of beast hunting fist. With the attainment of this level, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. The once flat expanse of his abdomen now boasted 8 defined abdominal muscles. His chest, back, arms, and thighs were all adorned with prominent muscle definition. The sensation of dizziness lasted only for 3 breaths, after which an intense hunger surged forth. This hunger penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, far surpassing the sensation associated with low blood sugar. Lin Feng felt as though he would be consumed by this ravenous hunger if he did not ingest something soon. Utilizing the moonlight, he meticulously scrutinized the woodshed, discovering an abundance of wild grass sprouting at the base of the walls. Climbing down, Lin Feng began to uproot the wild grass and stuff it into his mouth. After consuming all the grass, he rummaged through the pile of firewood for any edible straw. After a considerable time, the gnawing sensation of hunger abated somewhat, becoming bearable. Only then did Lin Feng take the opportunity to examine his attributes panel. With a mere thought, the panel reappeared. Name: Lin Feng. Life: 6. Martial arts: 6 shots of the hunting bow non-mainstream, not yet initiated. Beast hunting fist, non-mainstream initiated. Breakthrough points: 0. Indeed, reaching the initial stage of the beast hunting fist had increased his life points by 2. This was still due to his insufficient sustenance, leaving his body in a depleted state. Otherwise, his life points would likely have risen to 8 without his injuries. They could have reached 10. Fortunately, he had allocated his breakthrough points to martial arts. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. With an increase in his life points, Lin Feng's body became sturdier, and the pain from his injuries lessened considerably. Struggling to his feet, he stretched his limbs. Though the injured areas still throbbed, They no longer hindered his mobility. Peering through the window towards the neighboring room, illuminated by flickering lights, he discerned the faint outlines of three figures engaging in conversation. With his senses sharpened by the initiation of the beast-hunting fist and the increase in life points, Lin Feng leaned closer to the window, straining to listen. The muffled voices drifted into his ears. "Big brother, why did you bring this kid back? Why not just kill him directly as the employer instructed?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's heart clenched tightly. Chapter 2. The Rogues Master Martial Arts, and I cannot stand in their way. Another individual chuckled. Of course, it is to fleece the employer for another sum of silver. The second man concurred, asserting that the employer was merely an ordinary person, and they had no fear of offending him. "If he pays, we shall eliminate this lad. If not, we shall release him and inform him of who sent us to do the deed." The first speaker raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brilliant, brother. We are executing one task, while reaping two rewards." He chuckled. "Who can blame us? The employer lacks influence and has resorted to hiring assassins. This is merely the beginning. Whenever we find ourselves in need of funds, we shall seek out this employer. Should he refuse, we shall expose his plot to hire a killer," remarked the man referred to as the second. "Indeed, brother, this arrangement translates to a long-term source of income." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized that someone had contracted a hit on his life, and it might even be someone he knew. The original owner of this body had only dared to act tough at home, but outside, he was as timid as a child, bowing and scraping to everyone, as if he had never offended anyone. Lin Feng found himself at a loss as to who could wish him harm. At that moment, shadows stirred in the opposite room, indicating that these rogues were preparing for sleep. One of them appeared to be heading outside. Lin Feng quickly concealed himself beside the window, avoiding detection while peering cautiously through the corner of his eye. With a creak, the wooden door across the way swung open. A young man, seemingly 2 years his senior, stepped out of the room. In the dim light of night, Lin Feng could not discern his features clearly, but he noted that the young man, like himself, donned coarse linen garments, albeit much newer and without a single patch, suggesting greater wealth. These ruffians were lazy, acquiring their riches through robbery and extortion. Within the cities controlled by martial sects, there existed official courts, yet they were notoriously apathetic. Any attempt to report a crime would often result in punishment for the complainant, with many victims meeting untimely ends before they could even articulate their grievances. Over time, this dissuaded many from seeking justice, leading to rampant banditry. Nevertheless, the martial sects, with their formidable strength, remained unperturbed by such lawlessness. Should matters escalate, they would simply send their disciples to quell the disturbances. The young man who had emerged proceeded to relieve himself against the wall. Lin Feng observed him for a moment, only to be taken aback when he noticed an attribute panel manifesting above the young man's head. Name, Li San. Health, 9. Martial skill, Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, Inferior, Novice. To his astonishment, Lin Feng realized he could perceive the information of others, which was a remarkable advantage. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. This bandit possessed considerable strength, boasting a higher health than himself, and had even begun learning an inferior martial art, though its origin was unknown to Lin Feng. Moreover, 2 additional bandits lurked nearby, their capabilities also a mystery. Once a martial artist has entered the ranks of skill, their prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals by a significant margin. If he were uninjured, Lin Feng believed he could ambush one of them successfully. However, with 3 adversaries present and his own injuries weighing heavily upon him, he certainly could not contend with them. As Lin Feng pondered these thoughts, the young man approached, seemingly intent on investigating. Lin Feng swiftly leapt back to the ground, feigning sleep. His movements were as nimble and silent as a monkey. The sound of thuds echoed as a man kicked the door of the shed, the chain rattling ominously. Lin Feng pretended not to hear, remaining utterly silent. The man called back, "Elder brother, second brother, come quickly. This lad couldn't possibly be dead, could he?" With a creak, the door across the way swung open, revealing 2 young men. Lin Feng focused intently on the 2 individuals emerging from the wooden door. Names, Zhang Er. Health, 9. Martial skill, Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, Common, Beginner. Name, Wang Goxing. Health, 10. Martial skill, Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, Common, Beginner. Indeed, the health of these 3 men was not low, and all had begun their training in the Frenzied Demon Staff Technique. In this world, Martial prowess held paramount importance. Many aspired to hone their skills, hoping to uncover their latent talent and ascend rapidly within a martial sect. However, most individuals possessed mediocre aptitude, and these three bandits were no exception. Zhang Er cursed as he approached the shed door, expressing his frustration about the unfortunate situation. Wang Goxing frowned and remarked, "The employer will only deliver the silver tomorrow morning. He can't die just yet." Lin Feng was not inclined to act at this moment. The system granted him a small number of breakthrough points daily. At midnight, he would receive additional points, which he intended to invest in the Beast Hunter Fist, elevating it to a minor realm and easily overwhelming these three. The pressing issue was the lack of food. Lin Feng was parched and famished. He had consumed all the edible provisions in the shed, and the impending hunger from his next breakthrough was insurmountable. Thus, he emitted a feeble voice, "Water, food. I need water, I need something to eat." Upon hearing Lin Feng's plea, the three bandits exhaled in relief. Li San, who had just relieved himself, grumbled, "Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? I just finished. If you had mentioned it earlier, you could have enjoyed something sweet and warm." Lin Feng silently scoffed, waiting to see how he would deal with them come morning. The leader among the three, Wang Goxing, commanded, "Second brother, fetch some water and dry rations for this lad. We need to ensure he survives the night." Zhang Er turned to retrieve the food. With a clatter, Wang Goxing unlocked the shed door. Li San kicked Lin Feng, saying, "You'll live another night. You ought to thank us, gentlemen." Lin Feng noted Li San's character. He was particularly despicable. Internally, Lin Feng resolved to remember him, while outwardly maintaining a facade of frailty, softly calling out for water and food. Seeing Lin Feng's apparent weakness, Li San refrained from kicking him again. "Elder brother, this lad might have sustained internal injuries from our frenzied demon staff, and he probably won't last long." "No matter, as long as he survives tonight," Zhang Er said, filling a chipped porcelain bowl with half a bowl of water and placing it beside Lin Feng's head, tossing him 3 cornbread rolls. Wang Goxing looked at Lin Feng and urged, "Eat, every day counts." Lin Feng leaned towards the chipped edge of the bowl, confirming it was water, and took a sip. The water tasted exquisitely sweet, surpassing all that I had ever savored in my previous life. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's ability to move, the trio turned to depart. As they reached the threshold, Li San glanced back at Lin Feng, admonishing him, "I warn you, do not howl like a dog tonight. If you disturb my slumber, I shall make you rue the day." He spoke the truth. This place was devoid of both village and shop, and even if one screamed until their throat was raw, no one would heed their cries. After their departure, Lin Feng consumed the 3 corn buns with the half bowl of water. He had intended to save 2 buns for a breakthrough the following day, but his hunger was overwhelming, compelling him to eat them all. The bun contained a substantial amount of grain, better than that of his own home. It was less gritty with wheat chaff and did not scratch his throat. Having finished, Lin Feng felt considerably relieved. The acute hunger that accompanied his recent breakthrough had subsided. With his body at ease, his spirits lifted. Taking a deep breath, he found the air here remarkably refreshing. A profound urge to explore this new world surged within him. Patience, however, was key. He would return home the next day. Yet, a tinge of worry lingered in his heart. After achieving a minor breakthrough in the beast-hunting fist, what if the issue of hunger persisted? All matters would have to wait until tomorrow. Lin Feng gathered some dry twigs from the pile and laid them on the ground of the woodshed. This way, should anyone intrude, the sound of crunching twigs would awaken him, preventing a surprise attack. Being injured, he needed rest. Staying awake was not an option. He spread a layer of soft grass beneath him and fashioned a bundle of grass into a pillow, lying down to drift into sleep. Chapter 3. Rise early. Depart early the next day. As dawn broke, Lin Feng awoke. Faced with such significant events, no one could afford the luxury of slumbering until the sun warmed their backs. Upon waking, he initially believed he was still in his 10 square meter rental room, fretting about being late for work. It was only upon surveying his surroundings that he recalled he had traversed to another realm. A glance at his attribute panel brought a smile to his face. Having bid farewell to the monotonous life that offered no surprises, this life promised to be vibrant and extraordinary. Nevertheless, he needed to address the immediate predicament. Upon awakening, the 3 individuals remained in slumber. Lin Feng attempted once more to pull on the round log of the door, but it remained steadfast. Had he not been injured, with the strength of a novice in the beast-hunting fist, he surely could have broken free. He gathered the twigs strewn about, and soon enough, sounds emanated from the adjacent kitchen. It seemed the trio intended to start a fire for cooking. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting Lin Feng's stomach to emit a series of gurgles. For the past 2 days, he had not eaten his fill. The one preparing the meal was Li San, who even took a moment to glance at the woodshed's entrance. Mimicking his earlier pretense of weakness, Lin Feng called out, "Water, food. I need to drink. I need to eat." Li San retorted gruffly, "Damn it, all you think about is food. You're on the brink of death. Conserve some rations." With that, he walked away. Lin Feng sat on the ground, pondering how to alleviate the gnawing hunger that had intensified. Last night, just past midnight, the moment of breakthrough arrived. After about half an hour, Li San steamed a basket of sumptuous meat buns. The other 2 bandits also roused themselves, and the trio began to savor the buns with hot water, leaving Lin Feng salivating. The thought crossed his mind, once I escape, I shall indulge in the culinary delights of the world. Suddenly, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Wang Goxing stepped out, half a bun in hand, to open it. With a resounding clang, the door swung open. Wang Goxing took a bite of his bun and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, you're here so early. Have you brought the silver?" The visitor handed over a cloth bag, stating, "It's all here. This time, you must keep your word. Rest assured, once the money is secured, that brat is as good as dead. If you're still anxious, come in and witness how we deal with him." The man waved his hand, declining, "No need. I have a kind heart and cannot bear to see this. Just bury him once you're done." Lin Feng listened intently to their conversation, sensing that the voice was somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. This man was likely the one contracted to kill him, probably hailing from Xiaohe village. Lin Feng committed the voice to memory. After delivering the silver, the employer departed. Lin Feng surmised that these men would kill him once they finished their meal, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Such early risers in this world. Wang Goxing returned with a bag of silver, continuing to eat. With a clatter, the silver was dumped onto the table. Inside the large pouch, only a few pieces of silver were present, the rest being copper coins. Zhang Er, taking a large bite of his bun, muttered, "I've never seen such a destitute employer before." Wang Goxing chuckled, "Who cares if he is poor? As long as we brothers profit, that's what matters." Li San's face lit up with dreams. "Once we've earned enough silver, we shall study swordsmanship at the County Martial Arts Academy. After mastering it, we can join the Yunda escort agency in the prefecture, and then we brothers can ascend to a higher station within the inner city. Yes, then we can each take several concubines." They chimed in agreement. Lin Feng, overhearing them from the adjacent room, felt exasperated. They should first aspire to be human beings. After finishing their breakfast, the trio approached the woodshed door. Lin Feng felt a jolt of anxiety. Was there really such haste? He had yet to devise a plan to manage the hunger resulting from his breakthrough. With a clatter, they unlocked the woodshed door. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng resolved to act, disregarding his previous reservations. He directly allocated his breakthrough points to the beast-hunting fist. His attribute panel shifted. Name, Lin Feng. Life, 6. Martial skills, Hunter's Bow 6 shots, unrefined, not initiated. Beast-hunting fist, unrefined, minor accomplishment. Breakthrough points, 0. Memories of practicing the beast-hunting fist flooded into his mind. He recalled toiling for 5 years to reach a minor accomplishment with this technique. With a minor accomplishment in the beast-hunting fist, he could slay a starving wolf with his bare hands. The definition of his muscular physique became more pronounced. Dressed as he was, the 3 ruffians could not discern any change in him, still believing him to be gravely injured and on the verge of death. Perhaps it was due to the insufficient nourishment following his breakthrough yesterday. Lin Feng discovered that after allocating points, his vitality surged to 8, only to plummet back to 6 in an instant, accompanied by an even more intense wave of hunger. He understood that this was the result of not having eaten, and his body was severely exhausted. However, he could not afford to dwell on it. Survival took precedence over physical well-being. As he was on the verge of a breakthrough, the 3 bandits had already encircled him. Wang Goxing squinted his eyes and spoke coldly. "Little brother, we bear no grudges against each other. We are merely here for the money. Do not hold it against us." At that moment, Lin Feng sensed impending doom as he realized that some of the muscles in his body were beginning to dissolve. It was undoubtedly his extreme hunger causing his cells to resort to self-cannibalism. Trembling all over, Lin Feng found his strikes to be erratic. The 3 bandits mistook his tremors for fear, and their vigilance waned slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng concocted a plan. In a quavering voice, he uttered, "In the magistrate's court, beheading requires a full meal first. If you do not allow me to eat my fill, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit, entwining you for eternity. Damn it, you little brat, that's too vicious. Li San cursed, raising his club to strike Lin Feng, only to be stopped by Wang Goxing. Very well, we shall let you eat your fill before you depart. Just promise not to haunt us as a gluttonous ghost. Lin Feng replied, in this world, if I can be a gluttonous ghost, I would consider myself fortunate, and I shall not trouble you. Old San, bring him the buns. Reluctantly, Li San went to retrieve the buns. With food in sight, Lin Feng's chances of survival increased significantly. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, wary of a potential ambush. It was then that Lin Feng inadvertently conceived this strategy, realizing something profoundly out of place in this world. While the locals seemed to accept it as normal, Lin Feng, possessing a modern soul, found it exceedingly peculiar. In this realm, from cities to villages, nearly everyone, after their morning meal, would pay homage to the supreme deity's statue adorning the walls. They would worship for about an hour, only ceasing when the statue transitioned from gray to white. The prevalence of worship in this martial arts world struck Lin Feng as exceedingly abnormal. These statues were embedded in transparent recesses along the surrounding walls. Upon completing their worship, the statues would turn outward from the wall. Consequently, whether the statue had changed color could be observed from outside the wall. If anyone's statue remained unchanged and was noticed, they would be reported. The authorities would impose fines or, in severe cases, corporal punishment. Over time, the populace came to believe that failing to worship the supreme deity's statue was a sign of disrespect, bringing misfortune upon themselves and those around them. Thus, few dared to forego the worship. This belief further entrenched their faith in the supernatural. Hence, the three bandits dared not deny Lin Feng his meal. They were genuinely afraid. Li San quickly returned with the buns, tossing the remaining bulk of the steamer beside Lin Feng. It's all yours. Hurry and eat. The sooner you finish, the sooner we can be on our way. At this juncture, Lin Feng cast aside any pretenses of refinement and began devouring the buns voraciously. Devoid of water, he could only endure dry heaves. In mere moments, he devoured an entire large bun. Li San, witnessing Lin Feng's voracious appetite, could not help but comment, damn it, is this kid perhaps the reincarnation of a famished ghost? In less than a minute, Lin Feng polished off over a dozen hefty meat buns, all driven by the insatiable hunger gnawing at him. Once he finished the buns, a hollow sensation lingered in his stomach, yet the hunger had indeed subsided, and his body ceased to consume its own muscle. The vitality displayed on his attribute panel had risen to 7. Although his body had yet to fully recover, the trembling had ceased. Lin Feng raised his head and inquired, is there any more to eat? I am still not full. The three bandits were taken aback. Could it be that this fellow had truly become a starving specter? In this short span, he had consumed more than all three of them combined. Li San erupted in anger once more. For heaven's sake, you've eaten nearly half a steamer of buns, and you still want more? Wang Goxing squinted at Lin Feng, perplexed by how this glutton had consumed so many buns without his stomach visibly swelling. Where had all that food gone? He dared not let Lin Feng eat any further. Should the lad gain strength and the capacity to resist, it would become problematic. Thus, Wang Goxing declared, little brother, even the condemned in prison can only enjoy a bowl of noodles before their end. You've already devoured 10 hefty meat buns. We, brothers, have been generous. You may rest easy. Immediately after Wang Goxing finished speaking, Li San struck. With a thud, he swung his club towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng rolled sharply to the side. Thud! Li San's club smashed into the hard ground, creating a sizable crater. Maintaining his prone position, Lin Feng unleashed a move from the beast hunter fist, the wild donkey kick. With a surge of power from his waist and legs, his right foot shot up, targeting Li San's groin. Thud! Crack! Lin Feng seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. Li San leaped into the air, dropping his club upon landing, collapsing to the ground, clutching his legs and howling in agony. Before Lin Feng could strike again, Wang Goxing and Zhang Er came at him with their clubs. Lin Feng executed a lazy donkey roll, evading their swings with agile rolls on the ground. Wang Goxing and Zhang Er were astounded. Just moments ago, he had appeared weak and feeble, yet now he was as vigorous as a dragon. Remarkably, he had even found the time to incapacitate their comrade with a single blow. When they had captured him yesterday, he had seemed as frail as a chick. How had he transformed into this formidable figure? After rolling a few times, Lin Feng found himself beside Wang Goxing and swiftly performed a monkey-stealing peach. Crack! Crack! With two sharp sounds, Wang Goxing leaped high, collapsing on the ground, wailing in distress. Witnessing the dire state of his two companions, Zhang Er felt a chill below. Without hesitation, Zhang Er swung his club twice to push Lin Feng back, then hurled his weapon at him before turning to flee. Realizing he was no match alone, he sought to escape. Lin Feng had already discerned Zhang Er's intent to bolt and deliberately feigned an opening. As soon as Zhang Er turned, Lin Feng executed the eagle, leaving the nest from the beast hunter fist. Suddenly, Lin Feng sprang up from the ground, leaping into the air behind Zhang Er. While suspended in midair, he unleashed a venomous strike with his palm, landing a decisive blow upon Zhang Er's nape. With a sharp crack, Zhang Er's neck broke, causing him to stagger forward for a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground. Lying there, his eyes wide open, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. And after a few convulsions, he lay still, evidently succumbing to his own fatal blow. In less than 10 seconds, 2 of the 3 assailants lay incapacitated and 1 was dead. The prowess of Xiao Cheng's beast-hunting fist was astonishing, executing strikes with the ferocity of a predator. Each move lethal. Although these 3 men possessed greater lives, their martial skills were merely rudimentary, rendering them no match for Lin Feng. Gazing at his own hands, Lin Feng realized that in just 2 days, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer the feeble youth who could barely lift a chicken. This metamorphosis was all thanks to the support of the system. With such backing, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts was merely a matter of time. Observing the 2 moaning robbers on the ground, Lin Feng's initial thought was to deliver them to the authorities. However, he suddenly recalled that this was no longer the peaceful era of his past life. Handing them over would likely subject him to punishment, or worse, criminal charges. Thus, he decided to adapt to the customs of this place. Grasping a stick, Lin Feng approached the thug Li San, striking him on the head with a single blow. Li San fell silent instantly. He then turned his attention to Wang Goxing, who, through gritted teeth, pleaded for mercy, saying, "Sir, for the sake of those dozen dumplings, spare my life." Lin Feng chuckled. "What is your life worth compared to a few dumplings?" Wang Goxing hastily countered, "I have silver hidden beneath the bed in the room across. If you spare me, you may take it all." Shaking his head, Lin Feng replied, "Such trinkets will only suffice for a swift end to your suffering." Wang Goxing attempted to mimic Lin Feng's tone. "You've consumed my dumplings and taken my silver. If you don't spare my life, I'll haunt you as a ghost." Lin Feng scoffed at the notion of superstitions, striking Wang Goxing on the head with another blow. Having slain 3 men, Lin Feng felt no fear, a sentiment tied to the mastery of his beast-hunting fist and the merging of the original owner's memories. The original owner had frequently witnessed the destitute perishing by the roadside, gradually desensitizing him to such sights. After extinguishing the lives of these 3, Lin Feng stepped into the adjacent room. Inside, he discovered a large wooden bed constructed from planks, with several strings of cured meat and his family's ancestral hunting bow adorning the walls. Beneath the bed, he unearthed a money pouch containing over 30 taels of silver and 100 or so copper coins. These ruffians had undoubtedly harmed countless individuals, amassing such ill-gotten wealth. To put things into perspective, Lin Feng had only spent 10 taels on marrying and building a house. Hence, this sum of over 30 taels was indeed considerable. Continuing his search in the room, he found a manual titled Frenzied Staff Technique beneath the pillow. Knowledge is never excessive, Lin Feng thought, his eyes lighting up as he began to peruse it. The Frenzied Staff Technique was also a subpar martial art, akin to his beast-hunting fist in rank. This particular text appeared to be hand-copied, the handwriting resembling a child's scrawl, and contained only the first 3 levels. After Lin Feng finished reading, the attribute panel displayed the words Mad Demon Staff Technique, unorthodox, not yet mastered. All the manuals he had perused appeared on his attribute panel, showcasing an astonishingly high learning efficiency. Since he had acquired the knowledge, the handwritten manual was rendered unnecessary, and Lin Feng casually discarded it aside. Even after consuming over 10 buns, his hunger had not dissipated, and he felt an intense thirst. After searching the bedroom, Lin Feng proceeded to the kitchen. Upon entering, he seized a ladle and drew several scoops of water from the vat, quenching his thirst somewhat. On the wooden shelf in the kitchen lay a small half-bag of rice, a half-bag of flour, and 50 to 60 steamed buns. These buns were resilient and could last quite some time. Typically, a single steaming would yield around 100, sufficient for 10 days or more. Lin Feng devoured the 50 to 60 buns in mere moments, until his hunger finally subsided. His vitality on the attribute panel rose back to 8. After washing his face, Lin Feng shouldered a purse of coins, some cured meat, a half-bag of rice, a half-bag of flour, and his ancestral hunting bow, stepping out of the small courtyard. He could not afford to waste food, as he had a mother, a wife, and 5 hungry children at home, all on the brink of starvation. Before leaving, he set fire to the place, erasing any traces. Walking along the mountain path, Lin Feng glanced back at the raging flames. This fire consumed the very ground of his rebirth, serving as a farewell to his past. The people and events of his former life were now irrelevant to him. The morning breeze stirred a few strands of hair at Lin Feng's temples. He lifted his gaze to the crimson sun above and spontaneously composed a poem. Fire ignites, severing past ties, smoke dissipates, bidding farewell to old friends. Past events drift away with the wind, the red sun illuminates a new self. From this moment, siblings embark upon the journey of the world. Lin Feng turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 5. Eager to buy medicine. Anxious to leave the city, Lin Feng wandered aimlessly along the mountain path, contemplating his future. The original owner was a registered hunter in the government records. In this world, ordinary individuals struggled without an identity, making this status crucial for him. Having arrived here, he must settle into his role. Although life resembles a performance, he could not embody the character of the original owner, a scoundrel. This persona required transformation, and it must be seamless. He would consider the specifics of this transformation upon his return. The original owner's family was in dire straits. When the original owner's father was alive, daily hunting allowed them to scrape by. Since his father vanished in the mountains, the family's situation had worsened. The primary issue was that the original owner's status as the only male heir had failed to sustain the household. He needed to first enrich the family, fostering a harmonious environment, enabling him to focus on his martial training. As he walked, Lin Feng mentally reinforced his identity. I am Lin Feng, the hunter of this world. I am Lin Feng, the hunter of this world. Reflecting on the original owner's ailing mother and his wife bedridden with a cold, he turned towards the county town. The state of healthcare in this world is concerning, where even minor ailments can prove fatal. Lin Feng resolved to purchase some topical remedies for his original mother's injuries and to prepare a few prescriptions for his original wife's wind-cold afflictions. His own minor injuries were of little consequence. In a couple of days, he could elevate his martial arts level twice more. Lin Feng had no desire to attend a funeral right after his arrival in this new realm. Along the way, he encountered a variety of passers-by, impoverished farmers and hunters clad similarly to himself, horsemen with swords, merchants driving their carts, and nobles being carried in sedan chairs. He made an effort to avoid the latter 3 groups to steer clear of potential troubles. By the roadside, a few shifty-eyed individuals appeared to be lurking, seemingly on the lookout for unsuspecting victims. In his previous ragged attire, these characters had overlooked him, but now, burdened with a considerable load. One man by the roadside scrutinized him for quite some time. Sensing something amiss, Lin Feng quickened his pace, determined to finish his errands swiftly and return home. As he approached the county town, the number of pedestrians increased. After approximately 3 hours of travel, he finally arrived at the county town. The city walls towered impressively at 5 zhang high. At the city gate, a row of wanted posters was affixed, detailing notorious criminals responsible for heinous crimes. Lin Feng approached to take a closer look. The bounty on the least wanted was no less than 2,000 taels of silver. Confronting such nefarious individuals in his current state would be futile. The guards at the gate merely cast a cursory glance at Lin Feng without further inspection. Upon entering the city, he navigated toward the Ji Shi Medical Hall, guided by the memories of his predecessor. Along the way, he passed a distillery, where the portly owner with a bushy beard caught sight of him. Young Master Lin, how could you enter the city without purchasing some wine? Come in for half a jin. I'll give you a discount. Lin Feng felt no fondness for this man. The original's penchant for alcohol had certainly contributed to his downfall. A mere country bumpkin, the original was nothing more than a destitute drunkard. Lin Feng could scarcely muster the energy to respond and turned to leave. The distillery owner, momentarily taken aback, wondered if he had mistaken the person. Arriving at the Ji Shi Medical Hall, Lin Feng was surprised to find a lengthy queue at the entrance. How is it that in every era, so many people fall ill? Fortunately, he had chosen to come to the medical hall first. Had he arrived later, he would likely have been waiting until nightfall, necessitating an overnight stay and additional expenses for lodging. As he waited in line, Lin Feng idly observed his surroundings. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. nearly every few steps revealing another traveler. Various shops lined the sides of the road, with vendors hawking their wares. This medical hall was the largest establishment in the vicinity, its sign adorned with the gilded characters G. Sure Medical Hall. Flanking the entrance were intricately carved columns bearing a couplet. May all people be free from illness. What a pity for the dust to settle on the medicines. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. How could ordinary mortals ever escape illness? Those who excel in martial arts seldom suffer ailments. Perhaps he should visit the martial arts hall in the city later. However, glancing at the sky, Lin Feng decided to delay that visit. His beast-hunting fist was not yet perfected, and he had yet to grasp the basics of the 6 arrows of the hunting bow and the newly acquired frenzied staff. There was no rush to learn new martial techniques. After half an hour of waiting, it was finally Lin Feng's turn. Lin Feng recounted the afflictions of his mother and the ailments of his wife. The doctor assured him that there was no grave concern and prescribed a packet of blood-activating and stasis-eliminating medicine, along with 4 doses of a concoction to dispel wind and cold. He also imparted the necessary precautions for preparing the remedies. Lin Feng carefully stowed these packets away. The plight of the impoverished truly renders them unable to seek medical assistance. A mere few packets of medicine had cost him 3 taels of silver. With 3 taels, he could procure rice sufficient for his family to subsist for 2 months. After purchasing the medicine, Lin Feng hastily made his way home. Along the journey, he bought 30 pieces of osmanthus cake and 5 vividly crafted sugar figurines for his 5 children. His mother's cloth shoes had worn through at the toes, yet she had been reluctant to buy a new pair. Lin Feng surmised that if he were to purchase new shoes for her, she would be hesitant to wear them. So he instead bought several feet of coarse cloth for her to make her own. Reflecting on his wife, Zhou Chunlan, who had never known a day of comfort since their marriage, Lin Feng recalled her long-standing desire for a copper hairpin, a wish that had remained unfulfilled for years. Resolutely, he spent an additional tael of silver to procure a silver hairpin for her, convinced that with his own abilities, he would never lack for silver again, and that this expenditure was inconsequential. Having completed his purchases, Lin Feng hastily exited the city. Burdened with his belongings and dressed in tattered attire, he was quite the sight, resembling a nouveau riche individual. After attaining a modest proficiency in the beast-hunting fist, Lin Feng experienced a comprehensive enhancement of his physical fitness. Despite the weight he bore, he moved with remarkable agility. Yet, as he walked, he sensed something amiss. 3 individuals armed with weapons appeared both ahead and behind him. These 2 groups occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction, evidently harboring ill intentions. How unfortunate he was. What a chaotic world it was, where merely carrying goods could draw unwanted attention. He had already distanced himself from the county town, and darkness would soon fall before he could reach the city. Continuing forward would only take him further from his village, and he certainly did not wish to lead these brigands to his home. Observing the attributes of these individuals, he noted their health range between 8 and 10, with 2 of them having achieved a modest level of proficiency in an inferior martial art. Engaging in combat would place him at a distinct disadvantage. As Lin Feng contemplated his options while walking, the assailants exchanged glances and prepared to strike. Suddenly, a troop of city guards, mounted on tall steeds and clad in soft armor while brandishing broad-bladed swords, galloped toward him from the direction of the county town. This contingent of guards was headed in the same direction as Lin Feng. Tightening his grip on his belongings, he sprinted to catch up with the guards as they passed. The 2 groups encircling him could only quicken their pace in response. The city guards, recognizing the situation, chose to ignore Lin Feng and his pursuers. However, with the presence of the guards, the brigands dared not act. The city guards consisted of disciples from the affiliated sects of the city, their status far surpassing that of the assailants. Lin Feng's beast-hunting fist included the deer step, a technique adept at long-distance running. Employing the deer step, he closely followed the troop of city guards. Observing the brigand's apparent desire to match the speed of his steed, the sergeant of the guards found it rather amusing. With a flick of his whip, he urged his horse onward. The pace of the city guards suddenly accelerated. A sense of unease gripped Lin Feng's heart. The city guards were utterly incompetent. As officials, it was one thing not to apprehend thieves, but they were even attempting to distance themselves from him. Without the city guards nearby, these thieves would surely strike, placing Lin Feng in grave danger. Chapter 6. A Fleeting Dream. A painful transformation as the city guards hastened. Lin Feng quickened his own steps. Among the band of would-be assailants, only 2 adept fighters managed to keep pace with him, while the rest fell behind. After running for a while, Lin Feng too began to struggle to maintain his speed. Given his current abilities, he could not outrun the four-legged steeds of his pursuers. The distance between him and the city guards widened, while the two robbers closed in. Realizing he would not stand a chance if caught, Lin Feng made a swift decision, veering right and plunging into the thicket by the roadside, momentarily creating a gap between himself and the two robbers. The assailants hesitated for just a moment before plunging into the woods after him. Lin Feng ran for nearly half an hour, yet those two continued their relentless pursuit. Burdened by the weight of his possessions, his stamina began to falter. While these items were valuable, none were worth his life. To preserve his existence, he resolved to discard everything he carried. He removed a piece of cured meat from his belongings, preparing to toss it aside. Suddenly, he heard two thunderous shouts from behind. Heavenly blade, bloodthirsty sword. Instinctively, Lin Feng turned around to see a massive blade, forged from pure energy, clashing with a similarly sized crimson sword. A tremendous shockwave erupted from the point of collision. Alarmed, Lin Feng instinctively dove to the ground. With a resounding crash, the shockwave swept through the surrounding trees, snapping them in half within a radius of dozens of meters. The ground trembled violently, nearly propelling Lin Feng into the air. Once the tremors subsided, he cautiously raised his head to survey the scene. Behind him, the ground bore two deep gashes, each stretching for dozens of meters, effectively severing him from the two robbers, who were now groaning on the ground, having been caught off guard by the shockwave. The original inhabitant had once heard that the martial arts of this world were exceptionally powerful, but he had never imagined they could reach such heights. As Lin Feng looked up, he noticed a figure clad in white, standing atop a tree, wielding a long blade. The white-clad individual had a stern expression, with a flowing cloak billowing in the wind. Lin Feng glanced at the figure's attribute panel, only to find it filled with question marks, indicating a vast disparity that rendered him unable to access any information. He then shifted his gaze to the figure directly opposite the white-clad warrior, a man in crimson holding a long sword. The white-clad figure spoke, "Li Chengfeng, you have overstepped your bounds." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in Lin Feng's ears like thunder. The man in red responded, "Heh, Zheng Haoyan, you are far too meddlesome. The world is vast. I shall go wherever I please." Lin Feng realized that the two were entirely oblivious to his presence. To them, the three individuals on the ground were insignificant insects. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng fled. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Stopping here to observe the commotion is tantamount to courting death. Seizing the opportunity to flee is the prudent course of action. The two figures perched atop the treetops never cast a glance downward throughout the ordeal. A resounding rumble echoed, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. Lin Feng sprinted a mile or more before the deafening sounds of thunderous explosions and snapping trees reached his ears from behind. Suddenly, an elderly man, bearing a long sword, soared past Lin Feng from an altitude of 50 meters, moving with the swiftness of a fighter jet. Another formidable presence had arrived. Lin Feng pressed on. After running for 4 or 5 miles, he finally slowed his pace, gasping for breath. The two assailants pursuing him, had they met their demise? Should he wait for those extraordinary experts to finish their confrontation before returning to scavenge the remains? Glancing at the setting sun in the west and recalling the city guards stationed at the city gates, he dismissed the thought. Given the commotion, the guards would undoubtedly investigate. Being discovered would be disastrous. Witnessing such powerful combatants ignited a surge of emotions within Lin Feng. The martial prowess in this world was truly formidable. With the aid of the system, he realized that even the most gifted geniuses in this realm could not match the rapidity of his own cultivation. It would not be long before he too could ascend to such heights of strength. As he made his way home, Lin Feng pondered how to address his family upon his return. Although he shared the same name and appearance as the original Lin Feng, their personalities were strikingly dissimilar. In other words, their personas were entirely different. This transformation of character could not be gradual. It demanded an epiphany. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lin Feng conceived a plan and entered the village with a smile. An elderly woman seated by the roadside scrutinized him and remarked, "Is that not little Feng? Where did you go last night? You worried your mother and your ailing wife sick by not returning." They were preparing to take the child to the county to search for you when the village chief intervened. What if they encountered nefarious individuals on the road? You must return quickly. Your family has been in tears all day. What a predicament the original Lin Feng had created. Despite his misdeeds, he was still flesh of his mother's flesh, the pillar of the family. With his disappearance, the family must have been engulfed in worry. Now that he had assumed the identity of Lin Feng in this world, it was his responsibility to shoulder the burden of the household. With a creak, Lin Feng pushed open the courtyard gate. He beheld an elderly woman, her head wrapped in a tattered cloth, seated in the yard. Tears glistened in her eyes. Her gaze vacant, and the rag on her head was stained a dark crimson. This woman was none other than Lin Feng's mother. Upon seeing her son, her eyes momentarily sparkled with life before quickly turning stern. "You little wretch, you finally know to come back." Lin Feng had long since devised a strategy to reverse his persona. He dashed to his mother's side, knelt, and embraced her legs, pressing his face against her as he began to weep. He had thought it would be difficult to summon tears. Yet the sight of his mother's sorrowful countenance brought forth a torrent of emotion. "Oh, mother, I am an unfilial son, causing you such worry." Startled by her son's sudden outburst and already filled with indignation, Lin Feng's mother raised her hand to deliver a couple of stinging slaps. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's heart-wrenching cries, her own tears began to flow. She gently lifted her hand and let it softly descend upon Lin Feng's head, caressing him tenderly. "Oh, my son, where did you wander off to last night? You and your wife have caused me such distress. The world is fraught with peril. You mustn't spend the night away again. Your wife Chunlan and I have come to an agreement. If you wish to drink, simply tell us, and we shall procure it for you. As long as you cherish your life with Chunlan, everything will be well." "Oh, mother, I shall never touch alcohol again. I have been enlightened by a divine presence, awakening from a lengthy dream to realize my follies. I vow to honor you, my mother, and care for my wife and children moving forward." Mothers tend to be easily swayed by their sons' assurances. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother trembled slightly as she stroked Lin Feng's head. "My dear, is what you say truly sincere? Pray, tell your mother what has transpired." Lin Feng began to recount his tale. "The day before, after departing from home, I succumbed to weariness after walking for 2 hours and fell asleep beneath a tree. In my dreams, I found myself in another world, living in solitude for over 20 years, ultimately perishing from exhaustion. Then, a voice urged me to return, for my earthly ties were not severed, imploring me to honor you and care for our family. Upon awakening, I discovered I had acquired a considerable sum of silver." As Lin Feng concluded his narrative, his mother remained silent. A small voice piped up, interrupting him. "You drunken fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" It was his youngest son, Lin Yuxiang. "Grandma, don't believe him. He is surely trying to deceive you." Chapter 7. The drunken fool. At this remark, Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation. Where did this little rascal come from? Turning around, he realized it was his eldest son, Lin Yuxiang. Observing the boy's gaunt frame and bare backside, Lin Feng's anger dissipated. Nearby were 3 other small boys, even slimmer than Lin Yuxiang, resembling a quartet of frail chicks, their tiny bodies supporting oversized heads. Clearly malnourished, the children were emaciated, and Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt for having indulged in alcohol while they suffered. "Aren't there 5 children? Where's the other one?" He scanned the courtyard and spotted a little girl with 2 pigtails peeking out from the window of the main house. Upon locking eyes with Lin Feng, she quickly retreated. This was his youngest daughter, Lin Yuer. The original owner of this body had often resorted to punishment against these children, showing no mercy even to his daughter. The boys had grown resilient to their father's wrath, while the girl, after enduring several beatings, now avoided him entirely. Seeing Lin Feng gaze in his direction, Lin Yuxiang displayed a flicker of fear and took a step back. Embarrassed, he mustered his courage and stepped forward. "You drunken fool, what are you staring at? Do you want to hit me? I'll stand here and let you. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, when I grow up, I'll repay you 8-fold. Lin Feng produced 5 sugar figurines, waving them enticingly before the boy. Lin Yuxiang's eyes followed the sugary treats, his neck stretching forward as drool escaped uncontrollably. Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Do you wish to have some? If you do, just call me father, and I shall grant your wish." "Good." The little one swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and then exclaimed, "Father." The lad was quite perceptive indeed. A dutiful son. Lin Feng handed 5 sugar figurines to his eldest son, Lin Yuxiang, who then shared them among his younger siblings, 1 for each. The little fellow snatched up his sugar figurine and darted away. Lin Mu inquired, "Xiao Feng, where did these sugar figurines come from?" "Mother, I encountered 3 noble figures in my dream who bestowed upon me buns and even silver coins, for which I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. Upon awakening, I discovered a considerable amount of silver in my possession. I used that silver to purchase these, Lin Feng replied. There's still plenty left, you can take a look. He removed the money pouch from his waist, opening it for his mother to see. Upon witnessing the abundance of silver, Lin Mu's eyes widened. She reached into the pouch to feel the coins, and upon confirming their authenticity, she quickly withdrew her hand, clutching the pouch tightly, her gaze darting towards the courtyard entrance. Dabao, Bao, go close the courtyard gate. Lin Feng's eldest son, Lin Yuxiang, and his second son, Lin Yushuan, each grasped a sugar figurine and ran to secure the gate. Seeing the gleaming silver, Lin Mu became thoroughly convinced of her son's words. She approached the wall, kneeling before the esteemed deity's statue and knocking her forehead thrice in gratitude. Thank you, Supreme One, for enlightening my son. Thank you, Supreme One, for guiding my child. Lin Feng offered no explanations, merely assisting his mother to her feet. Then, he heard a series of gurgling sounds nearby, discovering his four sons standing beside him, licking their sugar figurines. The gurgling sounds emanated from their bellies. Lin Feng supported his mother and asked, Mother, have you all not had dinner yet? The pantry is bare, and I have yet to venture out to borrow grain. She replied. Lin Feng quickly removed the pouch he had been carrying, which had been tied too tightly during his journey. In these times, borrowing grain is no simple task. He opened the grain pouch. Mother, there's no need to borrow. I've purchased rice, flour, and cured meat. Enough for our family of 8 to last for half a month. Lin Mu's face brightened upon seeing the ample provisions. Good, good. I shall prepare a meal for you right away. My dear grandchildren have not had a satisfying meal in days. Tonight, Grandma will surely see to it that you are well fed. The several naked little ones, upon hearing they could have a proper meal, clamored to help Grandma gather firewood. Lin Mu nudged Lin Feng. Quickly, go check on your wife. She toiled through most of the night, and her condition has worsened. Thankfully, you have returned with silver. You can procure some medicine for her. Lin Feng then took out the prepared medicine. Mother, I have brought medicine for my wife. And I also bought you a remedy for injuries. After dinner, I shall apply it for you. Lin Mu gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Why are you crying again, mother? He asked. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, murmuring, Oh, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. My dear Feng seems to have grown up all at once, showing such compassion. Now go see your wife. I shall start cooking. Lin Mu led the children into the kitchen, while Lin Feng entered the bedroom, where he found a young girl clad in coarse linen lying on the bed. Though his wife, Zhou Chunlan, was the mother of 5 children, she still appeared as a youthful maiden. In this world, individuals marry at a tender age. His wife is merely 20 this year. Lin Feng stepped closer, allowing him to discern her visage. Her face, unadorned by cosmetics, bore the delicate shape of an oval. Slightly pallid yet remarkably attractive, with eyebrows gracefully arched like willow leaves, slender yet exuding elegance. What beauty! Though her features have weathered the trials of life, they radiate a simple, unpretentious brilliance. Her skin may have lost its youthful softness, but the vigor from her labor imbues it with a robust vitality. Her eyes reflected both resoluteness and tenderness, embodying a beauty that remains optimistic despite the hardships endured. This beauty is a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of time and toil. One would expect a rural woman, having borne numerous children and managing household duties, to have transformed into a weary matron. Yet, perhaps due to the environment, the people here appear far stronger than those of the previous world. However, such strength seems extraordinary. Could it be that his wife's genes are particularly remarkable? That may indeed be the case. After all, to give birth to quintuplets certainly suggests exceptional genetics. In this lifetime, his wife is youthful, brimming with the vitality of her years. Illness has cast a slight pallor upon her face, lending it a sickly yet delicate beauty that evokes a sense of compassion in those who gaze upon her. As Lin Feng wished to draw nearer, he was halted by his daughter. The little girl stretched her arms wide, gazing up at him with a quivering voice. Mother is ill, do not strike her. Her cherubic face glistened with tears, poised to spill over, yet she resolutely stood before her mother. In moments of drunken folly, the original man would strike everyone, including his wife and children. Lin Feng crouched down, producing a piece of osmanthus cake to offer his daughter. Dear daughter, fret not. Father has changed. I shall not strike anyone henceforth. Our little Yue knows to protect her mother. What a good child you are. Here, father rewards you with a piece of osmanthus cake. Yue wrinkled her small nose, catching the sweet aroma of the cake, and licked her lips, saliva betraying her excitement. With a hint of disbelief, she asked, "You truly won't hit anyone again? If you do, you'll be a little dog." She extended her tiny hand to receive the cake, bringing it to her lips only to pause, reluctantly shifting it towards her mother, saying, "I'm not hungry. Feed it to mother." Hearing her voice, Zhou Chunlan opened her clear, water-like eyes. Her gaze was so pure, akin to a crystalline spring. Such clarity is something Lin Feng had only witnessed in children. Those who possess such eyes must surely be innocent and untainted. Upon spotting Lin Feng, her expression bore neither joy nor sorrow, almost numb. "My lord, you have returned." Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng immediately discerned that his wife had relinquished all hope in him. Her desire to find him yesterday likely stemmed from the thought of their children being without a father. At a loss for words, he placed a bag of osmanthus cake at the bedside and instructed his daughter, "Pour your mother a bowl of water and feed her a couple of pieces of cake. Father will go prepare medicine for her." After speaking, Lin Feng gently patted his daughter's small head. The little one, still fearing he might strike her, withdrew her neck, her big, round eyes fixated on him like a startled quail. Amused yet exasperated, Lin Feng turned and exited to prepare the medicine. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, a knock resonated at the gate of Lin Feng's home. Chapter 8. My kind heart, unable to bear witness to this. As the visitor knocked on the courtyard door, he called out, "Aunt Lin, are you home?" Hearing the voice, Lin's mother wiped her hands, which were adorned with patches, on her apron. "Coming." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s at the threshold. It was none other than the neighbor, Xiao Wang. "Auntie, I've heard the children crying all day. They must be quite hungry," he said. "My heart is kind, and I cannot bear to see this. Here, take this freshly steamed cornbread, still warm, and give it to the children to tide them over. Oh, by the way, has Chunlan's illness improved?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's head snapped towards the entrance. Those words struck a chord deep within him, reminiscent of a moment when he was locked in the woodshed, and a certain employer had uttered something quite similar. The exact words had been, "My heart is kind, and I cannot bear to see this. After you finish him off, just bury him." "Mother, who has come?" Lin Feng approached the door and beheld a middle-aged man with a somewhat unkempt beard. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. The look of terror on his face lasted but a moment before it was replaced with a broad smile. "Oh, is this not little Feng? I heard from your mother that you went out last night and didn't return. It worried both her and your wife terribly." Lin Feng observed the transformation of his expression with keen awareness. He feigned ignorance and turned to his mother, inquiring, "Who is this?" With a smile, Lin's mother replied, "This is your brother Wang. He moved in next door half a month ago, and you haven't crossed paths much since. While you were away, Brother Wang has taken good care of us." Lin Feng nodded politely, a smile gracing his face. "Brother Wang, thank you." He glanced at the man's attribute panel. Name, Wang Shanxiong Life. 5 martial arts, 12 knives of the river, lower level. First layer, Luohan Fist, lower level. 7th layer, Stone Breaking Hand, lower level. 2nd layer, Iron Claw Wall Crawling Skill, lower level. 6th layer, Swallows Water Skill, lower level. 5th layer, Yijin Jing, lower level. 3rd layer, Yin Gathering Technique, lower level. 3rd layer. This man was formidable. He was not someone to provoke at this time. The breadth of his martial arts knowledge, all at the lower level, suggested he had a master. With so many martial arts mastered, one would expect his life force to be greater, yet it was disappointing. He must have suffered severe injuries, rendering him unable to fight. Hence his association with petty ruffians. But why would he wish to harm me, when we bear no enmity? After exchanging pleasantries, Lin's mother ultimately declined the cornbread offered by the man. Just as Lin Feng was about to close the courtyard gate, someone suddenly rushed over, inserting his head through the gap and exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you're back." The newcomer was Lin Feng's cousin, Lin Hu. In their youth, Lin Hu was quite mischievous and often played by the creek near the village. On one occasion, he suffered from cramps and nearly drowned, leaving the other children paralyzed with fear. It was Lin Feng who, without regard for his own safety, jumped into the water to rescue him. Thus, their bond remained strong. Undeterred even by Lin Feng's descent into alcoholism, Lin Feng opened the door, allowing Lin Hu to enter. "Tiger, where have you been, looking so worn out?" Lin Hu hesitated at the threshold, glancing back at the recently departed Wang Shanxiong before stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. He embraced Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, Seeing you safe brings me such relief. Today, I secretly ventured to the county to find you, but I was startled back by the city guards pursuing a band of marauders. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude as he patted his shoulder, saying, "My dear brother, please refrain from such reckless adventures in the future." Lin Hu nodded vigorously. It was truly terrifying. The city guards were ruthless, cleaving the marauders in half along with their horses, their innards spilling onto the ground. "Brother, quickly fetch me some water. I am parched." Lin Feng filled a bowl with water, and Lin Hu gulped it down eagerly. Ah, refreshing. After quenching his thirst, Lin Hu surveyed the courtyard. Noting it was just the two of them, he pulled Lin Feng away from the house, and Lin Feng, intrigued, asked, "What is the matter? Why the secrecy?" Leaning in close, Lin Hu whispered, "Brother Feng, you must be cautious of your neighbor, the one who just left." Lin Feng widened his eyes, inquiring, "What do you mean?" The way he looked at sister-in-law was unsettling. Yesterday, he practically drooled over her. "Is that true? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Sister-in-law is indeed beautiful, and it is natural for anyone to admire her." Yet his gaze was different, sinister and lascivious. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering if this man harbored intentions of murder and abduction. "All right, I understand. I will remain vigilant. I brought back some cured meat from the city. You should have dinner here tonight." Lin Hu sniffed the air, indeed catching the scent of meat, and his stomach rumbled in response. "No, Brother Feng, I've already eaten," he said, turning to leave. Lin Feng perceived that Lin Hu felt uncomfortable taking food from his modest household. He grasped Lin Hu's arm, insisting, "Stay for dinner. I'm not lacking in this one pair of chopsticks." Lin Hu tugged back. "I truly have eaten. Brother, let go. You might tear my clothes." The two brothers tussled at the gate, and Lin Feng asked, "After sneaking out all day, how will you explain your absence?" "Oh, I'll just take a beating. What else can I do?" Lin Feng pulled out several coins and placed them in Lin Hu's hands. "Just tell them you were working odd jobs. This is your earnings. It may spare you from a beating." "Brother, what are you doing?" "Take it. I'm done with drinking. From now on, I'll help you prosper. These few coins are insignificant. If you don't accept it, I'll be upset." Lin Feng pushed Lin Hu outside and locked the gate. "All right then. I'll consider these coins a loan from you." Lin Hu dismissed Lin Feng's words about quitting drinking. Lin Feng returned indoors to brew medicine, requiring a gentle simmer for at least an hour. While tending to the potion, he pondered Lin Hu's words, which reinforced his belief that the neighbor intended him harm. "Wang Shanxiong," Lin Feng murmured, feeling the name was somewhat familiar. With a sudden clap to his thigh, he stood up resolutely. At the entrance of the county town, there exists a document regarding a notorious flower thief named Wang Shanxiong, with a bounty of 2,000 taels of silver on his head. However, this individual is a monk with a full beard. As Lin Feng mentally compared the appearances of the two, he noted that without their hair and beards, they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Nevertheless, the current Wang Shanxiong had considerably lost weight. Furthermore, having mastered the formidable Luohan fist, which is undeniably a martial art of the Buddhist sect, it was certain that he was indeed the same person. Could it be that his conjecture was correct? This Wang Shanxiong must have suffered grave injuries, leading him to hire assassins to eliminate himself. After committing numerous wrongdoings, he sought to seize his wife and retire in this small river village. His impatience was evident. Waiting for his injuries to heal before taking action would have been wiser. Perhaps the allure of his wife was so profound that he could not bear to wait. Those three kidnappers were indeed courting death, believing they could control such a fierce individual with their meager skills. Once Wang Shanxiong recovered, he would surely not spare those three men. His intention was evidently to wait until Lin Feng was dead, then take advantage of the situation to marry his widow, a woman burdened with 5 children. Afterward, he would dispose of Lin Feng's mother and children. A flower thief would never take on the responsibility of caring for the elderly or raising children. This man's desperation indicated that he would not rest until he found a way to eliminate Lin Feng. Chapter 9. Aspiring to a peaceful future. Lin Feng, however, was not overly concerned. His speed of advancement in martial arts would undoubtedly surpass the rate at which his adversary healed. Yet, he could not afford to delay too long. Once he perfected his beast-hunting fist, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate this flower thief. Upon returning home, a tempest of anger surged within Wang Shanxiong. The more he contemplated, the more enraged he became, leading him to seize a broken porcelain bowl and smash it onto the ground with great force. With a sharp crack, the bowl shattered. The exertion, however, aggravated his injuries, causing him to gasp in pain. His ire was not directed at Lin Feng, but rather at those three ruffians. Not only did they demand a hefty sum, but they also failed to accomplish their task. Despite his reputation in the martial world, he had not anticipated being outsmarted by three petty thugs. Wang Shanxiong sat on his bed to recuperate. Alas, it seemed that he would not be able to win over the neighboring young lady anytime soon. Given that she had borne 5 children, her vitality must be exceedingly robust. If he could absorb her essence, it would undoubtedly expedite his healing process. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still boiling his medicinal concoction, while his mother had already prepared dinner. The sticky rice porridge, cooked cured meat, and homemade pickled vegetables constituted a lavish feast for their family. His mother served a bowl of porridge enriched with meat to Lin Feng's wife, Zhou Chunlan, instructing her to feed the 5 little ones. The children had a substantial amount of sugar figurines left over, which they placed beside their bowls. Having such thick porridge and cured meat was a rare treat for them. They were accustomed to watery porridge, where it was a challenge to catch a single grain of rice. Meat was even scarcer, with only a few occasions in a year to indulge. As the children ate, they resembled 5 little piglets, their mouths smeared with rice grains, soon filling their small bellies to the brim. Lin Feng noticed that the children frequently glanced at him while eating. Upon recalling the original owner's behavior, Lin Feng suddenly understood. The original owner had a penchant for drinking during meals and scolding the children. The children are apprehensive about being struck by him. Lin Feng felt speechless. The character of this body had been thoroughly tarnished by its previous owner. De Bao, Lin Yuxiang, finished his meal and looked towards him. You really aren't drinking anymore, you old drunkard? Oh no, the candy figurine hasn't even been finished, and the address has already reverted. Lin Feng cast a glance at the candy figurine on the table. Fearing Lin Feng would snatch his treat, De Bao quickly picked it up, smilingly altering his words. Father, you truly won't drink anymore? Lin Feng pushed the last morsel of rice into his mouth, affirming, Indeed, I shall abstain from alcohol from now on. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never enjoyed drinking. Regardless of whether it was leaders or clients, he never partook in toasts. Among the 4 boys, the youngest, Si Bao, was the most slender, with a most honest and simple appearance. Thick brows and large eyes resembling a small tiger, exuding an indescribable cuteness. Lin Feng couldn't help but reach out to pat Si Bao's head. Si Bao's body trembled slightly, stiffening abruptly. The other boys turned to watch, fearful that Lin Feng might strike Si Bao. After a moment, seeing Lin Feng merely patting his head and not hitting him, Si Bao smiled and even cooperatively turned his head. Lin Feng then lifted Si Bao into his arms, placing him on his shoulders. Ah! Si Bao exclaimed, clutching tightly to Lin Feng's hair. Come, father will take you for a stroll. Lin Feng first took Si Bao to gather some firewood for the medicinal soup. Then they ran in circles around the courtyard. Initially, Si Bao was a bit frightened, but after a while, he began to laugh joyously. The other boys also came out to watch, soon unable to contain their desire to join in. Lin Feng had 1 child perched on each shoulder, playing with them until the moon hung low in the willow branches before finally stopping. By that time, the medicine had also been prepared. Lin Mu instructed Lin Feng to personally feed the medicine to his wife. Holding a bowl of medicine, Lin Feng entered the bedroom and sat by the bed. His ailing wife possessed an extra touch of allure, her appearance pale and delicate, resembling petals drenched by rain, exuding a faint sorrow. Upon his entrance, Zhou Chunlan, with an expressionless face, said, Just set the medicine down. I can drink it myself. Mother told me about your conversation with the immortal. Is it true? In this world, the status of women is akin to that of ancient times in his previous life. Marrying a rooster meant following the rooster. Marrying a dog meant following the dog. Every woman hoped to wed a good man, except for those fierce women with extraordinary martial prowess. Lin Feng quickly affirmed, Of course it is true. I will soon ensure that our family enjoys a prosperous life. Zhou Chunlan had already lost hope in the original owner, now that her husband had changed. She felt somewhat unaccustomed, more so incredulous. I don't care how good life will be, as long as you don't indulge in alcohol like before. Rest assured, my dear, our family will soon enjoy a good life, and I will ensure each of you becomes plump and well-fed. After exchanging a few words, it ultimately fell upon Zhou Chunlan to consume the medicine herself. As Lin Feng prepared to leave the room, he slipped a silver hairpin into Zhou Chunlan's hand. She held the hairpin, momentarily dazed. It had been a long time since her husband had gifted her anything. When they first married, he had been attentive for 2 years, but after falling into the grips of alcoholism, he had become a neglectful drunkard. She was still troubled about how to raise several children. It would be nothing short of miraculous if Lang Jun could turn over a new leaf. Zhou Chunlan placed the silver hairpin beneath her pillow, a smile gracing her face as she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. The land in the countryside held little value, although the Lin family was impoverished. They possessed 3 rooms, main quarters and 2 side rooms, neatly arranged. Despite their dilapidated state, the rooms were spacious, a legacy from Lin Feng's father during his lifetime. When Zhou Chunlan fell ill, Lin's mother, fearing that the children might disturb her daughter-in-law's rest, decided to have them sleep with her. However, their room was insufficiently large, necessitating that 2 children share Lin Feng's room. Under normal circumstances, the children would prefer to huddle together rather than venture into another room. Yet today, Da Bao Lin Yuxiang and Si Bao Lin Yuza volunteered to sleep in Lin Feng's chamber. Lin Feng felt somewhat uneasy with the 2 little ones beside him. Having spent most of his previous life alone, fearing he might accidentally roll over and crush them. The 2 children, however, burrowed against him like little pigs, their large, bright eyes gazing up at him. Lin Feng inquired, "Why aren't you sleeping?" The spirited little Si Bao replied, "I'm afraid that when I wake up, Father will turn back into a drunken scoundrel." Lin Feng lifted Si Bao into his arms and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Rest assured, my dear. Since Father has changed for the better, he shall not revert." Yet, the 2 little ones still resisted sleep. Lin Feng asked Si Bao, "What wish do you have to share with Father? I shall make it come true." Without hesitation, Si Bao declared, "I wish to learn martial arts and become a master, so no one dares to bully us." Lin Feng recalled how rarely the little ones ventured outside. Their chronic malnutrition had left them frail and vulnerable to the bullying of other village children. He tenderly kissed Si Bao on the forehead. "Tomorrow, Father will teach you martial arts. Soon, you shall have meat to eat every day, and you will grow strong enough that no one will dare to bully you." Lin Feng then turned to Da Bao, "And you, Da Bao?" After pondering, Da Bao lifted a feather duster, resting it on his shoulder, and shouted, "Fruit seller. 1 coin each." After his call, Da Bao continued, "I want to do this and earn lots and lots of money, so I can buy medicine for mother and clothes and food for my younger siblings." Inspired by the success of a traveling merchant selling wares in the village, Da Bao aspired to emulate him. "That is the spirit of a businessman," Lin Feng replied. "I shall give you some coins, save them well, and you will be able to start your own business." He then produced 5 copper coins and handed them to Da Bao. Lin Feng had not given all his silver to his mother. He retained a fair amount for himself. Da Bao received the coins, counting them repeatedly, unsure where to stow them, his joy evident in his beaming smile. In the adjacent room, the 3 little treasures, hearing the laughter from Lin Feng's room, occasionally peeked through the door, a hint of envy in their eyes for Da Bao and Si Bao. "Grandma, I want to sleep with Father tomorrow too." "Very well. You can take turns sleeping with him." Soon, the children fell asleep, while Lin Feng pondered ways to procure more meat. Tomorrow marked another milestone for him. During breakthroughs, he required vast quantities of food, particularly high-protein sustenance. The grain available at home would not suffice for his 2 upcoming breakthroughs. Lin Feng suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes sparkling with insight. The small river adjacent to Shaohe village was teeming with river shrimp and crabs, which the villagers referred to as river pests, and hardly anyone bothered to consume them. Was this not a boon for himself? Chapter 10. Roasting shrimp and practicing fist techniques. The following morning, Lin Feng rose early. The village had little in the way of nocturnal activities, with its inhabitants retiring early and rising with the dawn. When Lin Feng awoke, several children were still nestled in slumber. He stepped into the courtyard, gazed up at the sky, and inhaled deeply. The sky appeared exceptionally bright, and the air was remarkably fresh. Every blade of grass and every tree in the yard brimmed with vitality. How wonderful it was to be reborn in this world. In his previous life, he had succumbed to nearsightedness from excessive studying and had suffered from a herniated disc due to overwork. He had indulged in starchy foods, sampled expired milk tea, and consumed substandard takeout. Truly, it echoed the saying, "When the alarm clock rings, we are all but beasts of burden." This life would undoubtedly be different, and he would ensure his family enjoyed a life of abundance. With the experience from his past, he could easily establish enterprises that would yield considerable profits. Distilling liquor, producing ice from nitrate, purifying coarse salt, and manufacturing glass. Any of these endeavors would bring him substantial wealth. However, he could not venture outward just yet. Lacking the strength to safeguard these industries could invite calamity. There was no rush to pursue these ventures. In fact, They did not even require his direct involvement. His primary focus remained on martial arts practice. Today, he had gained another breakthrough point, and his attribute panel indicated that the beast-hunting fist had transformed to green. It appeared that attaining mastery in the beast-hunting fist would only require a modest amount of breakthrough points. There was no urgency to utilize them, for he needed sustenance after his breakthrough. Lin Feng planned to take the fishing net from home to the river beside the village to catch some river shrimp. After catching the shrimp, he would prepare them by the riverbank, then execute the breakthrough in the beast-hunting fist, satisfying his hunger with the shrimp afterward. With a plan in mind, Lin Feng began to practice a set of the beast-hunting fist in the courtyard. A group of children awoke and, upon seeing him, eagerly joined in, mimicking his movements with cheerful shouts. Lin Feng ceased his practice and began to guide them instead. Among them, the aspiring martial artist, Little Bao, was the most earnest in his efforts. With a serious expression, he threw punches with determination, truly resembling a budding fighter. Lin Feng's wife, Zhou Chunlan, having taken her medicine, felt significantly better. She sat up and gazed out at Lin Feng and the children, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Half an hour later, Lin's mother called them in for breakfast. Lin Feng felt a bit at a loss when he saw the morning meal. The family's provisions had reverted to their humble origins. For breakfast, there were steamed cornbread, runny rice porridge, and a small portion of pickled vegetables. The rice porridge was nearly devoid of rice grains, so much so that attempting to scoop it with a spoon resulted in the grains slipping away. Aptly named runny rice porridge, Lin Feng understood well that his mother's frugality stemmed from a fear of poverty. Once he dealt with Old Wang next door, he intended to fully master the family's hunting bow, ensuring the children enjoyed meat with every meal. After consuming just one piece of cornbread, Lin Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks. If he indulged, the children would go hungry. It was best to leave the cornbread for them, as he planned to feast on the river shrimp later. After practicing martial arts, Lin Feng's appetite surged remarkably. During moments of stagnation, he could consume 10 or 8 steamed buns in a single sitting. Observing the several emaciated children, he could not help but exclaim, "Mother, from now on, please prepare meals according to last night's standards. You need not worry about the provisions. I shall ensure our family will never face hunger." Shortly, he intended to venture out to catch some fish for a grand dinner. Before his mother could respond, Sambao Lin Yuhao, with his bright, glistening eyes, set down his bowl and chopsticks, declaring, "I shall refrain from eating, saving room for the great fish tonight." The other children mimicked Sambao, laying down their utensils as well. Lin mother shot Lin Feng a reproachful glance. "Look at what you've done to the children. They refuse to eat." Lin Feng scooped up Sambao Lin Yuhao into his arms, gently patting his little, sunken belly. "You seem to have a good appetite, knowing to save room for later." Turning to the other children, Lin Feng admonished everyone, "Resume your meals. Those who do not finish will find no fish awaiting them tonight." At this, the children resumed eating. Once the meal concluded, Lin Feng located the fishing net and basket at home, then retrieved a pinch of coarse salt from the kitchen. With the net slung over his shoulder, he stepped outside. The children watched him leave with eager eyes. Lin mother called after him, "Xiao Feng, be careful. Just catch a few small fish from the creek. Do not venture to the big river. They say a dragon dwells there." Chun Erling from the neighboring village went to fish in the big river months ago, and he disappeared without a trace. "Rest assured, mother, I am merely heading to the eastern ditch of the village." Yet, Lin mother remained uneasy, suggesting, "Perhaps you should take Huzi with you." This suggestion sparked a thought in Lin Feng. With the neighbor, Old Wang, around, it would be wise to have Lin Hu accompany him to entertain the children. Lin Feng sought out Lin Hu, inviting him to play at his home, promising a fish stew for dinner, to which Lin Hu readily agreed. As Lin Feng ventured out with his net, Old Li, who was strolling at the eastern edge of the village, kindly cautioned, "Xiao Feng, there's hardly any fish left in the eastern ditch. Your trip may be in vain. No one dares to fish in the big river anymore. They have all flocked to the eastern ditch, depleting its fish supply." "Uncle Li, fish in flowing water cannot be entirely exhausted. I will try my luck," Lin Feng replied. He soon arrived at the eastern ditch, where the water shimmered crystal clear, sunlight penetrating the surface, creating a dazzling display akin to countless stars scattered throughout. The eastern ditch, a tributary of the big river, was over a meter deep, with its widest point measuring only 3 meters. The original owner often frolicked in these waters as a child. However, due to the influx of fishermen, the fish population had indeed dwindled. Yet, Lin Feng was not there solely to catch fish. He sought crabs and large shrimp. The The locals referred to these crustaceans as river worms, and no one dared to consume them. After casting his nets several times, he successfully caught dozens of large shrimp and several crabs. The shrimp were thicker than a thumb, and the crabs larger than a fist. In his previous life, such delicacies were quite costly, yet in this life, they were overlooked. After catching around 100 large shrimp, Lin Feng decided to cease, believing this bounty would suffice for his breakthrough. He then scoured the nearby woods for some dry twigs and a flat stone slab. Lin Feng, beside the waterway on the gravel beach, propped up a flat stone slab with 2 stones, crafting a makeshift stove. He ignited a fire directly beneath the stone slab. Once the slab had heated sufficiently, he cast the large shrimp upon it. With a series of sizzling sounds, an enticing aroma wafted into Lin Feng's nostrils. The scent was exquisite. The wild shrimp surpassed any he had tasted in his previous life. He crushed the coarse salt he had brought and sprinkled it over the shrimp. Soon, the shrimp turned a crisp golden brown. Concerned about parasites, Lin Feng deliberately cooked them a while longer, roasting over 100 shrimp in total. Satisfied, he summoned his attribute panel and allocated his single breakthrough point to the Beast Hunter Fist. The inscription following the name transformed to signify mastery. Memories of practicing the Beast Hunter Fist flooded his mind, recalling how he had spent 3 years striking a tree as wide as his embrace until he shattered it. At times, he would observe tigers and black bears from the trees, absorbing the essence of the technique. One day, he had killed a wild donkey weighing over 100 pounds with his bare hands, finally achieving mastery in the Beast Hunter Fist, unleashing the perfected technique. His speed and strength multiplied, radiating a feral aura that instilled fear in others. After this breakthrough, a familiar pang of hunger struck him. Lin Feng swiftly began to devour the shrimp. Each bite of the perfectly roasted shrimp was a delightful crunch, the skin and flesh consumed together, yielding a crispy and smooth texture, with the savory aroma enveloping him. He consumed over 100 shrimp in one sitting before his hunger was completely satiated. Casting a glance at his attribute panel, he noted, name, Lin Feng life, 12, indicative of one's vitality and blood essence. Martial skills, hunting bow 6 shots, unrefined, not yet initiated. Beast Hunter Fist, unrefined. Mastery, Mad Demon Staff Technique, unrefined, not yet initiated. Breakthrough points, 0 at this moment. Lin Feng felt an abundance of strength coursing through him. Even without mastering the hunting bow 6 shots, he could hunt barehanded. After his breakthrough, he bathed in the stream and filled a basket with an ample catch of shrimp and crabs, though he had not caught a single fish. The shrimp and crabs were no less than fish. He planned to return home to share his roasted shrimp and steamed crabs with his mother, wife, and 5 precious ones. The supply of shrimp from this stream would last a considerable time, fully supporting his mastery of the Beast Hunter Fist. With his mastery achieved, Lin Feng's pride swelled as he contemplated the 2,000 taels bounty on Old Wang next door, igniting a fierce desire to take action that very night. However, the thought of Old Wang's panel displaying a line of subpar martial arts quelled his enthusiasm. The absence of a master to guide him left him uncertain about the true gap between unrefined and inferior martial arts. Even so, the perfected Beast Hunter Fist should suffice to confront him. After all, Old Wang was gravely injured and would need assistance to deal with Lin Feng, likely left with less than a fraction of his strength. The plan remained unchanged. He would wait until he fully mastered the Beast Hunter Fist before taking action. Chapter 11. The village bully comes to steal grain. Lin Feng's bloodlust awakens with a fish basket slung over his shoulder and a net in hand. Lin Feng merrily made his way home. Upon entering the village, he was met with a gathering of several villagers at his doorstep. A faint sound of a child's cries drifted from the courtyard. Lin Feng hastily rushed forward, pushing through the crowd and entering the yard. There stood 3 burly men, one of whom lounged in a chair, legs crossed. In front of these 4 men lay the cured meat and grains they had pilfered the previous day. These 4 were notorious bullies of the village, the Feng brothers. 2 years prior, during a famine, they had sold their fields to the local landlord, subsequently leading a life of idleness. Initially, they engaged in petty theft, and the villagers, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, chose to ignore them. However, they soon escalated to outright robbery, becoming a scourge of the village. While Lin Feng's father was alive, the bullies dared not approach their home. After Lin's father passed away, Lin Feng succumbed to alcoholism, leaving the family vulnerable. The bullies frequently visited Lin Feng's home under the pretense of borrowing grain, which was, in fact, a guise for robbery, as they never returned what they took. The original owner was a quintessential tyrant at home, abusing his wife, children, and mother, yet outside, he cowered like a timid child. Upon spotting the bullies from a distance, he would bow and scrape, his heart racing with fear of being assaulted. The bullies, perhaps having learned of Lin Feng's return home the previous day, had come to borrow grain today. His mother and ill wife stood at the doorway, shielding the children inside. The tear in his mother's sleeve indicated she had been caught in a struggle over food with these bullies. Lin, who bore wounds on his face and body, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin, whose parents, who were also Lin Feng's uncle and aunt, had arrived, likely summoned by the villagers who were watching. Seated with his shirt open, revealing a protruding belly, the bully Feng Dashin called out as Lin Feng entered, "Lin Dog Urine, you arrived just in time. We came to your house to borrow grain, and your cousin dared to strike us, claiming we are thieves. Let me ask you plainly, will you lend us grain or not?" The four men had derogatorily nicknamed Lin Feng Lin Dog Urine, a title that had long plagued him with discontent. Before Lin Feng could respond, Feng Erzhan, standing behind Feng Dashin, laughed and added, "We'll need you to help us carry the grain back later, huh?" The mention of the insulting nickname caused Lin Feng's eyelids to twitch. The original owner had both loathed and feared these four men, though he had once resisted. He was no match for them and ultimately turned to drink to drown his sorrows. With so many eyes upon them, the bullies showed no restraint, their words dripping with contempt. Furthermore, they had assaulted his mother, terrified his children, and beaten his brother Lin Hu. Lin Feng's heart seethed with the desire for vengeance. Contemplating the obliteration of these four men, his mother, observing Lin Feng, waved him back, signaling him to retreat and avoid further harm. Although Lin Feng had given up drinking, it did not imply that he had gained the strength to fight. His mother still regarded him as the weak boy he once was. Regardless of his flaws, he remained her son. Lin's mother did not harbor any expectations of her son Lin Feng achieving greatness. She merely wished for him to avoid harm. The gaze of his wife, Zhou Chunlan, towards Lin Feng was calm and unperturbed. Given the original character's past disposition, he would undoubtedly have expressed a willingness to lend aid, even assisting the local bullies in transporting grain back to their homes. Due to Lin Feng's timidity, his family had become the subject of ridicule among the villagers. When they first married, Lin Feng was a simple-hearted youth, lacking in ability but possessing a decent nature. However, he later succumbed to alcoholism, becoming weak and ineffectual, which led her to share in his humiliation. What woman does not yearn to marry a man of strength and valor? Alas, she found herself tethered to one who was unworthy, subjecting their children to similar indignities. The 5 children wept incessantly, their faces stained with tears. After a hearty meal the previous night, they were confronted today by bullies demanding grain. The gluttonous Lin Yuhao gazed at the food and cured meats before the thugs, filled with dread at the thought of them being taken away. His brow furrowed, tiny fists clenched tightly, yearning to charge forth and confront the bullies. The children harbored a deep hope that their father, Lin Feng, would reclaim the grain, yet considering his previous behavior, they felt deflated, like punctured balloons. Generally, a father is the figure of strength in a child's heart, but there seemed lacking in fortitude. In the past, their father was too submissive, not only lending grain but even assisting in carrying it away, a thought that incited their frustration. Lin Hu, supported by his parents, regarded his elder brother Lin Feng with mixed emotions. In their youth, Lin Feng had once valiantly rescued him, and in that moment, he had idolized him as a chivalrous hero. However, as time passed and Lin Feng became an alcoholic, losing all courage, he now cowered like a dog before the bullies. Nevertheless, Lin Hu still recognized Lin Feng as his brother, for he had cared for him tenderly in their childhood. He held on to the hope that Lin Feng would eventually improve, restoring himself to the heroic figure he once was in Lin Hu's eyes. Lin Hu's parents watched their injured son with a blend of reproach and concern. Lin Hu's mother quietly admonished him, "Tiger, do you not realize how foolish you are? You were not defending our grain. Why did you rush in, only to suffer a beating? Just wait and see. Xiao Feng will likely agree to lend them the grain and even deliver it himself. From now on, do not concern yourself with Xiao Feng's affairs. His family has become the village's laughingstock." Lin Hu retorted, "Mother, do not speak thus. Brother Feng has stopped drinking. He will surely improve." His mother scoffed, "Humph. A dog cannot change its nature." A gathering of onlookers, including Aunt Lin, Old Li, and Widow Zhao across the street, watched the spectacle unfold with amusement. These spectators merely laughed at the scene, too timid to voice any dissent. The four bullies, having stolen from Lin Feng's family, would not target them next. As they observed Lin Feng's family being victimized, they relished in their misfortune, occasionally pointing and mocking. Particularly, Widow Zhao, who had long envied the beauty of Zhou Chunlan, eagerly anticipated Lin Feng compelling her to assist in delivering grain to the bullies, hoping to witness her humiliation whenever they crossed paths. It would be best to spread this matter throughout the 10-mile radius, thoroughly tarnishing Zhou Chunlan's reputation. The mere thought of this brought an inexplicable sense of relief to Widow Zhao. However, she was destined for disappointment. The Lin Feng of today was not the weakling he once was. Chapter 12. My brother is not someone you can strike at. Will Lin Feng set aside the fish basket and net, gradually approaching the imposing figure of Old Feng. With a swift kick, he struck Old Feng squarely in the chest. The force was tremendous. With a resounding crack, Old Feng was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into his brothers, Old Feng Air and Old Feng San, before tumbling into the crowd gathered at the courtyard entrance, knocking over 4 or 5 curious villagers. Before Old Feng Si could even comprehend the situation, Lin Feng pivoted and delivered a swift kick to his face, sending him sprawling backward, blood spewing forth along with 2 of his large teeth. Lin Feng had meticulously observed the attributes of the 4 brothers. Although the Feng siblings had dabbled in the mad stick technique, they had yet to master it, their abilities akin to those of the 3 kidnappers who had once abducted him. However, Lin Feng was no longer the man he had been just a day prior. Yesterday, he had merely achieved minor success in the beast-hunting fist. Today, he had mastered it, rendering the 4 village bullies utterly powerless. In just 2 strikes, Old Feng and Old Feng Si were rendered incapable of resistance. As Old Feng Air was finally rising from the ground, Lin Feng approached and delivered a decisive kick to his head, sending 2 teeth flying. Witnessing his brother's fall, Old Feng San attempted to flee the courtyard, but Lin Feng swiftly pounced, pinning him down and unleashing a flurry of resounding slaps across his face. Bloodied and dazed, Old Feng San's head soon swelled grotesquely. The villagers who had been knocked down contemplated admonishing Lin Feng for his lack of civic duty, but upon witnessing his fierce demeanor, they fell silent. Lin Feng unleashed the full might of the beast-hunting fist, transforming into a formidable predator, exuding an aura so intense that a mere glance could intimidate fully grown men. With a few more decisive moves, he incapacitated the remaining village bullies. Everyone in the courtyard stood in stunned silence, mouths agape. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Was this truly Lin Feng? While his appearance remained unchanged, his approach was nothing short of extraordinary. How had he become so powerful in such a short span? It was only when Lin Feng dragged the 4 bullies into the courtyard, laying them out in a row, that the villagers regained their composure. They erupted in loud cheers. Brother Feng, splendid work. It was high time someone dealt with these bullies. Brother Feng, you have avenged the villagers of Zaihe. Lin Feng's mother stood agape, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Had her son, after receiving the Supreme's enlightenment, truly transformed into such a formidable force? Zhou Chunlan, taken aback, covered her mouth to stifle an exclamation, her dim pupils suddenly igniting with brilliance. Initially fearful of the discordant scene, the children soon became exhilarated, jumping and shouting, "Father is so powerful." The previously listless Lin who straightened up, aware of the many eyes upon them. Lin Feng could not afford to show mercy. Reporting to the authorities will undoubtedly lead to complications. Someone must be eliminated, yet it is essential to await a moment of seclusion. The 4 brothers of the Feng family lay dazed on the ground, writhing in agony. The eldest, Feng, had suffered a cracked sternum and was struggling to sit up, clutching his chest. Lin Feng approached, crouching before him, his gaze fierce and predatory. "What did you just call me?" Upon meeting Lin Feng's bloodshot eyes, Feng's body involuntarily trembled. I didn't say anything." Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, targeting the joints and nerves of all 4, eliciting their wails of despair. Thud, 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 ouch, ouch. Lin Feng delivered a series of kicks to their heads. By this time, Feng was able to move and hastily knelt before Lin Feng, pleading, "Brother, we were blind to your might. I implore you, let us go," as if we were nothing. With a swift motion, Lin Feng picked up a wooden plank and struck Feng across the face, causing blood to spatter. "You came to my home to steal grain and assaulted my mother and brothers. You think you can leave without consequence?" Feng quickly retorted, "Brother, we did not harm your mother." Lin Feng glanced at his mother, who nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Lin Feng delivered another resounding slap to Feng. Dazed, Feng thought to himself that no matter what he said, he would face punishment. You wretched creature, my brothers are not mere playthings for you to strike at will. Lin Feng scolded Feng and beckoned to Lin Hu. Huzi, show them how they treated you and retaliate. Eager for revenge, Lin Hu broke free from his mother-esque grasp, picked up a wooden stick, and charged at the 4 village bullies. Thud, thud, thud. He unleashed a relentless assault on them. Aren't you all so capable? 4 against 1. And Huzi will make you pay tenfold. As they rolled on the ground, they begged for mercy. Brother Huzi, we were wrong. Show us mercy. Please, stop. You'll kill us. Lin Hu continued for a full 5 minutes before finally relenting, panting heavily as he leaned on his stick, feeling a surge of exhilaration. He grinned foolishly at Lin Feng. The 4 bullies were left battered, every inch of their bodies aching. Feng San, lying on the ground, ventured, Brother, this is enough. We merely came to borrow some grain. Do you truly wish to take lives? Lin Feng approached Feng San. With a series of slaps, he nearly took the breath from him. You have a sharp tongue. Must you speak so carelessly? Feng San was left speechless, tears streaming down his face. Lin Feng turned to Feng Da. You have borrowed a considerable amount of grain from me without ever repaying. Is it not time to settle your debts? Feng Da, kneeling and raising his head, replied. We will repay you. If you let us go, we shall bring back the grain. I dare not consume your grain. Let us settle this in silver instead. Produce 5 taels of silver, and you may leave. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to deliver you to the authorities, even if it costs me a beating. 5 taels of silver? 5 taels of silver is by no means a trifling sum for the villagers. What? Do you find it excessive? How many grains have you borrowed from me in the past? Can you count them? Seeing the miserable state of his brothers, Feng Laodao resolved to part with some wealth to avert disaster, deciding it prudent to navigate this predicament first. He reached into his bosom and produced 5 taels of silver, handing them over to Lin Feng. The Lin family and the surrounding villagers were momentarily taken aback. This Feng Laodao must be quite affluent, able to casually withdraw 5 taels of silver from his pocket. Most villagers in Xiaohe village would struggle to gather such an amount, having emptied their coffers. How could Feng Laodao, so wealthy, still resort to pillaging grain from households? The grain he seized was likely sold off for silver, which he squandered at will. Lin Feng accepted the silver and commanded, leave at once. The 4 bullies, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to their feet, supporting one another as they made their exit. As Feng Laodao and Feng Laosan stepped out of the courtyard, they cast a resentful glance back at the Lin family, a look that Lin Feng did not miss. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Feng sensed that this matter was far from settled. The 4 bullies would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their dignity. The onlooking villagers parted to grant the bullies passage, who departed with their heads down. Lin Feng scanned the crowd with a discerning gaze, noting how the villagers avoided his eyes, quickly dispersing in fear. He closed the courtyard door, only to find himself locking gazes with his wife, Zhou Chunlan. Their eyes met, igniting a spark between them. Chapter 13. A mother's contentment, a wife's longing for home. Lin Feng observed his wife, Zhou Chunlan, smiling at him. Her smile dispelled her previous pallor, akin to a resplendent rose in bloom. There seemed to be a light within her eyes, illuminating her entire being with radiant charm. In that moment, Lin Feng perceived his wife as even more beautiful than before. Indeed, a woman's beauty is often influenced by her state of mind. Previously, Zhou Chunlan had endured hunger while following the original master, suffering not only from his wrath, but also from the oppression of the village bullies, all while facing scornful glances from fellow villagers. She had to endure it all for the sake of their children, finding ways to make ends meet. Such burdens inevitably weighed heavily on her heart, adversely affecting her spirit. Her recent illness was partly a result of this emotional turmoil. Today, however, Lin Feng's unprecedented defiance against the bullies had given her a sense of relief. With the pressure lifted from her chest, her spirit visibly brightened. This transformation was also attributable to the unique nature of this martial world, where the physical constitution of its inhabitants surpassed that of a previous life. Sensing the shift in his wife's demeanor, Lin Feng seized the moment and approached her, presenting the 5 taels of silver he had just acquired from the bullies. My dear, please accept this silver. Zhou Chunlan's cheeks flushed at his words, and she softly replied, you should keep it for yourself. In Lin Feng's household, there was no designated steward for finances, primarily due to their poverty. there was little silver to manage. Any newfound wealth would be swiftly spent on grain. Lin Feng firmly grasped Zhou Chunlan's delicate hand, placing the silver into her palm. My dear, I have already given you this 5 taels of silver. Having money in hand brings peace of mind. Take it. It is yours, Lin Feng stated firmly. As his strong hand enveloped her delicate one, Zhou Chunlan felt a long-lost sense of security, her heart racing, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. At that moment, Lin's mother interjected with a smile, Chunlan, take what Xiao Feng has given you. From now on, you shall manage our household finances. Lin's mother had always felt a certain guilt towards her daughter-in-law. Not only was she capable, but she had also blessed her with 4 grandsons and a lovely granddaughter. Yet, her son had failed to provide for her, causing her much distress. Zhou Chunlan, with her beauty and youth, was more than capable of remarrying, yet she remained for the sake of their children. Lin's mother had privately suggested that Chunlan find a good man to marry, allowing her to raise the children independently. However, Chunlan had firmly declined, expressing, Mother, managing 5 children is challenging enough for us. With your health as it is, how could you manage alone? Let us endure together and raise them. From that day forth, Lin's mother treated Zhou Chunlan as her own daughter, which is why she proposed that Chunlan take charge of the finances today. Once her mother spoke, Chunlan no longer resisted and accepted the silver, saying, I shall heed my mother's words. As she took the silver, Lin Feng playfully scratched her palm, igniting a delightful flutter within her as she hurried back to their room. Dear, rest for a while. Take a nap, and I shall prepare medicine for you. You can take it when you wake, Lin Feng thought joyfully, relishing the feeling of romance in their long-standing marriage. After Chunlan left, Lin's mother grasped Lin Feng's hand and looked skyward, her voice choked with emotion. Xiao Feng's father, do you see? Our Xiao Feng has grown up and can now protect us. If you are watching over us, you can rest easy and be reborn soon. Lin Feng embraced his mother, gently patting her back. Mother, do not cry. Our family will thrive, and I will bear the weight of this household. My dear, in these past 2 years, I have often dreamt of your father visiting us. He must miss his children and grandchildren dearly, Lin's mother lamented. Lin Feng surmised that his predecessor's inadequacies had left a lasting impact, as his mother fondly recalled the times when their family was strong and unassailable. Mother, I have mastered the beast hunting techniques father taught me. He would be proud, he assured her. Yes, my son is destined for greatness. Lin's mother wiped her tears upon noticing Lin whose parents approaching, quickly brushing away her sorrow. I must not let my brother and sister-in-law witness my tears. I shall go prepare dinner. Lin whose mother smiled, sister-in-law, do not fret, we are family. We would never mock you. Huzi and Xiao Feng are like brothers. Xiao Feng's skills are truly remarkable. Do teach Huzi when you have the chance. While mediocre martial arts are easily acquired in the city, few can achieve true mastery without a mentor. Lin Feng patted Lin whose shoulder, considering him as dear as a younger brother. It was only natural to impart some martial arts skills to him. 5 little children surrounded Lin Feng, chattering excitedly. Father, we also want to learn martial arts. When we grow up, we want to be as formidable as you. With a gleeful shout, Si Bao, Lin Yuza, swung his short legs, imitating Lin Feng's recent kicking motion, eliciting laughter from the others. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled the children's hair and said, Father will teach you all, starting now. Lin Feng's second aunt had gone to the kitchen to assist Lin Mu with the cooking, while his uncle was tidying up the somewhat disordered courtyard. In the yard, Lin Feng instructed Lin Hu and the 5 children in practicing the hunter's fist. Though Lin Feng felt that the hunter's fist, passed down from his father, was not a prestigious martial art, it possessed remarkable efficacy. It was a genuine combat technique that required understanding the habits of wild beasts and engaging in battles with them to achieve mastery. Having just demonstrated his prowess, Lin Hu and the other children were greatly inspired, throwing themselves into practice with fervor. Lin Feng contemplated that merely practicing the movements lacked real offensive power, so he suggested that he and Lin Hu head to the sandpit by the village to fill a bag with sand. As they ventured out, they coincidentally encountered Widow Zhao, who was stepping out to fetch water. With a beaming smile, she greeted Lin Feng, exclaiming, Little Feng is truly impressive. You drove off those 4 troublemakers today, giving our honest villagers a sense of relief. Although Lin Feng had heard rumors of Widow Zhao's involvement in immoral activities, he did not look down upon her for it. Life was challenging, and she was likely driven by necessity. Nonetheless, he felt a certain aversion towards her, having sensed her hostility towards his wife. There had been no prior conflict between their families, making her animosity rather inexplicable. It was likely rooted in jealousy, and such envious individuals were the most dangerous. Unable to bear seeing others thrive, potentially ready to strike when least expected. Lin Feng merely nodded in response, choosing silence. After gathering a hefty bag of sand, Lin Feng and Lin Hu suspended a large sandbag in the courtyard, alongside a smaller one. The larger bag was designated for Lin Feng and Lin Hu, while the smaller one was meant for the children. Whenever he had the chance, Lin Hu would practice diligently. With each punch against the sandbag, Lin Hu felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Even the pain from the village bully's earlier attack seemed to fade. He vowed to train earnestly, aspiring to be as formidable as his elder brother, Lin Feng. The little ones took turns striking the small sandbag, but soon fatigue set in, leaving only Si Bao tirelessly throwing punches at the bag. Lin Feng advised little Si Bao to return indoors for a rest, reminding him that he was still young and growing, and should not overexert himself. Meanwhile, the gluttonous San Bao noticed the fish basket Lin Feng had brought back. Peering into it, he turned pale with fright and stumbled back several steps. In a panic, he dashed into the house, crying out, "Woo-woo, Grandma! Mother, come see. Father has brought back a basket of inedible river worms. It's terrifying." Chapter 14. Rest easy, dear wife. Allow me to tend to you. Lin Mu cradled the frightened little San Bao and gently patted his back, reassuringly saying, "Oh, my dear grandson, do not fear. The river worms cannot escape the fish basket. They cannot harm you." The little foodie Sanbao pressed his face closely against his grandmother's side, pointing towards the door and exclaiming, "Grandma, there are so many river worms." Lin's mother, cradling Sanbao, replied, "Come, let us go see just how many river worms there are that frighten my dear grandson so." When Lin's mother beheld the densely packed river worms in the fish basket, she too was taken aback, nearly dropping Sanbao into the basket. Trembling, she inquired, "Xiaofeng, didn't you go fishing? How did you catch so many river worms?" Lin Feng chuckled. "These river worms are far tastier than fish." "What nonsense! They look repulsive. No one eats those," she retorted. "Wait until I cook them. Then you will see how delicious they truly are." Lin's mother returned home with little Sanbao to continue preparing the meal, while Lin Feng stoked the fire at the stove in the courtyard to boil shrimp. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng recognized it belonged to another neighbor. This man, Zhang Xiaoyu, was an honest farmer a few years his senior, and it seemed his wife was expecting. The young couple had a fondness for children. Lin Feng opened the door to find Zhang Xiaoyu standing at the entrance with a small bag in hand. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" he asked. "My wife mentioned that your courtyard was quite noisy just now. It sounded like those bullies from the Feng family came to steal grain. She asked me to bring over some food, fearing your child might go hungry." Not everyone in Xia village was a bully or a widow like Zhao. There were also kind-hearted individuals like Zhang Xiaoyu. Lin Feng politely declined, saying, "Thank you, brother Zhang and sister-in-law. But those bullies from the Feng family did indeed come to steal grain today, but I managed to scare them off." Nonetheless, Zhang Xiaoyu insisted, pushing the grain into Lin Feng's arms. "Xiaofeng, don't be shy. I know what you're capable of. There's no way you could take on those bullies. If they steal, they steal. There's no shame in it. How many families in our village haven't been robbed? Here, take it. Without food, it's the children who suffer." It seemed the original owner's words lacked credibility. Lin Feng beckoned Lin Hu over. Lin Hu animatedly recounted how Lin Feng had chased off the 4 bullies, leaving Zhang Xiaoyu astonished. Lin Feng then suggested, "Brother Zhang, why don't you join us for a meal? My uncle and aunt are here, and dinner is nearly ready. As long as you weren't robbed. I want to stay for dinner. I need to go back and care for my wife," Zhang Xiaoyu replied, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. "You've grown into a fine young man, Xiaofeng, and that gives me peace of mind. Your father always looked out for our family. I may not have much to offer, but I do have some surplus grain. If you ever run out of food, just let me know," Lin Feng assured him. "Brother Zhang, you needn't worry about my family. Take good care of your pregnant wife." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Xiaoyu returned home. Lin Feng finished boiling the shrimp and began to peel them, removing the heads, tails, shells, and veins. Once done, he sprinkled a bit of salt over them. In no time, he had prepared a plateful. After sampling a couple, he found them to be exceptionally tender and flavorful, a delightful contrast to grilled shrimp. He offered one to Lin Hu. Lin Hu hesitated to respond, feeling a wave of nausea. "Brother, no one in our village eats this." However, the absence of others partaking does not imply it lacks flavor. We must be the pioneers in tasting this delicacy. Lin Feng continued to indulge in several more. The gluttonous little San Bao, peering from the doorway, watched Lin Feng savoring the dish, saliva unconsciously dripping from his mouth. Lin Feng beckoned to San Bao, who approached slowly. Lin Feng offered him a shrimp, which San Bao hesitated to accept. Lin Feng tossed one into his own mouth, setting an example for the young one. Come on, dear son, indulge, this is truly delicious. San Bao took a tentative bite, and his eyes instantly sparkled. No longer fearful or repulsed, he began munching eagerly. Lin Feng embraced San Bao in his arms, and the father-son duo feasted on shrimp obliviously. The other little ones stood nearby, somewhat apprehensive, watching but hesitant to reach for the river worms on the plate. Da Bao nudged San Bao. Is the river worm really that good? Just as he uttered the word good, San Bao quickly changed his tune. Not good at all, you all shouldn't eat it. Lin Feng chuckled, noting the little rascal's culinary cunning. The others were not foolish either, observing San Bao's declaration of distaste, yet they continued to eat without restraint. Clearly, he wished to keep this delightful treat to himself. Da Bao seized a closed-eyed river worm and popped it into his mouth, instantly overwhelmed by its exquisite flavor. He hurriedly called his siblings to join in. Come on, everyone, the river worm is edible and exceptionally tasty. Seeing Da Bao partake, the other little ones eagerly followed suit. Lin Feng patted San Bao's little head, reminding him to share delicious food with his siblings, as sharing enhances the enjoyment of fine delicacies. San Bao nodded enthusiastically while eating. A platter of peeled shrimp was swiftly devoured by the little ones. Lin Feng taught them how to peel shrimp. Noticing that the children were enjoying their meal, Lin Hu decided to try one himself and found himself quite fond of the treat, joining the ranks of those relishing river worms. However, Lin Mu, along with Lin Feng's uncle, aunt, and wife, were reluctant to try them. Lin Feng did not force them, believing that such deliciousness would eventually win them over. At mealtime, Lin Feng, Lin Hu, and the 5 little ones were already satiated from the shrimp, having only consumed some rice porridge. The gluttonous little San Bao, having finished his meal, eagerly recounted to his mother and grandmother just how delightful the river worms were. Zhou Chunlan wiped San Bao's mouth, promising, next time, I shall certainly taste the river worms myself. Lin Feng had no intention of offering shrimp to Zhou Chunlan, as she was currently taking medication, which could conflict with consuming shrimp. There remained a considerable number of shrimp and crabs in the fish basket. Lin Feng planned to place the crabs and shrimp in the water tank in the courtyard for tomorrow's meal. Both crabs and shrimp are cold in nature. Consuming too many at once could be detrimental. After finishing their meal, Lin Hu and his family helped clear the dishes before departing. Seizing the daylight, Lin Mu busied herself once more, crafting shoes for the children from the fabric Lin Feng had purchased. Lin Feng prepared medicine for his wife and carried it into the bedroom, ready to administer it. Zhou Chunlan felt somewhat embarrassed, stating, I am feeling much better now. I can get up and eat, and I can take my medicine by myself. Lie down, my dear, and allow me to tend to you. Though you are not yet fully recovered, you are still in need of care. Zhou Chunlan nestled into Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng scooped a spoonful of medicine, blew on it gently, tasted it himself to ensure it was no longer hot, and then offered it to Zhou Chunlan. The act of drinking this medicine felt somewhat intimate. Once she finished, Zhou Chunlan softly suggested, My lord, perhaps you could sleep in this room tonight. Lin Feng tenderly tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. He couldn't fathom how she managed to give birth to 5 children. His mother had mentioned how perilous it was, nearly resulting in a tragedy. No, I fear your body may not withstand it. Let us wait until you are fully healed, he replied. Zhou Chunlan blushed profusely at his words, playfully hitting his chest with her small fist, scolding, You shameless one, where are your thoughts wandering? Hurry and leave. After holding her for a moment longer, Lin Feng exited the bedroom and placed the shrimp and crabs into the water tank in the courtyard. As night enveloped the household, while everyone else succumbed to slumber, Lin Feng found himself wide awake. The resentful gazes of Feng Laoda and Feng Liao Sen lingered in his mind. Not wishing to disturb his family, he rose quietly and stepped into the courtyard, braving the cold night air. He pondered to himself, There are 1,000 days of thievery but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Perhaps I should adapt to the customs of this place. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the moon was hidden behind a veil of clouds, casting the surroundings into darkness. It was a moonless, windy night, ideal for nefarious deeds. The time was ripe. There was no better day than today. Chapter 15. A moonless, windy night. perfect for malice though the night was dark. Lin Feng's mastery of beast-hunting techniques granted him vision far superior to that of an ordinary person, allowing him to discern his surroundings clearly. He did not open the courtyard gate, but instead scaled the wall and made his way toward the village tyrant's abode. The four ruffians of the Lin Feng family had committed numerous misdeeds. They found no solace even in their separation and chose to reside together as four solitary bachelors. Lin Feng's pace was swift, and before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Lin Feng family's courtyard. "What are you doing?" A voice ahead startled him, prompting him to press himself against the wall. "Laosi, why are you out here?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized that the speaker was not addressing him. It was a conversation among the four brothers of the Lin Feng family. At this late hour, why are the Lin Feng brothers still awake? Feng Laosi yawned. "Is it not permissible for me to step out to relieve myself?" "Third brother, why must we act tonight?" Feng Laosan replied ominously. "We could wait until we are healed before striking again. I am still in pain and utterly exhausted." Feng Laosan retorted, "If you think so, then surely Lin Feng thinks likewise. He will undoubtedly be unguarded tonight. Once we reach his home, we shall extinguish his entire family and set the place ablaze. It will serve as both vengeance and a warning to the villagers of Xiaohua." Feng Lair expressed his unease. That Lin Feng has suddenly become so formidable. What if we cannot overpower him? Huh. Feng Laosan chuckled. During the day, I did not expect that coward Lin Feng would dare to resist. Nor did I anticipate his skill. Thus, neither my brother nor I brought any weapons for combat. He patted the cloth pouch at his side. "This time, I have brought lime powder. In this darkness, a handful of lime thrown into the air will incapacitate him, no matter how skilled he may be. The lime powder, when it gets into the eyes, inflicts a fiery pain, and should it inadvertently be inhaled into the lungs, even breathing becomes a laborious challenge. Even the most adept martial artists would find themselves stripped of their ability to resist. At that juncture, we could strike him down with a few blows, and he would meet his end. Once we have dealt with that wretched Lin, we shall extinguish his entire family, culminating in a grand conflagration." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a chill seep into his heart. It was disconcerting how these village bullies aligned with his own thoughts. Yet their methods were far more insidious, employing even lime powder. Hee. Feng Laosi chuckled mischievously, inquiring whether they could spare Lin's wife, Zhou Chunlan. It would indeed be a pity to slay such a beauty. Feng Laosan pondered for a moment before agreeing that it would be a shame, suggesting they capture Zhou Chunlan and confine her in the cellar until they had their fill. Then sell her to a brothel in the county for a tidy profit. "Brother, your suggestion has banished my drowsiness. I shall relieve myself first," declared Feng Lair. "I shall check on what brother is dawdling about in there." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a rush of trepidation, his murderous intent boiling within him. Fortuitously, he had resolved to take the initiative. Had they stormed into his home and doused him with lime powder, the outcome would have been uncertain. Creaking, Feng Laosi pushed open the courtyard door and stepped outside. He propped the iron rod against the wall, unfastened his trousers, and prepared to urinate. Feng Laosi, lacking the keen eyesight of Lin Feng, was oblivious to his presence, while Lin Feng observed him with clarity. Approaching stealthily from behind, Lin Feng clamped a hand over Feng Laosi's mouth and with a swift, decisive motion, snapped his neck. Without a sound, Feng Laosi crumpled to the ground, discarded like a rag doll. Feng Laosan, hearing a commotion outside, called out, "Laosi, what are you doing?" Seizing the moment, Lin Feng unfastened his trousers and began to relieve himself. The sound of cascading water reached Feng Laosan's ears, leading him to assume it was Feng Laosi. "Laosi, are you urinating with your mouth? Can't you even respond to such a simple act?" As Feng Laosan approached the courtyard entrance, he dimly perceived a figure in the act of urination, mistaking Lin Feng for Feng Laosi. Once Lin Feng finished, he leisurely pulled up his trousers. As Feng Laosan drew near, Lin Feng wielded the iron rod that Feng Laosi had abandoned and struck Feng Laosan's head with a single, forceful blow. The sound of impact echoed, and Feng Laosan's skull shattered, his eyes bulging as he fell lifelessly. After dispatching Feng Laosan, Lin Feng entered the Feng household's courtyard. At that moment, Feng Lair had just pushed open the door, but rather than looking outside, he called back into the room, "Elder brother, hurry up. You dawdle more than anyone else." Feng Laodao extinguished the oil lamp on the table. Coming. Just as Feng Lair turned back, Lin Feng struck him on the head with the iron rod. A dull thud resonated as Feng Lair's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling as he followed in the footsteps of his two brothers. Hearing the commotion, Feng Laoda sensed something was amiss. He shouted, "Lair, are you there?" No response came. Feng Laoda raised his voice. "Lair, Laosan, Laosi, are you there?" Still, silence reigned. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Feng Laoda retrieved a fire starter to illuminate the oil lamp on the table. The flame ignited upon the wick, illuminating the room. Upon lighting the oil lamp, Feng Laoda raised his head and was startled to find someone seated across the table, causing him to fall back in shock. In the stillness of the night, Feng Laoda was considerably frightened, his legs tensing as he felt a dampness in his trousers. The figure at the table was none other than Lin Feng. Feng Laoda, regaining his composure, pointed at Lin Feng and stammered, "You, how did you end up here? What happened to my brothers?" Lin Feng approached Feng Laoda and stated, "I heard that you and your 3 brothers planned to come to my home to commit murder and arson." Feng Laoda quickly defended himself, exclaiming, "Who told you such nonsense? There has been a misunderstanding." Lin Feng brandished an iron rod, revealing the bloodied side towards Feng Laoda. "This misunderstanding seems rather grave. I have just dispatched your 3 brothers. Now what do you propose we do?" Feng Laoda, torn between anguish and fear, furrowed his brow, tears welling in his eyes. "I am now affiliated with the Iron Rod Gang in town. If you kill me, they will not spare you. Spare my life, and I shall consider this incident forgotten. You think I am deceiving a mere child?" Realizing that Lin Feng would not show him mercy, Feng Laoda swung the iron rod towards Lin Feng's waist. A clash ensued as Lin Feng parried with his own rod, stepping forward to deliver a vicious strike to Feng Laoda's throat. With a sickening crack, Feng Laoda's throat shattered. He dropped his weapon and staggered back, clutching his neck. Lin Feng advanced, striking Feng Laoda on the crown of his head with a resounding thud. In that instant, Feng Laoda joined his 3 brothers in the afterlife. From the Feng household, Lin Feng retrieved 25 taels of silver, 100 coins, and 4 iron rods. The grains were stained with Feng Laoda's blood, but Lin Feng, not in need of such provisions, left them behind. The iron rods were formidable enough to serve as weapons, and he contemplated melting them down at the blacksmiths in town to forge arrowheads. After tidying up the scene of the struggle, Lin Feng dragged the bodies of the 4 brothers into the house and set it ablaze. Returning home, he concealed the silver and iron rods, casting a glance towards the direction of the Feng residence, now engulfed in flames. In the dead of night, when people are sound asleep, it would be some time before anyone noticed the fire. By then, nothing would remain. Having vanquished the 4 tyrants of the village, Lin Feng felt a heavy burden lift from his heart and returned to his slumber. As for the Iron Rod Gang and any potential repercussions, that was a concern for another day. Chapter 16. With the tyrant fallen, the entire village celebrates the following morning. Lin Feng arose half an hour later than usual. His first order of business was to practice in the courtyard. As he entered, he overheard his mother conversing at the gate. "Have you heard the news? The tyrant, Old Feng, has met his end." "Indeed. What became of his home?" "It caught fire in the early hours. The neighbors likely witnessed it, but did not intervene. They say a rabbit does not graze near its burrow, yet it was precisely the neighbors who suffered the most under the oppression of Old Feng and his brothers. Now, they feign ignorance, and no one came to their aid. The house has been reduced to ashes." Lin's mother's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired, "Is everyone unharmed?" "How could they be?" came the response. "The 4 brothers of the Feng family have been utterly obliterated. One can hardly distinguish who is whom." Dogsheng, who had long suffered under the torment of the Feng brothers, finally seized his opportunity. Armed with a stick, he struck the lifeless forms of the 4 Feng brothers repeatedly, reducing them to a heap of ash. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of relief. With the scene compromised, any trace of suspicion would vanish. Conversing with Lin's mother was Lin Feng's relative, Aunt Lin. With a smile, she remarked, "This is truly poetic justice. With these few scourges gone, the folks of Shaha village can finally enjoy a peaceful existence." Curiously, Lin's mother asked, "Do you know the cause of the flood?" Aunt Lin shook her head. Everything was consumed by the flames, and it was the dead of night. How could anyone ascertain the reason? The village chief merely took a glance before departing. "I shan't linger. I must return and prepare a feast to celebrate," she declared. "Today, every household in Shaha village shall indulge in a grand meal, as if it were the new year." "Very well, Aunt. Do hasten your preparations. I too shall return to concoct something delightful." Aware of her son's nocturnal escapades, Lin's mother, being of advanced age and light of sleep, surmised that Lin Feng was indeed responsible for the fire. Nonetheless, she resolved to keep this knowledge to herself, pretending to be oblivious. During breakfast, Lin's mother recounted the incident concerning the Feng family's flood. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chunlan consumed an extra steamed bun, her health visibly improving. Lin's mother looked at the children and remarked, "They are no longer little. It is time for their enlightenment. We shall send them to Mr. Hong's school in the west of the village in the coming days." Zhou Chunlan concurred, "What you say is true, Mr. Hong is an outsider and may not remain in our Xia village forever. We must take advantage of his presence and have the children learn their letters." Observing the tattered garments of the children, Lin Feng suggested, "Since we are embarking on this educational journey, it is imperative that we procure decent clothing for them. They cannot venture out in such rags." Lin's mother finally noticed their attire, which was beyond mere disrepair. Dabao, Sambao, and Siki each possessed but a single pair of trousers and were bare-chested. Bao, Lin Yuxuan, was the most particular about appearances. His clothing, though complete, was riddled with patches and holes. Little Yaya, however, was the most fortunate, as her garments bore no rips. In the past, the Lin family struggled merely to fill their bellies, let alone concern themselves with clothing. It was indeed time to provide the children with suitable attire. Bao, with eager eyes, said, "Zheng Xiaobao wears such beautiful clothes. I wish to have an outfit just like his." Zheng Xiaobao's father was the village chief, and thus their family was somewhat affluent. Lin's mother replied, "His garments are quite costly. We shall purchase you a set once our fortunes improve." Bao, though slightly disappointed, nodded in understanding, preferring a simple outfit of coarse fabric that would suffice for outings. Zhou Chunlan, sipping her thin porridge, reminded, "However, we must not arrive empty-handed. When seeking a mentor, we must present a token of respect. With 5 children, we must prepare 5 gifts." Lin Feng set down his chopsticks, declaring, "Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains to hunt. I will procure some game to present to Mr. Hong." Upon hearing that Lin Feng intended to venture into the mountains for hunting, both Lin Mu and Zhou Chunlan felt a flicker of anxiety. It was during a hunting expedition that Lin Fu had met with misfortune, disappearing into the mountains and never returning. The peaks of this world harbored not only wild beasts, but also cunning demonic creatures. Most of these fiendish beasts lurked in the depths of the mountains and marshes, typically avoiding the fringes of the ranges. However, there were occasions when they descended from their lairs. If a hunter were to encounter such a creature, survival would be nearly impossible. Zhou Chunlan pursed her lips and said, "My dear, do we not have silver? Perhaps we should purchase some pork to send to Mr. Hong instead. If you ascend the mountain, both mother and I shall be consumed with worry. It would be far too perfunctory to present Mr. Hong with mere pork." "I shall venture into the mountains to procure some game," Lin Feng replied. "You and mother need not fret. I will merely set traps along the periphery of Dahe Mountain to catch some small creatures." With that, Lin Mu and Zhou Chunlan ceased their discussions and began to tidy the table. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng summoned his attribute panel, intending to elevate his beast-hunting fist to its perfected state. To his dismay, he discovered that it could not be upgraded. The inscription remained gray, indicating it was not eligible for enhancement. Upon attempting to proceed, the system alerted him that 2 breakthrough points were required for advancement. Indeed, as martial skills progressed, the challenges of breaking through became increasingly formidable, with the requisite points escalating correspondingly. This was within Lin Feng's expectations. Nevertheless, 2 breakthrough points were not excessive and remained acceptable. For an ordinary individual to advance from proficiency to perfection in the beast-hunting fist typically required 6 or 7 years of arduous practice. Achieving a breakthrough in merely 2 days was not something to be taken lightly. Lin Feng retrieved 8 taels from the 25 he had acquired the previous night, planning to purchase clothing for the children in town. 8 taels would certainly suffice for the attire of several children, and he also intended to buy a set of garments for both his mother and wife. The bedding at home was insufficient, and several individuals sharing a single cover could easily succumb to the chill and catch a cold. As Lin Feng set out, he glanced into the courtyard of the neighboring Wang Shanxiong. The gate was secured with a heavy lock, indicating that Wang Shanxiong was not at home. He noted that during the previous day's encounter with the bully, Wang Shanxiong had not been among the onlookers. It was possible he had already departed. Perhaps it was for the best. Ideally, he would never return, thus sparing Lin Feng further concern. Lin Feng called upon Lin Hu, inviting him to accompany him to the town. The town was significantly closer than the county seat, with a round trip taking merely 2 hours. The 2 brothers arrived at the town and, avoiding aimless wandering, headed directly to the tailor shop. Within the shop, Two ruffians wielding iron rods were causing a commotion. "Boss, it's time to pay this month's protection fee." The middle-aged proprietor, wearing a melon-shaped hat, emerged from behind the counter. "But we just paid this month. You clearly did not hand it over to our iron rod gang. The former knife gang has been supplanted by us, and from this month onward, we are in charge of this area. Your protection fee must be paid to us." They insisted. "Good sirs, might we defer payment until next month? We have truly exhausted our funds this month," the proprietor pleaded. With a resounding crash, the leading thug slammed his iron rod onto the counter. "Stop wasting my time. If I demand payment, you shall pay. If you cannot afford it, then you ought to close this establishment." Chapter 17. The Iron Rod Gang Pursuit and Lin Feng's counterattack. The shopkeeper gazed at the damaged counter with a pained expression. "Please refrain from vandalizing my property. I have already paid the protection fee, have I not?" Only after the shopkeeper settled the fee did the two members of the Iron Rod Gang depart. It was then that the shopkeeper had the opportunity to attend to Lin Feng and his companion. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed guests. As you may have observed, I was indeed preoccupied. Business is quite challenging in these times." Lin Feng, suspecting that the Iron Rod Gang might become a future adversary, inquired, "What is the background of this Iron Rod Gang? What else could they be?" "A band of ruffians who found a powerful patron," the shopkeeper replied. "These individuals are so brazen. They must have connections with someone influential. Recently, the city guards eliminated the former knife gang, and the Iron Rod Gang swiftly took their place." "Oh, the former knife gang had no backing. How could they have stood their ground?" Lin Feng questioned. "Surely, they had their own supporters, but they have fallen from grace. Haven't you heard? The general of the city guards has been replaced. Regardless of which gang emerges, the protection fees remain unchanged. It is the common folk who suffer." The shopkeeper lamented. "Though my shop appears substantial, it barely allows me to make ends meet. But I digress. What can I assist you with today?" Lin Feng responded. "I would like to purchase some clothing from you, and then acquire bedding from another store." Upon hearing of potential business, the shopkeeper's face brightened. "What a coincidence. I also have bedding available. If you purchase everything here, I can offer you a 20% discount. It will undoubtedly be cheaper than going elsewhere." The proprietor quickly provided the prices. Having recently inquired about bedding prices at another establishment, Lin Feng found the prices here to be indeed more favorable. Thus, he proceeded to purchase clothing and bedding from this shop. 5 sets of children's clothing, identical in style to those worn by the village chief's child. Lin Feng imagined how delighted his second child would be upon receiving these garments. He also selected a modest outfit for his wife, recalling her preference for understated attire rather than garish colors. For his mother, he chose a sturdy set of coarse cloth clothing. Lin Feng then turned to his brother. Lin Hu. At his age, a young man should be seeking a bride, yet his attire is rather tattered, with holes in his trousers. He decided to purchase coarse linen garments for both himself and Lin Hu. After completing his purchases, which totaled 5 taels of silver, the shopkeeper kindly offered 2 pieces of scrap cloth. Lin Feng wrapped the clothing and bedding in the cloth, creating 2 large bundles. The brothers donned the bundles on their backs and left the shop, cheerful and content. The shopkeeper, having made a sale, smiled as he bid them farewell. "Should you need anything, do come back. I will offer you a discount." Walking through the streets with their large bundles, the 2 brothers attracted some attention. To avoid trouble, Lin Feng placed some date paste pastries into the bundles for the children and headed towards the outskirts of the town with Lin Hu. As they were about to exit the town, the brothers were intercepted by 2 individuals wielding iron rods. "What do you have strapped to your backs?" one of them demanded. "Nothing of value, merely some clothing and bedding," Lin Feng replied. A member of the Iron Rod Gang, with disheveled hair, addressed the small leader. "Sir, our household is in dire need of clothing and bedding. You too should discard your belongings and depart." Lin Feng's expression hardened, and he chose to ignore the members of the Iron Rod Gang, leading Lin Hu away. It was not that Lin Feng feared these individuals. Rather, the town was under the influence of the Iron Rod Gang. Should a confrontation arise, more would undoubtedly arrive, and while he could manage to escape, Lin Hu might not be so fortunate. Having brought Lin Hu out, he felt a responsibility to ensure his safe return. The small leader of the Iron Rod Gang, sensing Lin Feng's disregard, was consumed by a surge of anger. He rushed forward, swinging his iron rod at Lin Feng's back. With a swift motion, Lin Feng turned and seized the rod, glaring coldly at the assailant. "What do you intend to do?" The small leader felt as though he were being stared down by a tiger, a chill running down his spine. At that moment, A couple of coughs from the town's guard stationed at the entrance signaled the Iron Rod Gang to refrain from causing trouble. Lin Feng understood the guard's intent. Although the gang had protection from the higher-ups, they could not act with impunity. With a forceful shove, he sent the small leader staggering backward, his pride wounded. Wielding his iron rod, the leader threatened, "You'll pay for this, brat." He then retreated into the town, likely to seek reinforcements. Lin, whose face turned pale. "Brother, do you think they will pursue us?" Lin Feng replied, "It is quite possible they will chase us out of the city. We must move quickly and head into the forest. It is vast, and they will certainly lose track of us." The brothers quickened their pace, soon disappearing into a dense thicket just outside the town. After traveling for nearly an hour, they heard voices behind them. "They've chased us this far. It seems unlikely they will catch up." Lin Feng quickly led Lin Hu to hide behind a hillside, where an abandoned hunting trap was situated. The brothers lay low, tossing their belongings into the trap. As the pursuers continued forward, one of them, panting heavily, remarked, "I say, Wu Lao Air, is it truly worth chasing after some clothing and bedding?" The small leader, with his hair flowing, replied, "They are carrying goods. They cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area." Hearing that the group intended to separate brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. It would be difficult to confront them together, but divided, none would escape unscathed. Frustrated by the constant troubles since his rebirth, Lin Feng pondered that had he remained a common citizen, enduring all indignities, he would have faced no such dilemmas. Yet, he had come to this world to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts and to savor a life of beauty, not to be oppressed. Addressing Lin Hu, he said, "Stay here and do not move. I will scout ahead." With that, Lin Feng darted out like a leopard, as familiar with the forest as he would be with his own backyard. He anticipated the path of one of the Iron Rod Gang members, concealed himself behind a large tree, and perched upon a branch that towered above him. As the members of the Iron Rod Gang passed beneath the tree, Lin Feng deftly hooked a branch with his leg and swung downwards, executing a perfect inverted maneuver. With both hands, he struck the ears of one gang member, employing a technique reminiscent of a bear's paw crushing a melon. The impact caused the gang member's eyes to bulge outward, nearly dislodging from their sockets, and his brain was rendered into a pulp, silencing him instantly. Concealing himself within the underbrush, Lin Feng awaited another gang member to approach, then lunged from behind. He swiftly covered the man's mouth, while simultaneously twisting his neck with a single, fluid motion. In a matter of moments, Lin Feng had silently dispatched 7 members of the Iron Rod Gang. The small leader of the gang, intent on seizing Lin Feng's clothing and belongings, sensed something amiss. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, and his subordinates seemed to have scattered. Ultimately, Lin Feng emerged from behind the small leader, tapping him on the shoulder and calmly inquiring, "Are you looking for me?" The small leader nearly soiled himself in fear, retreating a couple of steps, his legs pressed together as he struggled to contain his panic. Forcing a ghastly smile, "I wasn't looking for you. I merely came out to clear my mind." "Yes, just to unwind." "What a coincidence." A mocking smile crept across Lin Feng's face. "Coincidences are merely the hand of fate. When the King of Hell decrees your death at the 3rd watch, who dares to let you linger until the 5th? Upon hearing this, the small leader could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to his knees, his trousers dampened. As he bowed repeatedly, he pleaded, "Please spare my life, sir. Surely, for a few garments, it need not come to taking a life." Lin Feng took 2 steps closer. "Indeed, yet you pursued me with so many men for such triviality." Realizing the fate of his comrades, the small leader lost all courage to resist, tears streaming down his face. "Please spare me. I acted out of momentary folly." Observing his cowardice, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable wave of disdain and delivered a swift kick to his temple, sending him to his eternal rest. Searching the bodies, Lin Feng retrieved a few pieces of silver before returning to find Lin Hu. The 2 brothers unpacked their belongings and continued their journey. Lin Hu expressed his frustration, lamenting the brazen audacity of these petty thugs who dared to rob in broad daylight. This world is becoming increasingly harsh. Honest folk find it ever more difficult to survive. Lin Feng, too, felt a pang of reflection. In just a few days since his arrival, he had encountered numerous tumultuous events. Indeed, the state of affairs was extraordinarily chaotic. He clapped Lin Hu on the shoulder. "Young man, do not dwell too much on the bleakness of the world. No matter how dire the circumstances, they shouldn't hinder your pursuit of a bride." At this, Lin Hu shook his head. "Brother Feng, I shall not wed until I have made something of myself. To marry without capability would only burden my family further. Life was stable 2 years ago, but these past 2 years have been tumultuous. I fear that chaos is imminent. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised by Lin Hu's insightful perspective. His words held a profound truth. You are right, brother. I support you wholeheartedly. You are still young. Focus on honing your martial skills under my guidance. Once you have mastered my beast hunting fist, we shall venture to the county to learn more advanced techniques. Who knows? Perhaps our Huzi is a martial prodigy. At the mention of training, Lin Hu's enthusiasm ignited. It is often said that the poor excel in literature while the wealthy thrive in martial pursuits. The affluent dine heartily, while we find ourselves lacking in such provisions. How long do you think it will take for me to achieve some recognition? That largely depends on your innate talent. As for sustenance, you need not worry. Accompany me to the mountains for hunting and to the rivers for foraging. There will always be enough to eat. Today, we have squandered quite a bit of time. By the time we reached the village near the small river, night had already fallen. Lin Mu and Zhou Chunlan awaited Lin Feng's return at the entrance, anxiously watching for his arrival. The entire family was beset with worry. The youngest, Heir Bao, began to cry, looking up at Zhou Chunlan and lamenting, Mother, I no longer wish for clothes. I want my father. Do not weep, Heir Bao. Your father cherishes you dearly and will surely return. Chapter 18. The first hunting expedition. Upon entering the village, Lin Feng and Lin Hu realized that Lin Hu, fearing his parents' concern, entrusted his bundle to Lin Feng and hastily returned home, clad in the new attire Lin Feng had procured for him. The 5 little ones at Lin Feng's home spotted him from a distance. Look, it is father. He has returned. They noticed he was carrying 2 large bundles. The gluttonous San Bao's mouth watered at the prospect of delicious treats. Father must have brought me plenty of tasty food. Heir Bao, enamored with the thought of new clothes, beamed with excitement. De Bao was the first to rush out. Brothers, hurry and help father with his belongings. A throng of children dashed to Lin Feng's side, encircling him with joyful chatter. Lin Feng did not allow them to carry the bundles, aware they were too heavy for them to manage. Lin Mu and Zhou Chunlan watched the lively children with smiles. Lin Mu approached to take one of the bundles, exclaiming, Why is this package so heavy? Did you not just purchase a few garments? Zhou Chunlan, noticing, stepped forward to assist, and together they lifted one bundle. Lin Feng relished the feeling of being awaited at home, a smile gracing his face. I also bought some bedding. The children are growing, and we find ourselves short. We must acquire a few more quilts. Lin Mu chided gently. You, my child, are so extravagant with money. Save some of it for your wife. Indeed, Lin Feng replied. Though internally he dismissed her concerns. He believed that soon, money would become a mere figure of little consequence to him. At that point, he would find it unnecessary to ponder where to store his wealth, as he would have more than enough to distribute to his mother and wife. The family had not yet dined, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's return to share a meal together. Although Lin Feng had intended to eat first, the children were far too captivated by the 2 large bundles to consider food. Thus, he decided to distribute the clothing first before having their meal. As he opened the first bundle, it was filled entirely with garments. Upon seeing the clothes, Heir Bao, who delighted in vanity, leaped with joy. These are just like the ones Zheng Xiaobao from the village has, but even more splendid. Heir Bao hugged Lin Feng's leg, exclaiming, Thank you, father. You are truly wonderful. Lin Mu, recognizing the value of the clothes, remained silent as she observed the children's unbridled happiness. Xiao Yeye was particularly fond of her floral dress. Her face blooming with joy, her large eyes squinting like crescent moons. It was the first time the children had received such exquisite garments that they hesitated to reach out for fear of soiling them. After distributing the clothing, Lin Feng handed his wife yet another set. Zhou Chunlan received the clothes without a word, yet her eyes frequently cast flirtatious glances at Lin Feng. When Lin Mu received her favorite outfit, a smile blossomed on her face as well. Little Feng, such an abundance of clothing must have cost quite a bit of silver. She remarked, Mother, our family will not lack for silver in the future. You and the others need not be overly frugal. Spend freely, Lin Feng reassured her. The ingrained frugality of the older generation is hard to alter, and Lin Feng chose not to press the matter further. Yet, there is merit in such thriftiness, a valuable lesson passed down through generations, especially in times of hardship when resources are scarce. Lin Feng opened a second package, revealing brand new cotton bedding. The children erupted in excitement upon seeing it. Oh, look at the lovely little quilt, exclaimed the second child, pointing at a small quilt adorned with bright red flowers. "Father, I want that quilt." Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, wondering if this child had been mistakenly born a boy. "That is your sister's quilt. Yours is the blue one." Since Lin Feng's marriage, the household had not acquired new bedding, and this time Lin Mu said nothing. Finally, Lin Feng produced a bag of juju paste pastries, causing the children's mouths to water uncontrollably. Zhou Chunlan took the pastries and allocated one to each child. "These juju pastries will be kept safe for you. Each of you may have only one per day." After dinner, the family retired early for the night. The following morning, Lin Feng set off for the mountains with his bow and arrows. His mother and wife had repeatedly urged him to exercise caution. Lin Feng assured them that he would not venture deep into the Great Black Mountain, which finally allowed them to relax. Although he had yet to master the skill of archery, the bow and arrows he carried were more for show, primarily intended to ease his mother and wife's worries. The Great Black Mountain loomed vast and boundless, said to border the territory of the demonic realm. Tales spoke of dire conditions on the other side, where desperation had led to cannibalism, though it was unclear whether such stories held any truth. Following his memory, Lin Feng soon reached the foot of the Great Black Mountain. He gazed upward, awestruck by its towering peaks that pierced the clouds, evoking a sense of reverence. Entering the dense forest, the dry twigs crunched beneath his feet, heightening his vigilance. The mountains were far more perilous than the outside world, fraught with the potential for venomous creatures and fierce beasts. Caution was paramount. Lin Feng located the spot where his father had previously set traps. He sharpened some pointed branches and inserted them into the bottom of the trap, covering them with twigs and leaves. Not only would animals fall prey to this trap, but even an unsuspecting human could be injured by the sharp branches. Nevertheless, such traps were invaluable, regularly yielding small game. After repairing the trap, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the wilderness, ready to seize the day's opportunities. Lin Feng was preparing to achieve perfection in the beast-hunting fist. Before embarking on this pivotal breakthrough, he deemed it essential to secure some sustenance. He decided to hunt a wild beast and roast it over an open fire in the mountains, thus enjoying a feast following his ascension. The anticipation of savoring roasted meat upon the onset of hunger was indeed a delightful prospect. As he ventured into the mountains, Lin Feng spotted a wild chicken in the distance. He nocked an arrow, but alas, it veered off course. The wild chicken emitted a mocking cluck, as if ridiculing Lin Feng's aim. Truly, archery was not a skill one could master without rigorous practice. Lacking precision was inevitable without dedicated training. Lin Feng contemplated allocating the 2 accumulated breakthrough points to enhance his hunting bow's 6-shot skill, but ultimately decided against it. After all, one must wield their finest steel judiciously. What if old Wang from next door returned today? If he were to take the initiative to confront Lin Feng upon his return, it would be prudent to perfect the beast-hunting fist first, lest he remain uncertain. Retrieving the arrow he had shot, Lin Feng placed it into the quiver slung across his back. The arrowheads were forged in a blacksmith's shop, and each arrow had been meticulously crafted by his father, making them exceedingly precious. Even if an arrow were to break, the arrowhead would be salvaged. After a brief interval, he encountered 2 small wild boars, nearly a meter in length, foraging around a large tree. Most hunters rarely pursued wild boars due to their tough hides and dense musculature, making them difficult to pierce with arrows. Moreover, wild boars exhibited considerable aggression and were unafraid of humans. A furious boar would relentlessly chase and attack without hesitation. However, Lin Feng was undeterred by the wild boars. On the contrary, he welcomed their aggression, for it would provide an opportunity to employ the beast-hunting fist in his hunt. Rolling up his sleeves, he chuckled, "It seems I shall feast on roasted suckling pig today." As Lin Feng cautiously approached the 2 small wild boars, they became alert, raising their heads to regard him, grunting in warning. It was as if they were saying, "Advance further, and I shall bite you." Lin Feng unsheathed the iron rod from behind him and continued forward. Had he drawn his bow to shoot, the wild boars might have hesitated. However, brandishing a seemingly innocuous stick, the 2 boars exchanged glances and charged at Lin Feng in unison. Swiftly sidestepping, Lin Feng struck one boar squarely between the eyes with the rod. The impact was akin to colliding with a wall, causing the boar to rear up and collapse, convulsing on the ground. The critical point of a wild boar is located just above the eyes, at the center of its forehead. A precise and forceful strike to this area could potentially result in a fatal blow. Lin Feng had indeed struck the boar at that vital spot, and the force was sufficient to deliver a lethal outcome. Witnessing its companion fall, the other boar did not flee. Instead, it became even more aggressive. Lin Feng replicated his previous maneuver, delivering a decisive blow to the second boar's forehead. It too succumbed and fell lifeless. This was Lin Feng. While other hunters would have found themselves at a loss against such wild boars, he faced them with remarkable prowess. Wild boars often smeared themselves with tree sap and dirt, creating a natural armor that was difficult for the average person to breach. Lin Feng dragged the wild boar to the edge of the mountain, beside a small stream. Following the methods taught by his father, he bled, skinned, and disemboweled the animal. After a brief preparation, he gathered some dry twigs and ignited a fire, intending to roast the suckling pig. In this world, animals were generally larger than their counterparts in his previous life. Thus, these two wild boars could still be considered suckling pigs. Lin Feng skewered the boar meat on a branch, made several incisions, and rubbed it with coarse salt before placing it over the fire to roast slowly. He was unperturbed by the aroma of the roasting meat attracting other beasts. Should they come, he would simply dispatch them, saving himself the trouble of hunting. Half an hour later, the skin of the roasted pig turned golden and crispy. Lin Feng sliced off a piece with his dagger and savored it. Each bite produced a satisfying crunch. Beneath the crispy exterior, the meat was tender and juicy, melting in his mouth with a delicate fragrance that lingered delightfully. It was truly delightful. The taste of the roasted suckling pig rivaled that of grilled shrimp. If only he had some additional seasonings, it would be even more delectable, but alas, he only had coarse salt at his disposal. After satiating his hunger, he had consumed merely 1/10 of the pig. Lin Feng immediately summoned his attributes panel, and with a thought, allocated 2 breakthrough points to the beast hunting fist. The attributes panel shifted. Name, Lin Feng. Life, 14. Martial skills, hunting bow 6 shots, unrefined, not yet mastered. Beast hunting fist, unrefined, perfected. Frantic demon staff technique, unrefined, not yet mastered. Breakthrough points, 0. With the beast hunting fist perfected, his life attribute increased by 2 points, rising from 12 to 14. Memories of training in the beast hunting fist flooded his mind, depicting 6 arduous years of practice during which he had shattered several trees large enough to be embraced by a person. He had hunted on the mountains barehanded, effortlessly facing the assault of dozens of fierce wolves, exuding an overwhelming aura of invincibility beneath the demon beasts. After his breakthrough, Lin Feng found himself ravenously hungry. A powerful hunger swept through him. He quickly resumed eating, and before long, only the bones of the suckling pig remained. Upon finishing, he felt invigorated, brimming with strength. His 14 life points significantly surpassed that of an ordinary person, leading to a fundamental enhancement in his physical prowess. With a light squeeze, he crushed the wild boar's bones effortlessly. When he examined his attributes panel again, he discovered that the beast hunting fist could still be enhanced even after reaching perfection. He focused his thoughts on the beast hunting fist and realized that the next realm required a staggering 10 breakthrough points. This seemed rather excessive. For him, gathering 10 breakthrough points would take merely 10 days, but for those with similar talents, it would equate to decades of arduous practice. What kind of realm was this that demanded such a lengthy commitment? Curiosity piqued. Lin Feng resolved to accumulate 10 breakthrough points first, eager to test the potential of a breakthrough. After all, even if the next level of the beast hunting fist was not significantly powerful, it would not entail great loss. The breakthrough points could be reserved for later. If old Wang from next door returns within 10 days, he will accumulate his breakthrough points and focus on the Mad Demon Staff technique. At that time, a comparison will be made between the Wind Demon Staff technique and the Beast Hunter Fist to determine which martial art is superior, and that will be used to confront old Wang. Lin Feng extinguished the fire and prepared to depart. Suddenly, the howls of wild boars echoed once more. Following the sound, Lin Feng spotted a massive wild boar, approximately 2 meters in length, appearing in the distance. This formidable beast had blood-red eyes, dense fur, and well-defined muscles, with long tusks protruding from its mouth, glimmering with a sharp, cold light. The gaze of the wild boar was filled with hatred. Lin Feng surmised that the 2 smaller wild boars he had just slain were offspring of this colossal creature. The wild boar had come seeking revenge. With a thunderous stomp, the wild boar dug its front hoof into the ground twice and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt as though a small car was hurtling towards him at full speed. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with him, Lin Feng executed an eagle's leap, propelling himself 5 or 6 meters forward, landing behind the boar. He intended to test his skills against this formidable opponent. The wild boar skidded to a halt, its hooves carving deep furrows into the earth. After stopping, it turned and charged at Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng sidestepped, employing a ferocious tiger pounce, striking the wild boar's flank with both fists. With a crunching sound, the boar let out a piercing scream as several of its ribs shattered. The beast's armor was rendered utterly ineffective against Lin Feng. In just 2 moves, he gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Indeed, he was invincible beneath the demon beasts. Not only was this wild boar no match for him, but even the tigers and black bears of the mountains would pose no threat. Henceforth, he could traverse the outskirts of the great black mountain with confidence. After sustaining its injuries, the wild boar, instead of fleeing, became even more ferocious. With a deafening roar, it charged at Lin Feng once again. This time, Lin Feng stood his ground, executing a venomous snake strike aimed at the beast's forehead. With a crack, the wild boar's skull shattered. Lin Feng's hand penetrated deep into the creature's head. Remarkably, the wild boar did not emit a sound before collapsing to the ground. His luck in the mountains had been fortuitous this time. He could take the 2 wild boars back, carve some fine meat to present as a tribute to Mr. Hong, while the remainder would be sufficient to feed his family for half a month. Lin Feng dragged the wild boar to a nearby stream, where he proceeded to process it, cleaning the entrails. In his past life, Lin Feng had a fondness for pig liver and intestines. Undoubtedly, this wild boar's organ meats would be even more delectable. After cleaning the entrails, Lin Feng placed them in his backpack, with the wild boar slung over his shoulder and a small wild boar in his right hand. Lin Feng walked home, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly heard a swift whoosh. A sense of alarm surged within him, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Chapter 20. The 6th among hunters. Lin Feng heard the faint sound of a bowstring being plucked, realizing that someone was attempting to shoot him from behind, targeting his back. He dropped the wild boar and, with a burst of energy, rolled to the side. With a thud, an arrow struck the wild boar's flesh, the feathers still quivering with a lingering vibration. Lin Feng rolled on the ground several times, taking refuge behind a large tree. Approximately 20 meters away from Lin Feng, voices could be heard. It seems there was no hit. Another person shouted loudly, "Little brother, it was just a misunderstanding. We mistook you for a wild boar. We are all hunters here. Why not come out and have a chat? Your skills are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you managed to take down such a large wild boar. My son and I are quite humbled. May I ask from which village you hail?" Lin Feng concealed himself behind a large tree, casting a furtive glance at the 2 men before swiftly retracting his head. The one who had shot the arrow was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wielding a large bow and carrying a quiver on his back. The other was a boy of about 15 or 16, holding a steel fork. Lin Feng examined their attributes. Both had a life attribute of 9 and had learned a rather rudimentary archery technique known as 100 steps archery. The middle-aged man had merely reached the entry-level realm of this skill. He realized the peril of not possessing ranged attack capabilities. Vowing to learn some form of ranged combat skills in the future, be it hidden weapons or archery, as he had the system to facilitate his learning effortlessly. Lin Feng remained silent. Only a fool would believe it was a misunderstanding. Their intentions were clearly nefarious. Having skinned the wild boar himself, he knew that anyone with eyes would not misjudge the situation. Though he was invincible among beasts beneath the demon level, he remained at the lower echelons among humans. This invincibility was confined to the realm of beasts, excluding humans. However, he did not regard these 2 men as a threat. The ambush brought to mind the death of his father. His father had been a cautious old hunter. The beasts on the outskirts of Dahe Mountain should not have posed a threat to him. Perhaps his father had also fallen victim to a surprise attack from other hunters. This remained mere speculation, but within these mountains, humans were the greatest threats, far more treacherous than any beast. When Lin Feng did not respond, the middle-aged man continued, "Little brother, if you do not trust us, we shall take our leave. Until we meet again." Following this, the sound of retreating footsteps echoed. Lin Feng listened intently and discerned only one set of footsteps, the boy's. The archer was surely still lurking nearby. If he were to emerge, another ambush would undoubtedly ensue. Lin Feng tilted his head, using his peripheral vision to survey his surroundings. He noticed the bushes behind him rustling slightly. Upon focusing, he spotted the middle-aged man, bow drawn, stealthily inching closer. It appeared he intended to maneuver to the side for another shot. Lin Feng swiftly shed his outer garment, casting it to the right. while he dashed out to the left. Whoosh! An arrow flew, piercing through his discarded clothing. The man had instinctively shot at what he believed to be Lin Feng. As he prepared to draw another arrow, Lin Feng had already sprinted over 10 meters away. Utilizing all 4 limbs like a cheetah, Lin Feng employed the leopard step from the Beastmaster Fist, a technique best suited for short-distance sprints, enabling him to leap several meters with each stride. The middle-aged man, witnessing Lin Feng's astonishing speed, felt a surge of panic within him. He raised his hand and loosed an arrow. But the distance was too close, and Lin Feng moved too swiftly for the arrow to find its mark. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng dashed forward, positioning himself directly in front of the man. The middle-aged hunter attempted to knock another arrow, but it was too late. Realizing the formidable strength of Lin Feng, regret washed over him. He should never have plotted against a companion for the sake of a mere wild boar. There was no guarantee that he would not have had his own share of the hunt, especially since he had brought his son along. The thought struck him that both father and son could perish here. With a mighty bellow, he shouted to his son, "Run! Don't look back!" Just as he uttered these words, Lin Feng unleashed a strike known as Black Tiger Steel's Heart. The seasoned hunter, accustomed to the ways of the wild, reacted with commendable agility, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. With a sickening crack, Lin Feng shattered the man's forearms, sending him careening 3 or 4 meters away. As the middle-aged man soared through the air, a spray of blood erupted from his mouth and nose upon landing. Once on the ground, he pleaded, "My son did not ambush you. I beg you, spare his life." Lin Feng, however, remained silent, having no words for such a man. With a swift kick reminiscent of a wild donkey, he struck the hunter's head, and with a resounding thud, the man's life extinguished. Turning his gaze toward the boy, Lin Feng noticed the youthful innocence still adorning the lad's face, who appeared even younger than himself. The boy had not fled far, lingering nearby, his eyes fixed on the scene with trepidation. "Father! Father!" he cried out, fear gripping his heart. He yearned to obey his father's command to escape without looking back, yet the bond of kinship tethered him to his father. Everything had transpired so abruptly. Today marked the first time his father had taken him hunting in the mountains. They had been unfortunate, failing to secure any game for most of the day. Eventually, they heard the sounds of a struggle and stealthily approached Lin Feng, only to witness him triumphantly carrying a large wild boar. His father, harboring nefarious intentions, sought to slay Lin Feng and seize the prize. The boy desperately attempted to dissuade his father, who insisted that the world was a place where the strong preyed upon the weak, and that killing was simply a means of survival. In an attempt to impart a lesson to his son, the father had instead encountered a formidable adversary, and within mere moments, he was slain. It was only upon witnessing his father's fall that the boy began to flee. However, Lin Feng would not allow him to escape. He turned and pursued the boy. Regardless of whether the youth had participated in any aggression against him, he felt compelled to eliminate him, for he had already taken the life of his father. The vendetta against one's parent was a matter of profound importance. In this world, seeking vengeance for blood relations was not considered a crime. Should he allow the boy to survive today, who could predict what extraordinary fate might await him in the future? If he were to become a disciple of a supreme master, it would be Lin Feng and his family who would ultimately pay the price. While there existed a code in the martial world that typically spared families from retribution, this was merely a facade adhered to in public. In truth, it was only the families of prominent figures residing within the fortified inner city who enjoyed such protection. Once these individuals ventured outside the city walls, they remained vulnerable to their enemies. Employing the leopard steps, Lin Feng accelerated, easily outpacing the fleeing boy. The youth sprinted with all his might, yet his speed was merely a third of Lin Feng's. Lin Feng surged forward, leaping behind the boy. In a swift maneuver, the youth executed a counterattack, pivoting sharply and thrusting his spear backward. Lin Feng realized he had underestimated this young man. In midair, he found himself unable to evade, and the spear was poised to strike. The boy's eyes gleamed with triumph, as if he could already envision Lin Feng's demise, the spear piercing his throat in a single fatal blow. Chapter 21. Rooting out the weeds. Had Lin Feng encountered a skilled adversary this time, he would have been in peril. Unfortunately, the youth's strength was woefully inadequate. The spear's thrust appeared sluggish in Lin Feng's eyes. With a powerful downward motion, he struck the spear, causing it to falter and miss its target. Seizing this moment, Lin Feng propelled himself higher, leaping over the boy's head. As he soared above, Lin Feng unleashed a technique known as bear paw crushing melon. With a resounding impact, his palm struck the youth's ears with tremendous force. The boy's brain was jolted into a mushy state, his eyes bulging almost to the point of bursting, and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Lin Feng dragged the boy's body next to that of the middle-aged man, rifling through their belongings to discover 5 taels of silver and a parchment map. Upon unfurling the map, Lin Feng discerned it was a hunting chart detailing the habitats of various animals. The area depicted was not far from their location, situated on the outskirts of the Great Black Mountain. This hunting map proved quite beneficial for Lin Feng, as he had only ventured into territories familiar to his father, never exploring the surrounding regions of the Great Black Mountain. With this map in hand, his hunting endeavors would be considerably easier. The map indicated the frequent haunts of wolves, tigers, venomous snakes, and black bears, dangerous beasts that hunters typically avoided. However, in Lin Feng's possession, the map transformed into a valuable tool, guiding him to hunt these formidable creatures. His targets were the tigers and wolves. Small game such as wild chickens and rabbits held no interest for him. Lin Feng inspected the middle-aged man's hunting bow, finding it notably inferior to his family heirloom. He took 8 arrows from the man's quiver, leaving behind the bow and spear. He felt no burden for having dispatched the 2 men. Such was the nature of this chaotic world, where safety was a fleeting notion. Had he failed to evade the middle-aged man's cold arrow, he would have become just another corpse to be looted, vanishing like his father in the depths of the Great Black Mountain, leaving behind only the elderly and the weak. Lin Feng sensed that safety in the village was dwindling. The town might be secure, yet the Iron Rod gang that controlled it was at odds with him. Once circumstances allowed, he would have to relocate to the county town. He paid no mind to the bodies of the 2 men, knowing that the mountain's wild beasts would soon reclaim them, returning them to nature. Lin Feng retrieved his jacket and donned it. The new garment he had purchased yesterday was already marred with 2 holes. The 2 wounds are somewhat unsightly. I shall have my wife mend them upon returning. Lin Feng hoisted the wild boar and continued his journey back. The boar was exceedingly heavy, hindering Lin Feng's speed, and it took him an entire hour to reach the village. As he entered, the villagers gasped in astonishment. My goodness, how did Lin Jiadelang manage to hunt such a massive wild boar? They marveled. This beast weighed not less than 800 pounds, if not 1,000. Lin Jiadelang has truly excelled, capable of bringing down such a formidable quarry. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. When Xiao Feng's father was alive, he was renowned as a hunter throughout 10 miles. It is remarkable how much strength Xiao Feng possesses, managing to carry such a large boar down from the mountains. Lin Jiadelang is formidable. Not only is he skilled in martial arts, but his hunting prowess is unparalleled in the region. Before long, a crowd of curious villagers followed Lin Feng. Su, the village hunter, pursued him, inquiring, Lin Jiadelang, how on earth did you manage to capture such a large wild boar? Lin Feng responded with a smile, just luck. Aunt Lin, gazing at the enormous boar, contemplated purchasing some meat to stew for her grandson. Thus, she asked, Xiao Feng, this wild boar is far too much for your family to consume at once. Would you consider selling some? Lin Feng pondered, realizing that even after curing it into bacon, they would lack space for all of it. Selling a portion would allow the villagers to benefit and earn him a favorable reputation. The majority of the villagers in Shaohe village were kind-hearted and straightforward individuals. Previously, when his mother and wife sought him in the city, villagers had intervened to prevent them from encountering trouble. Although no one had come to his aid when a bully demanded grain from his home, it was understandable. Who would risk conflict for someone they did not know? A smile graced Lin Feng's face as he contemplated the price for the boar's meat. In the city, pork sells for 15 when per gene. Wild boar should, in theory, command a higher price. However, considering we are all fellow villagers, I shall price it at 10 when per gene. Though I will only accept silver, not copper coins. Aunt Lin beamed with joy. Indeed, Xiao Feng is an honest person, and this price is genuinely a familial favor. Such a large wild boar is a rarity. It would likely fetch over 20 when per gene in the city. Selling it to fellow villagers for 10 one is akin to giving 1 gene away for free. Aunt Lin happened to have some spare silver, and, with a bold face, bought 10 gene. Upon hearing of the bargain, other villagers eagerly expressed their desire to purchase pork as well. When Xiao Feng's father was alive, he was very supportive of his neighbors, and it seems Xiao Feng has inherited this virtue. No wonder the Lin family thrives. Their good deeds have brought them blessings. The Lin family indeed holds great merit in Shaohe village. The last time a beast descended from the mountains, a pack of wolves invaded the village. Xiao Feng's father single-handedly shot down over a dozen wolves with his bow, driving them away. Had it not been for him, half of Shaohe village might have perished. Lin Feng, by providing these villagers with some benefits, does not expect much in return. Rather, he hopes they might keep him informed should any matters arise. As Lin Feng carried the wild boar into the courtyard, his mother, who was tidying up, was taken aback. Xiao Feng, how did you manage to hunt such a large wild boar? Your father never caught one this big when he was young. Lin Feng tossed the boar onto the ground and replied, Mother, it was merely good fortune. The wild boar fell into a trap, and I was fortunate enough to catch it. I even managed to snag a smaller one as well. He then shared his intention of selling the boar meat to the villagers with his mother, who expressed her support. Just a few days prior, she would have been reluctant. However, Lin Feng had been frequently bringing home silver, and their household was no longer in need. Moreover, Lin Mu sensed that Lin Feng's ability to earn money would only increase in the future, making selling the boar meat a trivial matter. The other children of the Lin family, upon seeing the enormous wild boar, were frightened and retreated into the house. Only the gluttonous Xiao Sanbao was unafraid. His mouth watered at the sight of the massive boar, exclaiming, What a gigantic wild boar! How long will it take to eat all of this? He approached and touched the boar, and as it remained still, the other children also grew bolder and gathered around, observing with curiosity. Upon hearing Lin Feng's plan to sell the boar meat, Xiao Sanbao's face fell, and he tugged at Lin Feng's clothing. Lin Feng looked down at him, and Xiao Sanbao declared, Daddy, I want to eat the pork. Don't sell it. Save it all for me. Lin Feng scooped Xiao Sanbao up, assuring him, Don't worry. My dear, I will save pork for you. Besides, how much can your little belly hold? Xiao Sanbao, counting on his fingers, insisted, I'll eat a little each day, and eventually, I'll finish off this big wild boar. Lin Feng chuckled, By the time you finish, the meat will have spoiled. Just keep your appetite in check, and I promise you will have meat at every meal. While the Lin family enjoyed their harmonious moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. We're all from the same village. Why should there be a price for some pork? Just give everyone a few pounds. Chapter 22. Villagers rebuke Widow Li. Lin family has plenty of meat. Lin Mu turned to the speaker, her eyes filled with disdain. Who could it be? How shameless. It's you. I'm not surprised. Although some villagers were opportunistic, they had not sunk to this level of audacity. Lin Feng's offer was already generous enough. Aunt Lin chimed in, You shameless widow. You are blinded by greed. Why don't you just hand out some silver to everyone? Why should the Lin family give away pork for free? Is hunting easy for Xiao Feng? And the Lin family has 5 children to raise. They need silver for food and clothing. Other villagers joined in the chorus of disapproval. The price of pork was already low, and there should be a limit to greed. Nothing comes without a cost. The idlers of the village spoke candidly. You, Widow Wang, lie back and earn money. Why are you still coveting such petty gains? Widow Wang, realizing she had not garnered any support, but rather incited the villagers' ire, felt humiliated and wished for a hole to hide in. Ultimately, she had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Once Widow Wang departed, the neighboring courtyard once again brimmed with warmth and joy. In the past, Lin Feng would often hunt more game than he could consume, selling the surplus to the villagers, thus maintaining a good rapport within the community. He laid out some dry twigs and placed a large wild boar upon them. Then, he retrieved a sharp pig-killing knife and proceeded to carve the meat for weighing. The villagers eagerly took their turns, some asking for 5 pounds, others for 10, and in no time, half of the boar was sold. Lin Feng earned a tidy sum of 4 taels of silver. The remaining half of the boar went unsold, and Lin Feng decided against selling it further. He set aside a portion of the meat to present to Mr. Hong as a token of gratitude, keeping the rest for his own family's consumption. The gluttonous little Sanbao watched as pieces of meat were taken away, tears welling in his eyes. He tugged at the tail of the small wild boar with all his might, attempting to drag it into the kitchen. Lin Mu, noticing her distressed grandson, scooped him up and reassured him, Don't worry, dear, Grandma will prepare some stew for you. Zhou Chunlan, having nearly recovered from her illness, also came out to lend a hand. Lin Feng expertly cut the meat, while Zhou Chunlan carried the prepared pieces into the kitchen. There was a cellar in the kitchen where the fresh meat could be stored for 5 or 6 days without spoiling. Once they finished their task, Lin Feng jumped into the cellar, where Zhou Chunlan passed him the meat, and he neatly arranged it inside. By the time the couple completed their work, Lin Mu was nearly done with the stew. Today, she indulged extravagantly, preparing a large pot of braised pork along with a pot of rice. Last year during the new year, Lin Feng's family could not afford such a meal, primarily due to the previous head of the household's excessive drinking and neglect of responsibilities. Now, with Lin Feng's ability to hunt and fish, the family's fortunes had significantly improved. Of course, this was largely Lin Mu's perspective. In Lin Feng's view, the true reason lay in his newfound skills and strength. Otherwise, they would still face the constant threat of having their food, clothing, and hunted game taken from them. It was a brutal world governed by the law of the jungle. Stark and unadorned, the family enjoyed a delightful feast together, with the little ones' bellies round and full. Lin Feng felt a lingering satisfaction, realizing that his mother's stew far surpassed his own roasted dishes. However, he knew that he must refrain from dining at home during his breakthrough moments. Such voracious appetites could alarm his family, leading them to think he was a starving ghost returned to life. As night fell, Zhou Chunlan entered the chamber where Lin Feng was resting, her demeanor slightly bashful as she said, "My lord, I am completely healed." With that, she returned to her room. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling his lips dry and his heart inexplicably racing. The subtext of her statement was clear: "I am well now. It is time for you to return to bed." Such a moment was inevitable, and prolonging it was not prudent. Lin Feng sat up and glanced at the two little ones, Bao and Sanbao, who lay beside him. "Father cannot sleep with you tonight. He is going to be with your mother." Little Sanbao promptly sat up, insisting, "Father, I want to go with you. I want to sleep between you and mother." This little one seemed to have only a mind for food. "Absolutely not. If you dare to go, you can forget about having any meat in the future." Sanbao pouted, his expression one of deep grievance. He tilted his head in contemplation for a moment before silently lying down. After all, sustenance was paramount. Lin Feng proceeded to the water tank in the courtyard for a brief wash. In Lin Feng's yard, there were 3 large tubs, 2 of which were designated for bathing. Once he finished his wash, he dried himself and donned a fresh set of clothes before entering the main room. As Lin Feng stepped inside, Zhou Chunlan, seated upon the bed, spoke up, "What brings you here so late? You should hurry back to sleep." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in thought. Perhaps he had misinterpreted the situation. He turned to leave, but Zhou Chunlan called him back. "Come back." Confused, Lin Feng glanced back at her, pondering why she had urged him to leave in the first place. Zhou Chunlan continued, "Since you're here, you might as well stay the night." Realization dawned upon Lin Feng. He had not misinterpreted her words, but rather had failed to be sufficiently proactive. Reflecting on the original owner's character, he recalled that he was a straightforward man, lacking initiative. Therefore, it would be prudent not to appear too eager, lest he reveal any vulnerabilities. Lin Feng settled on the edge of the bed while Zhou Chunlan, ignoring him, undressed and slipped under the covers. He followed suit, shedding his garments and joining her beneath the blanket. He reminded himself to exercise restraint, lying flat and remaining still. Though his body was motionless, his mind was restless. The faint fragrance emanating from his wife stirred his thoughts, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Zhou Chunlan, too, felt a sense of unease. Despite being a couple who had borne 5 children together, the intimacy was still met with bashfulness. She found herself at a loss for why she felt shy, waiting for Lin Feng to take the initiative, only to find him lying there like a statue. She mused, "This foolish man, even after his transformation, remains as dense as ever." Lin Feng silently recited the Heart Sutra, attempting to calm his racing heart. Just then, Zhou Chunlan nestled close to him and softly remarked, "My dear, your heart is racing quite rapidly." The old wooden bed creaked beneath them, seemingly lamenting its burden. Lin Mu, residing in the adjoining room, was awakened by the noise and hurried to secure the door. After a night of tumult, the following morning Lin Feng arose promptly to practice his martial arts. After completing a set of movements, he felt invigorated and could not help but exclaim, "Youth is truly a wonderful thing." The last time he had indulged himself was in his previous life, resulting in lingering back pain for days. Neither Lin Feng nor Lin Mu roused Zhou Chunlan for breakfast, allowing her to awaken naturally. After Lin Mu and the 5 children finished their meal, she began instructing them on the etiquette of seeking a mentor. With fresh pork available, Lin Feng planned to take some of the children to pay their respects to a master. By the time Zhou Chunlan rose, the sun was already high in the sky. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exited the main room. Seeing her emerge, Lin Mu immediately headed to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Chunlan, you're up. Let me heat your meal." Zhou Chunlan hurried to join her mother-in-law in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Feng retrieved 5 pieces of prime wild boar meat from the cellar. Education remained a priority for him, as cultural knowledge held significant value in this world. Without the ability to read, even the most profound martial arts manuals would be indecipherable. After Zhou Chunlan finished her meal, the family donned their new garments, made the necessary preparations, and set forth towards Mr. Hong's residence. Chapter 23. The Great Master in Ziyaki Village. As Lin Feng and his family walked along the main road of Ziyaki Village, the villagers greeted them warmly. Aunt Lin, out for a stroll, approached and inquired. Lin Feng's mother, you look quite splendid today. Where are you headed? With a smile, Lin's mother replied, the children have grown up, so we are taking them to Mr. Hong to learn some letters. Aunt Lin shook her head and remarked, though your offerings are commendable, it may be a fruitless journey. Lin's mother paused, perplexed. Why is that? Just a couple of days ago, I took my grandson to pay respects to Mr. Hong, but he refused to accept students. His maid mentioned that Mr. Hong is unwell and lacks the energy to teach children. Lin Feng recalled that Mr. Hong's legs were incapacitated, and indeed, his health was not robust. However, Mr. Hong still possessed a lively spirit and had previously shown great fondness for children, often teaching them from his bed. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother felt a surge of anxiety. What should they do now? Zhou Chunlan gently suggested, since we have already come this far, we ought to see Mr. Hong. If he cannot take on students, we can still present our gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. His wife's sentiments resonated with him. Though she had always been a generous soul, her true nature had been obscured by their family's poverty. Her brothers, who lived comfortably, had previously supported the Lin family. But after Lin Feng succumbed to alcoholism, they had ceased their assistance when she declined their offer to remarry, unwilling to part with her children. Ziyaki village was not vast, and they soon arrived at Mr. Hong's courtyard. Lin Feng lightly knocked thrice on the door. Is Mr. Hong home? A girl's voice emerged from within. Who is it? Lin Feng introduced himself. It is the old Lin family from the west side of the village. The maid, Yue, opened the door and, upon seeing the adults accompanied by children and gifts, immediately understood the family's intentions. My master is unwell and no longer accepts students. I kindly ask you to return. As Lin Feng observed the maid Yue's attributes, his brow furrowed in surprise. Name, Wang Yue. Life, 30. Martial arts, basic swordsmanship, lower tier, level 2. Nurturing sword, upper tier, level 2. Heart cultivating sword, upper tier, level 1. Wind thunder sword, upper tier, level 2. Flying blossom palm, middle tier, level 2. Dragonfly touching water, middle tier, level 2. This was no ordinary maid. She was formidable indeed. One could hardly believe that even the lowest grade of her martial skills was superior to his own. With a life force of 30, Lin Feng had no doubt that a single strike from her could be fatal to him. If such prowess resided in a mere maid, one could only imagine the strength of Mr. Hong himself. Just as the maid finished speaking, she prepared to close the door. Lin Feng extended his hand to block the door, smiling as he spoke. It matters not whether I take in students. As fellow villagers, it is only right for us to visit Mr. Hong, especially since he is unwell. Yesterday, I hunted a large wild boar, and today I have brought some fine pork for Mr. Hong. Lin's mother chimed in with a smile. Given Mr. Hong's condition, he certainly needs nourishing meat to recuperate. Zhou Chunlan added, Sister, let us go in and see Mr. Hong. My children are quite well behaved. They will not cause a fuss. The maidservant, Yue, gazed at the 5 pieces of prime wild boar meat, her throat involuntarily moving. She and Mr. Hong rarely left the courtyard, usually subsisting on simple fare, seldom enjoying fresh meat. Yue felt that what they said made perfect sense. Mr. Hong should indeed be allowed to partake in some meat for his recovery. Casting a glance at the 5 obedient children, she opened the door, permitting Lin Feng's family to enter. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately presented the 5 pieces of wild boar meat. Yue felt somewhat troubled. Having accepted the offering, she worried about the awkwardness if Mr. Hong declined it. In truth, Mr. Hong had never stated that he would not accept students. It was Yue, noticing Mr. Hong's ailment, who had suggested that he rest more and thus informed others that he was not accepting students. Recognizing her discomfort, Lin Feng spoke up. These wild boar meats are merely a customary gift. Sister, please take them and prepare a broth for Mr. Hong to help restore his health. After a moment's thought, Yue replied, Please wait a moment. I shall consult with Mr. Hong. She entered the room and addressed the elderly man seated on a sickbed, his hair and beard white as snow. Sir, the Lin family from the village has come with their children to seek your tutelage. They have also brought some wild boar meat as a token of respect. As she spoke, she raised the 5 pieces of meat in her hands. The 5 pieces of meat were substantial, weighing several dozen pounds in total. Mr. Hong smiled and inquired, "Which Lin family has come?" "The Lin Hunter's family from the village." She replied, "Oh, the Lin Hunter is a good man. Last time when the beasts descended from the mountains, he gallantly intervened and saved many. Hasn't the Lin Hunter passed away these past 2 years? So, it must be his son who has come." Mr. Hong furrowed his brow, recalling that the son was notorious in the village for his drinking habits. However, he had heard rumors that the lad had reformed. After all, he had hunted a large wild boar just yesterday. "Oh, a prodigal son returning is worth a fortune. Let them bring the children inside. I shall assess their talents before deciding whether to accept them." Upon hearing this, Yue's face brightened as she first placed the wild boar meat in the kitchen before inviting the Lin family into the room. Lin Feng and his family entered, respectfully bowing to Mr. Hong. The 5 children lined up, mimicking their father's gesture, appearing quite like little adults. Mr. Hong surveyed the group, smiling and nodding. "Yue, please have our guests sit." Yue found chairs for everyone. Although Lin Feng had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback when he glimpsed Mr. Hong's attribute panel. The panel displayed only his name and vitality, while the martial skills section was entirely obscured by question marks. Name: Hong Wenyuan. Vitality: 120. The life force appears exceedingly high, suggesting a state of injury. Lin Feng surmised that if the attributes exceeded his own by 10-fold, he would no longer be able to perceive them. Mr. Hong, having sustained injuries, had a life force that was less than 10 times his own, which is why Lin Feng could still see him. Furthermore, Lin Feng noticed that the attribute panel did not display any realm, likely due to his own lack of cultivation, resulting in the unlocking of that particular attribute. He realized he was still too weak. Mediocre martial arts could only strengthen the body, but could not cultivate inner strength. Without inner strength, one cannot become a master. Lin Feng was observing Mr. Hong, who in turn was observing him. "Young man, have you practiced martial arts?" Lin Feng suspected that Mr. Hong had discerned something. It was no surprise. A master of his caliber could easily see through a novice like Lin Feng. "I've practiced a rudimentary fist technique passed down from my father, which I've refined to perfection," Lin Feng replied, subtly hinting at his desire to seek Mr. Hong's guidance. If he could become Mr. Hong's disciple, it would be akin to ascending to great heights. Even if Mr. Hong did not accept him as a student, merely imparting a couple of techniques would be a tremendous gain. Chapter 24. The Return of Old Wang. Next door, Mr. Hong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further on martial matters. Lin's mother, gently stroking the heads of her children, inquired, "Mr. Hong, how do you find my children?" As they had grown, she wished to send them to him for education. Mr. Hong stroked his beard, noting that the children were indeed bright and clever. A smile spread across Lin's mother's face, prompting her to ask if Mr. Hong would be willing to take them as students. Mr. Hong replied, "I can teach them to read and write, but I cannot instruct them daily. They may come every 3 days for lessons." Lin's mother eagerly nodded, expressing her gratitude for Mr. Hong's willingness. "You children, quickly greet the teacher." The 5 little ones promptly knelt and bowed, their voices chiming together. "Disciple greets the teacher." Mr. Hong chuckled lightly, no need for such formality. Noticing Mr. Hong's pallor, Lin Feng spoke up, "On such a splendid day, why not step outside and bask in the sun?" Mr. Hong glanced at the brilliant sunlight outside but declined, citing his mobility issues. Lin Feng, recognizing Mr. Hong as a martial arts master, did not regard him as disabled. With such prowess, he could surely walk unaided. Even if he did not move himself, the maid, Yue, could carry him outside. Observing Mr. Hong's pale complexion, Lin Feng pondered the reason behind his prolonged seclusion. It soon dawned on him that Mr. Hong's injuries prevented him from exerting himself easily, and having a woman like Yue attending to him must be quite inconvenient. Lin Feng proposed, "Why not allow me to carry you to the courtyard for some fresh air and sunlight?" Before Mr. Hong could respond, Yue eagerly interjected, "That sounds wonderful." Her enthusiastic response confirmed Lin Feng's assumptions. Mr. Hong glanced out the window again and nodded, "Then I shall trouble you." Lin Feng promptly rose to assist Mr. Hong, assuring him, "It is no trouble at all. You may call me Xiao Feng." With great care, Lin Feng lifted Mr. Hong and carried him to the courtyard, gently placing him in a rocking chair. Mr. Hong sat under the sun, his mood seemingly much improved, and immediately began to teach the children how to write on the ground. Lin Feng then remembered that he had not prepared any writing materials. Realizing he would need to make a trip to the city the next day, He accompanied Mr. Hong in the courtyard, serving him tea and water. If Mr. Hong felt hot, Lin Feng would hold an umbrella to shield him from the sun. The maid, Yue, went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Lin's mother and Zhou Chunlan went to assist her. In the courtyard, only Mr. Hong and Lin Feng remained, along with 5 children practicing writing with twigs. Mr. Hong quietly remarked, "Young man, there seems to be a heavy air of hostility about you." Lin Feng replied with a calm expression, "I only eliminate those who deserve it. My conscience is clear. If my demeanor appears fierce, it cannot be helped." "Oh, and who might these deserving individuals be?" Mr. Hong inquired. "I have no grand ambitions and do not comprehend many profound principles. I only know that those who wish harm upon me or my family deserve to perish. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. It is difficult to survive without shedding some blood." Mr. Hong nodded, acknowledging Lin Feng's perspective. "What, in your opinion, causes this growing chaos?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "It is due to the lack of rule of law in this world. When conflicts arise among the common people, reporting to the local magistrate often results in punishment for them. Over time, the populace ceases to rely on the authorities, opting instead to resolve matters on their own, leading to escalating disputes. Furthermore, the officials in various cities are solely focused on extortion and indulgence, neglecting their responsibilities to govern effectively. Their audacity stems from the unchecked power they wield. How can the world not descend into disorder under such circumstances?" Mr. Hong's eyes brightened as he turned to face Lin Feng. He had merely posed a casual question, yet he was taken aback by Lin Feng's articulate response. "What exactly do you mean by rule of law?" Lin Feng explained. "Rule of law refers to a system based on legal statutes, regulating the exercise of power by officials, safeguarding the rights of the people, and maintaining social order and justice." Lin Feng elaborated on the concept of governance through law as understood in his previous life. Mr. Hong, the old scholar, listened in astonishment. "I never expected a mere hunter like you to possess such insights. Please, continue." Lin Feng thought to himself that he had little more to say, having forgotten much of the political thought from his past life. He then offered suggestions based on the current system of this world, noting that although martial prowess was esteemed, effective governance still required knowledgeable individuals like Mr. Hong. If we could refine the laws and expand the functions of the local authorities, social order would greatly improve. Lin Feng also complimented Mr. Hong in passing. After conversing for much of the day, Mr. Hong appeared significantly more cheerful. Once dinner was ready, he invited Lin Feng's family to dine in the courtyard. After the meal, Lin's mother and Zhou Chunlan helped clear the dishes. Lin Feng then assisted Mr. Hong back inside before his family departed. In the following half-month, Lin Feng enjoyed a period of tranquility, encountering no troublemakers. He spent his days hunting and fishing, and every 3 days, he would take the children to Mr. Hong for lessons in reading and writing. Moreover, he visited Mr. Hong's home daily to help with tasks within his capabilities. Each time Lin Feng visited, he brought meat to ensure that Mr. Hong's household was never short of provisions. On one occasion, Lin Feng hunted a deer and delivered half of it to Mr. Hong's home. The nourishing venison greatly pleased the maid, Yue, who expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lin Feng. Mr. Hong, recognizing Lin Feng's exceptional insights, took the opportunity to impart some of his knowledge to him. On fine days, Lin Feng would carry Mr. Hong to the courtyard to bask in the sun and engage in conversation. The bond between Lin Feng and Mr. Hong flourished rapidly, growing as close as that of family. Over the past half-month, Lin Feng accumulated 15 breakthrough points, yet had not utilized them. He contemplated whether Mr. Hong might teach him 1 or 2 superior martial arts techniques, to which he could apply his breakthrough points. However, as time passed, it seemed that Mr. Hong had no intention of passing on his martial arts skills. Lin Feng remained patient, for there was ample time ahead. During this period, Lin Feng also ventured into the city. He initially intended to purchase some martial arts manuals, but found no place selling such texts. Although martial arts schools offered training, they required substantial fees and frequent attendance. Moreover, the skills taught were rather mediocre. Ultimately, Lin Feng only acquired some writing supplies, pastries, and iron nails. The writing supplies were for the children to practice their calligraphy, while the pastries were intended for both the children and Mr. Hong. Lin Feng noted that Mr. Hong and the maid, Yue, seldom ventured outside, likely missing out on the city's delicacies, hence he brought them some treats. Unable to care for Mr. Hong every day, Lin Feng purchased the iron nails with the intention of crafting a wheelchair for him. With a wheelchair, Mr. Hong could enjoy the sun on his own. One day, while Lin Feng was in his courtyard constructing the wheelchair, a rhythmic knocking sounded at the gate. Who is it? Lin Mu, Lin Feng's mother, wiped her hands on her apron and approached the gate to open it. Oh my, isn't this little Wang? Lin Feng was taken aback and looked up to find Wang Shanhong standing there. He had thought he could enjoy some peaceful days. Yet old Wang from next door had returned. Lin Feng forced a smile and greeted him. Brother Wang, when did you return? Wang Shanhong replied, I just got back. Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Shanhong's gaze held an unusual intensity. He discreetly checked Wang Shanhong's status panel and noticed that his vitality attribute had remarkably restored to 12. Could it be that during this time, Wang Shanhong sought medical attention? This development posed a potential threat. Wang Shanhong would surely seek retribution against him. Once he recovered, Lin Feng would be unable to contend with him. Thus he realized he must act preemptively. Chapter 25. The next realm of beast hunting fist. Lin Mu interjected. Little Wang, why not stay for dinner? No. I've already prepared a meal, Wang Shanhong replied, turning his gaze to Lin Feng. I've heard about the events that transpired in the village. I did not expect your martial prowess to be so formidable. I truly underestimated you, little Feng. Lin Feng sensed that Wang Shanhong's remark carried a deeper implication. Brother Wang, you flatter me. I only possess some rudimentary agricultural techniques, he replied modestly. Wang Shanhong chuckled. What a coincidence. I also know a bit about agricultural skills. Perhaps we could spar together sometime. Oh, I would be eager to learn from you, Brother Wang. Certainly. I shall return home for a meal. Please, continue with your endeavors. Lin Feng greeted everyone with a warm smile, feigning ignorance. However, he suspected that Wang Shanhong had indeed visited the lairs of the three bandits and had become wary of him. It was clear that he could not afford to delay. Tomorrow he would strive to break through to the next level of the beast-hunting fist and seek an opportunity to act. If he waited too long, Wang Shanhong's injuries would likely heal. In truth, Wang Shanhong's wounds were not as easily mended as Lin Feng had envisioned. His recent outing was indeed a quest for medical assistance, yet the results were far from satisfactory. While his external injuries could heal swiftly, his internal afflictions required a fine cauldron for recovery. Zhou Chunlan was the cauldron he had set his sights upon, which prompted his return. That night, Lin Feng scarcely slept. He arose early the following day, armed with a net, and made his way to the brook. He intended to first perfect the mad demon staff technique before advancing the beast-hunting fist to an unknown realm. By comparing the two martial arts, he would determine which was superior to confront Wang Shanhong. Therefore, he required a substantial amount of sustenance. Hunting on the mountain did not guarantee success, so he deemed it more prudent to fish for large prawns in the creek. Before long, Lin Feng had amassed a basket brimming with large prawns, which he grilled on a stone slab, cooking around 100. Subsequently, he expended a modicum of breakthrough points to elevate the mad demon staff technique to the entry level. Recalling merely a year's worth of training in this art, his hunger subsided, and his vitality did not notably increase. Perhaps due to his martial prowess, he found that practicing another art of similar caliber was expedited. Lin Feng swiftly advanced the mad demon staff technique to perfection, raising his vitality slightly to 15 points. Notably, this advancement consumed only one breakthrough point, unlike the beast-hunting fist, which required 2. Lin Feng speculated that this might stem from his prior experience with a lesser martial art. Training in another obscure technique seemed easier, yet the enhancement to his physique was less pronounced. Crucially, once the mad demon staff technique reached perfection, no further levels were attainable, nor did it present a new realm like the beast-hunting fist, which demanded 10 points to transcend. It appeared that the beast-hunting fist was indeed superior to the mad demon staff technique for dealing with Wang Shanhong. Ultimately, investing in the mad demon staff technique yielded a meager increase in vitality at the cost of 4 breakthrough points, leaving Lin Feng feeling rather shortchanged. Had he allocated those 4 points directly to vitality, he would have gained 4 points instead. However, perhaps it was not a total loss, for he had acquired a new staff technique. The mad demon staff technique remained formidable against group attacks. Lin Feng still possessed 12 breakthrough points, sufficient for the next level of the beast-hunting fist, which required 10 points. He anticipated that advancing the beast-hunting fist would intensify his hunger. When hunger struck, the food he consumed would be swiftly digested and transformed into energy for his body. With just a few breakthrough points, he could devour dozens of large prawns. If he were to expend 10 points, he might consume hundreds of them. To ensure safety, Lin Feng meticulously grilled 500 large shrimp. With the food prepared, He was ready to break through. Summoning his attribute panel, he tapped on the beast-hunting fist, and a torrent of memories from years of training surged into his mind. In those memories, Lin Feng had devoted 30 arduous years to mastering the beast-hunting fist, during which he had undoubtedly felled countless trees large enough for a single person to embrace and vanquished numerous ferocious beasts. Throughout those 30 years, he had remained on the mountain, gradually feeling as though he had become one with the towering peaks. It seemed he was no longer merely a hunter, but had transformed into a formidable beast of the mountains. He could even communicate with some of the more spirited small animals. In that mountainous realm, black bears and tigers dared not provoke him. He had become the sovereign of all creatures in that territory. He felt as though his heart had morphed into that of a wild beast. On this day, enlightenment dawned upon him. Humanity is but a fragment of the wild. Lin Feng comprehended the essence of the beast's heart, a state akin to frenzy that could enhance his combat prowess. Though he remained unaware of how to wield the beast's heart effectively, upon elevating the beast-hunting fist to the realm of essence, his life attribute surged from 15 to 18, accompanied by an even more intense hunger. Lin Feng hastily began to eat. Fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of food, or he would have truly found himself wanting. After consuming 500 shrimp and still feeling famished, he promptly grilled over 100 more to satiate his hunger. Only then did the ravenous sensation dissipate. To think that such an amount sufficed for this breakthrough. What would it require for greater ascensions? Perhaps the flesh of an entire bull? He had heard whispers that the city's apothecary offered potent elixirs that could stave off hunger for an entire day. In the future, he might rely on such potions instead of food, though for now, he could not afford them. This was a matter for another time. With his life attribute enhanced, Lin Feng sensed his body growing sturdier, the definition of his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced beneath his garments. He attempted to invoke the beast's heart, but alas, there was no response. Though he possessed the essence, he was at a loss for how to employ it. Today he had expended 14 breakthrough points, but it seemed his combat strength had not increased significantly. Lin Feng did not dwell on this. The 30 years of experience he had accumulated with the beast-hunting fist had allowed him to master its intricacies. He had also learned the Mad Demon Staff technique, which granted him an additional 4 points to his life attribute, ensuring that his breakthrough points were not squandered. Lin Feng took a refreshing bath in the creek and returned home with a basket brimming with shrimp. While his family relished the shrimp, the other families in Shaha village were yet to recognize its worth. Otherwise, they would have been depleted long ago. With his martial arts advanced, the next task was to find an opportunity to eliminate Wang Shanyong. His instincts warned him that Wang Shanyong would not be easy to kill. After returning home, Lin Feng prepared a feast of grilled shrimp for his children, then attended to some tasks for Mr. Hong that were within his capabilities. He was constantly pondering how to strike. His family home was merely separated from Wang Shanyong's by a dirt wall. If he were to confront Wang Shanyong directly, it could endanger his own family. Thus, he devised a plan to lure Wang Shanyong out before making his move. That evening, Lin Feng asked his mother to prepare a pot of braised pork. He expressed his desire to send a plate over for Brother Wang next door to sample. His mother obliged, providing him with a large dish filled to the brim with succulent braised pork. Lin Feng approached the gate of Wang Shanyong's yard. Bearing a dish of braised pork, he knocked gently. Knock, knock, is Brother Wang at home? Yes, I am, came the response. Wang Shanyong was seated in his yard, and he walked over to open the gate for Lin Feng. With a smile, Lin Feng extended the dish, saying, "This evening, my mother prepared a pot of braised pork, and she asked me to bring some for you to taste. I also wish to ask you for a favor." Wang Shanyong did not take the pork, but inquired, "What kind of favor?" Lin Feng replied, "We have nearly exhausted our supply of meat at home, and I plan to go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. My mother is worried about me going alone and would like you to accompany me." Upon hearing this, a dark thought crossed Wang Shanyong's mind. He considered the possibility of eliminating Lin Feng in the mountains. However, he feared that Lin Feng might already be aware that he had hired the 3 ruffians last time and suspected his intentions. Perhaps this visit was a trap to lure him to his demise. Wang Shanyong's thoughts swirled, and he couldn't help but scoff at himself, realizing that the longer one navigated the world, the more cautious one became. What could a mere hunter possibly do? He accepted the braised pork, saying, "Very well. I happen to have no plans for tomorrow, so I will accompany you to the mountains." "Thank you, Brother Wang. Please remember to rise early," Lin Feng replied before departing. Wang Shanyong closed the gate and placed the dish on the table. He then retrieved a silver needle and pricked each piece of meat several times. dipping it in a bit of sauce. The needle remained unchanged, confirming that the pork was not poisoned. A smile crept onto Wang Shanyong's face as he murmured to himself, "It seems that the lad next door has yet to suspect me. However, tomorrow I must ensure he meets his end, as a fitting response to this dish of braised pork." With that, he began to eat heartily, remarking on the delightful taste of the meat. Chapter 26. A duel in the rain. Life and death on the line. The following morning, the sky was overcast, as if it might pour ink, with dark clouds looming and thunder rumbling. Such weather was hardly suitable for venturing out. Nevertheless, Lin Feng stepped outside, equipped with hunting tools. He waited at the gate for a while, and soon after, the neighbor, old Wang, appeared as promised. Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Brother Wang." Wang Shanyong looked up at the sky, questioning whether hunting in such weather was wise. "It can't be helped. Our pantry is nearly empty," Lin Feng replied. "If we don't hunt, we shall have nothing to eat. Although the sky looks ominous, it may not necessarily rain heavily. Besides, I have brought an umbrella." "Very well. Let us set off quickly," Wang Shanyong said, eager to proceed with his plans to dispose of Lin Feng in the mountains. Once accomplished, he could easily fabricate a cover story to evade suspicion. The two walked side by side out of the village, each wary of the other. Lin Feng feigned casualness, asking, "Brother Wang, you mentioned you have practiced martial arts. May I inquire what style you train in?" "I practiced a rather obscure form of boxing, one without even a name," Wang Shanyong replied, clearly dismissing Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng did not require an honest answer, as his attribute panel had already made it clear. He was hoping Wang Shanyong would reciprocate the inquiry. As anticipated, Wang Shanyong quickly asked, "Little Feng, what martial arts do you study?" "In a martial arts hall located in a county town, I had learned the unconventional technique of the Mad King." Upon hearing that Lin Feng practiced this style, Wang Shanyong instinctively scrutinized him. Lin Feng was burdened with a quiver of arrows, a bow, and a satchel filled with provisions for his journey, along with an oil paper umbrella tucked into the quiver. Noticing that Lin Feng lacked a cane, Wang Shanyong's wariness diminished somewhat. Lin Feng intended to mislead him, reducing his vigilance. Perhaps due to the weather, there were notably few travelers on the road. As they approached the edge of the Great Black Mountain, a fine drizzle began to fall. This gentle rain, akin to threads of silk, softly descended upon the earth, enveloping the world in a delicate mist. The rain was light, not yet warranting the use of an umbrella, until they stepped into the woods, where it intensified slightly. The raindrops, fine and gentle, pattered against the leaves, creating a soft rustling sound. Wang Shanyong scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for a suitable place to bury Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng unfurled the oil paper umbrella, creating a barrier against the rain. He transferred the umbrella to his left hand and moved closer to Wang Shanyong. "Brother Wang, let us share the umbrella," Lin Feng suggested, his face adorned with a sincere and guileless smile. Though the light rain had not soaked through their clothes, the dampness was uncomfortable, and it certainly warranted the use of an umbrella. Trusting him, Wang Shanyong leaned in to grasp the umbrella. Just then, a thunderclap erupted from the sky, and a flash of lightning cleaved the heavens. Wang Shanyong's eyes instinctively darted towards the lightning, while the umbrella conveniently obscured Lin Feng's view, shielding him from the distraction. Each time Lin Feng engaged in combat, he garnered substantial experience. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he executed a swift strike towards Wang Shanyong's throat with his right hand, simultaneously unleashing a cloud of lime powder from his sleeve. By the time Wang Shanyong processed the attack, it was already upon him, leaving no time to evade. An experienced fighter, Wang Shanyong quickly closed his eyes, maneuvering the muscles in his neck to protect his throat, while his right hand struck towards Lin Feng's chest with a powerful palm technique, intent on forcing Lin Feng to withdraw his attack. However, the opportunity for a surprise attack was singular, and Lin Feng had no intention of retreating. A resounding crash echoed as two distinct sounds of impact occurred almost simultaneously. Lin Feng was propelled 3 to 4 meters back, spitting a mouthful of blood midair. Fortunately, he had preemptively placed a steel plate, procured from a local blacksmith's shop, beneath his clothing to shield his heart. Otherwise, that palm strike could have cost him his life. Lin Feng glanced down to see his shirt shattered, revealing a deep imprint on the steel plate beneath. He was taken aback. How could this man possess such formidable strength? Although Wang Shanyong's life attributes were inferior to his own, his martial prowess far surpassed Lin Feng's. Wang Shanyong also coughed up blood, retreating a couple of steps. His throat remained intact, but lime powder had invaded his eyes, rendering him unable to open them for the moment. Wang Shanyong attuned himself to his own state. You possess no internal energy. You haven't even reached the skin refining stage. Ha ha ha. Practicing martial arts without honing one's skills leads to a lifetime of futility. With such meager abilities, you dare to confront me? Youngster, your demise is inevitable. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. What is internal energy? What is the skin refining stage? He was completely oblivious to what Wang Shanyong was referring to, having suffered due to a lack of proper mentorship. Observing Wang Shanyong wiping his eyes with his sleeve, Lin Feng hurriedly sprang towards him. Even a surprise attack combined with a cloud of lime dust failed to incapacitate Wang Shanyong. By the time Wang Shanyong regained his sight, Lin Feng would find himself in peril. Lin Feng dashed forward and executed a venomous strike aimed at Wang Shanyong's throat. Though Wang Shanyong's windpipe remained intact, he sustained significant injuries, blood flowing from his throat. Despite his blindness, he could discern Lin Feng's intentions through sound, confirming that the attack was directed at his throat. He took a step back, extending his left hand to deflect Lin Feng's palm strike, while delivering a powerful punch to Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's chest suffered grave harm. His ribcage fractured, and he could not afford to endure another blow. He dodged to the side, and the two became entangled in combat. The rain fell increasingly heavy. The downpour soaked both their garments, clinging tightly to their forms, accentuating their muscular contours. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute and piercing, cutting through the hazy curtain of rain as he fixated upon Wang Shanyong. The torrential rain hindered Wang Shanyong's ability to discern sound and position. Lin Feng landed several punches, but none were particularly damaging. He protected his throat and vital areas, seizing any opportunity to tilt his head back, allowing the rainwater to wash away the lime dust from his eyes. Should conditions permit, lime dust could be rinsed with oil. Otherwise, it necessitated rapid and copious amounts of water, as the tear glands continually produced fluid, causing ongoing harm to the eyes that required swift intervention. Wang Shanyong had no choice but to rely on the rainwater. Lin Feng felt a tinge of anxiety. Wang Shanyong's defenses were impenetrable, making it nearly impossible for him to strike a decisive blow. Lin Feng altered his strategy, no longer fixating solely on targeting vital points, but instead striking wherever he could. Inflicting additional wounds on Wang Shanyong was his aim, preferably agitating his old injuries. Lin Feng's punches were swift and fierce, each strike seemingly infused with the tempest's force. Raindrops splattered with his movements, creating silver trails in the air. Wang Shanyong, having familiarized himself with the terrain, adjusted his approach, prioritizing evasion and prolonging the encounter. His movements were agile, akin to a fish weaving through water. He adeptly avoided Lin Feng's attacks while responding with precise counterstrikes. His footwork was light and steady, gliding effortlessly across the slick ground. The silhouettes of the two danced amidst the rainfall, the sounds of their blows intertwining with the patter of rain. Lin Feng's urgency mounted, his actions quickening. The deluge seemed to mirror the fierce atmosphere, growing increasingly tempestuous. Suddenly, Lin Feng was sent flying by a punch, his body crashing through a curtain of rain. Wang Shanyong opened his eyes, gradually retracting his fist. Ha ha ha, you're finished, brat. Chapter 27. The beast's wrath and the roar of thunder after Lin Feng fell to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Wang Shanyong's attack was imbued with internal energy. Although it did not shatter Lin Feng's bones, it severely injured his internal organs. A deep sense of despair enveloped Lin Feng. With Wang Shanyong's eyes restored, he was acutely aware that he was no match for him. Life attributes do not equate to combat prowess. Wang Shanyong approached Lin Feng. Do you know why I intend to kill you? Lin Feng remained silent, propping himself up with his hands and retreating step by step. Wang Shanyong answered his own question. Because I desire your wife, to willingly serve as my cultivation furnace. Once you are dead, I shall take her as my bride. Wang Shanyong stood before Lin Feng and unleashed a powerful strike. Lin Feng crossed his arms defensively over his chest. The impact sent him flying 4 to 5 meters, and he skidded another 2 meters in the mud, his arm joints dislocated. Wang Shanyong continued forward. I certainly will not take care of your mother and child. The moment I have the chance, I shall reunite them with you. Just as Lin Feng regained his footing, Wang Shanyong kicked him again. The blow propelled Lin Feng another 5 to 6 meters, breaking several of his ribs. As Wang Shanyong advanced, he taunted, Once I have drained your wife of her essence, I will also send her to join you, and your family will be complete. Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation. Had the heavens allowed him to traverse through time merely to suffer a more wretched demise? Having inherited the original owner's memories and having spent ample time together, he had come to regard the original's family as his own. Wang Shanxiong's venomous words ignited a tempest of sorrow and fury within him. Though he was enraged, he did not succumb to madness. His mind raced with thoughts. What should he do? He could not rely on fate. He must depend on himself. But what could he possibly do? Wang Shanxiong continued to approach. Your talents are commendable. At such a young age, you have managed to master an unremarkable martial art to perfection. Unfortunately, your origins are too humble, lacking a lineage to inherit true martial arts. You shall remain merely an insignificant warrior. Lin Feng found himself unable to rise again. With a swift kick, Wang Shanxiong sent Lin Feng sprawling 5 to 6 meters away. Embrace your fate, young man. This is your destiny. Lying in the mud, Lin Feng felt pain coursing through every part of his body. Yet he had never been one to submit to destiny. He summoned the scant strength remaining within him to make a final stand. Wang Shanxiong continued, you could have survived. Upon learning from those 3 ruffians that I intended to kill you, you should have fled. Instead, you chose to return to your demise. Had you attacked me upon your return, I would most likely have been unable to withstand you. You are far too indecisive. You lack a certain primal ferocity. Lin Feng thought to himself, having been born in a civilized society, how could I possess such ferocity? At the mention of primal ferocity, Lin Feng felt as though he had grasped something profound. The myriad emotions within him ignited like a spark, fueling the fervor within his heart. Boom! Lin Feng felt as if his heart had transformed into a blazing fireball. His veins no longer coursed with blood, but with fire. He instinctively realized that he had awakened the essence of the beast's heart. His body seemed to brim with boundless strength. A phrase from a past life suddenly echoed in his mind. To lose one's humanity is to lose much. To lose one's beastly nature is to lose everything. It turned out that one must be plunged into despair to harness the essence of the beast's heart. In that moment, Lin Feng completely liberated his primal instincts, unleashing the raw power that lay dormant within him. With a peculiar motion, he twisted on the ground, and after a series of sharp cracks, he reset all the joints in his body. A howl erupted from his lips, resonating like the roar of a dragon. Wang Shanxiong, bewildered by the sudden shift, staggered back in fear of Lin Feng's overwhelming presence. Slowly rising, Lin Feng spoke in a chilling voice. Have you ever heard a saying? Wang Shanxiong furrowed his brow, inquiring, what saying? Villains perish from excessive words. Before Lin Feng could finish his declaration, he lunged forward, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey. With the beast's heart activated, Lin Feng's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Oblivious to pain, he resembled a frenzied beast, his speed and strength magnified. Upon examining his attributes, Lin Feng discovered that his life force had surged to 20. It seemed his vitality had doubled, originally at 18. It had plummeted to 10 after injury, but now, with the essence of the beast's heart activated, it had returned to 20. His fists rained down upon Wang Shanxiong like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Shanxiong desperately defended himself while retreating. The speed of Lin Feng's punches was astonishing. Accompanied by a sound akin to thunder, caught off guard, Wang Shanxiong received a blow to his jaw, shattering the bone. A wave of horror washed over him. How had this boy become so powerful without any visible elixirs? As he stumbled back, his pace quickened. Lin Feng, in a frenzy, continued his assault. Bang, bang, bang. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Wang Shanxiong, you are unbearably slow. With a powerful punch to Wang Shanxiong's chest, blood spewed forth as he staggered back, colliding with a tree the size of a bowl, nearly toppling to the ground. Lin Feng offered no respite, unleashing a flurry of blows upon his opponent. Now exhilarated, Lin Feng felt an urge to vent his pent-up energy, even if it meant striking a tree. Otherwise, the tumultuous energy within him threatened to explode. Naturally, he could not cease his assault. He was determined to finish Wang Shanxiong decisively. The winds do not blow eternally, nor do torrential rains last all day. The overflow of power from the beast's heart would not endure for long. Afterward, there might be repercussions. If he did not seize the opportunity to vanquish Wang Shanxiong, it would be he who perished. Having endured several blows, Wang Shanxiong could no longer suppress his old injuries. Blood poured from his mouth and nose as the accumulation of his injuries rendered him incapable of harnessing his internal energy. Without that energy, he was like a ferocious beast without its claws. In terms of sheer muscular strength, he was no match for the current Lin Feng. Nevertheless, Wang Shanyong's skin was indeed remarkably resilient, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Feng to penetrate with his palm. After enduring several blows, Wang Shanyong found himself with multiple fractures, his body swaying precariously on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, he lunged to the side, shouting, "Stop! I possess an extraordinary martial arts manual. I have wealth beyond your imagination. Spare me, and I shall immediately take you to retrieve it. Let us settle our grievances once and for all." Lin Feng, however, showed no intention of relenting, believing that allowing Wang Shanyong to recover would only jeopardize his own life. If Wang truly possessed such treasures, he could just as easily kill him and search his residence for them. Even if he found nothing, it mattered little. It was a gamble between his fortune and his life. Regardless, he was determined to end Wang Shanyong's life first. With a fierce leap, Lin Feng pounced upon Wang Shanyong, unleashing a flurry of furious punches while roaring in rage. Wang Shanyong protected his head with his arms, desperately attempting to sustain the rudimentary golden bell shield technique he had just begun to master, hoping to endure a little longer. He sensed that Lin Feng's current state could not last indefinitely. His earlier words had merely been a delaying tactic. The sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed, thud, 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 as Wang Shanyong was relentlessly beaten. His defenses quickly crumbled, and the golden bell shield shattered. His arms were rendered into a state of shattering fractures, and the strength within him ebbed away. Wang Shanyong felt the end approaching, and for the first time, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped his ironclad heart. He had believed he had savored all the pleasures life had to offer, and that death would hold no fear for him. Yet, when death loomed near, he realized just how terrified he truly was. A whimper of fear escaped Wang Shanyong's throat. Chapter 28. The storm cuts down the flower thief. Hidden in the cellar, Lin Feng did not strike Wang Shanyong's face. After all, his head was worth 2,000 taels of silver, and a shattered skull would forfeit the bounty. With a sharp crack, Lin Feng's fist broke Wang Shanyong's neck. Lying in the cold rain, Wang Shanyong felt an overwhelming ache enveloping his body, accompanied by an increasing chill. Gradually, he became numb to both pain and cold. The surroundings blurred and began to fade from his sight, leaving him shrouded in an indescribable emptiness and solitude. Flashes of his life flickered in his mind. Once a prodigious youth, he had joined the Iron Fist sect and found love with his junior sister. Everyone believed they would soon be wed, with the date set and family and friends in the know. During this time, he achieved a breakthrough to the skin refinement stage, keeping it a secret to surprise his beloved on their wedding day. He envisioned a life filled with both love and success. Yet, on the eve of their marriage, his junior sister unexpectedly called off the engagement, aligning herself with the son of a city guard general. He plummeted from the heights of joy into the depths of ridicule. His devoted mother, upon learning of the betrayal, succumbed to heartbreak. Left utterly alone, he seized the opportunity when the general was away from the city, avenging himself by slaying the general's son and his treacherous junior sister, subsequently setting the general's estate ablaze. From that moment on, whenever he encountered women resembling his former love, he would ruthlessly destroy them, earning a notorious reputation as a flower thief. In a moment of reverie, he beheld his junior sister clad in a crimson wedding gown standing beside him, while his mother, adorned in her finery, sat radiantly in the hall. The junior sister gently urged, "Brother, why do you linger in a daze? Quickly, let us proceed with the wedding vows." The two exchanged their vows and entered the bridal chamber. At this juncture, Wang Shanyong realized his long-held aspiration, his heart brimming with elation. Upon entering the chamber, however, he was momentarily taken aback as the pitiful women he had tormented over the years appeared around him, all smiling at him. A sudden wave of regret washed over him for his past actions. He wished to express his thoughts, but before he could utter a word, the women transformed into fearsome, clawing apparitions with gnarled teeth, lunging at him and tearing at his flesh. Wang Shanyong was engulfed in terror. He attempted to scream, but found himself voiceless, yearning to escape, yet paralyzed. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed Wang Shanyong convulsing beneath him. He surmised that Wang Shanyong was not entirely deceased and struck him with 2 more blows. After a while, Wang Shanyong's body grew cold and rigid. The infamous flower thief had met his demise. Just then, the storm subsided, the sun pierced through the clouds, and a rainbow arched across the sky. Lin Feng felt the fiery tumult within his chest extinguish. Weak and disoriented, he collapsed to the side, sharp pain radiating from every part of his body, his consciousness fading. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he seemed to hear several girls softly calling out to him. "Benefactor, wake up. Young man, do not succumb to sleep. Benefactor. Thank you." In a daze, Lin Feng roused, dismissing the gentle whispers as mere illusions. He first glanced at Wang Shanxiong's attribute panel, noting that it had turned gray, a sure sign of death. He then inspected his own attribute panel. Upon discovering that his life attribute had diminished by a factor of 10, plummeting from 20 to 2, a chill coursed through him. Was he not also teetering on the precipice of death? Feeling utterly drained, his eyelids fluttered as if engaged in a battle, threatening to close at any moment. Should he succumb to slumber, his fate would surely be sealed. Hastily, he allocated his remaining 2 breakthrough points to his life attribute, elevating it from 2 to 4. The immediate effect was palpable. He felt less fatigued, and his limbs regained some mobility, though he remained unable to rise. Using both hands and feet, Lin Feng crawled towards the food pouch he had dropped. Hunters typically prepared provisions for their mountain excursions. While he usually foraged for whatever he could catch, he had brought a bag of jerky this time, fearing Wang Shanxiong might suspect him. To his surprise, it proved invaluable. Reaching the food pouch, he tore it open and stuffed his mouth with jerky, which was rapidly digested within him. Lin Feng discovered that since acquiring the system, whenever his life attribute dipped below normal levels, the digestion of food accelerated significantly. The energy derived from the consumed food would replenish his life attribute. While it could not heal his wounds instantaneously, it would hasten their recovery. A whole pouch of jerky consumed. Lin Feng glanced once more at his attribute panel, noting that his vitality had increased slightly, reaching a total of 5. It seemed that consuming food was indeed quite effective. At this point, Lin Feng was able to stand and move about. He rose, retrieving his bow and quiver. The oiled paper umbrella had been rendered utterly useless and was no longer worth keeping. Lin Feng also discovered 10 taels of silver on Wang Shanxiong, which likely constituted the latter's pocket money. Upon returning, he would need to thoroughly search Wang Shanxiong's home, as he was certain there would be more silver to uncover, and perhaps even a few martial arts manuals. Ultimately, Lin Feng severed Wang Shanxiong's head. The head was exceedingly valuable. Presenting it to the authorities could yield a reward of 2,000 taels of silver. For Lin Feng's family, such a sum represented an extraordinary fortune, sufficient to purchase a residence in the county town, albeit only in the outer city. Gaining access to the inner city required a certain status and identity, reserved for officials and their kin. Acquiring a house in the outer city was the lifelong aspiration of the majority in Qinghai County. Underscoring the significance of those 2,000 taels, Lin Feng stripped Wang Shanxiong of his garments and carefully wrapped the head. He then began his journey homeward. His own clothes were tattered, his body marred by injuries, and carrying Wang Shanxiong's head made it impractical to return home directly. His mother, wife, and children would surely be alarmed by his gruesome appearance. Visiting Tiger's family was equally unwise, as they would undoubtedly inform his mother. Moreover, he needed to procure some food. Without nourishment, his wounds would take longer to mend. As Lin Feng traversed partway, a solution dawned upon him. He could sneak into Wang Shanxiong's home and conceal the head in the cellar. There was no rush to search the house just yet. Once he had hidden Wang Shanxiong's head, he could proceed to Mr. Hong's residence, requesting some food from the maid, Yui, and perhaps even sharing his misfortunes. It was possible that Mr. Hong, upon seeing his woeful state, might take pity and impart some martial arts knowledge to him, ideally accepting him as a disciple. Having a master was of paramount importance. The finest martial arts in this world were transmitted through the lineage of a master, often solely by word of mouth, leaving no alternative means of acquisition. A master would also share wisdom regarding martial arts and worldly experience, guiding the disciple away from countless pitfalls. Missteps at critical junctures in martial training could lead to irretrievable consequences. Moreover, disciples often inherited their master's wealth. The primary responsibility of a disciple was to master and propagate their master's techniques. For Lin Feng, mastering martial arts was an attainable endeavor. What he lacked was a proper technique. Thus, seeking a master presented only advantages and no disadvantages. During this period, Lin Feng had been delivering meat to Mr. Hong nearly every day and had become quite familiar with the maid Yui. She would surely not refuse his request for a meal. After eating, he would return home. With a plan in place, Lin Feng set it into motion. Seizing the opportunity while the villagers were occupied with lunch, he stealthily approached Wang Shanxiong's home, scaling the wall into the courtyard. To his surprise, Wang Shanxiong had locked the courtyard gate, Yet the door to the house remained unbarred. Was there truly nothing of value in his house? Such carelessness was astonishing. Lin Feng was also apprehensive about the possibility of others being present in Wang Shanxiong's home. The residence consisted solely of a main room and an auxiliary room. With utmost caution, Lin Feng inspected both rooms, discovering they were devoid of any occupants or traces of another's presence. It appeared that Wang Shanxiong had simply forgotten to lock the door. Venturing into the kitchen, Lin Feng located the vegetable cellar. He hesitated to jump in directly after lifting the lid, aware that those with a penchant for thievery often possess peculiar tastes. There might be something unusual concealed within Wang Shanxiong's cellar. Thus Lin Feng proceeded with caution. Using an oil lamp and some rags belonging to Wang Shanxiong, he fashioned a makeshift torch and lowered it into the cellar for inspection. Chapter 29. The enigmatic Mr. Hong holding the torch aloft, Lin Feng illuminated the cellar, only to find it barren, even cleaner than his own. Perhaps he had indulged in too many fictional tales, leading his imagination astray. Concealing Wang Shanxiong's head within the cellar, he departed quietly. To avoid alarming the villagers with his tattered attire and injuries, Lin Feng opted for a circuitous route to Mr. Hong's residence. He bypassed the front entrance, instead leaping over the wall into Mr. Hong's courtyard. Upon landing, the maidservant, Wei, suddenly appeared around the corner of the main house, peering at Lin Feng with curiosity. To his surprise, her agility surpassed his own. Lin Feng pretended not to notice her. Wei, momentarily taken aback, was puzzled as to why Lin Feng had chosen to scale the wall when he could have entered through the front door. Moreover, she was concerned about his visible injuries. Having spent considerable time together, Wei did not suspect any ill intent from Lin Feng. Once on solid ground, he quietly called out, "Wei, are you there?" Upon hearing her name, Wei hastened to his side. "Lin Feng, what happened to you?" she inquired, alarmed by his injuries. "I encountered bandits while hunting in the mountains, and they left me in this state," Lin Feng explained. "I feared my family would be frightened upon seeing me like this, so I came here first. I took the long way and jumped the wall to avoid causing unnecessary trouble in the village." "Wei, could you fetch me something to eat? I will depart after I've had a meal," he added. Wei seemed to understand. "Lin Feng, please come inside. I will get some medicine for your wounds so you can tend to them yourself." Lin Feng glanced at the house. Mr. Hong's abode consisted of only 2 rooms, the main room where he resided and the auxiliary room occupied by Wei. It was evident that Wei would not usher him into her private quarters, but rather into Mr. Hong's main room. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng asked, "I hope I won't be a disturbance to Mr. Hong in this condition. I could wait in the courtyard while you prepare some food." Wei gently pulled him toward the main room. "We are all from the same world. Mr. Hong will not mind." Reluctantly, Lin Feng entered the main room, where he found Mr. Hong seated in meditation on the bed. Wei fetched some medicine and bandages for Lin Feng, placing them on the table before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Not long after the maid, Wei, departed, Mr. Hong opened his eyes. Lin Feng promptly greeted him, "Good day, sir." Mr. Hong nodded slightly, scrutinizing Lin Feng's injuries. "You are quite injured. Hasten to apply the medicine." The green pills in one bottle were for oral consumption, 3 of which would suffice, while the other bottle contained a red powder for external use. After ingesting 3 green pills, Lin Feng immediately felt a significant alleviation of his discomfort. His eyes widened in astonishment. The efficacy of this medicine surpassed even that of intravenous treatments he had known in his past life. These healing remedies must be exceedingly valuable. It was indeed fortuitous to have come to Mr. Hong. It seemed that he and his companion had already begun to regard Lin Feng as family. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed such precious medicine upon him. Lin Feng carefully applied the red powder to his wounds, using it sparingly to avoid waste. After treating the injuries on his chest and thigh, he bandaged them with cloth. The wound on his back was out of reach, so he left it unattended for the time being. At that moment, Mr. Hong spoke, "Come sit on the bed. I shall attend to the wound on your back." Lin Feng approached the bedside and asked, "Forgive me for the trouble, sir." While applying the medicine, Mr. Hong inquired, "How did you sustain these injuries?" Lin Feng recounted the tale he had meticulously prepared. "I went hunting in the mountains today and encountered some ruffians along the way. I endured a beating and fought for my life to escape." "Your life is indeed fortunate," Mr. Hong replied. "The individuals you encountered possess skills and are formidable masters." The man practiced Luohan Fist, reaching at least the 7th level. However, his Kai Bei hand is at most at the 2nd level, so its power is not overly formidable. Had his Kai Bei hand reached the 3rd level, you would be in grave danger. Moreover, this individual likely harbors internal injuries, as his internal energy is weak and impure. Lin Feng was astounded. True masters were indeed extraordinary. He quickly showered Mr. Hong with flattery. Sir, you are truly remarkable. To discern so much merely from examining my wounds. How do you accomplish such feats? Mr. Hong smiled gently. With extensive practice, one naturally ascends in skill and understanding. He continued, however, you are commendable as well. Your physical condition is quite robust. Another person might not have escaped. Seeing that Mr. Hong was no longer hesitant to discuss martial arts, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity. Sir, what is realm? What is internal energy? Mr. Hong explained. The realm is a classification of levels based on the bodily changes experienced during the cultivation process. Mastering lower-tier martial arts to a significant extent can lead to the refining skin realm. At this stage, the skin becomes more resilient. Depending on the martial arts practiced, different areas of the body are reinforced. Practitioners of fist and palm techniques strengthen the skin on their upper bodies and arms, while leg practitioners fortify their lower limbs. Some pursue the defensive properties of skin, training in fists, palms, and legs, while also engaging in various hardening techniques to enhance the resilience of their entire body. Hence, there are those who categorize the refining skin realm into 4 levels: cowhide, stone skin, iron skin, and copper skin. However, in my view, dedicating extensive time to cultivating iron skin and copper skin is rather foolish. The essence of refining skin is to facilitate the penetration of internal energy and true qi through the skin, rather than merely augmenting its defenses. Certainly, I do not imply that pursuing the defense of the skin is without merit. However, the martial artist's time is limited. Investing a considerable amount of time in skin training makes it arduous to ascend to higher realms. After listening, Lin Feng found himself even more perplexed. Sir, what is true energy? What realms lie beyond skin training? Following the skin training realm is the flesh training realm, and then comes the bone training realm. Collectively, these 3 stages are referred to as the lower 3 realms. Upon achieving the skin training realm, one acquires internal strength, thereby becoming a third-rate master. Upon reaching the bone training realm, internal strength culminates, beginning the transformation toward true energy. True energy is still a distant concept for you, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. At your current stage, establishing a solid foundation is paramount. Lin Feng earnestly declared, Sir, I wish to learn genuine martial arts from you. Mr. Hong stroked his beard, appearing to ponder deeply. After a brief moment, he spoke, At your age, transitioning to learn my school's martial arts may be somewhat late, and I fear you might struggle to achieve significant accomplishments. Lin Feng responded, I firmly believe that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. As long as you are willing to teach me, I assure you that my efforts will not pale in comparison to others. The act of taking on disciples carries immense karmic significance, and Mr. Hong was cautious about accepting students indiscriminately. Nevertheless, he wished to impart some self-defense techniques to Lin Feng. After further contemplation, Mr. Hong said, Very well. I shall ask you to teach you a set of our school's basic sword techniques. If you can grasp the fundamentals within a month, I will accept you as my disciple. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Thank you, sir. Perhaps Mr. Hong, having witnessed Lin Feng's unfortunate beating today, felt a twinge of sympathy, which prompted him to share so much. During this period, Lin Feng treated Mr. Hong with the same reverence he would show his paralyzed father. Human emotions are tender. Mr. Hong regarded Lin Feng as a younger kin. However, Lin Feng sensed that Mr. Hong was somewhat reluctant to formally accept him as a student. Having practiced 2 rudimentary martial arts that each required at least a year to grasp, he understood that Mr. Hong's basic sword techniques would undoubtedly be of a higher caliber. To expect himself to master it within a month seemed a bit of a challenge. However, with the aid of his system, once he learned the basic sword techniques, achieving proficiency would not be overly difficult. He had resolved to make this teacher his own. Chapter 30. Learning the basic sword techniques. After conversing with Mr. Hong for half an hour, Lin Feng felt immensely enriched. The experience of martial arts training is vastly different with proper guidance. At that moment, the maid, Yu entered carrying a large basin of stewed meat. Brother Lin Feng, perhaps you should pause your conversation with the sir for now. First, eat something. A full stomach hastens recovery. Lin Feng, enticed by the aroma of the meat, felt his stomach audibly protest. Thank you, Sister Yu. He took a seat at the table, preparing to indulge. The maid, Yu remarked, Brother Lin Feng, there is no need to be courteous. This meat was delivered by you. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and glanced at Yue and Mr. Hong. Aren't you both having any? Mr. Hong replied, you may eat. We just had lunch before you arrived. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, noting that the meat's fragrance was interlaced with a hint of medicinal herbs, indicating that some were added during the stewing process. Such is the advantage of having a mentor. Their meals are far more refined than his own. Then I shall not hold back, Lin Feng declared as he began to feast. Before long, a whole dish of meat was devoured, with tendons, cartilage, and joints all consumed by Lin Feng. He was on the verge of crushing the bones and swallowing them whole. How delightful! Sister Yue's culinary skills are truly commendable. It seems that few ever praise the maid Yue's cooking. Upon hearing Lin Feng's compliments, a smile blossomed on her face. Brother Lin Feng enjoys eating, so I shall make sure to serve you whenever you visit. Each time you come, I will prepare a dish for you. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The master had just mentioned that he would teach him the fundamental sword techniques, and if he could grasp them in a month, the master would accept him as a disciple. Maid Yue gazed at Master Hong with a look of confusion. What does the master mean? Is this a test for entry? When I practiced the fundamental sword techniques, it took me 2 years to enter the first stage. To allow Brother Lin Feng to enter in a month would be akin to outright refusal, wouldn't it? The most exceptional prodigies in this world would consider themselves fortunate to achieve entry in a month. Master Hong shot her a glance that conveyed, mind your own business. Yue understood. Master Hong did not wish to take on a disciple, but rather intended to teach Brother Lin Feng a fundamental sword technique. The fundamental sword technique is at least a lower-tier martial art, serving as the bedrock for all sword techniques within the sword sect. It is said that if one can cultivate the fundamental sword technique to the 9th level, the practice of other sword techniques from the sword sect will yield extraordinary results. Moreover, the lethality of the fundamental sword technique is not to be underestimated. It far surpasses those inferior martial arts by leaps and bounds. If Brother Lin were to master the fundamental sword technique, his self-defense would be assured. Today, Master Hong appeared to be in good spirits. Noticing that Lin Feng had polished off a dish of meat, he chuckled. Little Feng, you have quite the appetite. Your digestive capabilities are remarkable, allowing you to practice martial arts more efficiently. Lin Feng grinned foolishly. If there were another dish, I could easily finish it. He was not exaggerating. Due to his injuries, his digestion was remarkably swift. Having finished a dish of meat, he had already digested most of it, and his belly remained flat. With medication and food, his injuries had improved significantly, and his vitality had returned to 10. Oh! Master Hong observed Lin Feng's flat stomach and could not help but marvel at his superior digestive ability. It seemed Lin Feng indeed possessed some martial talent. Unfortunately, age was not on his side. Major sects typically begin training disciples from a young age, often starting martial arts practice at 4 or 5 years old. Upon hearing Lin Feng mention he was still hungry, Maid Yue's brow arched, and hands on her hips, she retorted, Brother Lin Feng, are you implying that Yue did not prepare enough food? Lin Feng quickly replied, it is merely that Sister Yue's cooking is too delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life, so I feel somewhat unsatisfied. Only then did Maid Yue chuckle. Well, at least you know how to flatter. Master Hong chimed in with a smile. All right, cease your banter and let us proceed to the courtyard. While the sky is still bright, Yue, impart the fundamental sword technique to Little Feng. Learn as much as you can, Little Feng. Lin Feng carried Master Hong to the courtyard, where Maid Yue produced a wooden sword. Master Hong, shedding his jovial demeanor, addressed Lin Feng with utmost seriousness. Little Feng, you must not speak to anyone about my teaching you martial arts. You are also forbidden from passing this knowledge to anyone else. This is all for your benefit. Can you manage this? Lin Feng solemnly responded, I can do it. Mr. Hong nodded and turned to the maid, Yue. Yue, please demonstrate the basic sword techniques for Xiao Feng. Mr. Hong then looked at Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, there are 108 moves in the basic sword technique. You must master all of these moves before you can learn the mental techniques. The time spent learning both the moves and the mental techniques will count towards our agreed 1-month time frame. Lin Feng clasped his fists and said, I understand. The maid, Yue, pouted, thinking that Mr. Hong was being overly harsh in not wanting to accept Lin Feng as a disciple. Mastering the 108 moves in a month would indeed be a difficult task. It had taken her half a month to memorize the basic sword techniques herself. Mr. Hong said, Yue, you may begin. Xiao Feng, pay close attention. With swift movements, Yue brandished the wooden sword, demonstrating the fundamental sword techniques. To ensure Lin Feng could see clearly, She deliberately slowed her pace. Lin Feng watched intently, his gaze fixed on the sword in Yue's hands. The basic sword techniques were indeed fundamental, comprising simple slashes and thrusts, yet each move had its own angle and force, with many intricate details. Soon, Yue completed a full demonstration of the sword techniques. Lin Feng, if relying solely on memory, might only retain 8 to 10 moves, and even then, not necessarily with precision. However, Lin Feng possessed a system. After observing Yue's demonstration, the information regarding the basic sword techniques appeared in the martial arts section of his attribute panel. Basic sword techniques, moves, lower tier, not yet mastered. This indicated that he had grasped the basic sword moves, albeit without the accompanying mental techniques. Each move of the basic sword techniques was etched into his mind. After Yue finished her display, Mr. Hong turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Xiao Feng, how many moves have you memorized?" Lin Feng felt that, since he was to become a disciple, he must showcase extraordinary talent. After all, at his age, if he lacked aptitude, who would be willing to take him as a student? What teacher wouldn't prefer a disciple who could learn after just one demonstration? Thus, Lin Feng replied, "Sir, I have memorized them all." Mr. Hong furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Lin Feng's claim. He considered his own talent to be quite exceptional. With a lineage of top-tier heritage, he had not been able to remember the basic sword techniques after just one viewing. It had taken his senior brother 3 demonstrations for him to barely master the 108 moves. Even then, it had astonished both his master and senior brothers. Most individuals required at least half a month just to learn the moves. The maid, Yue, also doubted Lin Feng's assertion. "Big brother Lin Feng, please don't boast. It's your turn to demonstrate now. It's perfectly fine if you remember only a few moves. No one will mock you here. Just be careful not to over-exaggerate." As Mr. Hong detests boastfulness, Lin Feng unconsciously touched his nose. Did they truly perceive him as lacking talent? Why was there such disbelief in him? Mr. Hong, seemingly displeased, closed his eyes and said, "Very well, you may demonstrate now." Yue, hand him the sword. Chapter 31. Have you learned? Or is it exceptional talent? If one does not have faith in oneself, the only recourse is to demonstrate one's capabilities through action. Lin Feng took the wooden sword from the maid, Yue, and began to execute the fundamental sword techniques. Each move he performed was flawless, as if he were replicating them directly from a sacred text. When he reached the 10th move, Mr. Hong, with his eyes closed, sensed a slight twitch in his ears. His familiarity with the basic sword techniques had reached an extraordinary level. He could discern the correctness of Lin Feng's execution merely by sound. To his astonishment, Lin Feng had flawlessly memorized the first 10 moves. Soon, Lin Feng progressed to the 50th move, prompting Mr. Hong to finally open his eyes. He recognized that Lin Feng had accurately demonstrated the first 50 moves. Memorizing such a sequence after observing it only once was a mark of genius. Yue, standing nearby, was equally astonished by Lin Feng's performance. Her eyes widened in disbelief. When Lin Feng reached the 100th move, Mr. Hong's typically calm demeanor ignited with vitality. He had not anticipated that a simple visit to a small village for recuperation would lead him to such a martial prodigy. Upon completing the full set of 108 sword techniques, Yue was left utterly speechless, covering her mouth with her hand as if caught in a dream. She could hardly believe that the hunter who delivered meat to her home possessed such remarkable talent. Lin Feng had memorized all 108 moves at a single glance and executed them with precision. In comparison, she felt like a mere pig beside him. Mr. Hong, still grappling with disbelief, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you studied the basic sword techniques before?" Lin Feng shook his head, indicating that he had never even heard of them prior to this moment. Mr. Hong seemed unconvinced. The talent Lin Feng exhibited was exceedingly rare, 1 in a million. He could hardly believe such a coincidence could occur. Merely seeking refuge in a small village, he stumbled upon a martial genius among the local hunters. Mr. Hong wished to verify further. "Yue, please demonstrate the nurturing heart sword technique once more." Lin Feng, pay close attention and then replicate it. Lin Feng thought to himself, "What is it about my appearance that makes them doubt my genius?" This was merely another verification, yet each time, he would learn a new martial art. He handed the wooden sword back to Yue, who began her demonstration. The nurturing heart sword technique was also a foundational practice of the sword sect, but it was not as widely taught as the basic techniques, reserved only for the inner disciples of the sect. This time, Yue executed the swordplay with remarkable speed. The nurturing heart sword technique comprised 360 moves and required considerable time to complete. Observing her rapid execution, Mr. Hong shook his head. While the nurturing heart sword technique was indeed a superior martial art, it was not intended for combat, but rather for inner cultivation. Practitioners of the sword sect preferred not to meditate, thus the creation of the nurturing heart sword technique, which served a similar purpose to meditation in other sects. It required a slow and deliberate pace to be effective. The heart-nurturing sword technique is humorously referred to as the meditation sword technique by the disciples of the sword sect, which renders its practice exceedingly challenging. Young disciples often find themselves stymied at the first level of this technique. It is only those of mature age, possessing a calm disposition, who are able to cultivate it to the second or third level. Mr. Hong himself has only managed to attain the fourth level of the heart-nurturing sword technique. Since the inception of the sword sect, only the founder, who devised this technique, has reached the ninth level. Successive leaders of the sect have at most achieved the seventh level, underscoring the formidable difficulty of mastering this art. Some elders within the sect have devoted their entire lives to studying the heart-nurturing sword technique and have similarly plateaued at the seventh level. After the maid Yuera performed the heart-nurturing sword technique, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Lin Feng observed her every move intently. Upon the completion of her demonstration, his attributes panel revealed the information of the heart-nurturing sword technique. Technique, superior, not yet mastered. Upon reading this line, Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Realizing that he had encountered a superior martial art so swiftly, he felt compelled to cling tightly to Mr. Hong's mentorship. Mr. Hong noticed Lin Feng's change in heartbeat, mistakenly assuming it was due to Lin Feng's trepidation. "Yuer, hand the sword to young Feng," he instructed. Lin Feng hesitated briefly as he took the sword. Should he attempt to demonstrate all 360 moves of the heart-nurturing sword technique? Would that be too audacious? Yuer was also somewhat eager. She had spent over a month memorizing the moves. If Lin Feng could recall them all in a single viewing, wouldn't it make her seem rather dull-witted? Mr. Hong, however, believed Lin Feng would certainly struggle to remember the intricacies of this technique, considering it far more complex than basic swordplay. He himself had taken 3 days to master it. Moreover, he suspected Lin Feng's talent was not extraordinary, but rather a result of prior exposure to basic sword skills. He was curious to see how many moves Lin Feng could actually remember. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng resolved to play the part of a prodigy in its entirety. He began to perform the heart-nurturing sword technique. His movements were slow, reminiscent of an elderly person practicing Tai Chi. Yet this deliberate pace was precisely what the heart-nurturing sword technique required. The inability of the younger disciples to excel in this technique stemmed from their failure to slow down. In the midst of these languorous motions, one must cultivate greater focus and attentiveness, experiencing the fusion of sword and body, and sensing the rhythm and cadence of the swordplay. This method of practice not only enhances technical prowess, but also gradually fosters tranquility, allowing the practitioner to relax and achieve a harmonious state of mind and body. On his first attempt at the heart-nurturing sword technique, and in the absence of any supporting mental framework, Lin Feng appeared to grasp the very essence of the art. Yuer was at a loss for words to describe Lin Feng's innate talent. How was it that he seemed to perform the technique even better than she did on her first try? Mr. Hong remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng as he executed all 360 moves of the heart-nurturing sword technique. He now even harbors doubts about whether Lin Feng had previously practiced the heart-nurturing sword technique. He yearned to have Yuer demonstrate another sword technique to test Lin Feng, yet felt such an action might be excessive. After some contemplation, he decided against rushing into any probing. There would be ample time for their interactions ahead. As the saying goes, a long road reveals a horse's strength, and time uncovers a person's heart. If Lin Feng could truly grasp the basics of swordplay within a month, he would then impart his self-created yin-yang sword technique. This particular technique had never been taught to anyone, and Lin Feng certainly had not learned it. Mr. Hong pondered that he might be overthinking. His whereabouts were surely not exposed, nor would anyone have preemptively laid traps for him in Xiao village. Perhaps his fated bond with a disciple had truly arrived, as the heavens sent him a talented student during his most trying times. Chapter 32. The complete basic sword technique acquired after Lin Feng demonstrated the heart-nurturing sword technique. He noticed that both Mr. Hong and the maid, Yuer, remained silent. Moreover, Mr. Hong's facial expressions were remarkably varied, oscillating between concern and joy in a manner that was unpredictable. In Lin Feng's recollection, Mr. Hong had always maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, the kind of person who would not flinch even if a mountain were to crumble before him. Yet, after Lin Feng showcased a set of sword techniques, Mr. Hong's countenance shifted. Lin Feng was unaware of Mr. Hong's past and could not fathom his thoughts. Yu Er's gaze seemed to carry a hint of resentment, further perplexing Lin Feng. After displaying 2 sword techniques, how had the cheerful and open-hearted maid suddenly transformed into a figure of discontent? This left Lin Feng feeling insecure. Could there be a flaw in the system or in his practice? In a hushed tone, Lin Feng inquired, "Sir, did I demonstrate anything incorrectly?" Mr. Hong, regaining his composure, replied with a smile, "There was nothing amiss. You performed splendidly. However, I wish to ask you once more, have you ever learned these 2 sword techniques before?" Lin Feng solemnly clasped his fists and responded, "Sir, I swear to the heavens that I have never studied these 2 sword techniques." Mr. Hong remarked, "Well, since you haven't learned them before and can master them upon a single viewing, it attests to your extraordinary martial talent. As long as you are willing to practice diligently, age is of no consequence." A surge of joy filled Lin Feng's heart at Mr. Hong's guidance. Mr. Hong then turned to Yu Er, saying, "Yu Er, please impart the heart method of the basic sword technique to Xiao Feng." Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. Regardless of whether he could successfully become a disciple, he had at least acquired a complete lower-tier martial art. According to Mr. Hong, mastering this lower-tier martial art to a consummate level, which was the 7th stage, would enable him to reach the realm of skin refinement. Yu Er promptly conveyed the heart method of the basic sword technique to Lin Feng. The heart method encapsulates the essence of martial arts, encompassing breathing techniques, mental guidance, blood circulation, and internal energy operation among its core components. She transmitted all heart methods from the 1st to the 9th layers of the basic sword technique to Lin Feng without reservation. After completing his studies, Lin Feng noticed that the word technique had disappeared from the attribute panel next to the basic sword technique. This signified that he had mastered the complete basic sword technique. After explaining the method to Lin Feng, Yu Er inquired, "Brother Lin Feng, have you memorized it?" Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. The maid, Yue, curled her lips in disbelief. Not only did Mr. Hong seem skeptical, but even she found it hard to accept. "Brother Lin Feng, did you perhaps study these 2 sword techniques before? I am merely a hunter. How could I have acquired such elevated martial arts?" Yue gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Having often heard tales of prodigies who could master martial arts with a single glance, but today she had witnessed it firsthand. Lin Feng demonstrated the fundamental sword technique once more, complete with mental discipline, and executed it rather skillfully. Mr. Hong observed attentively throughout, noting that Lin Feng had not merely grasped the basics. His doubts began to wane. Glancing at the sky, Mr. Hong declared, "Let us conclude for today. Xiao Feng, since you have mastered the basic sword technique, practice diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult Yue." "I shall remember, sir," Lin Feng responded, then carried Mr. Hong back to his room, turning to leave. Noticing Lin Feng's tattered clothes, Mr. Hong called him back. "Xiao Feng, please wait a moment. Yue, fetch a suit of clothing similar to Xiao Feng's for him to wear." "Yes, sir," Yue replied before departing to retrieve the garments. "Sir, there is no need to trouble yourself," Lin Feng said politely. "If the sir provides it, you should accept it," Yue insisted. Mr. Hong closed his eyes in contemplation, saying no more. After donning the clothes Yue brought, Lin Feng finally made his way home. Once Lin Feng had left, Yue could not contain her curiosity. "Sir, Brother Lin Feng's talent is truly extraordinary. He learned it after just one demonstration. Could he have practiced these 2 martial arts before?" Mr. Hong opened his eyes and replied, "It is unlikely that he has practiced these techniques, yet one can never be sure. There are indeed prodigies capable of mastering skills with a single glance. The current leader of the sword sect possessed such gifts in his youth. Does that imply that Brother Lin Feng's talent is comparable to that of the leader? Let us refrain from idle speculation. If he can master the basic sword technique within a month, I shall impart to him a unique martial art that no one else has learned. Then we shall determine whether he has prior knowledge or if his gifts are exceptional." Wearing his new clothes, Lin Feng strode confidently home. Surprisingly, Mr. Hong's attire fit him quite well. Mr. Hong indeed treated him well. It was time to have a wheelchair crafted for him. Upon returning home, Lin Feng claimed that he had not caught any game that day and had lost his umbrella in the strong winds on the mountain. Lin Mu scolded him, saying, "I told you not to go hunting today. Now look, You've come back empty-handed and lost the umbrella. Zhou Chunlan approached, taking Lin Mu's hand with a smile. Mother, do not scold Xiao Feng. He only wished to bring back more meat for the children. With her daughter-in-law's intervention, Lin Mu ceased her reproach. In truth, Lin Mu did not genuinely resent Lin Feng. Her heart ached for him, having endured a day of wind and rain on the mountain. She simply struggled to express her feelings. Lin Feng paid little mind to it. Taking advantage of the daylight, he settled in the yard to continue crafting the wheelchair. Just as he sat down, the little fourth treasure approached, patting him on the shoulder. Lin Feng glanced at his little son, Sibao, in a sweet and tender voice. Sibao said, Father, do not be disheartened for failing to catch any prey. If you were to succeed every day, the creatures on the mountain would soon be wiped out. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lin Feng's face. What a delightful situation. His dear son had come to offer comfort. After speaking, Sibao nestled beside Lin Feng, his small frame leaning against him. Father, I have a way for you to catch prey every day. Lin Feng, intrigued, responded, Oh, pray tell. With a grin, Sibao replied, If you impart all your martial skills to me and nurture me into a master, we could hunt together and surely return with a bounty. It dawned on Lin Feng that this was the intention behind Sibao's sudden insight. He had been puzzled by the little one's cleverness today, but now understood he sought to learn true martial arts from him. Embracing Sibao, Lin Feng remarked, What a splendid idea. We shall proceed as you suggest. Now, hurry back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we shall rise together, and I will impart the essence of the beast-hunting fist to you. Really? Sibao beamed with innocence. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Then I shall go to sleep. Sibao sprang up and dashed back to his room. It was uncertain whether he would remember this promise come morning. Once Sibao was sent off, Lin Feng resumed crafting the wheelchair while contemplating his upcoming plans. Wang Shanxiong's head could not be preserved for long. He needed to claim the reward in the county within the next few days. Tomorrow, he could not enter the city, but needed to focus on recuperating from his injuries for safety's sake. The wheelchair was nearing completion, and he intended to deliver it to Mr. Hong tomorrow, requesting a dish of meat from you, and perhaps some healing medicine along the way. Chapter 33. Searching Wang Shanxiong's home the following morning, Lin Feng made a slight breakthrough. Although the basic swordsmanship was considered inferior martial art, it only required a minor breakthrough to grasp its fundamentals. Lin Feng contemplated enhancing his basic swordsmanship immediately, but decided to wait until closer to a month before doing so. To achieve mastery today would be too extraordinary to explain. Even a genius must have their limits. Even if he were to enhance his basic swordsmanship, it would be unwise to keep it from Mr. Hong, as a demonstration could reveal his secret. In the morning, as Lin Feng began his practice, Sibao groggily roused. To Lin Feng's surprise, the little one remembered to rise early for training. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Sibao exclaimed, Father, teach me true martial arts. Observing Sibao's determination, Lin Feng decided to train him in the beast-hunting fist. Having mastered this technique to a profound level, Lin Feng could guide others without them wandering astray, saving them years of practice. He asked his mother to prepare more food. He needed to eat well over the next few days to facilitate his recovery. After breakfast, Lin Feng returned to working on the wheelchair. As his mother passed by, she inquired, Xiao Feng, how much longer will it take to finish this wheeled chair? You've been at it for half a month. It will be ready by noon. Once completed, I will deliver it to Mr. Hong. Before noon, Lin Feng had completed the wheelchair. He pushed it around the yard a couple of times, and then sat in it to assess its stability. It was quite satisfactory. The most challenging aspect of constructing the wheelchair was the wheels, which he had to make from wood. Fortunately, the timber in this world was robust enough. Lin Feng carried the wheelchair to Mr. Hong's residence, taking care to inform his mother that he would not be returning for lunch. On his way, Lin Feng encountered Aunt Lin, who curiously inquired, Little Feng, what is it that you are carrying? To which he replied, Auntie, this is a chair I made for Mr. Hong. She remarked, You truly care for Mr. Hong. No wonder he teaches your family as children. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of Mr. Hong's home. He knocked twice on the door, and the maid, Yue, answered. Upon seeing the oddly shaped chair, she asked, Brother Lin Feng, what do you have there? It looks like a chair. He chuckled. Indeed, it is a marvelous creation. I specifically crafted this wheelchair for the gentleman. Upon entering, Lin Feng found Mr. Hong and cheerfully announced, Sir, I have made a wheelchair for you. Please give it a try. Mr. Hong, somewhat puzzled, asked, What is a wheelchair? Lin Feng responded, Allow me to demonstrate, and you shall see. He carefully lifted Mr. Hong and placed him onto the wheelchair, then pushed him around the courtyard twice. This chair can move, Lin Feng explained. Now, if you place your hands on the circular wheels and push forward, it will move independently. Following Lin Feng's instructions, Mr. Hong found that the chair indeed began to glide. Yue, witnessing the wheelchair for the first time, was filled with curiosity. Had Mr. Hong not been seated, she would have eagerly tried it herself. This chair is so much fun. Brother Lin Feng, what inspired you to create a wheeled chair? Lin Feng replied. I merely wanted Mr. Hong to have the opportunity to move about more freely. It took me quite some time to devise this. Mr. Hong wore a broad smile, clearly pleased with the wheelchair, and a warm sensation flowed through him. Xiao Feng, you have truly put thought into this. Lin Feng responded with a grin. It was my pleasure. Mr. Hong recognized that this wheelchair was not a mere product of a day's work. The seat and backrest were upholstered with fine materials, demonstrating meticulous consideration in its design. It was evident that Lin Feng had invested considerable time in its creation. Yue then remarked, Brother Lin Feng, your mind is truly sharp. Why not stay for lunch? I will prepare a pot of meat for you. Mr. Hong looked at Lin Feng and noted, your complexion has improved considerably. Your injuries should not be serious. However, it is wise to continue reinforcing your health to avoid lingering issues. The healing medicine was placed on the table by Yue. You should take 3 pills for yourself. Thank you, sir, Lin Feng replied, and he took the 3 pills of healing medicine inside. The efficacy of this medication was exceptional. It was certainly not something one would find at the local apothecary, suggesting its rarity. After taking the medicine, Lin Feng spent some time conversing with Mr. Hong, who requested a demonstration of the basic sword techniques they had practiced the previous day. Thankfully, he had not added any points to the basic swordsmanship that morning. After demonstrating, Mr. Hong nodded. It seems you have practiced diligently at home. You have not forgotten a thing. Continue to practice, earnestly moving forward. Upon returning, Lin Feng had not genuinely practiced the fundamental sword techniques. However, with the support of the system, he could effortlessly retain any martial arts he observed. After enjoying lunch at Mr. Hong's residence, Lin Feng made his way home. Along the journey, he glanced at his attribute panel, noting that his life attribute had recovered to 15. With a bit more sustenance, he could elevate it to 18. He retrieved a fishing net and headed towards the small stream on the eastern edge of the village, intending to catch some prawns to restore his health completely. After consuming around 100 prawns, Lin Feng checked his attribute panel once more and was astonished to find his life attribute had risen to 19. What was this? How could his life exceed 18? Was it possible that the breakthrough points obtained during injuries could permanently enhance his life attribute? Continuing to eat, Lin Feng soon saw his life attribute reach 20. After that, further consumption did not yield any more increases. It appeared that even in a state of injury, the breakthrough points added to his life attribute would indeed result in a permanent enhancement. Lin Feng's digestive capacity returned to normal, and he found himself unable to eat another bite, his belly round and full. He let out a few satisfied burps, lamenting that had he known he would be unable to digest at all, he would have eaten less. After scooping up a basketful of river shrimp, Lin Feng returned home. Once he placed the fishing gear and shrimp inside, he stealthily made his way to Wang Shanxiong's residence. Wang Shanxiong, notorious for being a flower thief on the wanted list, surely possessed more than just 10 taels of silver. Having practiced numerous martial arts, he must have a few martial arts manuals as well. Today, Lin Feng was determined to uncover something of value. He began rummaging through Wang Shanxiong's bedroom, searching beneath the pillow, under the bedboard, beneath the bed, and inside the wardrobe. Unfortunately, he only found tattered clothing and shoes. He searched both the main and side rooms, but encountered no discoveries. This was unexpected. There had to be something hidden. He just had to find it. Lin Feng resolved to employ a more forceful approach, suspecting that valuable items might be concealed within some hidden compartment. He dismantled Wang Shanxiong's bed, smashed his wardrobe, and even tore apart his stove. Lin Feng was untroubled by the potential repercussions of his actions. Once he brought Wang Shanxiong's head to claim the reward, he would set fire to the house, leaving no trace behind. After searching for a considerable time and feeling that the food in his stomach had nearly digested, he was still empty-handed. Lin Feng walked into Wang Shanxiong's courtyard and rested on a stone bench beside a stone table. Habitually, he tapped his fingers on the table. Tap, tap. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was an empty space beneath the stone table. In Chapter 34, Manuals and Silver, Lin Feng recalled that when he had sought out Wang Shanxiong that day, the latter was indeed in the courtyard. Judging by the sound, He was seated beside the stone table. The table featured a large, round stone slab on top, supported by a square stone pedestal below. This stone table appeared to be an exquisite piece of furniture, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated courtyard. Lin Feng lifted the large stone slab off the table and set it aside, a smile breaking across his face. Beneath the stone table, a stone pedestal bore a groove, within which lay a manual inscribed with the formidable characters Golden Bell Shield. Mr. Hong had once enlightened him about this technique, describing it as an exceptionally potent form of martial arts, characterized by a vigorous yang energy while also embodying a robust internal strength. It is revered as one of the most significant skills among the 72 hard techniques. This martial art is notoriously challenging to master. However, upon achieving great proficiency, one can attain a state akin to having an ironclad body, rendering oneself impervious to ordinary blades and the perils of fire and poison. The pinnacle of skin refinement is known as the copper skin stage. To reach this exalted level, one must either possess exceptional innate talent or diligently cultivate multiple hard techniques to their fullest potential. Mastering hard techniques is considerably more arduous than conventional martial arts, and few are willing to expend such effort, not due to a lack of desire, but because the return on investment seems minimal. Just imagine, after painstakingly honing several hard techniques to their zenith, one's peers, possessing similar talents, may have already ascended to the bone refinement stage, thereby eclipsing one's own capabilities. When Lin Feng first encountered Wang Shanxiong, he had yet to learn the Golden Bell Shield. After Wang's mysterious absence of over half a month, he returned with the technique listed in his attributes, albeit still uninitiated. It is likely that he had acquired the Golden Bell Shield during his time away. Lin Feng pondered where Wang might have procured this manual and resolved to seek out avenues for obtaining such texts himself in the future. As Lin Feng grasped the Golden Bell Shield, a glint of silver coins beneath it caught his eye. A pang of regret struck him. While Wang Shanxiong had amassed a repertoire of martial arts, he had only found this single manual, and one that Wang had recently learned at that. Typically, disciples of various sects do not possess manuals, much like how Mr. Hong taught him swordsmanship through direct instruction. These martial arts are usually documented in manuals stored within the repositories of their respective sections. Lin Feng wished he could spend a couple of days in any sect's repository, for in that time, he could memorize numerous martial arts manuals. However, the essence of martial arts lies not in quantity, but in quality. He realized he could only achieve a limited number of breakthroughs in a day. And despite the rapid progress appearing impressive, the actual number was finite, merely 365 breakthroughs in a year. Thus, he must not squander his breakthroughs on inferior martial arts. He swiftly perused the Golden Bell Shield manual. Upon completion, Lin Feng checked his attribute panel, where the Golden Bell Shield now appeared in the martial arts section. Golden Bell Shield, lower grade, uninitiated. At last, he had a technique to practice. Perfecting all the martial arts he currently knew might take several months, which felt rather prolonged. Yet, Lin Feng reflected that others might spend a lifetime striving to achieve perfection in these techniques, thus rendering his weight less burdensome. He tucked the Golden Bell Shield manual into his bosom and began counting the silver coins beneath it. In total, he uncovered 10 silver ingots and some small change. Each ingot weighed approximately 50 taels, amounting to 500 taels in total. The scattered silver coins added another 30 to 50 taels. Converted into grain, this fortune could sustain his family for a lifetime. However, with newfound wealth, one's standard of living inevitably rises, and it would likely still be spent. 500 taels could purchase a modest home in the county town. In the town, numerous affluent families, in their quest to secure a place for their children to attend private schools in the county, would spend several hundred taels to purchase modest houses in the county. Given that the quadrangles in the county cost around 2,000 taels, most wealthy families found themselves unable to afford such prices. Consequently, they reluctantly acquired smaller residences. Within the county, some individuals also rented out houses. However, the private schools only accepted residents from the county, rendering rentals ineffective. Lin Feng procured a cloth bag to neatly wrap the silver. He then overturned a stone stool for a thorough inspection, but found nothing of value. Restoring the stone table to its original state, he pondered how cleverly Wang Shanxiong had concealed his treasures. Who would ever suspect that valuable items could be hidden right in the courtyard? Furthermore, the stone table was quite heavy, making it impossible for an ordinary person to move it and access the silver and secret manuals within. Having learned from this experience, Lin Feng surmised that Wang Shanxiong's residence might harbor additional hidden compartments. He tapped various locations throughout the house and indeed discovered a concealed compartment within the wall of the main room. Upon prying it open, he uncovered a steel knife. As Lin Feng held the knife, he sensed its extraordinary quality. While it was of standard size, it felt remarkably weighty in his hand, indicating exceptional craftsmanship. The blade was not particularly shiny, adorned with subtle patterns from the casting process, and it glimmered with a sharp edge. Plucking a strand of hair, Lin Feng gently blew on the blade, and the hair cleanly severed in two. This was no ordinary knife. Its significance was evident in Wang Shanxiong's careful safeguarding of it. Regrettably, Lin Feng only possessed skills in swordplay, not in the art of wielding a knife. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep it, knowing that he would eventually learn the knife techniques. After searching for a while longer, Lin Feng departed as darkness fell, discreetly wrapping these items and burying them in his own courtyard while his family was unaware. His injuries had healed, and Lin Feng planned to enter the city the next day, intending to exchange Wang Shanxiong's head for a reward. As he lay in bed that night, Lin Feng contemplated how to spend the reward money. Practicing swordsmanship would necessitate a proper iron sword, as he could not rely solely on a wooden one. There was no need to purchase an exquisite weapon, as Yue had mentioned, when disciples took on a master. The master typically bestowed a fitting weapon as a token of their first meeting. Once he became a disciple of Master Hong, Lin Feng anticipated receiving a fine sword. Additionally, upon entering the city, he intended to acquire a decent outfit, as he needed to present himself as a figure of the martial world. As a mere impoverished hunter presenting Wang Shanxiong's head for a reward, he feared the officials might dismiss him lightly. There was indeed a possibility that he might merely receive a small certificate of commendation in return. To avoid such an outcome, he resolved to prepare a striking appearance. Donning sturdy clothing, a wide-brimmed hat, and carrying a long sword on his back. Clad in this attire, he would resemble a roving hero, ensuring no one dared to underestimate him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Feng drifted into slumber. In his dreams, after receiving the reward, he found himself pursued by a group of men clad in black, ultimately losing not only the silver, but also his life. Awakened by the unsettling dream, Lin Feng opened his eyes to find that dawn had already arrived. Chapter 35. What brings you here, young hero? Upon awakening, Lin Feng was beset by heavy thoughts. The dream he experienced the previous night was rather ominous, yet it bore a semblance of logic. Indeed, carrying a substantial amount of silver could easily invite misfortune. However, he was not one to be so easily deterred by a mere nightmare. Today, the system had bestowed upon him an additional breakthrough point, bringing his total to 2. Before breakfast, he summoned the attributes panel and made a selection on the Golden Bell Shield. The attributes underwent a transformation. Name: Lin Feng. Life: 21. Martial arts: Hunter's Bow 6 shots, unrefined, not initiated. Beast Hunting Fist, unrefined, realm level. Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, unrefined, perfected. Basic Swordplay, inferior, not initiated. Heart Nurturing Swordplay Technique, superior, not initiated. Golden Bell Shield, inferior. Initiated. Breakthrough points. 1. Memories of practicing the Golden Bell Shield surged into his consciousness. In his recollections, he began by lightly tapping his body, gradually increasing the intensity until he felt pain. He then transitioned to using a wooden stick, and later, a cloth bag filled with sand to strike his body. During hunting excursions, he would also ram his body against trees. After 3 years of dedicated practice, he finally initiated the Golden Bell Shield. Upon mastering the basics, an ordinary person could no longer inflict harm upon him with fists, feet, or wooden sticks. Those sharp blades could still pose a threat. After all, he had merely scratched the surface of mastery, and his defensive capabilities were still limited. Nevertheless, his life attribute had experienced a slight increase, rendering the allocation of points worthwhile. Following his breakthrough, Lin Feng commenced his breakfast, devouring his meal with an insatiable appetite. Much to the astonishment of his mother and wife, Lin's mother placed a steamed bun into his bowl, inquiring, "Xiao Feng, what has come over you? Why do you eat so voraciously?" Before Lin Feng could respond, the gluttonous little Sanbao pointed at him and proclaimed, "Father must have become stronger, which is why he eats so much. To eat well is to be formidable." Lin Feng chuckled, "My son speaks truthfully." The little ones, observing their father's manner, began to mimic his enthusiastic eating. Hearing the sounds of their hearty consumption, Lin's mother resolved to prepare larger meals in the future. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng retrieved some jerky stored at home and consumed several pounds until his hunger was sated. To counter the hunger that accompanied his breakthrough, he requested his mother and wife to prepare additional jerky and dried shrimp. The initiation of the Golden Bell Shield appeared to offer limited benefits. Lin Feng contemplated further enhancing the Golden Bell Shield, only to discover that advancing it to the first level required 2 breakthrough points. With only 1 point remaining, he found himself short on resources, and thus, he would have to wait a day. After their meal, Lin Feng informed his family, took with him 100 taels of silver, and set off to the neighboring town to collect the head of Wang Shanxiong before entering the city. The last time he ventured into the county town, his beast-hunting fist had merely reached the minor completion stage. This time, however, his beast-hunting fist had achieved perfection, and he had also mastered the frenzied demon staff technique and the Golden Bell Shield, with a noticeable improvement in his agility. In less than 2 hours, he arrived outside the city. There, he noted that the wanted poster for Wang Shanxiong was still affixed to the city wall. Upon entering the city, he made his way to the blacksmith shop. Behind the counter of the blacksmith shop hung an array of weaponry, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. All manner of arms were present. From the rear of the shop, the rhythmic sound of clanging metal could be faintly heard. The proprietor, with his dark complexion and robust physique, appeared to be a seasoned blacksmith himself. Upon noticing a customer enter, he greeted with a smile, inquiring, "Might I ask what this esteemed guest wishes to purchase?" Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a row of iron swords adorning the wall, and he replied, "I would like to buy an iron sword. Would the guest prefer a finished product or a custom order?" The proprietor asked. "In a hurry, a finished one will suffice." The shopkeeper gestured towards the wall, stating, "A standard iron sword is priced at 5 taels of silver, a refined iron sword at 10 taels, a steel sword at 20 taels, and a 100-fold refined steel sword at 40 taels. The price for our prized possession is negotiable. Which would you prefer?" Upon hearing the prices, Lin Feng felt he had underestimated the amount of silver he had brought, wishing to project an image of a gallant hero, knowing that his weapon should not be subpar. The ordinary and refined iron swords were thus dismissed from his consideration. Curious, Lin Feng queried, "What distinguishes each of these swords at their respective price points?" The shopkeeper, retrieving 4 swords from the wall, placed them upon the counter and replied, "You have indeed asked the right person." Lin Feng thought to himself, given that he was the only one here, who else would he inquire? The proprietor, evidently skilled in blacksmithing, became animated upon discussing technical matters. He lifted the ordinary iron sword and explained, "If you are merely practicing your swordsmanship, this ordinary sword will suffice. However, should you intend to use it for combat, it may not be the best choice, as it could easily become lodged between bones." He demonstrated with the sword, prompting Lin Feng to take a step back, cautious of injury. The proprietor continued, "When a high-priced sword meets a low-priced one, striking the same point will quickly result in a gash. You get what you pay for. If you traverse the martial world, you should at least acquire a steel sword. Currently, we have a promotion where purchasing a steel sword includes a splendid sword sheath as a bonus." Lin Feng was particularly fond of the steel sword. If Mr. Hong did not gift him a sword, he needed to possess one that was at least functional. Of course, the sheath held significance as well, for he desired to carry something that reflected his stature. "What does the sheath look like? May I see it?" The shopkeeper retrieved a metallic sheath adorned with brass patterns, which appeared quite exquisite. "Esteemed guest, this sheath alone is worth more than 10 taels of silver, and as a complimentary gift, you are indeed gaining an advantage." Observing the craftsmanship of the sheath, Lin Feng acknowledged that it was indeed worth a considerable sum. "Are you not losing money by selling it this way?" he inquired. "That would be a greater loss if I were to forge it," the proprietor replied. "It is clear you have not trained in a martial arts academy, nor had a master instruct you in swordsmanship." Lin Feng was taken aback. Was his background so easily discernible? How so? The martial arts academies distribute swords to their students, and masters present swords to their disciples, whether sect or academy. They all possess their own blacksmiths. Thus, they do not need to purchase swords from us, which ultimately benefits you, esteemed guest. Lin Feng understood then that this trade was quite competitive, and the blacksmith's business was not easy to sustain. Lin Feng promptly spent 20 taels of silver to purchase a finely crafted steel sword and its scabbard. The shopkeeper, smiling, bid him farewell, inviting him to return should he have any further needs, as the establishment offered various customization options. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Feng acquired a complete outfit and a bamboo hat, spending an additional 10 taels of silver. Adorned in this attire, his demeanor was instantly elevated. He approached the county office, tearing down Wang Shanxiong's bounty notice before stepping inside. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Lin Feng's impressive appearance, respectfully inquired about his business. Lin Feng unfurled the bounty notice, claiming the reward. Although the gatekeeper's words were courteous, his gaze scrutinized Lin Feng with keen perception. In their line of work, their eyes were sharp. With just a few glances, he discerned the flaws in Lin Feng's demeanor, sneering internally at the Na'vi youth before him. Even if Lin Feng were to claim the silver, he would likely meet a grim fate upon leaving the city. Chapter 36. Under surveillance. Noticing the situation, the gatekeeper hastily led Lin Feng into the office. Soon, Qian Wenshun, the county secretary, arrived. With a small mustache and shrewd eyes, he appeared quite astute. After meticulously examining the head presented, he inquired if there was any evidence to confirm that this man was indeed Wang Shanxiong. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Recalling that he possessed a steel knife found at Wang Shanxiong's lair, as well as a copy of the Golden Bell Shield technique, also obtained from him. However, the latter was a recent acquisition, and its validity as evidence was uncertain. Nevertheless, he decided to present it. Lin Feng retrieved the Golden Bell Shield manual from his bosom and handed it to the secretary. The secretary glanced at the manual and promptly tucked it away into his own garments. What was happening? Was it truly taken without further scrutiny? It seemed rather that he sought a bribe, and if that were the case, so be it. He had already learned from it. Indeed, after obtaining the manual, the secretary casually remarked that there were no issues and departed from the county office. Shortly thereafter, the county magistrate, dressed in official attire, arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes. This individual was the renowned Li Yuanwei of the town, who was a brother to the magistrate. A few months prior, his daughter had been victimized by Wang Shanxiong. Having had a brief encounter with Wang Shanxiong, he had come to assist in identifying the criminal. Upon examining the severed head presented by Lin Feng, Li Yuanwei unequivocally identified it as Wang Shanxiong. Overcome with emotion, he cried out to the heavens, lamenting, "Zuo, did you see? The flower-thieving bandit Wang Shanxiong has met his end. Truly, the heavens have eyes." The magistrate attempted to comfort Li Yuanwei, then instructed the secretary to retrieve the reward money. A servant soon appeared, bearing a tray adorned with 10 silver ingots. Grasping Lin Feng's hand, Li Yuanwei expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young hero, for avenging my daughter. Please, accept these silver ingots." Lin Feng initially declined, expressing his appreciation for Li Yuanwei's generosity, but asserting that vanquishing a scoundrel like Wang Shanxiong was a duty of those in the martial world, not for the sake of wealth. He urged Li Yuanwei to take back the silver. Li Yuanwei, a man of discernment, immediately perceived Lin Feng's feigned modesty. If he truly sought no reward, he would have quietly departed into obscurity, concealing his achievements, rather than presenting the severed head at the county office to claim a bounty. Mr. Li remarked, "Indeed, young hero, you possess a heart full of chivalry. However, as you traverse the realms, you shall undoubtedly require a modicum of silver for your journey. Please accept these coins, as we may consider ourselves friends." Since Mr. Li had expressed such goodwill, I graciously accepted the offering. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "My humble surname is Lin. If you, young Lin, plan to remain in the county for a few days, I would be honored if you stayed at my residence, allowing me to extend my hospitality. I am truly grateful for your generous invitation, Mr. Li. It is an honor I deeply appreciate. However, my stay in the county shall be brief, and I must depart today. Regrettably, I cannot visit your abode, but should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly pay my respects." Mr. Li clasped his fists and said, "When you pass through this place again, do ensure that you allow me the pleasure of hosting you." "Indeed, I shall." At that moment, the steward presented 2,000 taels of silver, totaling 20 silver ingots. Lin Feng secured the ingots upon his back and departed the county office with great satisfaction. He had not anticipated such ease in receiving his reward. It was indeed thanks to Mr. Li, for otherwise, he might have faced considerable obstacles. Just as Lin Feng exited the county office, the steward, Qian Wenshun, appeared not far behind. He pointed at Lin Feng and addressed a nearby middle-aged man. "It is this young fellow who claimed the head of the notorious bandit Wang Shanxiong and received 2,000 taels in reward from the county office. Mr. Li even granted him an additional 500 taels. Follow him closely. Once he exits the city, seize him." The man beside him was none other than the leader of the county's second-largest gang, the Wolf Gang, known as Lone Wolf Li Jingfeng. Li Jingfeng furrowed his brow and replied, given that he has slain a master like Wang Shanxiong, he is likely not an easy adversary. He may be a disciple from a sect honing his skills in the mountains. Even I would find it a challenge to confront Wang Shanxiong. A sardonic smile crept across Qian Wenshuan's face as he retorted, disciple from a sect? He is merely a fortunate, impoverished lad. His attire and weaponry are freshly acquired, intended to bolster his image. This young man lacks any true experience in the martial world. He is either a peasant or a hunter. Wang Shanxiong was severely injured the last time he appeared. Likely this lad simply encountered the unfortunate, gravely wounded Wang Shanxiong. Or perhaps he stumbled upon Wang Shanxiong's corpse. Lone Wolf Li Jingfeng's eyes gleamed with realization. Steward, how did you discern that? Qian Wenshun held up 2 fingers, gesturing towards his eyes as he declared, my discerning eyes have seen countless faces. I cannot be mistaken. You might inquire at the blacksmiths and tailors' shops. His attire was likely procured within the county. He then pointed to his nose and added, my olfactory senses are equally keen. One can detect a person's essence through scent. This individual carries the distinct odor of poverty, quite unlike a person of noble status. A smile spread across Lone Wolf Li Jingfeng's face. Then I shall dispatch men to keep a close watch on him. Qian Wenshun, twirling his folding fan, turned to leave, casting back a final remark. As per our usual arrangement, we shall split the spoils 50-50 once the deed is done. Certainly. Lone Wolf Li Jingfeng responded, signaling 2 subordinates to follow Lin Feng closely, while dispatching another pair to the tailors and blacksmith shops for inquiries. Lin Feng purchased a bag of date cakes for the children and then wandered through the bustling flea market in search of any elusive secret manuals. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed. Contemplating a visit to the blacksmith shop to inquire if the proprietor possessed any knowledge of where such manuals might be procured, Lin Feng suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being observed from behind. Ever since his beast hunter fist had ascended to the realm of intent, his senses had sharpened to a predatory acuity. He glanced back, only to find that the passers-by and street vendors paid him no heed. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned 2 martial artists trailing him, both possessing the same skill, the Wolf Fong wind-splitting blade. As Lin Feng took a turn, he cast another glance back, relieved to see that the 2 had ceased their pursuit. Just as he began to relax, he noticed 2 more individuals behind him, their attribute panels also displaying the Wolf Fong wind-splitting blade. Lin Feng's gaze narrowed. Was this mere coincidence, or was he being stalked by a group? Arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, he peered inside to find 2 men engaged in conversation with the proprietor. A frown creased Lin Feng's brow upon recognizing that these 2 also bore the same skill. This was no coincidence. Straining to overhear their dialogue, Lin Feng listened intently as the 2 men asked, has the shop opened today? What weapons have you sold? The blacksmith seemed visibly intimidated by them. After all, they were brothers of the Wolf Pack gang, and today did not appear to be a collection day for protection fees. The taller of the 2 stated, we aren't here for protection fees today, we're merely inquiring. The blacksmith, with a forced smile, replied, thanks to you too. I've managed to sell a sword and a knife today, which keeps me afloat. The man continued, is that sword sheathed in iron, adorned with brass patterns? The blacksmith faltered. How do you know this? The 2 men exchanged knowing glances. No need to concern yourself with how we know. Just forget about it. The blacksmith bowed repeatedly. Understood, understood. With that, the 2 departed, leaving Lin Feng with their conversation echoing in his ears, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone, making his very blood feel as though it had congealed. He realized he was being targeted. Was his nightmare from the previous night about to manifest? Chapter 37. Spending all the silver to avert calamity, feigning ignorance. Lin Feng sat in a nearby steamed bun shop, consuming 2 buns and a bowl of millet porridge. It was vital to nourish himself before confronting any challenges. Once the 2 men exited the blacksmith shop, Lin Feng finished his meal and stepped inside. The proprietor, upon seeing him, greeted him with a smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. What can I assist you with today? Lin Feng returned the smile. I merely stopped by to browse and to ask if you might know where I could procure martial arts manuals. The only place to acquire such manuals is on the black market, replied the blacksmith. Indeed, there are places that sell them, but I am unaware of where the black market is located. The proprietor glanced toward the shop entrance and beckoned Lin Feng closer with a gesture, indicating he wished to share something discreetly. Lin Feng approached cautiously. The innkeeper whispered softly into Lin Feng's ear, esteemed guest, have you perhaps offended the wolf gang? Just now, Two members of the Wolf Gang inquired about your sword purchase. Oh, Lin Feng feigned ignorance, asking, what exactly is this Wolf Gang? The Wolf Gang is the second largest faction in the city. Though it holds the second position, it is merely a rogue gang, incomparable to the foremost Yunda escort agency. Rogue factions, you say? It is evident that you are not a local. The Yunda escort agency is subordinate to the sword sect and effectively governs Qinghe County. Both the general overseeing the city guards and the magistrate handling daily affairs are affiliated with the Yunda escort agency. It is also possible that individuals may have been dispatched directly by the sword sect. The Wolf Gang, lacking affiliation with the sword sect, has no backing. Hence it is deemed a rogue gang. However, even a rogue gang is not to be trifled with. You would do well to exercise caution, esteemed guest. Lin Feng appreciated the innkeeper's advice, grateful for the warning. No need for thanks. As for the black market, I am unaware of its location. You would need to consult others. It is said that one must have an insider to gain access to the black market. After exchanging a few words with the innkeeper, Lin Feng exited the blacksmith shop. Two members of the Wolf Gang trailed him along the streets. As he walked towards the heart of the city, his mind raced, contemplating his next move. It was clear he could not leave the city. Those within its bounds would not dare to act against him, but outside, he would surely be killed and robbed of his silver. As the second largest gang in the city, the Wolf Gang undoubtedly possessed several formidable experts, and their numbers were overwhelming. Lin Feng doubted his ability to escape. Remaining hidden in the city was not a viable solution. Not only would his family worry incessantly, but staying at an inn would eventually deplete his funds. Since it was silver that had brought him into this predicament, he resolved to spend it wisely. Initially, he had intended to use the funds to purchase martial arts manuals, but finding the black market was no simple task, and acquiring the manuals would likely not require all of his silver. Instead, he contemplated investing in a residence. Purchasing a house would necessitate registration at the county office, making it impossible for anyone to seize it. The transfer of property ownership required the presence of both buyer and seller at the county office, and thieves would never dare to visit, as it would lead to their own downfall. Stealing a house was far more challenging than robbing silver, and thieves typically did not entertain such notions. Lin Feng had long desired to acquire a residence in the county. The rural village was far too perilous, with bandits descending annually to collect their toll and occasional encounters with marauding beasts. Relocating to the city would significantly enhance his safety. As Lin Feng strolled along the street, his eyes scanned the edges, searching for notices advertising properties for sale. As he walked, someone called out to him, "Young Master Lin, what a coincidence. We meet again." Turning to see who it was, Lin Feng recognized Li Yuanwei, with whom he had previously shared a brief encounter at the county office. With a smile, Lin Feng replied, "It seems we are fated to cross paths." Li Yuanwei seemed amiable and approachable, generous in spirit. He inquired, "I noticed you gazing intently at the street. May I ask what you are searching for? Please feel free to inquire about anything. For in Qinghe County, there is nothing I am unaware of," said Lin Shaoxia. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback by the boldness of Li Yuanwei's assertion, yet he understood the man had the means to support such confidence. Eager to resolve his matter swiftly, Lin Feng decided to be direct, stating, "I wish to purchase a residence within the city, as I would like a place to rest when passing through." After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuanwei inquired, "What price range does Lin Shaoxia have in mind for the residence?" Lin Feng replied candidly, "You are well aware of the amount of silver I possess, so let us base the purchase on that figure." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Li Yuanwei's face. "How fortuitous. The residence next door is currently up for sale, listed at 2,700 taels. I shall speak to my neighbor. I believe we can settle on 2,500 taels." Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy at this news. "I am most grateful to you, Yuanwei." With a gesture of invitation, Li Yuanwei said, "My home is not far ahead. Please accompany me." As they walked together, 6 of Li Yuanwei's servants followed in tow. The members of the evil wolf gang who were tracking Lin Feng recognized Li Yuanwei and were puzzled by the association. They reported back to their leader, the solitary wolf Li Jingfeng, who instructed them to continue their surveillance. After a journey of half an hour, they arrived at Li Yuanwei's residence. Instead of returning home, Li Yuanwei knocked on the door of the neighboring courtyard. "Old Zhang, are you at home?" A frail voice soon responded from within. Yes, old Li, what brings you?" "A busy man here today? Open the door quickly. I have a buyer for you," Li Yuanwei urged. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man, stooped and gray-haired. With a kind face, he welcomed them into the courtyard. which housed only a maid and 4 servants. Li Yuanwei and Lin Feng took their seats at a stone table in the courtyard. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the charm of the 6-room courtyard, which was quite spacious. A robust phoenix tree stood in the yard, offering shade in the summer. Li Yuanwei asked, "Old Zhang, have you found a buyer yet?" The elder shook his head. "No buyers have come forth. I was considering lowering the price to expedite the sale, so I can retire to the county town." Li Yuanwei pointed to Lin Feng and declared, "This is Lin Shaoxia, who has vanquished the infamous flower thief, Wang Shanqiu. Today, he has brought Wang's head to the county office and received 2,000 taels in reward. I have also gifted him an additional 500 taels. For 2,500 taels in cash for your residence, you will not incur much loss. It would be prudent to sell the house to Lin Shaoxia." The elder quickly rose and bowed to Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Lin Shaoxia, you are truly a man of chivalry." Rising to assist the elder, Lin Feng responded, "You flatter me, sir." The elder continued, "When the notorious flower thief, Wang Shanqiu, was rampant, families with daughters in Longyuan County lived in constant fear. Your slaying of this menace has liberated us from a great threat. It is indeed a noble deed. I shall sell this residence to you for 2,500 taels, and I will leave the furniture for you as well. In such a vast courtyard, one cannot acquire it without at least 2,006 or 700 taels. Moreover, the elderly gentleman has retained the furniture for himself. The homes in Shaohe village are quite barren, lacking any decent furnishings. To purchase a set of similar furniture would require a considerable sum of over 100 taels of silver. The concession this elderly man has provided is indeed substantial." Lin Feng, without further ado, finalized the transaction with the gentleman and proceeded to the county office for the transfer of ownership. The freshly acquired 2,500 taels were entirely spent. Qian Wenshun, the clerk, witnessing Lin Feng's expenditure, silently cursed him as a spendthrift. Upon receiving the news, the members of the wolf gang withdrew their surveillance. Thus, a potential crisis was averted. Following the transaction, Mr. Li insisted on inviting Lin Feng, his new neighbor, to dine at his home. Lin Feng, eager to inquire about information regarding the black market, readily accepted the invitation. Chapter 38. I do not believe. I shall compete with my brother-in-law. During the meal at Mr. Li's residence, Lin Feng inquired about the black market. Mr. Li was indeed familiar with it and possessed the qualifications to enter. However, the black market only operates at night. Since Lin Feng needed to return home by evening, he postponed the matter for another time. At the time of the property transfer, Mr. Li was present and recognized Lin Feng as a local. He expressed a desire to invite Lin Feng to serve as a guardian for his estate. Lin Feng had no immediate plans to enter the city, so he decided to defer this proposition. Eventually, when he does venture into the city, taking on the role of a guardian for Mr. Li would be advantageous, especially as they are neighbors who could mutually support one another. For now, however, he must focus on learning martial arts from Mr. Hong and cannot come to the city just yet. After the meal, Lin Feng made his way towards the outskirts of the city. He glanced over his shoulder and noticed that no one was following him. Indeed, these individuals were solely after the 2,500 taels. Once the money was spent, they would no longer concern themselves with him. It appears that resolving issues does not always necessitate violence. One must also employ their intellect. Lin Feng returned home safely and enjoyed several peaceful days thereafter. During this period, he continued to visit Mr. Hong daily to discuss topics related to martial arts and matters within the martial world. He learned that the martial arts community is divided into 2 factions, the righteous and the demonic, with the Great Black Mountain serving as the boundary between their territories. Upon understanding this, Lin Feng felt a sense of unease regarding the safety of the county town, as it lay perilously close to the Great Black Mountain. The 2 factions could not remain at peace indefinitely. Conflict was inevitable. If a confrontation were to occur, Qinghe County would find itself on the front lines. He would need to consider relocating to the rear of the righteous faction's territory when the opportunity arises. Most of Lin Feng's discussions with Mr. Hong revolved around martial training. Mr. Hong emphasized the importance of establishing a solid foundation. Only with a firm base can one travel further along the path of martial arts. Lin Feng absorbed this advice, determined to lay a perfect foundation for himself. One day, while Lin Feng's family was enjoying lunch, there was a knock at the courtyard door. A woman's voice called out from outside, "Is Chunlan at home?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Chunlan's face brightened with joy as she quickly set down her chopsticks and exclaimed, "It's my mother. My mother has come to see me." Ever since Zhou Chunlan refused to remarry, her family had not sent anyone to visit her. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Zhou Chunlan was delighted, reminiscent of a little girl. Lin's mother also set down her chopsticks and said, "Xiao Feng, hurry and open the door." Lin Feng stepped outside and opened the courtyard gate. His mother-in-law, Madame Zhou, stood at the entrance with a basket, accompanied by her brother-in-law, Zhou Haitao. Upon seeing Lin Feng, both wore expressions of disdain and contempt. In their eyes, Lin Feng was still the lazy, gluttonous drunkard they remembered. When Zhou Haitao noticed Lin Feng's new clothes, free of patches, he could not restrain himself from shouting, "You wretched drunkard! My sister and her children are starving, and yet you have the money to buy new clothes. If I had known you had struck my sister again, I would have taught you a lesson." Though Zhou Haitao's concern for his sister was evident, Lin Feng remained unfazed and stepped aside to allow them entry. Zhou Chunlan and Lin's mother also emerged to greet them. Lin's mother approached with a smile, "Mother-in-law, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The meal is still warm. Please come in and eat." Zhou Chunlan took her mother's arm and urged, "Mother, hurry and rest inside." Then, turning to her brother Zhou Haitao, she admonished, "Xiao Tao, how can you speak to your brother-in-law like that? Show a little more respect." Zhou Haitao looked bewildered, surprised that his sister would defend that wretched drunkard Lin Feng. Moreover, he noticed that his sister was also wearing new clothes. Soon after, several children rushed out from the house. Despite their disdain for Lin Feng, Madame Zhou and Zhou Haitao were kind to the children. Daba, one of the children, grabbed Zhou Haitao's hand and exclaimed, "Uncle, why have you just come to see us?" Zhou Haitao smiled and replied, "Uncle came as soon as he had the time." He then pulled out some candies from his pocket and distributed them among the children, saying, "Uncle brought you sweets. Take them and enjoy." Each child joyfully took a piece of candy and popped it into their mouths. Little Yaya tugged at Madame Zhou's clothes and urged, "Grandma, come inside and eat meat. We have meat for lunch." Madame Zhou, particularly fond of Yaya, handed the basket to Zhou Chunlan, picked up Yaya, and smiled. "It's been months since we last saw each other. Our little Yaya has grown into such a chubby girl." Observing that Zhou Chunlan and the children were not only well-dressed, but also appeared healthy and rosy-cheeked, Madame Zhou noted the evident improvement in their circumstances. The children no longer looked emaciated, sporting instead charmingly plump figures. Madame Zhou turned to Lin's mother, "Xiao Feng's mother, has your family become prosperous?" Lin's mother smiled with pride and replied, "Mother-in-law, you must not always view our Xiao Feng through the lens of the past. He has changed significantly and often goes hunting in the mountains, earning quite a bit of silver. Our living conditions have improved considerably." Zhou Chunlan urged her mother, "Mother, please sit down and eat before we continue our conversation." Madame Zhou and Zhou Haitao were led to the table, where Lin Feng brought over 2 stools for them to sit. During this period, Lin Feng had taken up some carpentry work and had crafted many wooden stools. As Madame Zhou and Zhou Haitao settled down, they gazed at the spread before them, momentarily taken aback by the feast: pork ribs stewed with green beans, fluffy wheat pancakes, and thick millet porridge. Madame Zhou inquired, "Mother-in-law, what special occasion is it today for your family to dine so well?" The gluttonous little trio remarked, "Grandmother, we dine on meat every day. These ribs are from a wild boar, and they are incredibly fragrant. The wild boar was hunted by grandfather from the mountains." Zhou Shi glanced at Lin Feng, noting the absence of wine, which brought her a measure of reassurance. Yet, she found it hard to accept, for not long ago, the Lin family struggled to make ends meet. Even if Lin Feng had sworn off alcohol, their circumstances should not have improved to such an extent. Zhou Shi turned her gaze to her daughter, Zhou Chunlan, and noticed the silver hairpin adorning her hair. "Chunlan, what is the meaning of this? How has your family suddenly become so prosperous?" Zhou Chunlan replied with a smile, "Xiao Feng's hunting skills surpass even those of my father-in-law. Since he quit drinking, he has been hunting in the mountains almost daily, selling his catch in town and earning a considerable amount of silver each day. Over time, our lives have improved." Lin Feng had exchanged a few ingots of the 500 taels of silver contributed by Wang Shanxiong for small change in town. He often brought home a few taels of silver from his hunts. With money in their hands, Lin Mu and his wife unconsciously elevated their standard of living, and they had recently bid farewell to their meager meals. Upon hearing that Lin Feng's hunting prowess exceeded that of his father, Zhou Shi's gaze towards Lin Feng shifted dramatically. Initially, she had agreed to marry her daughter into the Lin family because Lin Feng's father was a renowned hunter in the region, promising a life of meat. However, shortly after her daughter married, Lin Feng's father disappeared in the mountains, and Lin Feng became a notorious drunkard. Now, with Lin Feng's exceptional hunting skills, there was newfound hope for her daughter. Zhou Haitao remained skeptical. Even if my brother-in-law has given up drinking, he couldn't possibly be that impressive. Just 2 months ago, I could have easily taken him down with one hand. Zhou Chunlan quickly defended Lin Feng, stating, "Your brother-in-law has a natural talent for martial arts, something you cannot compare to." Lin Feng was not only capable of earning money, but also proficient in self-defense, kind-hearted, and patient with children. In Zhou Chunlan's eyes, Lin Feng had become the epitome of a perfect husband, beyond reproach. Zhou Haitao took a bite of rib and declared, "I don't believe it. I want to challenge my brother-in-law." Chapter 39. Defeating the younger brother-in-law, Zhou Haitao had indeed sparred with the original host before, and at that time, the host was no match for him. Lin Feng glanced at his brother-in-law's attribute panel and noted that his vitality reached an impressive 12, placing him among the elite of ordinary individuals. It was no wonder the original host had been unable to defeat him. However, the martial skills section was conspicuously empty, indicating that he had never trained in any form of combat. Today, Lin Feng saw an opportunity to teach this insolent younger brother-in-law a lesson. With a smile, Lin Feng addressed his mother-in-law and Zhou Haitao. "Dear mother-in-law, Xiao Tao, you've traveled quite a distance and must be tired. Let us first enjoy our meal." He then turned to Zhou Haitao. "Xiao Tao, once you finish eating, we shall have a friendly bout." Lin Mu also urged them to eat. "In-laws, please eat first. We wouldn't want the food to go cold." The Zhou family was not affluent. They could merely afford to fill their stomachs without the luxury of meat at every meal. Seeing the plentiful meat on his plate, Zhou Haitao dug in heartily. With a sharp tap of her chopsticks, Zhou Shi admonished Zhou Haitao, urging him to eat more slowly. As if he had never encountered meat before, Zhou Chunlan generously added several pieces of rib to her brother's plate, encouraging him to indulge, assuring him that there would be plenty of meat available at her home. Zhou Haitao nodded, burying his face in the food. After the meal, Lin Mu prepared tea for the two. Zhou Haitao, stretching his limbs, appeared somewhat cocky, suggesting they head to the courtyard to practice. Remarking that it would be a good way to digest their meal, Lin Feng smiled wryly, contemplating who would truly be the one to digest whom. As they made their way to the courtyard, others followed, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. A few children leaned against the wall, cheering, "Go, Daddy! Go, Daddy!" Zhou Haitao pointed at them, mockingly asking why they weren't cheering for him, reminding them of the sweets he had given them. The little foodie, the youngest of the bunch, produced a slice of osmanthus cake, claiming it was tastier than any candy from their uncle. Zhou Haitao shed his shirt, revealing a robust torso adorned with a tuft of chest hair that made him resemble a bear. He scratched his chest hair, clenching his fists together with a loud crack, declaring that no matter how much they cheered, he would still bring their father down. Lin Feng also removed his shirt, showcasing muscles that, while not overly developed, were distinctly defined. Zhou Haitao's expression turned serious upon noticing his inebriated brother-in-law's unexpected physique. Adopting the stance of a beast hunter, Lin Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically, embodying the essence of a fierce tiger. Zhou Haitao, feeling somewhat intimidated, circled Lin Feng twice before lunging to tackle him, only for Lin Feng to deftly evade. Again and again, Zhou Haitao attempted to seize Lin Feng, but each time, he grasped at air, looking like a clumsy bear while the children laughed at his expense, teasing, "Uncle is so silly. Uncle can't catch Daddy. Uncle is like a big bear." Frustrated, Zhou Haitao felt a surge of determination, urging Lin Feng to stand still. When he finally grasped Lin Feng, they locked shoulders, preparing for a wrestling match. Zhou Haitao exerted all his strength, attempting to throw Lin Feng to the left. Yet Lin Feng remained rooted as if he were part of the ground. "I've gained strength," Zhou Haitao insisted, refusing to believe he couldn't overpower Lin Feng, straining until his face turned crimson. Then, unexpectedly, a loud sound erupted from him, a fart. The children wrinkled their noses and scampered away, not wishing to endure the odor. Lin Feng sidestepped, causing Zhou Haitao to be flung several meters away, his pants scraping against the ground, exposing a significant portion of his backside. Lin Mu, Zhou Shi, and Zhou Chunlan quickly turned their heads, with Zhou Shi's face flushed in embarrassment, lamenting her son's disgrace. Lin Mu cautioned, "Xiao Feng, be gentle. Don't hurt your uncle." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," he replied confidently. Zhou Shi, concerned for her son's safety, cautioned Zhou Haitao, "You shouldn't challenge your brother-in-law. It's clear you are no match for him." Zhou Haitao stood up, adjusted his trousers, and brushed off the dust from his clothes, declaring, "Mother, I'm fine. I could fall like this all day without getting hurt." He then charged at Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped and extended his leg, causing Zhou Haitao to trip and tumble awkwardly to the ground. Yet Zhou Haitao remained undeterred, spitting out the dirt from his mouth and rushing at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng evaded him effortlessly, landing a light punch on Zhou Haitao's abdomen. Ouch! Zhou Haitao groaned, rubbing his belly for a while before finally lowering his hands. Zhou Chunlan, feeling sympathetic towards her younger brother, urged, "Xiao Tao, dear, why don't you take a break?" But Zhou Haitao's stubbornness flared up, and he replied, "Sister, don't interfere. I once hit my brother-in-law too hard." Lin Feng chuckled. To him, sparring with Zhou Haitao felt akin to playfully engaging with his own children. "Xiao Tao, let's call it a day. Go home and practice, and we can spar again another time." Zhou Haitao, brimming with determination, insisted, "No, today I must bring you down." Lin Feng thought to himself that if he did not subdue his little brother-in-law today, Zhou Haitao would not relent. As Zhou Haitao charged at him again, Lin Feng seized both of his arms and forcefully twisted them behind his back. With a slight exertion, Lin Feng's grip tightened around Zhou Haitao's arms like a vice. The pain made Zhou Haitao grit his teeth at first, but soon he could no longer endure it. "It hurts. Brother-in-law, please let go." With a smile, Lin Feng asked, "Are you willing to submit?" Zhou Haitao quickly exclaimed, "I submit. Please, dear brother-in-law, release me." Lin Feng loosened his grip, and Zhou Haitao shook his arms, inquiring, "Brother-in-law, how did you become so formidable?" Zhou Chunlan stepped forward to massage Zhou Haitao's wrist, saying, "Your brother-in-law has mastered the family martial arts. Defeating an ordinary person like you is certainly no challenge." Zhou Haitao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother-in-law, you truly know martial arts? Could you teach me your family techniques?" Lin Feng, wishing to tease his little brother-in-law, replied, "I can teach you, but you must first formally become my disciple." Without hesitation, Zhou Haitao knelt dramatically, proclaiming, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." He attempted to bow his head to the ground, but Lin Feng swiftly lifted him up, saying, "No need for that. I was just joking. Huzi comes to my house every morning to practice. If you want to learn, you can train with him." Zhou Haitao grinned broadly. Really? He was familiar with Lin Hu, and they got along quite well. Lin Mu, witnessing Lin Feng manage to subdue the little brother-in-law who often bullied her son, felt a sense of satisfaction. She cheerfully suggested, "Sister-in-law, why not let Xiao Tao stay here for a few more days? He can learn martial arts and some hunting skills from Xiao Feng." Upon hearing that he could learn hunting skills, the Zhou family matriarch readily agreed. "Thank you, dear sister-in-law. Xiao Feng is thriving, and you shall start to enjoy the fruits of your labor. I truly envy you." Lin Mu's heart swelled with joy. Previously, she felt inferior when her sister-in-law visited, but today her son had brought her pride. "Huh, what enjoyment. I still have 5 little ancestors to raise." Lin's mother seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired, "By the way, I'm still unaware of the reason for your visit today, dear mother-in-law." Zhou was somewhat embarrassed, her expression slightly awkward as she replied, "Oh, it's nothing much, just came to check on Chunlan and the children." In truth, her visit was also aimed at persuading her daughter to remarry, and she hoped to convince Lin's mother to allow her to take care of the 2 children. However, upon witnessing the prosperous life of the Lin family, she felt it inappropriate to voice such sentiments. Chapter 40. The Golden Bell stands still. Zhou Haitao, Lin's brother-in-law, was not inherently a bad person. His previous grievances with the original owner stemmed from the mistreatment of his sister. Now, seeing how well Lin Feng treated his sister, he bore no ill will toward Lin Feng. Having been thoroughly impressed by Lin Feng, he was eager to seize the opportunity to learn martial arts from him. However, in this world, it was perilous for a woman to traverse mountain paths alone. Concerned for Zhou's safety, everyone insisted that Haitao escort her home before returning to Lin Feng's residence. After safely delivering Zhou home, Haitao promptly arrived at Lin Feng's house, eagerly requesting to learn martial arts. In this era, lacking martial prowess left men feeling vulnerable when venturing out. Lin Feng was quite willing to mentor these younger brothers, recognizing that he would need trustworthy individuals to watch over his home during his absences. Both Lin Hu and Zhou Haitao were suitable companions for this endeavor. Lin Feng dedicated his time daily to teach Haitao and Lin Hu the beast-hunting fist, often taking them hunting in the mountains and fishing in the rivers. He discovered that Zhou Haitao was physically robust, making him well suited for the practice of the Golden Bell. Consequently, Lin Feng decided to pass down the Golden Bell technique to Haitao. Lin Hui's physical capabilities were not significantly superior to Lin Feng's, rendering him less suited for the Golden Bell practice. Lin Feng opted not to teach Lin Hu the Golden Bell for now, planning to impart more suitable martial arts to him in the future. After all, a single technique like the beast-hunting fist would suffice for their training over the next few years. Lin Feng himself remained diligent, consistently practicing fundamental sword techniques. Time swiftly passed, and soon half a month had elapsed. Today, he instructed Zhou Haitao and Lin Hu to practice their punches at home while he ventured alone to the creek to catch shrimp. During this period, Lin Feng had accumulated 20 breakthrough points without utilizing them, and today he intended to employ them all. First, he aimed to elevate his family's legacy technique, the 6 shots of the hunting bow, to perfection, as it was a family martial art. He wondered if the 6 shots would possess an artistic level akin to the beast-hunting fist. He expended 4 breakthrough points to elevate the 6 shots to its highest realm, which marked the pinnacle of its progression, with no further levels to attain. After enhancing the 6 shots, he noticed no increase in his life attributes. It seemed prudent to refrain from learning inferior martial arts in the future, as they no longer offered significant benefits. Lin Feng sensed that upon reaching a life attribute of 20, practicing subpar martial arts ceased to enhance his life attributes. Each martial art level likely had a confined capability to improve life attributes. Investing points in lesser martial arts would inevitably yield diminishing returns, though the exact limit remained unknown. With the remaining 16 breakthrough points, Lin Feng resolved to allocate them all to the Golden Bell. The first layer of the Golden Bell consumed 2 breakthrough points, resulting in a slight increase in his life attributes. The second level of the Golden Bell shield likewise required 2 breakthrough points, with a corresponding increase in vitality attributes. The subsequent layers, from the 3rd to the 6th, followed suit. It appears that for inferior martial arts, aside from the initial entry requiring a single point, each layer from 1 to 8 consumes 2 breakthrough points. Based on the experience with the beast-hunting fist, it is likely that the final layer may require 4 points. When Lin Feng's Golden Bell shield reached the 6th layer, he retained 4 breakthrough points, and his vitality attributes soared to 27, nearly matching that of his maid, Yue. The 4th layer of the Golden Bell shield is considered minor completion, while the 7th layer signifies major completion. Lin Feng has now advanced to the 6th layer, and should he elevate it to the 7th, the Golden Bell shield would reach its pinnacle. At that point, he would instantly attain the realm of skin tempering, transcending the boundaries of leather and stone skin. However, Lin Feng noticed that the Golden Bell shield had turned gray, clearly indicating that further enhancement was not possible. He focused his intent on the Golden Bell shield, and the system prompted, insufficient vitality attributes, must reach 40 points to achieve major completion of the Golden Bell shield. This implied that his physical constitution fell short of the requirement. Currently, with only 27 vitality points, even if he allocated all 4 breakthrough points to vitality, he could only elevate it to 31. Even if the breakthrough points were sufficient, Lin Feng was reluctant to invest them directly into vitality attributes, as this would be somewhat wasteful. It would be more prudent to utilize these points to learn martial arts of inferior rank or higher, thereby enhancing both his combat prowess and vitality attributes in a dual benefit. Lin Feng resolved to refrain from allocating points for the time being. He planned to venture into the city in the coming days to see if he could procure a martial arts manual through Li Yuan Wai in the black market. He was not particular, as long as the manual was not of substandard quality. Truly, it is said that the impoverished pursue knowledge while the affluent cultivate martial prowess. It is likely that an ordinary individual would find it exceedingly difficult to master the Golden Bell shield to its major completion due to limitations in physical attributes. Disciples from influential sects, when faced with such a bottleneck, could consume potent beast meat or aged herbs to achieve a breakthrough. If he could acquire such nourishing substances, he could save a considerable number of breakthrough points. However, given his current strength and status, obtaining such items was unfeasible. He would have to rely on learning other martial arts or enhancing his vitality attributes to overcome the bottleneck. Today, Lin Feng felt somewhat dazed, his mind flooded with memories of practicing the Golden Bell shield. In his recollections, he struck himself with an iron rod, pricked himself with a knife, and collided with wild bulls on the mountain. He consumed herbs, soaked in medicinal baths, and practiced the internal aspects of the Golden Bell shield through standing meditation. Now, when he activated the Golden Bell shield, even a sharp knife could not harm him. A person skilled in martial arts could strike him with an iron rod without inflicting injury. However, if a proficient martial artist were to stab him with a blade, he could still be wounded. Once he masters the Golden Bell Shield to its major completion, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary martial artists wielding knives and swords to inflict harm upon him. He was unaware of how many large shrimp he had consumed today. He was close to depleting the shrimp population in this small stream. Fortunately, this stream is connected to a larger river, and in due time, it would replenish. Lin Feng took a final glance at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Life, 27. Martial skills, Hunter S. Bow 6 shots, trivial, perfection. Beast Fist, trivial, realm level. Frenzied Demon Staff technique, trivial, perfection. Basic swordsmanship, inferior, uninitiated. Nurturing Heart Sword technique, superior, uninitiated. Golden Bell Shield, inferior, level 6. Breakthrough points, 4. This enhancement significantly bolstered his strength. Lin Feng felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping him, brimming with vigor. He picked up a piece of soft stone from the ground, activated the Golden Bell Shield, and shattered the stone with a single punch. The Golden Bell Shield provided comprehensive enhancements to his physique, augmenting both his defense and attack power. After washing in the stream, he caught a basket full of river shrimp and joyfully made his way home. Upon returning to Xiaohe village, Lin Feng sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Several women were weeping at the doorsteps of their homes. Woe is us, will we never find peace? A few bloodied men leaned against the roadside, their eyes filled with resentment and defiance as they glared at a group wielding iron rods. Lin Feng quickly deduced that trouble had come to Xiaohe village, prompting him to hasten home. Chapter 41. Truly life-weary. Once Lin Feng reached home, the situation became clear. The Iron Rod Gang had arrived in Xiaohe village to extort protection fees. These ruffians were indeed audacious, reaching even the countryside to collect their dues. By the time Lin Feng arrived at his home, a dozen or so thugs from the Iron Rod Gang had already gathered at the doorstep of Zhang Xiaoyu's house. They pounded on the gate with their iron rods, demanding, "Open up, the Iron Rod Gang is here to collect protection fees." They charged a fee of 1 or 2 silver coins per person, once a year. Aunt Lin and a few women stood nearby, softly weeping. "Oh, these wretched souls. They truly leave us common folk no respite." Indeed, the bandits on the mountain demanded head money, the government sought taxes, and the Iron Rod Gang demanded protection fees. The Iron Rod Gang's malevolence was unparalleled. Even the Knife Gang from town had never stooped to such depths in the countryside. The 4 bullies from the Feng family were said to be part of the Iron Rod Gang, yet they had been reduced to ashes. One could only hope that the Iron Rod Gang would soon meet a similar fate. "Lower your voices, don't let them hear us." Just moments ago, Old Li argued with them for a few moments, and they broke his arm. Lin Feng's family stood at the entrance, peering anxiously outside. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, they felt a renewed sense of hope. "Father, there are bad people outside," De Bao whispered, pointing at the gang. Lin Feng gently ruffled his son's hair, reassuring him. "Do not fear, my son, for I am here." Lin Mu pulled De Bao behind her, cautioning, "De Bao, remain silent and observe." She then turned to Lin Feng. "My dear, there are too many of them. Please, do not confront them. If they demand money, we can simply give it to them. After all, we can afford it." Her concern stemmed from a desire to protect her family. After the Iron Rod Gang entered the village, several individuals had already sustained injuries. Lin Feng counted 15 members of the gang, each wielding a solid iron rod. Having mastered the Golden Bell Shield technique, Lin Feng knew that these thugs could not harm him. However, he had no intention of engaging them. He was concerned that a confrontation would endanger his family. Even if he were to defeat them, the gang would undoubtedly send more formidable adversaries. Unless he could eradicate the Iron Rod Gang entirely, he believed he lacked the strength to confront them. Yet, he considered that ambushing this group and robbing them of their silver was within his capabilities. The village chief of Xiaohe village stood among the gang members, bowing and scraping as he spoke. "The resident of this courtyard is named Zhang Xiaoyu. There are only 2 people in his household, and his wife is pregnant." The bald-headed thug in charge sneered, "Pregnant? That makes 3 people. We shall collect 3 taels of silver." Realizing there was no escape, Zhang Xiaoyu opened the courtyard door. The gang member pointed his iron rod at him and said, "You little brat, why did it take you so long to open the door?" Zhang Xiaoyu replied, his expression devoid of emotion, "My wife is pregnant, and I was taking care of her." He produced 2 taels of silver and handed it over, saying, "This is our protection fee." The bald thug accepted the 2 taels and declared, "You owe us another tael. Since your wife carries a child, that counts as 3 people altogether. So you must pay 3 taels." Zhang Xiaoyu's anger flared. He shouted, "The child hasn't even been born yet. What right do you have to demand a protection fee? The bandits on the mountain do not extort money like this." The bald thug jabbed his iron rod menacingly at Zhang Xiaoyu, shouting, "What are you yelling about? We are not here to reason with you. The iron rod gang sets the precedent. If you refuse to pay, we cannot guarantee the safety of your wife's unborn child." Zhang Xiaoyu realized that his wife's pregnancy was his Achilles heel. Fearing for her safety and wishing to appease the thugs, he considered paying another tael. However, he truly had no money left. Suppressing his anger, Zhang Xiaoyu fished out a few hundred cash coins, stating, "This is all I have left, take it." One thug, chewing on a blade of grass, spat it out and retorted, "Pa, who do you think you're fooling? If you can't produce silver, I will ensure your wife loses her child." As the thugs made to rush into his courtyard, Zhang Xiaoyu grew frantic and tried to block their path. "Please, brothers, have mercy. Let me think of a way." He noticed the village chief standing beside the thugs and called out, "Uncle Zhang, could you lend me a tael of silver? I promise to repay you in a few days." Zheng Fugui, the village chief, was complicit with the thugs. He assisted the Iron Rod gang in extorting money from households, ensuring that the gang would not only exempt him from protection fees, but would also share their spoils with him. Zheng Fugui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Xiaoyu, seek help from someone else. I have 2 children at home and am also in need of funds." A cunning and shrewd man, Zheng Fugui, being the richest in the village, was reluctant to lend any silver. Zhang Xiaoyu then turned his gaze to the onlooking villagers. The villagers who gathered turned their heads away, unwilling to meet his gaze. The thugs, seeing that Zhang Xiaoyu could not procure any silver, prepared to advance further. "If you cannot pay the protection fee for your child, then you might as well forego having one," they sneered. Zhang Xiaoyu, a man of considerable stature, knelt down on the ground for the sake of his wife and child. "Gentlemen, grant me a few days' grace," he pleaded. "Let us not waste time. We demand the protection fee from Xia village today," they retorted. At that moment, Lin Feng called out, "Brother Zhang." Zhang Xiaoyu turned his attention to Lin Feng, who tossed a piece of broken silver to him. "Brother Zhang, I forgot to return the silver I borrowed a couple of days ago. Today I shall repay you." Zhang Xiaoyu caught the silver and cast a grateful look toward Lin Feng, who had never borrowed money from him in the first place. Lin Feng's words not only assisted Zhang Xiaoyu, but also preserved his dignity, while subtly indicating that his own family was not well off either and in need of borrowing. Zhang Xiaoyu handed the silver to the group of thugs, who, upon receiving it, ceased their harassment. After collecting the protection fee from Zhang Xiaoyu's household, the thugs approached Lin Feng's door. The bald thug, noticing the crowd at Lin Feng's residence, immediately broke into a grin. He pointed at the people gathered, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people, 9 taels of silver. Lin's mother interjected, "There are only 8 members in our family. The 9th is my son's brother-in-law, who has come to visit." The bald thug turned to the village head, Zheng Fugui, who confirmed, "This household indeed consists of 8 members, 5 children and 3 adults. The other is not from our village." The bald thug then stated, "In that case, we will collect 8 taels of silver." A thug behind him remarked, "This family is truly fortunate to have so many children." Another chimed in, "Fortunate for us, not for them. The old folks collecting protection fees may not last long, but the little ones could live for decades, netting us quite a fortune over the years. You do have a point. By the time they grow up, we may be gone, yet the fees will continue. It matters not if we are gone. Our children can carry on collecting their dues." "You speak wisely." A one-eyed thug pointed at Zhou Chunlan and leered, "The lady of this house is quite beautiful. I wonder how much it costs for a night." Another thug agreed, one-eyed, "Your eye is indeed sharp. This young lady becomes more enchanting the longer one looks." The brothers stationed in Xia village are indeed fortunate. Lin Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this. These scoundrels dared to tease his wife before his very eyes. Truly, they had a death wish. It seemed this band of ruffians could not be spared. Chapter 42. Who lives, who dies? Lin Feng instructed his mother, wife, and children to enter the house first. He then produced 8 taels of silver and handed them to the bald thug. The thug accepted the money and prepared to leave, but the one-eyed thug, who had taken a fancy to his wife, approached with a lecherous grin and asked, "Brother, how much for a night with your wife? Such a vile individual." Lin Feng delivered a powerful punch to the one-eyed thug's functioning eye. To hell with you. As the other ruffians turned to leave, one among them shouted a curse and charged forward. You're courting death. Let us take him down. Lin Feng stepped back 2 paces, seized the large bow hanging on the wall with his right hand, and with his left, retrieved 6 arrows from a nearby quiver. Drawing the bowstring taut, he bellowed, "Whoever dares to come forward shall perish." Zhou Haitao stood beside Lin Feng, wielding a club. Since Lin Feng had trained in the beast-hunting fist, his display of force radiated an aura reminiscent of a fierce predator, instilling fear in those around him. His roar indeed quelled the ruffians momentarily. You've already paid for protection. Do not provoke me. If you wish to fight, you shall leave some of your own behind today. An arrow in Lin Feng's hand pointed ominously at Zheng Fugui. Feeling the cold glint of the arrowhead, Zheng Fugui's heart sank, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. The village chief, Zheng Fugui, wiped his sweat and warned the bald-headed ruffian leading the group. This lad is a hunter and possesses considerable skill. When his father was alive, he never missed a shot. Countless wolves fell to his arrows when they descended from the mountains. The bald-headed ruffian recognized Lin Feng's formidable presence. Should those 6 arrows be released, several of his men would surely fall. His task was to collect protection fees, and if any of his brothers were harmed, he would face punishment. He raised a hand to halt his men, commanding, "Fall back. Our mission today is to collect fees, so do not stir trouble. We'll deal with this boy another day." Lin Feng thought to himself, "Another day? I shall ensure none of you see the dawn." The one-eyed ruffian, already sporting a black eye from Lin Feng's earlier strike, begrudgingly left the courtyard. "You'd better watch your back, brat." Lin Feng saw through these men. They were merely bullies who feared the strong. After leaving his home, the ruffians headed to the neighboring Wang Shanyong's residence. Village Chief Zheng Fugui remarked, "The occupants of this courtyard just moved to Zaihe village and seem to possess some skill." The bald-headed ruffian, still simmering from his encounter with Lin Feng, thought that skill wouldn't exempt them from paying protection fees. He kicked the door twice, demanding, "Open up." No one was home at Wang Shanyong's house, and thus, no one answered his call. With a flurry of kicks, the ruffians broke down the door and searched the premises, but finding no one and no valuables, they cursed and exited. The ruffians from the Iron Rod gang went from house to house demanding protection fees. Observing that those ahead either complied or faced a beating before paying, the villagers abandoned any hope of resistance and prepared their silver in advance. Upon returning home, Lin Feng found his wife sitting on the bed, wiping away tears. He approached her for comfort. "My dear, do not let these scoundrels upset you. Their days are numbered." Zhou Chunlan, glancing anxiously at the door, asked, "Will they come back to trouble us?" "They have no future," Lin Feng reassured her. Zhou Chunlan wiped her tears, interpreting his words as mere consolation. "I'm fine. Evil begets evil. These people cannot last long." Lin Feng sat on the bed, cradling his wife in his arms, gently patting her back. She was right. They surely wouldn't last long. Zhou Chunlan rose and headed towards the kitchen, announcing her intent to prepare a meal. Lin Feng stepped outside, declaring his intention to visit Mr. Hong, wishing to spare him further distress from those ruffians. He donned his bow and arrows, casting a distant gaze upon the group from the Iron Rod gang. As the gang approached Mr. Hong's residence, Lin Feng advanced towards them, stating, "There are 2 individuals residing in this courtyard, one of whom is an elderly man with mobility issues. I shall provide you with silver. Please refrain from disturbing them." The bald thug glanced at the village chief, Zheng Fugui, who nodded in agreement. The thug squinted, saying, "Well, you seem rather wealthy." Lin Feng tossed 2 taels of silver towards them, asserting that their financial status was of no concern to him. Upon receiving the silver, the gang indeed refrained from troubling Mr. Hong. Both Mr. Hong and his maid, Yue, could hear everything clearly from the courtyard. Had the thugs entered, they would have had no choice but to part with their silver to maintain their anonymity. However, if they truly ventured inside and laid eyes on the elderly Mr. Hong and the beautiful maid, they might entertain nefarious thoughts. Lin Feng had alleviated their predicament, and both individuals felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. He did not enter Mr. Hong's courtyard, but returned home to set down his bow and arrows. He shouldered a bundle and made his way outside. At the entrance, he turned back to his mother, saying, "Mother, I am going out for a while. Do not prepare my portion for dinner." Lin Mu approached him, inquiring, "Xiao Feng, where are you headed?" Lin Feng patted the bundle on his back, replying, "I'm going to the town to sell some furs and exchange them for silver." With that, he departed. His words were merely a means to spare his mother's worries. Within the bundle lay not only furs, but also a set of night gear and 2 iron rods. He intended to follow the gang, hoping to seize an opportunity to eliminate them and reclaim the stolen silver. Xiaohe village comprised fewer than 100 households. As the sun dipped low in the west, the gang had completed their collection of protection fees. The bald thug counted the coins in his pouch. 183 taels of silver. Who would have thought such a small village could yield so much wealth? These destitute families are rather affluent, he mused. In 2 months, we shall return to collect again. A round-faced thug queried, Brother Bald, didn't we agree to collect only once a year? The bald thug smacked the back of the round-faced thug's head, exclaiming, You fool! Isn't that just a tactic to deceive these villagers? How could you still believe that? If we claimed we would collect 4 times a year, would these villagers so readily part with their silver? He then produced 3 taels of silver, tossing them to Zheng Fugui. Thanks to you today. Take this 3 taels as a token of appreciation. Thank you, Brother Bald, Zheng Fugui replied, a broad smile adorning his face as he tucked the silver into his pocket. The bald thug continued, In the coming days, find a house in the village. Our iron rod gang will send a few brothers to station themselves in Xiaohe village. These brothers need not cook. They will dine from house to house throughout the village. Upon hearing the conversation, Zheng Fugui immediately comprehended the implication. They sought the assistance of Xiaohe village to support the Taigun gang. The audacity of the Taigun gang in their dealings was indeed boundless. It seemed that Xiaohe village would soon be devoid of peace, likely facing opposition from some villagers. The bald-headed thug chuckled, declaring, With our alliance to the city guard, do we need to fear dissent? A few indiscreet souls silenced, and the rest will fall in line. As he glanced at the darkening sky, he called out, Brothers, today's mission was executed splendidly. Let us return and indulge in some drink. A group of thugs, laughing and chatting, ambled away. Lin Feng, carrying his bundle, stealthily followed them. Chapter 43. For wealth, birds perish. As the Taigun gang thugs walked, they engaged in idle chatter. They had traversed 2 villages today, netting 420 taels of silver. Tomorrow, we shall visit 2 more villages, and our countryside assignment will be complete. The one-eyed thug gritted his teeth and remarked, Brother Bald, we cannot let that hunter boy, who dared to confront us, escape unscathed. Rest assured, that lad is as good as dead, came the reply. We shall inform the enforcers in the gang upon our return. Those enforcers, living in luxury day after day, need some tasks to occupy them. Brother Bald, their lives seem quite indulgent. How does one become an enforcer? To become an enforcer, you must hone your skills diligently and refrain from squandering your strength on women. Master the mad demon stick technique to its pinnacle, and you may apply for the position. How many years would that require? The path of martial arts depends on one's innate talent. Some achieve mastery in 7 or 8 years, while others toil for over a decade. The one-eyed thug grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. In that case, I would prefer to expend my energy on women. That hunter's wife is quite appealing. You seem quite fixated. Let us assign you to Xiaohe village. Once we dispose of that hunter, his wife shall be yours. Thank you. Brother Bald, I take your words to heart. Fear not, it is hardly a monumental task. After half an hour of walking, the group appeared fatigued and settled by the roadside to rest and hydrate. Lin Feng had been shadowing them from the nearby woods, and upon observing their halt, he too paused, donning a dark cloak and mask. The dusk had descended, casting a heavy gray veil over the sky. The remnants of the sunset had vanished, replaced by a somber, muted yellow. The wind began to howl, carrying a chilling breath that stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, producing an eerie, hissing sound. One thug felt a chill and tightened his clothing, exclaiming, What kind of weather is this? Why is it still windy at night? Indeed, I too feel a bit cold. Another echoed, Brother Bald, should we not return? Wait a moment. We agreed to meet old Zhao and the others here. Lin Feng crouched low, grasping an iron rod in each hand, inching closer to the group. His time in this world had been brief, characterized by either killing or being on the path to do so. Alas, there were far too many deserving of death in this realm. He was unwilling to endure as the original owner had. He must take up the sword. The resting place of the thugs was adjacent to the woods. As Lin Feng approached the group of ruffians from a distance of over 10 meters, he was finally noticed. What sound is that? Look, someone is running from the woods. Just as the words left their lips, Lin Feng had already dashed to their side. Mastering the frenzied staff technique to perfection allowed him to wield twin staffs. swirling them with a ferocity akin to madness, proving quite effective in brawls. Of course, the technique lacked the structured finesse of higher-level martial arts. Before the two ruffians at the edge of the woods could rise, Lin Feng had already unleashed two strikes. With a resounding thud, the staff struck their heads, causing their skulls to burst, leaving them lifeless without a sound. Ignoring the remaining ruffians, Lin Feng charged towards the bald leader. Among the dozen men, only this bald fellow had achieved a modicum of proficiency in the frenzied staff technique. The others had barely scratched the surface. Moreover, the pouch of coins was in his possession. To reclaim the silver, he had to eliminate this leader. He could not afford to act recklessly and return empty-handed. As Lin Feng reached the bald man, he was already on his feet. With his right hand, Lin Feng swung a staff towards the bald man's head. The bald man dodged swiftly, but Lin Feng followed up with a left-handed strike aimed at his shoulder. The bald man attempted to block with his iron rod, but with a sharp clang, Lin Feng sent the rod flying from his grasp. Employing the golden bell shield, Lin Feng's strikes bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The bald man staggered back, collapsing to the ground, and threw the pouch of coins forward. "Spare my life, hero. There are over 400 taels of silver in the pouch. Take it all. Just let me live." Lin Feng paid no heed to the pouch. Today, he sought both silver and blood. He stepped over the pouch and swung his staff at the bald man's head once more. The bald man, demonstrating unexpected agility, rolled aside, simultaneously throwing a handful of lime powder. Lin Feng quickly raised his arm to shield his eyes. The lime powder he had used against Wang Shanxiong had been procured from the Feng family brothers, who boasted of their affiliation with the Iron Rod Gang. There was no way Lin Feng would let his guard down. At that moment, the other ruffians had regained their senses. 3 of them brandished iron rods, striking towards Lin Feng's back. Hearing the whoosh of their swings, Lin Feng swept his right-hand staff backward. With a series of resounding clashes, he deflected the 3 iron rods, causing the assailants to recoil in pain. As the bald man attempted to rise, Lin Feng stepped forward, delivering a wild donkey kick to his head. The bald man was sent flying. Before he could touch the ground, Lin Feng swung his staff again, striking the bald man's head with such force that it shattered his skull. Witnessing this scene, the remaining ruffians were seized by terror, scattering in all directions. Lin Feng plunged into the fray, his twin staffs whirling, taking down one ruffian after another. He first dealt with the one-eyed ruffian, whose insult to his beloved warranted a swift and fatal reprisal. Despite the overwhelming numbers, a few managed to escape. The 2 ruffians fled in opposite directions, one of them seizing the opportunity to snatch a money pouch amidst the chaos. This fellow seemed willing to risk his life for wealth. Lin Feng pursued the ruffian, clutching the pouch. This individual lacked any martial prowess and had poor stamina. After merely 100 meters, he was already panting heavily. As he noticed Lin Feng closing in, he realized the folly of his decision. Had he not taken the pouch, he might have salvaged his life. But now he was likely in peril. After a brief moment, Lin Feng was within 10 meters of the ruffian. Hearing the footsteps drawing nearer, the ruffian panicked entirely. He tossed the pouch aside and shouted, "I don't want the money anymore. Please, don't pursue me." Yet Lin Feng was not one to relent. With a swift motion, he hurled a metal rod. It pierced through the ruffian's back and emerged from his chest. The ruffian collapsed forward, coughing up blood incessantly. Lin Feng stepped onto the ruffian's back, exerting force to extract the rod. The ruffian convulsed once and then perished. Lin Feng mused, "Truly, greed can lead to one's demise. Had the ruffian abstained from taking the pouch, I might have pursued another." With the pouch secured, Lin Feng turned to chase the remaining fugitive. However, he had scarcely gone far when a cacophony of footsteps echoed ahead. Peering intently, he saw a throng of 20 to 30 individuals approaching, armed with metal rods. One among them shouted, "Protect the law. That black-clad man has killed our comrades and stolen the money pouch." At that moment, footsteps emerged behind Lin Feng as well, with another 30 individuals encircling him. Chapter 44. The hero of Qinghe. The 2 groups totaled over 50 individuals. Lin Feng surveyed their attributes and discerned that 4 among them had mastered the frenzied stick technique to an advanced level. These were likely their leaders. The others were average in skill. However, their numbers were overwhelming. If they dispersed, it could take an eternity to subdue them. Lin Feng had not practiced any agile techniques, and his speed was only marginally superior to theirs, making pursuit quite taxing. If he were skilled with hidden weapons, he could resolve this swiftly. Yet, lacking both agility and hidden weaponry, a confrontation would be protracted. Should more skilled members of the Rod Gang arrive to reinforce them, he would be in grave danger. Without hesitation, Lin Feng turned and dashed into the adjacent dense forest. Pursue, catch him, and eliminate him. The two groups surged after him. As dusk settled, the forest grew dim. The uneven terrain, with its tangled roots, made it difficult for those unaccustomed to the woods to run swiftly. Lin Feng, a hunter by nature and armed with the memories gained from mastering the beast hunter fist, was more familiar with the forest than he was at home. He quickly outpaced most of the pursuers, many of whom hesitated to venture deeper for fear of losing their way. Only two individuals remained steadfast in their pursuit. Lin Feng glanced back and realized he was now being followed by fellow practitioners. The two individuals behind raced through the forest like rabbits, evidently well acquainted with the terrain. Hailing from a lineage of hunters, Lin Feng, possessing a more extensive martial prowess, superior vitality, and greater stamina than these two, initially intended to outrun them for a while longer. However, upon glancing back, he discerned that they were among the two of the four ringleaders, each burdened with a pouch of coins. Rather than eluding them, he deemed it prudent to eliminate them, thereby securing a modest profit. Feigning fatigue, Lin Feng deliberately slowed his pace to lure them in. Predictably, the two intensified their pursuit. Before long, he entered their striking range. Without uttering a word, they raised their iron rods to strike, one aimed at his head, the other at his back. Lin Feng neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he pivoted and thrust his iron rod towards their chests. The two, resolute in their intentions, did not relent, opting for a mutual assault. The clashing of iron resounded as their rods connected with Lin Feng's head and shoulder, akin to striking a figure of iron. Remarkably, he felt no pain, only a slight numbness. The golden bell shield absorbed their blows, leaving Lin Feng unscathed. Conversely, the two faced dire consequences as Lin Feng's rod pierced through their chests. One fell dead on the spot, while the other, blood trickling from his lips, gasped out the words golden bell shield. Before his head sagged, extinguished. This individual displayed remarkable insight, recognizing the golden bell shield. Lin Feng relieved them of their pouches, discovering an additional 10 taels of silver upon their persons. Before resuming his flight, after glancing up at the stars to ascertain his direction, he made his way back to Xiaohe village. The 3 pouches were stained with blood, exuding a heavy scent of carnage. Lin Feng proceeded to wash the pouches by the stream, cleansing both them and the silver within, casually counting as he did so. To his astonishment, the 3 pouches contained over 1,300 taels of silver. A hard-working farmer might earn merely a few taels in a year, while these individuals, who contributed nothing to production, amassed wealth with ease. Lin Feng felt justified in his actions against them. He also took the opportunity to wash his clothes and bathe before returning home. Upon his arrival, he bestowed 5 taels of silver each upon his wife and mother, claiming it was a reward from selling furs. The remainder he concealed, planning to use the silver to procure martial arts manuals in the black market. Although he possessed the ability to memorize them upon a single reading, he understood the necessity of being prepared in case access was denied. The following day, Lin Feng refrained from visiting the county town, apprehensive that the Iron Rod gang might take advantage of his absence to harass his family. Fortunately, the day passed without incident. Upon the return of Aunt Lin and her family from selling grain in town, they were all smiles as they recounted their experiences. Did you hear? Yesterday, the Iron Rod gang's thugs who were collecting protection fees in the countryside met their demise. Over a dozen of their ruffians were slain. Even the city guards were stirred into action, though they refused to intervene, leaving the Iron Rod gang to resolve the matter themselves. It is said that only one person took action. Is that true? I wonder who this heroic figure might be. The oppressed residents of the town secretly refer to this individual as the hero of Qinghe. This person has indeed rid the people of their suffering, earning the title of a true hero. Lin Feng, upon hearing this news, merely smiled faintly. Most of those subjugated by the Iron Rod gang are honest and simple folk. They harbor a deep resentment towards the gang, but lack the ability to resist. Thus they pin their hopes on someone else to resolve their plight. Giving rise to the hero of Qinghe, Lin Feng had no desire to be a hero. He harbored only 2 aspirations. The first was to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and the second was to ensure a comfortable life for his family. As for saving the masses, he was not yet equipped for such grand endeavors. Since the Iron Rod gang had not suspected Xiaohe village, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. He planned to visit the county town the following day to seek out Li Yuanwei, hoping he would accompany him to the black market to purchase martial arts manuals. The next day, Lin Feng spent the morning in Xiaohe village. The Iron Rod gang had yet to arrive, further easing his mind. After lunch, he decided to head to the county town. While having his meal, Lin Feng put down his bowl and said, "In a while, I will be going to the county town and will stay there overnight, returning tomorrow." Lin Mu, while serving a piece of meat to Xiao Yia, looked up and asked, "Xiao Feng, what business do you have in the city? Staying overnight at an inn can be quite expensive." Zhou Chunlan remained silent, sensing that her husband was becoming increasingly enigmatic. She even harbored suspicions that the hero of Qinghe might be Lin Feng himself. Just yesterday, he had consoled her by saying that the ruffians of the Iron Rod gang would not live long, and shortly after, news spread of a young thug being killed. Zhou Chunlan only held a hint of suspicion. She did not yet believe Lin Feng possessed such extraordinary capabilities. She thought to herself that Lin Feng could do as he pleased, as long as he didn't spend all his days drinking as he had before. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "I have heard that the night market in the city is particularly lively. I wish to broaden my horizons and also check the prices of furs. If they are more expensive than in the town, I might consider selling furs in the county town's night market in the future." The Iron Rod gang had exploited the town too ruthlessly, resulting in a significant drop in fur prices. Lin Mu sighed. "When will this damned Iron Rod gang be eradicated?" Zhou Chunlan echoed the sentiment with a sigh. Even if the Iron Rod gang were to vanish, other gangs would inevitably arise. As long as the world remains unchanged, it is we, the hunters and farmers, who will continue to suffer. Zhou Haitao scratched his chest hair and declared, "Once my brother-in-law and I refine our martial skills, no one will dare bully us. Only then can we live more easily." Lin Feng nodded. During this time, Zhou Haitao had impressed him considerably. The lad was remarkably diligent, training relentlessly in martial arts. Of course, Lin Feng's generous provision of food played a significant role. Otherwise, such rigorous training would likely have left him exhausted. Lin Feng also intended to purchase some essential herbs for refining alchemical protective gear during his trip to the city. After finishing his meal, he took 1,000 taels of silver and set off for the county town. Chapter 45. Enjoying tea and engaging in conversation on the way, Lin Feng altered his appearance, donning a fitted outfit, a bamboo hat, and wielding a sharp sword. The journey unfolded smoothly, and within less than 2 hours, he arrived at the county town. He made his way directly to the residence of Mr. Li. The gate of Mr. Li's estate stood ajar, guarded by 2 burly men who appeared to be the gatekeepers. Lin Feng approached with cupped fists and inquired, "May I ask if Mr. Li is at home?" Noticing Lin Feng's attire reminiscent of a wandering hero, the gatekeeper refrained from being dismissive and respectfully asked, "May I know who you are?" "Ah, I am Lin Feng, the new neighbor from next door. Here to enjoy a drink at your master's abode," he replied. The gatekeeper responded courteously, "Young Master Lin, you have arrived at an unfortunate time. My master is away on business and is not expected to return until evening." Lin Feng resolved to wait at his own house, next door for the time being. He retrieved his key and unlocked the gate to his courtyard. The yard appeared just as he had left it, save for a scattering of fallen leaves. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Feng took a broom and swept the courtyard. He then proceeded to tidy up the main room. The safety of Xiaohe village had been increasingly compromised, and he yearned for his family to relocate to the county town promptly. In that case, he could reside alone in Xiaohe village, yet still visit Mr. Hong for martial arts lessons every day. If necessary, he could commute between Xiaohe village and the county town daily. To facilitate such travel, it would be prudent to master a form of lightness skill or acquire a horse. In this world, a horse was akin to a luxury vehicle, a status symbol that most families could scarcely afford. Even the most ordinary horse commanded a price of 100 taels of silver, not to mention the need for a stable and daily care. The cost of maintaining a horse exceeded that of owning a car in his previous life. Lin Feng believed that learning a lightness skill would be significantly easier than keeping a horse. Nevertheless, once he achieved prosperity, he would undoubtedly consider acquiring horses as a mark of status. After finishing the tidying of one room, Lin Feng decided to take a moment to rest. The tasks of life were endless, and one must balance work with leisure. He rinsed out the water vat and filled it with water from the well in the courtyard. Then, using the teapot and tea leaves left by the previous owner, he brewed a pot of tea. Sitting alone in the courtyard, he savored the tea, relishing the tranquil moments of solitude. When one becomes overly busy or preoccupied with thoughts, it is easy to become entrapped in one's own mind. It is essential to periodically quiet oneself to return to one's true essence. Lin Feng recalled a humorous story from his past life. a smile inadvertently gracing his face. The tale unfolded as follows. A man was leading a donkey through the desert, with only half a bottle of water remaining, feeling as though he might never escape the barren expanse. Suddenly, he lamented that he had never kissed a girl, a pang of regret washing over him. He then perceived the donkey as rather endearing and thought to bestow a kiss upon it to compensate for his unfulfilled desire. However, the donkey was quite unruly. Whenever he leaned in, it would evade him. Thus, a stalemate ensued between man and beast. Before long, a beautiful girl appeared in the desert, nearly perishing from thirst. She implored the man, "Brother, if you give me a sip of water, I shall do whatever you wish." The man relinquished his remaining water to the girl and then requested, "Please hold the donkey steady and prevent it from moving about." Lin Feng leisurely sipped his tea when a knock echoed at the gate. "Knock, knock. Is Brother Lin at home?" The voice of Mr. Li resonated from outside the courtyard. Lin Feng hurriedly rose to open the door. Mr. Li, ever the familiar one, had taken to calling him Brother Lin since their last drinking session together. Lin Feng could only respond with brotherly. "Brotherly, have you just returned? I heard from the guards that Brother Lin came looking for me. So I came straight here," Mr. Li said, his face slightly flushed, his gaze a touch hazy, and the scent of alcohol wafting from his breath. Lin Feng assisted Mr. Li into the courtyard. "Brother Li, it seems you have indulged quite a bit today. Come in and have a cup of tea to sober up." Lin Feng poured a cup of tea for Mr. Li, who smiled and remarked, "It appears I have arrived at the perfect moment. Brother Lin, how elegant this is. You sit alone beneath the tree, sipping tea. I truly envy your tranquility. My days are filled with incessant social obligations. I scarcely have a moment to spare." Lin Feng casually inquired, "What business ventures does Brother Li engage in?" "I dabble in inns, pawn shops, restaurants, cloth shops, and bookstores, just enough to make a living," Mr. Li replied. Given his fraternal ties with the county magistrate, it was likely he monopolized a significant portion of the local business, undoubtedly earning a handsome profit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gifted Lin Feng 500 taels of silver outright. "May I ask what matter has prompted your visit, Brother Lin?" Lin Feng straightforwardly stated. "I would like to trouble Brother Li to take me to the black market. I wish to purchase a few martial arts manuals." "Ah, this is quite simple. Let us enjoy our tea for a while, and when evening falls, we shall venture to the black market. I too seek to try my luck there, hoping to unearth valuable antiques and artworks." As they sipped tea and engaged in light conversation, Lin Feng, with knowledge from his previous life, found himself able to contribute to various topics, many of which illuminated Mr. Li's perspective. "Brother Lin, your idea of bunk beds is splendid. It allows more guests to occupy a single room. With lowered prices, even those who would typically avoid inns might choose to stay. This could significantly enhance the business of the inn. Tomorrow, I shall seek a smaller inn as a pilot project. If successful, I will promote it throughout the county. Should it prove profitable, I will certainly show my gratitude to you, Brother Lin." "Brother Li, you are too courteous. I merely offered a suggestion." "That suggestion may indeed be worth a fortune." After conversing for a while longer, Mr. Li noticed the day was waning and rose to say, "It is time for us to set off. Please wait a moment. I must return to prepare. The items at the black market are not inexpensive, and I need to bring sufficient silver." Once Mr. Li departed, Lin Feng shouldered his pack and waited outside. This time, he brought along 1,000 taels of silver, which he estimated would suffice. No manual, no matter how valuable, could surpass the worth of a house. Moreover, his expectations were modest. He simply sought a few lower-tier martial arts manuals. Mr. Li soon re-emerged, accompanied by his steward and a dozen attendants for protection. The spectacle of Mr. Li's departure was indeed impressive. Lin Feng walked alongside Mr. Li through the streets, navigating the winding paths until they arrived at the entrance of a grand residence, where 4 guards stood watch. Lin Feng sensed an air of danger emanating from the 4 individuals before him. Upon inspecting their attribute panels, he discovered that their life force hovered around 50, each possessing mastery over formidable martial arts. Any one of them could easily surpass his own abilities. Li Yuanwei produced a crimson waist token, which the individuals scrutinized before granting passage. After entering the residence, the group descended a sloping path, ultimately arriving at a vast underground expanse. Lin Feng was astonished to find such a hidden realm beneath the county town. Li Yuanwei remarked, "Today is the 15th, and your arrival is quite fortuitous, my young friend. The black market only opens on the 1st and 15th of each month." Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The space stood 10 meters high, stretching several hundred meters in length and width. He couldn't help but marvel at the grand scale of this endeavor, contemplating the considerable expense involved in constructing such a black market. This underground space has existed for quite some time, Li Yuanwei continued. It was established by a faction known as the White Lotus sect. Their ambition was to overthrow the sectarian rule and create a unified dynasty. However, they ultimately failed and were eradicated by a coalition of righteous and demonic forces, under the guise of seeking welfare for the common folk. Their true intent was to fashion a world ruled by a single family, where one household would dominate all. Had they succeeded, the common people might not have fared any better than they do now. Lin Feng inquired about the basis for such conclusions. Li Yuanwei replied in hushed tones. Every sect that governs the realm is controlled by a few families. Essentially, our world is ruled by a coalition of families. One family is not necessarily stronger than a multitude. This matter does not directly concern us. We should simply focus on improving our own lives. Each stall within the black market was adorned with a large crimson lantern, and as they ventured further, they encountered numerous rooms. Lin Feng speculated that there might be special entertainment venues within. After walking for a while, Li Yuanwei suggested, "Let us part ways here. We shall reconvene at the entrance in half an hour. This place is quite safe, and you may explore at your leisure." Chapter 46. Observations in the Black Market. Crimson gold and glazed glass. Li Yuanwei departed with his companions, leaving Lin Feng to navigate the black market alone. The items for sale here were generally of considerable value. He noticed several stalls offering jewelry and ornaments. While shops outside also sold such items, the prices in the black market were notably lower. Lin Feng surmised that the goods here likely had dubious origins, possibly pilfered by thieves from affluent households or seized by bandits through violence. He paused at a stall selling weapons, drawn to a particular sword that caught his eye. The hilt and scabbard were encrusted with gemstones, presenting an air of opulence. The vendor, keenly observant, immediately recognized Lin Feng's interest in the sword. "If the young hero fancies this sword, feel free to take a closer look," he encouraged. Lin Feng grasped the sword's hilt and gently drew it from its sheath. With a metallic clang, the blade emerged halfway, radiating a chilling brilliance that unmistakably marked it as an extraordinary weapon. "This sword is renowned in the martial world. If the young hero desires it, he may take it for 2,000 taels of silver." Lin Feng, after sheathing the sword and returning it to the stall, remarked that he could not afford it. The stall owner replied, "If the young hero truly wishes to possess it, I could offer a discount." Lin Feng shook his head. Such an item would likely bring him trouble. Even if he had sufficient silver, he would refrain from purchasing it. Observing Lin Feng's refusal, the stall owner ceased his attempts at persuasion. Lin Feng's attention was drawn to several small round iron balls, each the size of a fingernail. He pointed at the iron spheres and inquired, "What are these?" "These are lioli beads," the stall owner explained. "They are a type of concealed weapon, quite affordable at 5 taels of silver each. The young hero might consider practicing with them. Mastery of these could be remarkable." In the past, the notorious villain Jin Lusha slaughtered hundreds of righteous masters using the secret technique Jijin Lioli with these very beads. It is said that he achieved this feat in mere moments. As the stall owner spoke, he animatedly gestured. With a flick of his left hand and a sweep of his right, he exclaimed, with a single motion. Jin Lusha would unleash 10 lioli beads, each striking a righteous master with uncanny precision. The sound of puff, puff, puff echoed as blood mist erupted from the bodies of the righteous, who fell like wheat under the scythe. Once he had exhausted his lioli beads, Jin Lusha stomped the ground, sending a flurry of stones soaring, which he then used as makeshift weapons, demonstrating equal power to the lioli beads. It was rumored that he had yet to attain the pinnacle of Qijin Lioli. Otherwise, even the falling leaves could inflict harm. Regrettably, Jin Lusha met his demise in battle, and with his death, his Qijin Lioli faded into obscurity. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Was this not akin to a machine gun? It certainly sounded formidable, yet the stall owner spoke as if purchasing a few beads would guarantee mastery. Without a martial arts manual, one could not hope to cultivate any skill. It was a pity the stall owner did not pursue a career in storytelling. Lin Feng merely cast a glance before continuing on his way. As he passed a room draped with pink gauze, a voice from within beckoned him. "Young hero, please pause. The night is long. Why not come in for a cup of tea?" The tone was melodious and gentle, reminiscent of a spring breeze, evoking wistful thoughts. Lin Feng found himself gazing into the gauzy enclosure, where he hazily discerned a young maiden of around 16 or 17 years. Her hair was elegantly styled, her shoulders gracefully bare, and her legs crossed as she appeared to savor tea. Lin Feng took a fleeting glance before turning away. Why indulge in tea when he could enjoy it at home without spending silver? Quickening his pace, he resolved to acquire a martial arts manual before exploring other stalls. After a quarter of an hour, he discovered a thin old man selling manuals tucked away in a corner. The old man's stall displayed 8 tomes, encompassing various martial arts techniques, boxing, palm strikes, swordplay, and movement skills. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he approached and asked, "Old sir, may I take a look?" The emaciated old man remarked, "You may take a look, but do not exceed 10 breaths per volume." The tomes before him were quite slender. 10 breaths would suffice for a cursory examination. Lin Feng's heart brimmed with delight. It seemed he was poised to gain significantly today. He quickly seized a volume titled Luohan Fist and perused it, completing a thorough scan in less than 10 breaths. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. Puzzled, Lin Feng wondered if there was a flaw in the system, or was this tome perhaps a counterfeit? Resolutely, he inspected all 8 manuscripts, discovering that only one, a subpar martial art technique titled Divine Movement Across 1,000 Miles, was recognized by the system. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of exasperation. The old man had truly deceived him, as 7 of the 8 manuscripts were forgeries. If someone were to purchase and practice these, it would be a futile expenditure of time and energy. The critical issue was that one could not return to confront the seller. Mastering a single manuscript could take years. And by the time one realized the deception, the seller would have long vanished. Even if the seller remained, they could easily dismiss the buyer's failures by claiming poor aptitude. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed the system. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly swindled. After a brief examination, he departed from the manuscripts. Given the old man's unscrupulousness, he resolved not to spend any silver. Securing a single martial art technique was sufficient to fulfill his purpose for venturing into the black market. With time still remaining before his rendezvous with Mr. Li, Lin Feng sought to explore for additional stalls selling manuscripts. However, after a thorough search, he found none. It appeared the sole vendor of manuscripts was the old man. Ultimately, he halted before a stall offering ancient texts, predominantly handwritten copies, with only 2 volumes appearing authentic. Lin Feng, a book enthusiast in his past life, could not help but feel exhilarated. He picked up a volume titled Chronicles of the Divine Land and became utterly engrossed. This tome not only contained maps of the Divine Land, but also recounted several significant battles between righteousness and malevolence over the past millennium. Numerous extraordinary figures had once illuminated the era, only to eventually vanish without a trace. Lin Feng also discovered that the Great Black Mountain was not a natural boundary between the 2 factions. The borders shifted with each conflict, with Qinghe County changing hands multiple times. Just as he was absorbed in his reading, the stall owner's elderly wife interrupted. "Young man, if you enjoy it, take it for 100 taels of silver, no haggling. This is an original ancient text, truly worth its weight." The Chronicles of the Divine Land was not a martial manual, and his system would not record it. Nevertheless, the historical context was invaluable to Lin Feng. Learn from history to understand the rise and fall was an adage steeped in truth. Human society has perpetually cycled through similar patterns. History is merely the future rehashed. "I shall examine more," he declared, setting aside the volume to pick up another original ancient work. He instinctively flipped through it, only to feel his heart race with an unexpected thrill. What was this? Such serendipity. The tome he held was remarkably obscure, titled Ancestral History of the Liu Clan. It chronicled the lineage of a prestigious family in Longyuan County. A brief perusal revealed nothing unusual. Unexpectedly, the system incorporated crimson gold glaze into the martial arts section of its attribute panel. This surprise arrived rather abruptly and was quite astonishing. To think that I had acquired a secret technique in concealed weaponry, one that another vendor had just mentioned. A secret technique surpasses even the highest tier of martial arts. Lin Feng perused a few pages meticulously, reading them twice, yet he found no anomalies. It was surprising that the system possessed a riddle-solving function. Crimson gold glaze must be hidden within the lines of this ancient tome. The vendor's elderly wife, noticing Lin Feng's earnestness, interrupted him again. This obscure tome was priced at 50 taels. Lin Feng contemplated purchasing it for further study. However, after some reflection, he decided against it. If he were to buy this book, it might attract the scrutiny of the Liu clan or descendants of Jin Lusha, which would pose a dilemma. It was wiser to refrain from the purchase, thereby ensuring no one would discover that he had mastered crimson gold glaze. Ultimately, Lin Feng spent 100 taels to acquire the chronicles of the Divine Land. The vendor's elderly wife felt she had struck gold, smiling broadly. In contrast, Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement, akin to having stumbled upon treasure. He anticipated a sleepless night ahead, having exceeded his goals. Lin Feng resolved to wait for Mr. Li at the entrance. As he passed a weapons stall, he felt a twinge of desire for the glass beads displayed, yet he refrained from buying. If that elderly woman sold the tome containing crimson gold glaze today, and it were subsequently traced back, anyone purchasing the glass beads would undoubtedly become a lead. He was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. Tomorrow, he planned to buy some arrowheads at the blacksmith's, which could serve as substitutes for the glass beads. Standing at the entrance of the black market, Lin Feng waited for a while until someone brought him a chair. Surprisingly, the service in this black market was rather commendable. Sitting on the chair, he could hardly contain his excitement. He summoned the attribute panel to check and discovered that crimson gold glaze was marked in gray. Upon inspecting the details regarding its enhancement, he noted the system's prompt indicating that 8 breakthrough points were required for entry. To reach the first level, 16 points were necessary for each subsequent level up to 8, while the 9th level demanded 32 points. Currently, he possessed only 6 breakthrough points, insufficient even for entry. The expenditure of breakthrough points required for this martial art was indeed considerable. However, it would undoubtedly be worth the investment. Mastering this secret technique in concealed weaponry would enable him to confront any ambush with confidence, as if wielding a submachine gun. Had he acquired this martial art 2 days ago, he would have effortlessly subdued the 50-odd ruffians on the mountain. Lin Feng then examined Divine Movement 1,000 miles, a lower-tier lightness technique. It similarly required 1 point for entry and 2 points for minor achievement. It appeared that all lower-tier martial arts required 1 breakthrough point for entry, with each subsequent level consuming 2 points, while the 9th level consumed 4 points. To perfect a lower-tier martial art, a total of 21 breakthrough points was necessary. Lin Feng now found himself in a quandary. Should one first invest in the skill of swift travel or prioritize the mastery of crimson golden glaze? If one were to cultivate swift travel first, the benefits would manifest by nightfall. However, should one choose to wait an additional 2 days, accumulating 8 breakthrough points would allow for an initiation into crimson golden glaze. Even a nascent understanding of such unparalleled martial arts should wield considerable power. Ultimately, Lin Feng succumbed to the allure of this extraordinary discipline. He resolved to endure a bit longer, amassing the requisite 8 breakthrough points to embark upon his journey into crimson golden glaze. After a brief wait at the entrance, Mr. Li finally emerged, his countenance radiating joy, suggesting a fruitful endeavor. Lin Feng rose and remarked, "Seeing your elation, Brother Li, it is evident you have procured a treasured item." Mr. Li, noticing the unmasked delight on Lin Feng's face, inferred that his younger companion had also acquired a coveted martial arts manual. He glanced around and cautioned, "This place is rife with prying eyes. Let us converse elsewhere." The two departed the black market and made their way to Lin Feng's residence in the county. Once inside Lin Feng's main house, he lit 2 oil lamps, and they settled at the table. Mr. Li received a rolled-up scroll from a servant and gently unfurled it upon the table. Lin Feng was taken aback by its contents, initially expecting a piece of calligraphy, only to discover it was a depiction of a beautiful woman emerging from a bath. "Brother Li, what value does this possess?" he inquired. Its worth lies in its aesthetic pleasure," Mr. Li replied with a chuckle. "I cannot take this home, so I shall leave it with you, dear Lin. My wife disapproves of such images." It appeared that Mr. Li was not only a connoisseur of beauty, but also a man under his wife's strict governance. "Brother Li, having this painting here is also inconvenient for me. My family is moving to the county soon, and if my wife sees it, it could lead to trouble," Lin Feng expressed. "Fear not, let it remain with you for a few days. When your family arrives, you can return it to me," Mr. Li reassured him. "Very well," Lin Feng acquiesced. Mr. Li then inquired, "What manual did you acquire, dear Lin?" Lin Feng produced the book titled Chronicles of the Divine Land. "I could not procure a martial arts manual, but I found this intriguing book." So my dear brother is also a lover of literature," Mr. Li remarked, flipping through Chronicles of the Divine Land. "This is quite splendid. Once you have finished, may I borrow it for a few days?" "Of course," Lin Feng reassured him. "It matters not that you did not acquire a martial arts manual this time. When the black market next opens, I shall take you again. Perhaps then you shall find the coveted martial arts manual you desire." "I sincerely thank you, Brother Li," Lin Feng replied. After Mr. Li admired the painting once more, He took his leave to rest at home. Later that night, as Lin Feng prepared for sleep, he realized he had forgotten to purchase bedding. Consequently, he spent the night clothed, his rest disturbed by visions of himself throwing hidden weapons with the precision of a machine gun. The following morning, as he rose, Mr. Li sent someone to summon him for breakfast. Lin Feng felt a mix of surprise and gratitude at Mr. Li's attentiveness. After dining at Mr. Li's abode, Lin Feng proceeded to the market, intent on procuring some essential supplies. At the very least, he should acquire a set of bedding to prevent a repeat of the situation where he finds himself without a blanket upon his next visit. After completing his purchases, he prepared to return home. As was his custom, he procured various pastries for the children. He made another stop at the blacksmith shop, intending to purchase some iron balls for his practice with the crimson gold glaze. Upon arriving at the forge, he discovered that iron balls were far from rare. The shop was well stocked with them. Many young gentlemen favored using slingshots to hunt birds and frequently visited the blacksmith to buy these iron balls. Consequently, the blacksmith always kept a plentiful supply. Lin Feng spent 10 taels of silver to acquire 20 iron balls and hurried home. As the day he had agreed upon with Mr. Hong was fast approaching, once he had mastered the basics of the crimson gold glaze, he would immediately begin learning fundamental sword techniques. He wondered what grade of martial arts Mr. Hong would impart to him after he became his disciple. Chapter 48. The Crimson Gold Glaze. Comparable to a heavy sniper upon returning home, Lin Feng was surrounded by a throng of children. Their eagerness to see him was twofold. 1. They missed him, and 2. He invariably returned bearing treats. As soon as Lin Feng entered, the children began to salivate in anticipation. This time, he brought out date paste cakes, yet neither his mother nor his wife, Zhou Chunlan, stepped forward to take them. They had ceased to impose restrictions on how much the children could indulge each day. If the children wished to eat, they could enjoy to their heart's content. Since Lin Feng consistently brought back pastries, they had lost their novelty. Zhou Chunlan brushed the dust from Lin Feng's clothes and remarked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me prepare something for you." Lin Feng replied, "I've already had breakfast. There's no need to make anything special for me. We can all eat together at lunch." His mother inquired, "Xiao Feng, have you found a buyer for the furs?" He had mentioned it casually, not expecting his mother to take it seriously. Lin Feng casually responded, "Yes, the county town is much better than the village. It's not as chaotic, and the furs can fetch a good price." His mother exclaimed, "That's wonderful. It would be splendid if we could move to the county." In the village, recent days had been filled with rumors about the legendary hero, Qinghe. Not only in our small river village, but in neighboring ones as well, people were abuzz with tales. Some claimed that Qinghe had obliterated the Iron Rod Gang's stronghold, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. Seated in a chair, Lin Feng playfully scooped up the little one, Sambao, who had passed by him, engaging in a bit of light-hearted affection. It was surely a fabrication. He had heard that the Iron Rod Gang was affiliated with the city guards. If the gang had indeed been eradicated, the guards would surely be on a manhunt for the perpetrators. The destruction of the Iron Rod Gang was merely a hopeful fantasy of the villagers, though it was impossible to eradicate all oppressive factions like the Iron Rod Gang. The common folk still harbored a desire for their downfall, yearning for justice to be served. If such villains were allowed to live out their days unscathed, where would justice lie? In the afternoon, Lin Feng took Zhou Haitao to the mountains for a hunt, managing to catch a large wild deer, enough to sustain the family for several days. The night passed without incident. By the following morning, Lin Feng had accumulated 8 breakthrough points, sufficient to commence his journey into the world of the Crimson Gold Glaze. He was filled with anticipation, eager to delve into the unparalleled martial art and curious about its power and the extent to which it would enhance his vitality. After finishing his breakfast in a few bites, Lin Feng hoisted his net and set off to catch shrimp. The moment he had a breakthrough, his desire for shrimp surged. Consuming shrimp offered the highest cost-effectiveness. Eating venison at home would not suffice, as a single deer was far too much for him alone. Hunting in the mountains would require a much longer journey than catching shrimp. Furthermore, preparing large game for roasting was considerably more labor-intensive and time-consuming than grilling shrimp. With his urgency in mind, heading to the small creek to catch shrimp became the optimal choice. After a couple of days of recuperation, the creek had once again filled with many large shrimp. While not as plentiful as before, there were still enough for Lin Feng. Notably, apart from Lin Feng's household, the other families in Xiaohe village had little interest in this delicacy, which worked to Lin Feng's advantage. Upon finishing his catch, he roasted 500 or 600 shrimp. He then summoned his attribute panel, tapping on the crimson gold glaze. A flood of memories regarding the intricacies of practicing with crimson gold glaze surged into his mind. Within those memories, he recalled diligently training in concealed weaponry as instructed by the manual each day, yet he could never quite grasp it. He had to endure relentless practice for over 20 years, exhausting the pebbles by the stream with his throws. In a moment of despair, he retrieved an iron bead he had purchased over 20 years prior. Feeling as though his breakthrough was beyond reach, he hesitated to throw the bead. Suddenly, he sensed a profound transformation within the iron bead, as if it had absorbed his very will and had become an extension of himself. He realized that once thrown, it would unfailingly strike its intended target. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng launched the iron bead. It soared over 100 meters, penetrating through 3 or 4 large trees before coming to rest on one of them. He then unearthed a pebble from the soil, which soon seemed to resonate with its own spirit. When he threw this pebble, it too pierced through the tree, accurately hitting its mark. Lin Feng let out a triumphant howl towards the heavens. After more than 20 years, he had finally made a breakthrough. The memories of his decades of training flooded his mind, and after a period of digestion, he still felt a slight dizziness. Soon, the familiar pangs of hunger struck him. He devoured the roasted shrimp with great relish and then checked his system panel. Name: Lin Feng. Life: 35. Martial skill: Crimson Gold Glaze. Ultimate skill: Beginner. Breakthrough point: 0. This breakthrough not only initiated him into the unparalleled martial art of Crimson Gold Glaze, but it also elevated his life points from 27 to 35. An increase of 8 life attributes. Lin Feng was eager to test the power of the Crimson Gold Glaze. He picked up a pebble the size of a quail egg and held it in his hand for about 5 seconds. Indeed, he felt that the pebble had become a part of him. He set his sights on a tree 100 meters away, aiming for a leaf upon it. With a swift motion, he released the pebble, which flew through the air with a whoosh. Thud! The leaf was pierced by the pebble, and remarkably, the tree itself was also penetrated. The force matched that of a bullet fired from a heavy sniper rifle, and the speed was astonishingly swift, undoubtedly surpassing the speed of sound. No matter how adept one was at discerning their surroundings, there was no evading such a strike. Lin Feng believed he could not evade this strike. Not only was the speed remarkable, but it also seemed to possess a locking mechanism. The leaf had been trembling incessantly, yet it was still pierced with unerring accuracy. After releasing the pebble, Lin Feng felt a slight numbness in his arm, which took 5 seconds to dissipate. The preparation for launching a concealed weapon required a 5-second build-up, and an additional 5 seconds were needed for recovery post-launch. If he wished to fire consecutively, there would be a cooldown period of 10 seconds. It was akin to a sniper rifle, ill-suited for rapid fire and best employed as a means for a single lethal strike. Even so, its potency was astonishing. Lin Feng returned home, satisfied with his catch of river shrimp. His brother-in-law, Zhou Haitao, had stayed with them for 2 days and had become enamored with the river shrimp, particularly enjoying them roasted. He decided to let that young lad roast the shrimp himself. As Lin Feng walked back, he pondered his own aptitude. After this recent enhancement, he recognized himself as an ordinary person lacking martial talent. It had taken him over 20 years just to reach the entry level of the Crimson Gold Glaze. Without the assistance of the system, he would likely only manage to attain the first level in his lifetime. That notorious figure known as Jin Lusha, a formidable practitioner of the dark arts, surpassed him greatly, having achieved substantial mastery. Fortunately, he possessed the system. Otherwise, navigating this world would indeed be challenging. 2 more tranquil days passed. On the 3rd morning, while Lin Feng's family had not yet finished breakfast, cries of despair echoed from the east end of the village. The sound was so helpless that it rendered them unable to eat. The family set down their chopsticks and ventured out to investigate. They found 4 or 5 individuals mercilessly kicking the elderly Wang Laopa at the village's eastern edge, while a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Chapter 49. The reputation of the hero of Qinghe takes a turn. It turned out that the Iron Rod Gang had returned to stir trouble in Xiaohe village. The elderly Wang Laopa was rolling on the ground, clutching her head and lamenting the relentless oppression of the Iron Rod Gang. Having just collected protection fees, they returned within days to demand more. During the last collection, they had claimed it would only occur once a year. One of the thugs chuckled and said, "It was indeed supposed to be once a year, but the last collection was robbed. You know, that so-called hero of Qinghe has killed many of our men and made off with the previous protection fees. We had no choice but to come collect again." His voice was loud enough for many villagers to hear. The Iron Rod Gang could not retain the protection fees they had collected and had to recoup their losses from the villagers. Of course, not all villagers shared this sentiment. The elderly Wang Laopo lay on the ground, wailing, "Damn the hero of Qinghe. Why did he rob the Iron Rod Gang of their protection fees?" Nearby, some villagers chimed in. "That hero of Qinghe is truly despicable. He has brought great suffering to our village." Another added, "Why did he choose to rob the Iron Rod Gang of all people? What kind of hero is that? He should be called the Qinghe scoundrel." In an instant, the reputation of the hero of Qinghe took a nosedive. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. He cared little for titles of heroism. His sole focus was on safeguarding his own household. He firmly believed that his actions against the Iron Rod Gang were justified, and seizing the silver was certainly not wrong. Could one truly eradicate all the members of the Iron Rod Gang and leave behind the silver? That would indeed be folly. If one refrains from eliminating the gang members, do they not continue to demand protection fees? Given that the villagers have chosen to be soft targets, the Iron Rod Gang would undoubtedly take advantage of this. Whether they continue to collect protection fees hinges entirely on the whims of the gang. The ringleader of this group of ruffians is none other than the one who narrowly escaped last time. During their previous visit to Zaiki village, this gang nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Lin Feng. This young thug, sporting a bald head, seems to idolize his former leader, bald brother, and has opted for a similar hairstyle. He must possess some skill. Otherwise, why would he be the sole survivor among a dozen others? With a dismissive wave of his hand, the bald thug commanded his companions to cease their assault instantly. He proclaimed loudly, "If you lack sufficient silver, I shan't trouble you unduly. Simply allow us to search your premises for valuables, and if nothing of worth is found, we shall let it be. As long as everyone cooperates, we guarantee that no harm will come to you." The Iron Rod Gang had already cowed the villagers during their last visit, instilling fear in those who dared to resist. Upon hearing this, the village head, Zhang Fugui, took the lead in exclaiming, "Bald brother is righteous. The Iron Rod Gang is righteous." A few villagers echoed this sentiment, asserting, "The Iron Rod Gang is indeed righteous. At least they won't drive us to ruin." They expressed hope that the gang would swiftly apprehend the hero of Qinghe and eradicate him, for only then could they hope for some semblance of peace. Yet, a portion of the villagers remained silent. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of helplessness, recognizing the villagers' plight. The actions of the Iron Rod Gang parallel the act of crippling a man only to offer him a crutch, with the recipient expressing gratitude for the so-called kindness. Surely, there are villagers who comprehend the situation. However, what can they do? Lacking the capacity for resistance, they can only offer thanks for the mercy shown to them. Indeed, the bald thug's declarations garnered compliance from the villagers. Most households could scarcely muster enough silver for protection fees and were compelled to permit the gang to search their homes. Many villagers were destitute, their abodes barren, yielding little of value. True to their word, the thugs refrained from violence as long as cooperation was forthcoming, prompting another wave of gratitude from the villagers. Lin Feng tossed a few pieces of silver to his neighbor, Zhang Xiaoyu, reflecting the ethos of mutual aid during times of hardship, for Zhang had often aided Lin Feng's family. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, rest assured, I shall repay you promptly." Lin Feng smiled, assuring him, "No rush, brother Zhang. Please take care of your wife first." Lin Feng instructed his family to retreat indoors while he and his brother-in-law awaited the gang's return at the courtyard entrance. When the protection fees reached Lin Feng's household, he presented 10 taels of silver to the bald thug. "This is the protection fee for both my family and Mr. Hong's." The thug seemed somewhat wary of Lin Feng, saying nothing as he accepted the payment and departed. They collected merely 2 taels from Zhang Xiaoyu's home. It appears the thug has gained some wisdom from his brush with death. The ruffians of the Iron Rod Gang departed after collecting their protection fees. This time, Lin Feng resolved not to ambush them. The Iron Rod Gang was surely prepared, and it could very well be a trap. He was still far from being a master. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not take such risks. With the system in place, his cultivation speed was unparalleled, and if he could endure without faltering, within a year, he would establish himself in Qinghe County. After the thugs left, there was no news of any robbery or murder. Xiaohe village returned to its former state. No one mentioned the Iron Rod Gang's collection of fees, nor did anyone speak of the hero of Qinghe. People seemed to have grown numb, devoid of unrealistic fantasies. They understood well that, regardless of what transpired, It was the common folk like themselves who would ultimately suffer. A couple of days later, Lin Feng spent a breakthrough point to grasp the fundamentals of swordplay, slightly increasing his life attribute to 36 points. He practiced swordsmanship in the mountains while hunting. His basic sword techniques, though comprised of simple thrusts, slashes, and parries, appeared remarkably natural, as if he had rehearsed them countless times. Lin Feng felt that if he could perfect these basic techniques, their power would surpass that of the beast hunting fist, of course, without activating the beast heart. When the beast heart was activated, the power of the beast hunting fist would be magnified. However, the beast heart represented a state of mind that could only be accessed in moments of life and death. He hoped he would never need to rely on it. Lin Feng decided to practice his sword techniques diligently after becoming a disciple of Mr. Hong. Proficiency in swordplay was highly valued throughout Longyuan County. Whether it was the city guards recruiting or the government selecting officials, those skilled in swordsmanship were always prioritized. On this day, Lin Feng was so engrossed in his sword practice on the mountain that he only managed to catch a single wild wolf. It must be said that since mastering the crimson gold glaze, his hunting efficiency had fundamentally improved. Previously, hunting with bare hands required considerable effort to pursue prey. Using a bow and arrows necessitated carrying both the bow and a quiver. Now, having perfected the crimson gold glaze, he could hunt with just a small stone, ensuring the prey could not escape. The wild wolf was struck down by Lin Feng with a pebble, the stone piercing through its left eye and exiting from the right, leaving no trace on its fur. Even the sixth arrow of the hunter could not achieve such an effect. Lin Feng carried the wild wolf down the mountain, intending to prepare it as a gift for Mr. Hong upon his apprenticeship. Chapter 50. Let us forego the talk of apprenticeship the following day at Mr. Hong's residence. He awoke early, maneuvering himself into his wheelchair. After freshening up, he took a stroll in the courtyard. Before he had a wheelchair, these tasks required the assistance of his maid, Yue. Now, with the wheelchair, Mr. Hong could care for himself. He genuinely cherished this wheelchair. It allowed him the freedom to venture outside and enjoy the fresh air, no longer confined within the walls of his home. Mr. Hong's mental state has significantly improved, and his injuries have healed more swiftly. After strolling in the courtyard for a while, he began to meditate as the morning sun rose. He engaged in this practice for half an hour, during which 2 streams of violet energy emanated from his nostrils. He then inhaled these energies into his abdomen, completing a full cycle of energy flow. Due to his impaired mobility, Mr. Hong was unable to practice the heart-nurturing sword technique and could only cultivate the Purple Moon Sutra, a superior internal martial art that requires prolonged dedication for efficacy, yet does not demand excessive time each day. This practice must occur at dawn when the violet energy rises and at dusk when the moon first appears, allowing for just 1 hour of training each day. As the saying goes, accumulating earth forms mountains, and gathering water creates deep abysses. After over 50 years of diligent practice, Mr. Hong had amassed a profound reservoir of vital energy. This energy resonates with the fundamental principles of yin and yang, nurturing all living things, thus avoiding conflict with the sword energy within him while enhancing it instead. After his injury, unable to wield a sword, he diligently studied the Purple Moon Sutra, resulting in the occasional inspiration for a new technique, the yin-yang sword technique. Upon completing his practice, Mr. Hong sighed, realizing that this injury had inadvertently advanced his martial arts. However, his legs were now utterly incapacitated, diminishing his combat prowess. The ice demon, Lord Shangwan Qingsong's ruthless ice magic had inflicted severe damage on his legs, leaving a lingering cold poison. He could only manage to suppress the poison within his legs to prevent its spread. Even his master was unable to remedy this affliction. Only a master who had perfected the ice demon technique could assist in expelling the poison. In the vast world, the only individuals capable of this were Lord Shangwan Qingsong and his foremost disciple, Feng Jinyu, neither of whom would willingly offer him aid. Thus, it seemed as if fate had conspired against him, and the longer Mr. Hong lived, the more he believed in the doctrine of destiny. After the maid, Yue, finished preparing breakfast, she wheeled Mr. Hong to the dining area. Since acquiring this wheelchair, your spirits seem to have lifted considerably, she remarked. Brother Lin Feng is quite skilled. Mr. Hong replied with a smile and nodded. Upon returning to the mountain gate, he planned to commission a craftsman to create an identical wheelchair from black iron. Yue, sensing something from his words, asked gently, "Sir, your legs?" Mr. Hong could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head, expressing his resignation to the situation. Yue offered quiet reassurance. It's all right, sir. A black iron wheelchair won't hinder your mobility. Sitting in a wheelchair was undoubtedly a reluctant choice. No contraption could replace one's own legs. They both preferred not to dwell on the matter any further. Yue changed the subject. Today marks the last day agreed upon with Brother Lin Feng, doesn't it? He hasn't visited these past 2 days. Perhaps he is diligently practicing his swordsmanship at home. I wonder if he will manage to grasp the fundamental sword techniques. A month is rather brief. Sir, could you extend a little more time for Brother Lin Feng? A man of honor keeps his promises. How could he alter them lightly? Moreover, my initial intention was merely to teach him 1 or 2 techniques sufficient for self-defense. I was moved by his innate kindness. It was already an exception to impart 2 martial arts skills. As for accepting a disciple, let us forego that notion. We are currently struggling to secure our own safety and should strive to avoid entanglements with fate. The maid, Yue, inquired with a smile. If Brother Lin Feng has already grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship, would you accept him as a disciple, master? Certainly, I would, he replied. If he truly manages to master the basic sword techniques within a month, it would signify that our destiny has aligned. It is preordained that I should take him as my disciple. Moreover, if he possesses such talent, he would indeed be worthy of becoming my student. Then when Brother Lin Feng becomes your disciple, should I address him as senior brother or junior brother? Yue asked. Mr. Hong chuckled. He would undoubtedly be your junior brother. I can only accept 3 inner disciples. Even if he is exceptionally gifted, he may not yet have the necessary experience. Should his progress slow in the future, he would remain an outer disciple, and naturally, he would take his place behind you. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns paired with potato stew and wild beef. Mr. Hong needed to recuperate, and if there was meat in the house, the maid, Yue, would prepare meat dishes for him 3 times a day. After breakfast, Yue remarked, "The meat will soon be gone. Brother Lin Feng should be bringing us more. Brother Lin Feng has been exceedingly kind to us. Ever since we became acquainted with him, we have not lacked for meat. My appetite has grown quite spoiled by his generosity. How could we manage without meat? Just a few days ago, Brother Lin Feng even helped us deal with some ruffians. You little girl, you have been extolling Brother Lin Feng all day. Are you hoping I might make an exception and accept him as a disciple? Accepting disciples depends entirely on fate. If he does not meet the requirements, I will at most impart the nurturing heart sword technique to him." As they spoke, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the courtyard door, 4 distinct knocks. Yue's eyes brightened at the sound. Normally, one would knock thrice, but only Lin Feng favored 4 knocks. He must have arrived. Yue hurriedly rose to open the door. Indeed, it was Lin Feng, who approached carrying freshly prepared meat. "Brother Lin Feng, have you brought us more meat?" Yue eagerly asked. To her surprise, Lin Feng shook his head. Tilting her head in confusion, she wondered why he was not there to deliver the meat. Lin Feng replied with a smile, "This is my gift for becoming your disciple." Yue's eyes widened. "Brother Lin Feng, have you mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship?" Lin Feng nodded. "I have, by a stroke of luck." "Brother Lin Feng, you are incredible." After placing the gift of wolf meat in the kitchen, Lin Feng joined Yue in the main hall. Upon meeting Mr. Hong, he apologized. "Master, I have entered the basics of swordsmanship, fulfilling our agreement. Should you not accept me as your disciple now?" Yue had already brought over a teacup. It was time for Lin Feng to bow and present tea as part of the disciple ceremony. However, Mr. Hong waved his hand, saying, "First, demonstrate the basic sword techniques in the courtyard for me to observe." The 3 of them moved to the courtyard, where Yue handed Lin Feng a wooden sword. Lin Feng began to execute the basic sword techniques, while Mr. Hong stroked his beard, watching Lin Feng practice. Mr. Hong nodded approvingly, as every move executed by Lin Feng was impeccably standard, reflecting a solid foundation that resonated well with Mr. Hong's discerning palate. While some practitioners may have grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship, their lack of precision was something Mr. Hong could not abide. The art of martial practice is akin to constructing a building. As one progresses, the significance of a robust foundation only amplifies. After completing a demonstration of the basic sword techniques, Lin Feng inquired, "Might you now accept me as your disciple, sir?" Mr. Hong replied, "Before you are accepted as my pupil, I shall first teach you a unique sword technique of my own creation. If you can learn it after merely 1 demonstration, I shall take you under my wing." Chapter 51. The final test of apprenticeship. Lin Feng immediately grasped the implication. There was yet another trial before he could be accepted as a student. Although Mr. Hong's demand was somewhat daunting, it was not beyond reason. The bond between master and disciple is as profound as that of a father and son. A direct apprentice is akin to one's own offspring, destined to inherit not only one's legacy, but also one's possessions. Thus, it was understandable that Mr. Hong wished to conduct a thorough assessment prior to accepting a student. With a respectful gesture, Lin Feng said, "Please, teach me, sir." After speaking, Mr. Hong observed Lin Feng's expression intently. Noticing that Lin Feng displayed neither dissatisfaction nor impatience, Mr. Hong's admiration for him deepened. It was rare for someone of Lin Feng's age to endure such challenges without a hint of discontent. This level of composure indicated a character superior to that of the average person. Mr. Hong then produced a martial arts manual from his robes and handed it to Lin Feng. The manual felt pleasantly warm to the touch, suggesting that Mr. Hong held it in high regard, keeping it close at all times. The cover bore the 4 prominent characters, Yin Yang sword technique. Upon opening the manual, Lin Feng observed that the text appeared freshly inscribed, and the illustrations seemed newly drawn. Clearly, this was a manuscript penned not long ago. Lin Feng also noted that this manual contained only the martial techniques, devoid of any internal cultivation methods. It seemed that Mr. Hong had reserved certain aspects for himself. If Lin Feng failed to learn the technique after a single viewing, it was likely that Mr. Hong would withhold the internal component of the swordsmanship from him. Lin Feng meticulously perused the manual. To avoid appearing overly exceptional, he took a quarter of an hour before returning the manual to Mr. Hong. "Sir, I have memorized it," he declared. Mr. Hong accepted the manual and asked, "Are you certain you have retained it?" Lin Feng nodded emphatically, asserting, "I am certain." "Excellent," Mr. Hong responded, bringing his palms together forcefully, shattering the manual into a fine powder. The remnants disintegrated completely, scattering into the air like flour tossed by an unseen hand. Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat, astonishment flooding his mind. Mr. Hong's hands were smaller than the manual, and logically, no matter how great the force applied, some remnants of the paper should have remained. Instead, the manual had been reduced to minute particles. Such power was indeed astonishing. Immediately, Lin Feng checked Mr. Hong's attribute panel, only to find it filled entirely with question marks. His own life attribute had reached 36, yet he was unable to discern Mr. Hong's life attribute. This indicated that Mr. Hong's vitality far surpassed his own, exceeding tenfold, and likely surpassing 360. If one were to lead a life devoid of a systematic approach, dedicating each day solely to martial arts practice, it would be impossible to elevate one's vitality attributes to such remarkable heights. Mr. Hong possesses an extraordinary talent, which explains his exceedingly stringent requirements for accepting disciples. The first time I glimpsed Mr. Hong's attribute panel, I could discern his vitality attribute. However, it is now conspicuously absent. This indicates a significant improvement in Mr. Hong's condition. It seems that he may not linger in Xiaohe village for much longer. After shattering the secret manual, Mr. Hong instructed Yuer, "Please prepare lunch, and be sure to include ample meat." The maid, Yuer, pouted. It was merely a short while since breakfast, and now she was being asked to prepare lunch, which evidently served to divert her attention. He clearly wished to shield her from witnessing the Yin Yang sword technique. How biased of him. Initially, Yuer had hoped that Lin Feng would succeed in becoming a disciple, allowing her to have a junior brother to command. However, her sentiments had shifted. With Lin Feng's successful initiation, Mr. Hong would undoubtedly favor him, leaving her to toil as before. Once Yuer departed, Mr. Hong handed Lin Feng a wooden sword and demonstrated the Yin Yang sword technique for him. The technique requires the use of dual swords, for which Mr. Hong had thoughtfully prepared 2 wooden blades. The system had long since recorded the Yin Yang sword technique, and Lin Feng effortlessly executed it, every move precise and error-free. Mr. Hong nodded approvingly. His own execution of this sword technique was of a similar caliber. The manual contained a mere 120 moves, and Lin Feng swiftly completed the demonstration. Upon witnessing Lin Feng flawlessly perform the Yin Yang sword technique, Mr. Hong could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Splendid, splendid!" He reveled in his joy, never anticipating that the heavens would bestow upon him a disciple at such a moment. The maid, Yuer, who was in the kitchen chopping meat, was unable to resist the allure of Mr. Hong's laughter and rushed into the courtyard. Having followed him for so long, she had never witnessed such mirth. Realizing Mr. Hong's elation signified his acceptance, Lin Feng hastily knelt and bowed. "Master, please accept your disciple's greeting." Yue interjected, "One bow is insufficient. It requires 3 bows. And you must also present tea." With that, she darted into the main room to fetch the teacups. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, quickly bowed twice more. After completing his bows, Yue handed him the teacups, and Lin Feng stepped forward to present the tea to Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong accepted the cup and declared, "Upon drinking this tea, we shall be master and disciple for life. I hope you will abide by the rules of the sect, hold yourself to high standards, and diligently practice." Lin Feng replied with a bow, "I understand, master." After finishing the tea, Mr. Hong turned to the maid Yue. "What brings you to the front courtyard? Shouldn't you be preparing the meal?" Yue pouted, realizing she was being dismissed again. It appeared that Mr. Hong was indeed passing on martial arts knowledge to Lin Feng. As anticipated, even with a junior disciple, she was still expected to work. Mr. Hong then handed Lin Feng 2 additional manuals, stating, "The yin-yang sword technique consists of 360 moves. You have only learned the first 3 layers. The remaining 6 layers are here. Once you have mastered them, demonstrate the complete yin-yang sword technique to me." Mr. Hong was undoubtedly shrewd, having withheld some of the moves of the yin-yang sword technique from Lin Feng. In truth, Lin Feng was already aware of this. During the system entry, it was indicated that only the first 3 levels were available. Lin Feng swiftly mastered levels 4 through 9 of the yin-yang sword technique. Mr. Hong also shattered the 2 additional manuals he had brought forth, demonstrating the significance he placed upon this martial art. Lin Feng performed a complete demonstration of the yin-yang sword technique. Mr. Hong remarked, "This yin-yang sword technique is my own creation. I have entrusted it solely to you. Without my permission, you must not disseminate it." Lin Feng acknowledged this, understanding the weight of the instruction. Mr. Hong then began to impart the mental incantations to Lin Feng. Yin and Yang give rise to the 2 principles. The 2 principles give rise to the 4 symbols. Yin and Yang revolve with the heart's intent, and the swords will flows with the heart's motion. The gentle and the firm are harmonized. The person and the sword become one. Move like a swimming dragon. Remain still like a mountain. Control the Yang with Yin, and the Yin with Yang. The unity of Yin and Yang unleashes the sword's energy. With the mental incantations, Lin Feng immediately sensed a transformation in this sword technique. The yin-yang sword technique, embodying the essence of yin and yang, could be practiced with varying weights and speeds, containing all the fluctuations of yin and yang within. Lin Feng felt that the profundity of this sword technique rivaled that of the unparalleled scarlet gold glaze. Its status as an exceptional martial art might stem from the fact that the teacher had only recently created it, leaving it still somewhat unrefined. Mr. Hong then imparted the mental incantations of the heart-nourishing sword technique to Lin Feng. "Having taught you the martial arts, it is now time to discuss my identity and origins." Chapter 52. Mr. Hong's identity. Lin Feng was intrigued by Mr. Hong's identity. One of Lin Feng's aspirations in becoming a disciple was to join a sect. Mr. Hong gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in recollection. "I am the eldest disciple of the 4th peak of the sword sect, the Cloud Sword Peak. The master of this lineage is my teacher, who is also your ancestral master. My teacher has been in seclusion for over a decade, and many believe he has passed away. Consequently, our lineage has faced oppression from both internal and external forces in recent years. A few months ago, while on a mission, I was gravely wounded by the poison master, Shangwanqingcang. Upon fleeing to the mountain gate, I was ambushed by unidentified assailants in black. Therefore, I could only hide here with Yue to recuperate. Once I have healed, I will return to the mountain gate. As my external disciple, if you wish to enter the mountain gate, you must first conceal your identity and join the external forces of the sword sect. Gradually, you must distinguish yourself and, through your own strength, enter the sword sect to publicly reveal your identity. When you publicly reveal your identity upon entering the sword sect, it will also be the moment I formally accept you into the inner sect. I could directly bring you into the sword sect. However, that would confine you to the status of an external disciple, much like you are. No matter how high an external disciple's martial prowess, they can only achieve the rank of elder, their status incomparable to that of inner disciples. Inner disciples can ascend to become elders of the sword sect, peak masters, or even the sect leader. You possess commendable talents, and I hope you can become an inner disciple. Lin Feng clasped his hands and vowed, "I will certainly rely on my strength to enter the sword sect." "Good," Mr. Hong replied, "but you must take care to conceal your identity. If your identity is prematurely exposed, you will not only suffer oppression from other peaks, but may also face assassination by masters of the demonic path. You learn swiftly. During this period, I will teach you all that I can. Lin Feng committed this to memory. After lunch, Mr. Hong also taught Lin Feng the Purple Moon Heart Sutra. Subsequently, the maid Yue was instructed to teach Lin Feng the body-nourishing sword technique. This technique is akin to the heart-nourishing sword technique, both being non-combat styles. The primary purpose of the body-nourishing sword technique lies in enhancing physical fitness, prolonging life, and, when perfected, elevating one's martial arts aptitude. It is a technique familiar to all within the sword sect, yet most practitioners refrain from dedicating excessive time to its study due to its notably slow efficacy. After imparting martial arts knowledge to Lin Feng, Mr. Hong elaborated on the geopolitical landscape of this world and shared some insights on navigating the martial realm. Many of the concepts discussed by Mr. Hong are also reflected in the Chronicles of Shenzhou. It appears that upon returning home, Lin Feng ought to peruse the Chronicles of Shenzhou thoroughly. After enjoying a dinner at Mr. Hong's residence, Lin Feng returned home only after the sun had set. Once home, he spent some time with his child before examining his attribute panel. Name: Lin Feng. Life: 36. Martial skills: Hunter's Bow 6 shots, minor level, perfected. Beast Hunting Fist, minor level, realm level. Mad Demon Staff Technique, minor level, perfected. Basic Sword Technique, inferior level, beginner. Heart Nourishing Sword Technique, superior level, unpracticed. Body Nourishing Sword Technique, superior level, unpracticed. Yin Yang Sword Technique, superior level, unpracticed. Purple Moon Heart Sutra, superior level, unpracticed. Golden Bell Shield, inferior level, 6th layer. Divine Speed, inferior level, unpracticed. Crimson Gold Glass, secret technique, beginner. Breakthrough points, 3. Lin Feng felt that he had acquired enough martial skills for the time being and decided to focus on perfecting what he had learned before seeking out additional techniques. Mastering these skills would sufficiently equip him for various situations. Having faced 2 life-threatening crises, Lin Feng developed a habit of conserving his breakthrough points, aiming not to exhaust them. These points could prove vital in life-or-death moments, and he resolved to maintain a reserve of 5 or 6 points. Since the Iron Staff Gang collected protection fees, they had not returned to Xiaohe village. The legend of the hero of Qinghe had faded quickly, and no one mentioned it anymore. Thus, a period of tranquility ensued for over half a month. Lin Feng spent 16 breakthrough points to elevate the Crimson Gold Glass to the 1st layer, resulting in an increase of his life attribute by 16 points, raising it from 36 to 52. Upon reaching the 2nd layer of the Crimson Gold Glass, he no longer needed to hold the glass bead in his hand for 5 seconds before launching it. He could now release it instantaneously. However, his arm would remain numb for 5 seconds post-launch. It was estimated that only upon reaching the 3rd layer would his arm be free from numbness after using the concealed weapon. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not intend to allocate further points to the Crimson Gold Glass in the near future. His remaining breakthrough points would be invested in the Golden Bell Shield. This strategy would enable him to attain the body-refining realm. Despite his extensive practice, he remained a novice without any significant realm. However, once he perfected the Golden Bell Shield, he would be able to leap directly past the Cowhide and Stone Skin realms, instantly attaining the Iron Skin realm, thus surpassing the majority of third-rate martial artists within the body-refining realm. According to Mr. Hong, only martial artists who have reached the realm of skin refinement can unleash inner strength, their offensive capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary practitioners. When I once dueled with Wang Shanxiong, I suffered due to my lack of inner strength. At that time, Wang Shanxiong mocked me, saying that training in martial arts without cultivating inner power is futile in the end. Now that my life attribute has met the standard, I must also elevate my realm. With inner strength, the power of my Golden Glass technique will further enhance. What I need now is time to accumulate breakthrough points each day. Of course, I cannot rely solely on these points. I still dedicate a substantial amount of time daily to martial training. During lunch one day, my mother sighed and remarked, "Things have been quite tumultuous at your neighbor Zhang's house lately. The day before yesterday, a fortune teller passed by and claimed that there are complications with Zhang's wife's pregnancy. She said that a rat, which your neighbor Zhang killed last year, was a descendant of the rat god, provoking its wrath. The rat god has bestowed punishment, and the day Zhang's wife gives birth will be a day of dual demise." Can you believe that fortune teller? She even knew that Zhang's wife is expecting a girl and that Zhang's parents have both passed away, even mentioning 2 moles on Zhang's wife's waist. Lin Feng had always been skeptical of such superstitions and sensed something amiss. Thus, he inquired, and then what happened? His mother immediately launched into a narrative. At first, Zhang did not believe it. However, the next day, his home was besieged by a rat plague, with over a dozen large rats inexplicably invading. This terrified Zhang's wife. The following day, the fortune teller returned, claiming she couldn't bear to see Zhang suffer and came to assist in resolving the predicament. This time, Zhang believed her and offered her all the valuables in his home. The fortune teller is set to visit tonight to help him break the curse. She instructed Zhang to keep it a secret and not to alarm the villagers. I heard about this while visiting Zhang's wife, and Zhang asked me to keep it confidential, so please do not spread it around. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng set down his chopsticks. He recalled what Mr. Hong had told him about the two most insidious trades in the world, and it seemed that Zhang might have encountered one of them. Chapter 53. The most venomous is the fortune-telling trade. One of the most nefarious trades in existence is the act of mutilation and exploitation of the living. This involves breaking a person's limbs, preferably into grotesque shapes that evoke pity. The organizers place these unfortunate souls in crowded areas to beg, only to take them away at night. If their earnings do not meet a certain standard, they are denied food and may even be beaten. Those subjected to such torment are often abducted children or unwanted orphans. They are treated as less than human, carelessly tossed into vehicles like mere cargo at the end of the day. Another of the most malevolent trades is that of the fortune tellers. These individuals deceive the ignorant populace in the name of spirits, draining their wealth and leaving families in ruin. Mr. Hong has spoken of this before. Once the notorious midwife hears that a peasant's wife is expecting, she fixates on the family. She seeks to extract the placenta, known as the Purple River Car, from the pregnant woman. This substance is revered as a miraculous remedy for infertility and is believed to prolong life. Wealthy families, desperate for children, are willing to pay exorbitant sums for it. At this very moment, the deceitful sorceress, who had previously tricked Zhang Xiaoyu, is perpetrating her schemes in another village. The sorceress employs her usual tactics to deceive the male head of the household. He declares, as long as mother and child are safe, you may take anything of value from our home. The sorceress replies, merely taking money won't suffice. Your cooperation is essential. You must walk eastward, facing the sun, bowing 9 times every 9 steps, for 2 full hours. Your sincerity is paramount. Even a single misstep could jeopardize everything. When you return, our ritual will be complete, ensuring the safety of your wife and child. Once the man is ushered out of his home, the sorceress reveals her predatory nature, akin to a beast bearing its fangs. Under the guise of performing a ritual for the man's wife, she binds her and gags her mouth. Subsequently, she calls her apprentice inside, unveiling the meticulously prepared tools. The two sorceresses eagerly peel back the woman's garments, exposing her smooth belly. Their eyes gleam with avarice, for they see not a child, but rather glistening silver. In the midst of the woman's terror, the sorceress produces a sharp knife and viciously slashes open the woman's abdomen. Blood immediately streams forth. The woman's cries are stifled in her throat as she writhes in agony. Witnessing her tears and flowing blood, the sorceress remains unfazed, coldly advising, try not to move. The more you struggle, the more you will suffer. In a grisly display, she extracts the placenta, eliciting guttural groans of pain from the woman, whose eyes threaten to burst from their sockets, sweat pouring from her body at an alarming rate. As the perspiration cascades down, it quickly forms a bead, joining others in a tragic procession. The woman, her hands bound behind her, claws desperately at the bed frame, her nails tearing away, leaving her fingers bloodied and raw. In her frantic struggle, the two sorceresses struggle to restrain her, eventually resorting to striking her with blunt force until she is nearly unconscious. Just before departing, the sorceress leans close to the woman's ear, smirking devilishly. I'm misjudged. The child is quite healthy, a robust little boy. The sorceress and her apprentice swiftly dispose of the placenta, netting a handsome sum of 1,000 taels of silver. Their eyes glimmer with greed as they behold the fortune. The apprentice exclaims, Master, we have earned enough. We can wash our hands of this life. The sorceress counters, not so fast. There is still another family to attend to this evening. Once we complete this task, we shall find a place to revel in our riches. In due time, I will secure you a match with a wealthy family, and you shall live as a lady of privilege. The apprentice's face lights up with hope, for she trusts in her master's capabilities, believing that her dreams of marrying into affluence are well within reach. The diviner glanced at the sky and said, Let us take a brief respite before we procure a carriage to Zaiqi village. After having his meal, Lin Feng visited the neighboring Zhang Xiaoyu's home. Lin Feng harbored suspicions that the Iron Rod Gang had divulged the news of Zhang Xiaoyu's wife's pregnancy to the malicious old woman. He remarked to Zhang Xiaoyu, "Brother Zhang, one ought not to place faith in the words of the diviner. They are merely tricks designed to deceive. The perils of believing in spirits far exceed those of disbelief." Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled, "Young Feng, it is better to err on the side of caution. Besides, I have already exhausted my finances. Just take a look at what valuables remain in my home. I have wagered everything on this. Once the diviner performs her rites tonight, this matter will be resolved, allowing my wife and me to rest easy." After saying this, he glanced at his wife, who reclined on the bed. Zhang's wife tenderly caressed her abdomen, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her husband had been exceedingly devoted, expending their entire savings to enlist the diviner's aid in dispelling the malevolent forces. Zhang Xiaoyu continued, "Money can be earned anew, for I am still young. Once my wife has given birth, I shall feel at ease. I plan to cultivate the land and take on additional work. Young Feng, I wish to learn the art of hunting from you, and I shall pay the customary fees. Once I have mastered it, I will procure a hunter's badge from the magistrate, enabling me to hunt and contribute to our household." Since Lin Feng had turned over a new leaf, he often ventured into the mountains to hunt, not only providing his family with a life envied by the entire village, but also aiding those who had once lent him a hand. With Zhang's wife expecting, Lin Feng frequently delivered meat to their home. The villagers believed that Lin Feng's prosperous life was a direct result of his hunting prowess, and many aspired to learn the skill. However, Lin Feng dismissed those who sought his guidance, as they had offered no assistance during his times of hardship. Yet for Zhang, he would certainly share his knowledge. "Brother Zhang, if you wish to learn to hunt, I shall teach you. However, I urge you to reconsider the diviner's motives. She may seek more than mere silver. She likely desires the unborn child as well." Zhang Xiaoyu interrupted with a smile, "Young Feng, do not dissuade me further on this matter. Regardless, we must allow the diviner to complete her rites." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized that the couple had been ensnared by the diviner's manipulation, and no amount of reasoning would suffice. It is difficult to convince the obstinate. Yet he could not stand idly by and witness misfortune befall his close friends. He resolved to wait until nightfall to expose the old woman's true nature. For her wickedness was beyond measure. He would eliminate anyone who dared cross his path. If the malicious old woman dared to appear tonight, he would ensure she regretted her existence. Chapter 54. Capturing the diviner in the act. Lin Feng ceased his attempts to persuade the Zhang couple. After discussing hunting matters with Zhang Xiaoyu, he returned home. After dinner, Lin Feng instructed his brother-in-law, Zhou Haitao, to stay awake that night to assist him with a certain task. Zhou Haitao, without inquiring further, readily agreed. During this period, he learned martial arts and hunting from Lin Feng, staying at Lin Feng's home without paying for food or lodging, which made him feel somewhat guilty. Lin Feng instructed Zhou Haitao to crouch on the rooftop and keep an eye on the Zhang Xiaoyu household next door. If anyone arrived, he was to call out. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the courtyard, practicing the Zi-Yu Heart Sutra for a while. The result was, of course, completely unresponsive. It appeared that mastering this martial art required system enhancements. Subsequently, Lin Feng picked up 2 wooden swords and practiced the yin-yang sword technique in the courtyard. Finding great comfort in the practice, he was confident that he could make progress on his own. Lin Feng's engrossed training continued until the stroke of midnight, when Zhou Haitao above stirred. Brother-in-law, someone really came to the Zhang family next door. Only one person arrived, and I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman." Lin Feng took a few swift steps and leaped onto the rooftop. Zhou Haitao, witnessing Lin Feng's agile movement, couldn't help but flatter him. "Brother-in-law, such skill." Lin Feng ignored him and focused his gaze on the Zhang Xiaoyu household. His vision surpassed that of Zhou Haitao, and he clearly observed the situation next door. There, he saw an elderly woman with a whisk, appearing quite amiable, her face adorned with a smile. Yet, Lin Feng felt an unsettling discomfort at the sight of her. One's sixth sense is often accurate. If a person feels uneasy at first glance, there is undoubtedly something amiss. The old woman exchanged a few words with Zhang Xiaoyu, who then stepped out. Bowing 9 times as she walked towards the moonlit path, Lin Feng chose not to hinder Zhang Xiaoyu. Such matters must be caught in the act, for otherwise, the couple would never believe it. After Zhang Xiaoyu's departure, another young fortune teller entered her yard. Lin Feng jumped down and called to Zhou Haitao above. Hurry down and wait for me at the entrance of Zhang's yard." Upon finishing his words, he took a running leap over the courtyard wall, landing within Zhang Xiaoyu's yard. Once on the ground, he pressed his hand against it to muffle the sound. Lin Feng felt this leap lacked elegance. Evidently, he still needed to master a lightness technique. He approached the brightly lit window of Zhang Xiaoyu's main room and, using his right index finger moistened with saliva, punctured a small hole in the window paper. Peering through the hole, he saw that Zhang's wife had already been easily ensnared by the fortune teller. With minimal effort, the fortune teller had bound Zhang's wife to the bed and gagged her. Strangely, Zhang's wife had not yet sensed anything amiss. It was only when another fortune teller entered, and they began to unfasten her clothing, that she realized the danger. The two women gazed at her as though they had discovered a treasure trove, their eyes wide with a greedy gleam that sent shivers down Zhang's wife's spine. As she began to struggle, the fortune teller's facial muscles contorted into an eerie smile, declaring, "We only desire the purple river car you carry within. You'd best not resist. The more you struggle, the more suffering you shall endure." Zhang's wife, now pale with fear, regretted not heeding Lin Feng's warning. She twisted her body, yet could not loosen the ropes binding her, tears of terror, helplessness, and regret streaming from her eyes. Just as the witch's knife was about to descend upon Sister Zhang's abdomen, whoosh, a stone flew in, striking the knife held by the witch. Clang! The knife was knocked away, and the entire arm of the witch went numb from the impact. "Who?" another witch shouted. The stone had been flung into the room by Lin Feng, who had merely tossed it casually, without even employing the power of the red gold glass. After throwing the projectile, Lin Feng shattered the window and leaped into the room. Upon landing, he executed a fierce black tiger pounce, striking the witch who had just intended to wield her knife squarely in the chest. Crack! The witch's ribcage was shattered, and she collapsed to the ground, spitting blood and rendered incapacitated. The other young witch, realizing she was no match for Lin Feng, brandished a pair of scissors and charged towards Sister Zhang, intending to take her as a hostage to coerce Lin Feng. At that moment, Sister Zhang stood between the two. Lin Feng swiftly unleashed a ferocious tiger pounce, leaping over Sister Zhang. With one hand, he seized the young witch's hand holding the scissors, while his other fist struck her chest, similarly fracturing her ribs. Lin Feng had discerned that these two lacked any significant skill, thus he refrained from using excessive force. He decided to leave their fate in the hands of Zhang Xiaoyu, curious to see how he would respond. If Zhang Xiaoyu proved to be a timid individual, then their relationship would reach a stalemate. However, if he possessed a bit of courage, Lin Feng would take him under his wing. After all, distant relatives are no match for close neighbors, and having a dependable neighbor would provide peace of mind when venturing into the wilderness. Lin Feng bound the two and tossed them into a side room. Then, he removed the gag from Sister Zhang's mouth and untied her bonds. Sister Zhang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and immediately broke into tears. "Oh, thank goodness for you, Xiaofeng. If it weren't for you, both of us would have perished today. I never imagined the witch could be so ruthless." Lin Feng mused that Sister Zhang remained too naive. Among all living beings in this world, the most malevolent are undoubtedly humans, without exception. "Sister, please cease your tears for now. Rest well, and take care of the child within you." As Sister Zhang relaxed, she suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen. "Xiaofeng, with all this commotion, I fear I may go into premature labor. Quickly, summon your mother and your wife to assist with the delivery." Lin Feng rushed to the courtyard entrance and instructed Zhou Haitao to fetch his wife and mother to help Sister Zhang. He asked Zhou Haitao to call for assistance before retrieving Zhang Xiaoyu. Shortly after Zhou Haitao left, Lin's mother and Zhou Chunlan arrived. Lin's mother quickly assessed Sister Zhang's condition. "This is a case of fetal distress. She is already bleeding and will surely deliver prematurely." Lin's mother turned to Zhou Chunlan. "Chunlan, hurry and boil some water." She then looked at Lin Feng. "Xiaofeng, you must go outside quickly. Do not linger here and impede our efforts." Zhang Xiaoyu had not ventured far beyond the village, and Zhou Haitao soon brought him back. Upon entering the room and witnessing his wife's dire state, Zhang Xiaoyu was filled with dread. The couple embraced, weeping bitterly. Soon after, Lin's mother ushered Zhang Xiaoyu outside. Zhang Xiaoyu entered the courtyard and abruptly knelt before Lin Feng. "Xiaofeng, I have been exceedingly foolish. Had I listened to you sooner, my sister-in-law would not be in this predicament." Lin Feng reflected on whether he had indeed acted too late. It was only after the witch revealed her true nature that he intervened. The timing was impeccable, not tardy. Had he acted prematurely, Zhang and his wife would likely have remained skeptical. Lin Feng helped Zhang Xiaoyu to his feet. Brother Zhang, you are being too harsh. I have restrained those two witches and locked them away in the side room. What do you propose we do with them? Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes. He rose, seizing a stick, and charged into the side room. Chapter 55, The Witch's Downfall. Lin Feng becomes a father. Zhang Xiaoyu wielded the stick and unleashed a torrent of blows upon the two witches. He struck the elder witch squarely in the mouth, knocking out several teeth and dislodging the filthy rag that had muffled her speech. The elder witch attempted to manipulate Zhang Xiaoyu. You uncouth peasant dare to show me disrespect? Without our assistance, the rat god shall unleash his wrath upon you, and your wife and children will meet a tragic end. Release me at once and kneel in supplication, and I may perform a ritual to plead for your mercy. Zhang Xiaoyu responded with a flurry of strikes. Were those rats that invaded my home orchestrated by you? The elder witch only howled in pain, offering no answer. Zhang Xiaoyu then yanked the filthy rag from the younger witch's mouth, demanding, Speak. Did you release those rats into my home? The younger witch attempted to deceive him as well. It was the divine silence. Zhang Xiaoyu plunged a bamboo skewer forcefully into her abdomen. Blood gushed forth as the skewer pierced her flesh. Terrified, the younger witch cried out for mercy. Please spare me. It was my master who captured a bag of rats and tossed them into your yard. I was merely aiding him. Please, I beg you, let me go. At last, everything was made clear. Zhang Xiaoyu let out a self-deprecating laugh. How foolish I was to believe in such superstitions. These two charlatans nearly cost my family their lives. He turned to Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, what should be done with these two? Should we hand them over to the authorities? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng replied. Let us set aside the matter of your punishment for now. Even if these two were taken to the authorities, it is you who might suffer the consequences. Though these witches are devoid of morality, the Purple River cart is not something the common folk can afford. They must have sold it to the powerful. Should those in power protect them, it would be you who faces the direst fate. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, any lingering respect Zhang Xiaoyu held for the authorities dissipated. He narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the two lying on the ground, a determination forming within him. I understand now. Xiao Feng, please step outside for a moment. As Lin Feng stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the myriad stars, he could not help but ponder a profound question. What purpose did the heavens have in placing him in this world? This inquiry felt distant. For now, he should focus on living well in the present. In the main room, Zhang's wife emitted hoarse cries. Zhang's mother encouraged her, Push. Give it your all. Just a little more. You're almost there. From the side room came the harrowing sounds of a knife piercing flesh and the anguished, terrified screams, though these cries were stifled in the throat. Shortly thereafter, a blood-soaked Zhang Xiaoyu trembled as he emerged from the side room. Lin Feng swiftly supported him, inquiring about the fate of the two individuals. To Lin Feng's astonishment, a hearty smile appeared on Zhang Xiaoyu's face as he replied, An eye for an eye. Just as they inflicted harm upon others, so shall I deal with them. Upon peering into the side room, Lin Feng nearly retched. Despite having taken many lives since arriving in this world, he had never encountered such a gruesome scene. Zhang Xiaoyu sat on the ground for a moment, then said, Xiao Feng, you should rest. I will dispose of these two bodies on the mountain shortly. Lin Feng sensed a transformation in Zhang Xiaoyu. He was no longer the honest, simple man he once was. Yet, this change might not be entirely detrimental. Listening to the anguished cries from the main room, Zhang Xiaoyu was filled with both concern and dread, unable to remain still. He rose to attend to the two corpses of the soothsayers in the side room. Lin Feng observed the surroundings from the wall. Given the commotion at Zhang Xiaoyu's home, the neighboring villagers must have heard, yet no one emerged to inquire. Lin Feng felt that Xiaohe village had changed after all the recent events. The villagers had adopted a cautious approach to life, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhang Xiaoyu placed the two bodies on a tattered mat, sprinkling some ashes from the hearth to prevent blood from spilling everywhere. Under the cover of night, he dragged the mat toward the outskirts of the village. The scene was undeniably unsettling. After this incident, Zhang Xiaoyu would likely no longer fear the supernatural. Upon returning, he washed himself and changed into a set of worn but clean clothes. The cries from the main room had softened. Zhang Xiaoyu anxiously scratched his head, fretting, Xiao Feng, do you think my wife will be all right? Lin Feng, uncertain of how to ease his concerns, offered words of reassurance. Rest assured, Brother Zhang, she will be fine. A quarter of an hour later, the wails of a newborn filled the air. Zhang Xiaoyu sprang up and rushed into the main room. Lin Mu was cradling a wrinkled infant, smiling as she declared, "Congratulations to you both. It's a boy." Though he arrived a few days early, there are no serious issues. Zhang Xiaoyu gazed at the child for a moment before kneeling by the bed, grasping his wife's hand as he wept. "Oh, my dear, you have suffered so much." Zhang's wife appeared pale, but managed to smile as she looked at the child and her husband. Noticing her frailty, Zhang Xiaoyu turned to Lin Mu, his voice trembling as he asked, "Auntie, is my wife all right?" Lin Mu reassured him with a smile, "Do not worry. She has not lost much blood. She is simply exhausted. A few days of rest will suffice for her recovery." Zhou Chunlan brought a few eggs from her home, preparing a bowl of egg water to nourish Zhang's wife. After a brief respite, she began to regain her strength. Lin Mu placed the child in Zhang's wife's arms, saying, "Despite his wrinkled appearance, he will look better in a couple of days. All newborns appear this way. When our 5 little ones were born, they were even smaller than your son." Lin Feng approached Zhou Chunlan, gently grasping her hand with a sense of tenderness. His beloved wife had endured considerable hardships to bear him 5 children. Zhou Chunlan felt the warmth of Lin Feng's concern as she turned her head to smile at him, her heart swelling with affection. Ever since her husband had given up drinking, he had become increasingly attentive to her needs. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was contemplating their future. Once financial stability was achieved, he planned to acquire a few maidservants to assist his wife and mother, allowing them some respite. He also wished for them to learn some martial arts, not with the expectation of becoming formidable warriors, but simply to enhance their longevity. Zhang Xiaoyu then turned and knelt before Lin Feng's family, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Xiao Feng. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, younger sister. From now on, we are family. So feel free to approach me for anything. If I ever refuse, I shall not be worthy of the title of human." Lin Mu quickly rushed to support Zhang Xiaoyu, urging, "Child, please stop. You need not bow so deeply. Your forehead is bound to be bruised. This behavior feels distant. Our families have long been close, even before your parents passed. Can we not lend a hand when you are in need?" Zhou Chunlan added, "Let us not dwell on such matters. We should first choose a name for the child." After some discussion, Zhang Xiaoyu proposed, "We originally intended to name the child Zhang Yi. Without Xiao Feng, this child would not have come into being. To honor his life-saving grace, we shall incorporate Feng into the name, calling him Zhang Fengye, and let this child recognize Xiao Feng as his godfather." Lin Feng mused to himself that his connections with fatherhood seemed to deepen, now welcoming another son. Chapter 56. The Realm of Refining Skin. Initial mastery of internal strength, the following days unfolded in tranquility. Lin Feng took turns leading either Lin Hu, Zhou Haitao, or Zhang Xiaoyu up the mountain for hunting. Over these days, Lin Feng accumulated 9 breakthrough points. One day, he hunted a wild deer and prepared a whole roasted deer on the spot. Afterward, he utilized 2 breakthrough points to elevate his Golden Bell shield to the 7th level, enhancing his vitality slightly. Upon reaching the 7th level of the Golden Bell shield, Lin Feng experienced an electrifying sensation coursing through his skin, a delightful tingling that lasted but a minute. Following this, he felt an extraordinary transformation within himself. His body seemed more transparent, and a warm, peculiar strength blossomed internally. Though this power was not yet formidable, it could significantly augment his martial techniques, greatly increasing their lethality. Simultaneously, it enhanced his defensive capabilities. This, he surmised, was the essence of internal strength. The Golden Bell shield was a formidable hard skill, embodying both masculine vigor and the robust essence of internal strength, which accounted for the warmth of the energy produced. The reason the perfected Golden Bell shield could withstand ordinary blades and firearms, as well as resist water, fire, and poison, was intricately linked to this protective internal energy. Truly, the Golden Bell shield was one of the most vital techniques among the 72 hard skills. Lin Feng felt his physical prowess ascend once more, his strength seemingly doubled, reaching approximately 2,000 pounds. With the Golden Bell shield perfected, the first time internal strength enveloped his entire being. He would need to select a focal point for its manifestation, as the formidable Golden Bell shield of Deshang could not provide complete protection for the entire body. Particularly for certain vulnerable areas, some seasoned veterans opted for the anus as their shield's focal point. They believed that as long as one could clench tightly, even a spear could not penetrate. However, Lin Feng found this method rather unappealing. Choosing the anus as a focal point meant that once he activated the Golden Bell shield, he would have to endure the discomfort of maintaining a tight clench. Ultimately, Lin Feng decided upon the eyes as his point of focus. If he could not safeguard his eyes, it would be futile to continue. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's choice of shield point was not of great consequence. His primary objective was to hasten the perfection of the Golden Bell shield, after which the focal point would naturally fade away. Upon breaking through, a wave of hunger washed over him, prompting Lin Feng to consume half a roasted deer single-handedly. Subsequently, he expended 2 breakthrough points to elevate his basic swordsmanship to the first tier, which also enhanced his vitality slightly. After devouring the other half of the roasted deer, Lin Hu, attracted by the aroma of the roast, successfully hunted a wild boar. Exhausted from his efforts, he returned, eager to enjoy some venison, only to discover that nothing remained but bones. Lin Hu's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "Brother, you consumed an entire deer." Lin Feng nodded, asserting that ample nourishment was essential for strength. "No, you have eaten far too much." Lin Feng burped contentedly, proclaiming, "Thus, I am stronger than you." Lin Hu seemed to grasp the implication of this statement, yet Lin Feng, concerned about leading him astray, cautioned, "Brother, do not force yourself to eat if you cannot." Nodding, Lin Hu proceeded to the stream to tend to the wild boar, seemingly intent on roasting it. Lin Feng chose not to dissuade him further, deciding to wait until Lin Hu had finished before partaking in a meal himself. Lin Feng then examined his attribute panel. Name: Lin Feng Life. 54 martial skills. Basic swordsmanship, inferior. First tier, Golden Bell shield, inferior. 7th tier, realm, skin refinement, iron skin, breakthrough points. 5 having consumed 4 breakthrough points. Though his vitality had only increased by 2 points, his attribute panel now included a realm category. He had finally achieved the skin refinement realm, transcending the levels of cowhide and stone skin directly to iron skin. According to his instructor, reaching the skin refinement realm endowed him with internal energy, allowing him to join the ranks of third-rate masters capable of traversing the martial world. Lin Feng aspired to attain perfection across all realms, planning to continue his training in hard techniques to fortify his body further and hasten his advancement to the copper skin level. Establishing a solid foundation was crucial. Otherwise, encountering a bottleneck later and needing to return to basics would be too late. Many martial prodigies without a mentor fell victim to this pitfall, initially demonstrating remarkable prowess only to stagnate in their later stages, ultimately fading into mediocrity. Some first-rate masters, having reached the bone refinement realm, sought further breakthroughs, only to find themselves reverting to the copper skin level. However, such subsequent enhancements were inherently different, preventing them from achieving a state of seamless perfection. It was akin to patching a tile with cement. No matter how one looked at it, there was an inherent awkwardness. Therefore, having a lineage and a mentor was of paramount importance. Mr. Hong's requirements for Lin Feng merely encompassed reaching the stone skin realm, utterly unaware that Lin Feng had set his sights on achieving the copper skin level. After achieving this breakthrough, Lin Feng practiced the yin-yang sword technique on the mountain for a while. Soon, he began to feel hungry. It seemed that with his enhanced physique, his energy consumption had also increased significantly. At that moment, he caught a whiff of roasted meat. It turned out that Lin Hu had already cooked a wild boar. The aroma of the roast attracted another wild boar. Lin Feng picked up a stone and hurled it forward. Whoosh! The stone shot out, piercing the boar's skull and subsequently penetrating 3 large trees. With the presence of internal energy, the power of the golden glaze technique had intensified considerably. It appeared that internal energy could amplify the potency of all martial arts. However, martial arts of lower ranks and above could cultivate internal energy suited to their specific style, significantly enhancing their effectiveness. What is suitable is indeed the best. Lin Feng settled by the campfire, while Lin Hu was devouring his meal with his head bowed. He had discovered the secret to Lin Feng's strength: voracious eating. Lin Feng did not mock Lin Hu. He understood the sentiment behind his brother's desire to grow stronger. If his 3 brothers continued their training normally, they would fall increasingly behind, making it difficult for them to assist him in the future. Lin Feng contemplated whether he should find them some accelerated martial arts training. Otherwise, with their meager skills, he would not feel secure leaving them to guard the home. After a while, Lin Hu's belly swelled. Noticing that Lin Feng's abdomen remained flat, he wondered where all that deer meat had gone. Lin Feng patted Lin Hu's shoulder, advising him not to force himself to eat beyond his limits, as it could harm his stomach and hinder his training progress. Once satisfied, he should get up and help him process the wild boar. Lin Hu gazed at his round belly and sighed inwardly, realizing that being able to eat was also a talent. He stood up to get to work. Meanwhile, Lin Feng began to savor the roasted boar meat, feeling full by the time only half of it remained. With such a surplus of roast meat, he thought it would be an opportune moment to initiate his training in the 1,000 miles of divine movement. Having had this martial art for some time, it was high time to practice it. Mastery of body techniques is crucial. If one cannot defeat an opponent, one can still flee with finesse. Conversely, without adequate skills, defeat becomes inevitable. Thus, Lin Feng invested some breakthrough points to initiate his training in the 1,000 miles of divine movement. Upon beginning, he felt as though his body had become significantly lighter, only to soon realize that it was a mere illusion. In truth, his legs had gained remarkable strength. This martial art required focused training, as proficiency would prove invaluable for both escape and travel. As hunger struck once more, Lin Feng consumed the remaining roasted wild boar. Lin Hu returned, carrying the boar, only to discover that Lin Feng had devoured it entirely, yet his brother's stomach remained flat. Lin Hu patted his own round belly and sighed. "Oh belly, it's not that I lack ability, but rather that you are not cooperating." The two then descended the mountain together. Lin Feng planned to return to the village by the river and demonstrate the first level of basic sword techniques to his teacher, hoping to please him in the process. Inquire with the master if there are any accelerated martial arts techniques, or if the sword sect possesses any protective methods akin to the Golden Bell Shield. Such a master undoubtedly harbors an abundance of secret texts. Seizing the opportunity before the master departs from the small river village, one should endeavor to extract as much knowledge as possible. Chapter 57. Essential Skills for Wandering the Jianghu. Disguise Technique. Lin Feng returned home, bearing a piece of pork to Mr. Hong's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, the maid Yue Gao greeted him. "Little junior brother, back again to deliver meat?" Yue Gao had taken to calling Lin Feng little junior brother during this period. Lin Feng was unfazed. The young girl seemed to relish the role of an elder sister. Once he advanced to the inner sect, she would have to address him as elder brother. He allowed her this moment of pride. He smiled and replied, "Indeed, senior sister. I just hunted a wild boar on the mountain. The meat is still fresh." "Then let us head to the kitchen," she said, hands clasped behind her back, leading Lin Feng with a playful sway, fully embracing her seniority. Observing her joy, Lin Feng sought to inquire about other martial arts. "Senior sister, with your prowess, do you possess any techniques you could impart to me?" Yue Gao pondered. "Well, it seems you know everything I do. It doesn't necessarily have to be something you've learned. Secret texts are acceptable as well. I merely wish to gain insights into other martial arts for reference." Tilting her head in thought, she recalled that her master indeed possessed many secret texts, all housed within the Mountain Gate's residence. "I wonder if master has any additional texts on him? I shall ask him." After placing the meat in the kitchen cellar, the two proceeded to the main hall. Mr. Hong was seated on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly practicing some internal skill. Upon hearing their conversation, he opened his eyes. "Xiao Feng, are you seeking to understand other martial arts, or do you wish to learn them yourself?" Lin Feng replied, "Master, I have yet to fully master the techniques you have taught me, so I do not intend to learn other martial arts for the time being. I simply wish to understand them better. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Additionally, I aim to enable those around me to learn some martial arts as well." Lin Feng was somewhat familiar with Mr. Hong's disposition. The master despised those who aspired to lofty goals without the means to achieve them. Expressing a desire to learn other martial arts would likely invite reproach. Mr. Hong nodded in response to Lin Feng's words. "How is your swordsmanship progressing?" Lin Feng had intended to discuss this matter. "Master, I have already reached the first level of the basic sword technique, and I am close to mastering the yin-yang sword technique." Mr. Hong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, demonstrate it in the courtyard." Mr. Hong took his seat in a wheelchair, and Lin Feng pushed him outside. In the courtyard, Lin Feng performed a set of basic sword techniques. Mr. Hong stroked his beard, nodding in approval. "Not bad, not bad. It seems you indeed possess a talent for swordsmanship." Yue Gao stood silently by, biting her lip, feeling inadequate compared to her junior brother. Among all of Mr. Hong's disciples, Lin Feng's aptitude was among the very best. In a good mood, Mr. Hong resumed the earlier topic. "You mentioned wanting to see other martial arts secret texts. I have indeed collected quite a few, though I do not have them on hand. Here I have only 2 volumes that I can present to you for your perusal, thereby broadening your horizons." Lin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart, for he had not anticipated that his master possessed such secret texts. Mr. Hong, wheeling himself back to the main room, retrieved 2 books from a cabinet. These are 2 manuals I acquired from a demonic practitioner whom I vanquished, Mr. Hong remarked, gesturing towards the first volume. This one, titled Breaking Wind Blade Technique, is a swift path to martial mastery. The essence of this skill lies in its speed. As long as one does not possess overly poor aptitude, one can achieve great proficiency in a short time. Upon reaching a higher level, one may contend with average third-rate masters. However, attaining perfection in this art proves to be a formidable challenge, far more so than other martial disciplines of similar rank. Mastery requires a profound understanding of its essence. In summary, this manual is easy to learn but difficult to master. You might also consider studying this technique, as it can complement your swordsmanship. Setting that volume aside, Mr. Hong produced a dark red manual. A grave expression crossed his face as he regarded it. This text contains the sinister art of bloodthirsty demonic technique, although it only covers the first level. This martial art is exceedingly malevolent, enhancing one's power rapidly through the consumption of the blood of beasts and humans. You may glance at it, but I implore you not to attempt to cultivate it. Those who practice this art often find it nearly impossible to turn back, as most cannot resist its temptation. Imagine, if you will, that by consuming blood for a month, one can achieve a level of power that would take others a year of arduous training to attain. How many could refuse such an allure? Cultivating this technique also demands extraordinary willpower. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mindless fiend consumed by bloodlust. Lin Feng replied earnestly, "The disciple shall remember this." With the system at his disposal, Lin Feng could learn any martial art swiftly, rendering the pursuit of such a perilous practice unnecessary. After perusing both manuals, the system promptly recorded their contents. Breaking Wind Blade Technique was classified as an intermediate martial art, while Bloodthirsty Demonic Technique was deemed an extraordinary skill. Both held significant merit. After a brief examination, Lin Feng returned the texts to their place. Having accomplished his purpose for the day, he decided against staying for dinner at Mr. Hong's residence. He rose to take his leave, saying, "Master, senior sister, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." This time Mr. Hong did not permit him to depart so easily. "Xiao Feng, please wait a moment," he called, turning to the maid. Yue, why not impart your unique skills to your junior brother?" The maid, momentarily bewildered, pointed to herself. "My unique skills? What unique skills do I possess?" Mr. Hong chuckled and replied, "Silly girl, I refer to your art of disguise." Yue's face lit up with realization, a proud smile gracing her features. Indeed, her ability to disguise herself was indeed a remarkable talent, one that her junior brother could not hope to rival. In a flurry, Yue dashed into her chamber. Mr. Hong shook his head with an amused reprimand. So scatterbrained. With no ulterior motives, Yue was someone Mr. Hong felt comfortable having around, finding her company far more pleasant than that of those who constantly sought to curry favor. One need not guard against such individuals, for they pose no threat. Mr. Hong remarked to Lin Feng, "Do not be fooled by Yue's seemingly mediocre martial skills. Her art of disguise is truly exceptional. Once you master this technique, traversing the world will become considerably more convenient. Engaging in actions deemed taboo will not jeopardize your identity, and you need not fear enmity, as others will be unaware of your true self." Lin Feng had initially assumed that the art of disguise was merely a form of makeup, but upon hearing his mentor's words, he recognized its significance. With responsibilities above and below, he felt constrained in his endeavors. If he could transform his appearance using disguise, it would facilitate matters greatly. Suddenly, an elderly woman with white hair and wrinkled skin emerged from Yue's chamber. Coughing, she leaned on a cane as she ambled forward. Upon noticing Lin Feng, her face reflected surprise. She then turned to Mr. Hong and inquired, "Old man, who is this young fellow?" Referring to her master as old man raised Lin Feng's suspicions about her possible identity as his master's wife. He nearly called her master aunt, but was struck by the name Yue displayed on her attribute panel. It dawned on him that this was Yue in disguise. The resemblance was uncanny, to the point that even her voice bore no discernible difference. Mr. Hong, in jest, picked up a nearby broom and tossed it at the elderly woman, exclaiming, "What nonsense!" The old lady emitted a pained cry, mirroring Yue's voice. "Master, why are you hitting me? We used to pretend to be a married couple, remember? Show a bit of sisterly decorum in front of your junior." Ah, Yue laughed, glancing at Lin Feng. "Junior brother, how do you find my art of disguise?" Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister, Your skill is nothing short of miraculous. Please teach me. However, even the most formidable art of disguise could not elude Lin Feng's keen perception. With a mere glance at someone's attribute panel, he could discern all. Wait a moment, Yue said as she dashed into her room and emerged with a delicate leather case. Placing it on the table, she opened it to reveal numerous compartments containing dozens of different pigments. She explained to Lin Feng the process of creating each pigment and their respective uses, all while applying them to his face. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. The art of disguise was not martial arts and could not be learned through the system. Without the system's assistance, he felt like a poor student. Understanding the importance of this skill, he patiently endeavored to absorb as much information as possible, planning to inquire further with Yue later if any confusion arose. Once Yue had finished applying the pigments, she produced a bronze mirror for Lin Feng to examine his reflection. To his astonishment, he found that he appeared identical to Mr. Hong. This led Lin Feng to ponder whether Mr. Hong's and Yue's usual appearances were indeed their true forms. He sensed that mastering the art of disguise would require considerable time, as even the configuration of various pigments constituted a profound study. Thus, Lin Feng inquired, "Senior sister, I find it difficult to master this art of disguise in a short time. Is there a quicker method?" "Indeed, there is a faster approach, albeit not as flawless," replied the maid, Yue, as she retrieved two slender masks from a chest. "These are human skin masks, which can be directly worn on the face." Lin Feng questioned, "Are these truly made from human skin?" With a smile, Yue reassured him, "Do not fear, junior brother. These masks are crafted from a special tree sap, not actual human skin." Taking one of the masks, Lin Feng donned it upon his face. The mask adhered closely to his skin, leaving no trace of its presence. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he realized he had transformed into a pale-faced scholar. "This is quite effective. Simply affix it to the face," he chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Senior sister, may I have two of these human skin masks?" Yue glanced at Mr. Hong, who nodded in agreement. She then handed Lin Feng two masks, one resembling a pale scholar and the other a bearded man. As Lin Feng prepared to tuck them away, Yue suddenly snatched the masks from his hands. "Wait a moment. If you use these masks as they are, there will be flaws. They must be tailored to fit your facial contours." As she spoke, Yue placed each mask on Lin Feng's face, taking a pencil-like instrument to draw some lines upon them. Following her markings, she meticulously cut and affixed the masks. After trying them on Lin Feng once more, she declared, "There are no issues now. Take good care of these masks. The materials used to create human skin masks are only found in the demonic realms and are quite rare." "I understand," Lin Feng replied cautiously as he tucked the masks into his clothing. Yue then imparted some knowledge on identifying poisons and techniques for guarding against ambushes. Lin Feng regarded her with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this young maid possessed such considerable skills, with far more experience in the martial world than he. Ultimately, Lin Feng enjoyed a complimentary dinner at Mr. Hong's residence. The following day, he ventured into the county town once more. Wearing the bearded mask, he employed his swift movement technique to reach the town in less than an hour. He purchased 3 steel knives from the blacksmith's shop. The shopkeeper remained oblivious, failing to recognize Lin Feng or notice the mask he wore. Lin Feng then swiftly returned to Xiao village, completing the round trip and shopping in just half a day, arriving home just in time for lunch. After dining, he summoned Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Haitao, and Lin Hu to his yard, distributing a steel knife to each of them and beginning to teach them the breaking wind knife technique. "In the future, you shall primarily practice this style. It can be mastered quickly. With diligent effort over a year and a half, dispatching small-time thugs will be as easy as slicing vegetables." The three were visibly excited by his words. Lin Hu asked, "Brother, is it truly possible to master this technique in 6 months?" Lin Feng nodded, affirming, "As long as you practice diligently, you can achieve a basic level of proficiency in 6 months. Lacking a systematic approach, Lin Feng had to teach them repeatedly. Lin Feng observed that his brother-in-law, Zhou Haitao, was quick to learn the golden bell shield technique, yet he lagged behind the other two in mastering the gale blade technique. The fastest learner among them was Zhang Xiaoyu, who, after merely 2 or 3 demonstrations, adeptly executed the movements. Lin Hu also managed to grasp the technique after 4 or 5 attempts. Meanwhile, Lin Feng practiced his own blade techniques, occasionally correcting the trio's postures. Little Siba, wielding the wooden sword that Lin Feng had crafted for him, mimicked the moves and surprisingly managed to learn them as well. Each morning, Lin Feng roused the 5 children, guiding them in practicing beast-hunting fist and basic swordplay. In a world where martial prowess is revered, it was imperative for the children to acquire such skills. Among them, little Siba exhibited the most diligence in his training. As the saying goes, the 3-year-old shows the adult. And Lin Feng sensed that this child would surely flourish in the future. With the treasured blade acquired from Wang Shanxiao, Lin Feng found the Gale Blade technique to be quite intuitive. Finally, the treasured blade was proving its worth. Lin Feng was undeterred by any potential stagnation in his training, bolstered by the system that allowed him to allocate points without fear of hitting a plateau. Moreover, according to his teacher, this particular technique was likely to reveal an artistic realm, which seemed perfectly suited to him. As the months swiftly passed, the season transitioned from the warm embrace of spring to the sweltering days of summer. Xiaohe village buzzed with a vibrant and joyful atmosphere, as people toiled diligently in the fields, hopeful for a bountiful harvest come autumn. Lin Feng's achievements over the month were commendable as well. He spent 6 breakthrough points to elevate the Golden Bell shield from the 7th level to its perfected state, enhancing his vitality by 3 points. He allocated 2 breakthrough points to advance his basic swordplay to the 2nd level, gaining an additional point of vitality. By investing 20 breakthrough points, he upgraded the swift movement technique to the 9th level, reaching its full potential and boosting his vitality by 10 points. Due to the relative ease of mastering the Gale Blade technique, he only required 2 breakthrough points to elevate it to the 8th level, attaining great success and increasing his vitality by 1 point. However, advancing to the 9th level would require 30 breakthrough points, which explained why many remained stagnant at that stage. Lin Feng reviewed his complete attribute panel. Name: Lin Feng Vitality. 70 martial techniques. 6 shots of the hunting bow, unorthodox. Perfected, beast hunting fist, unorthodox. Artistic realm, mad demon staff technique, unorthodox. Perfected, basic swordplay, low tier, 2nd level. Golden Bell shield, low tier. Perfected, swift movement technique, low tier. Perfected, Gale Blade technique, medium tier, 8th level. Crimson Gold Glaze, secret technique, 1st level. Breakthrough points, 5 realm, skin refinement, iron skin. Lin Feng prioritized maximizing his resilience and evasion, ensuring that he could stand his ground even against 2nd-tier masters. A delightful revelation was that the Golden Bell shield possessed an artistic realm, albeit requiring 20 breakthrough points to attain. He resolved to elevate the Golden Bell shield to that level in the coming month. One morning, Lin Feng was just about to head to Mr. Hong's residence. The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves shattered the tranquility of Xiaohe village. Chapter 59. The massacre of the village is none of my concern. Hearing the clatter of horses, the villagers emerged from their homes to investigate. Lin's mother and Lin Feng also stepped outside, peering into the street. They beheld a group of burly men astride majestic steeds, with fierce gazes, armed with sharp blades, and bearing tattoos of serpents on their bare shoulders and chests. They struck a formidable figure. The villagers' expressions turned grave upon recognizing these men as the mountain bandits. The leader of the bandits bellowed, "Xiaohe village, prepare a pair of boys and girls aged between 3 and 8. Tomorrow morning, our Tianxi gang will come to collect them. If you fail to provide a pair, do not blame us for the massacre of your village." With that, the gang galloped away, leaving the villagers of Xiaohe village pale and trembling. The bandits, capable of a sudden assault at dawn, chose instead to force the villagers to surrender their own children. They sought not only to seize the villagers' possessions, women, and children, but also to trample upon their dignity, reducing them to mere husks that would relinquish whatever was demanded of them, facilitating the continuous extraction of their resources. Upon hearing the bandits' proclamation, Lin's mother turned ashen, her body weakening as if she might collapse. Lin Feng rushed to support her, exclaiming, "Mother, what is wrong?" Overcome with grief, Lin's mother wept. "Oh, this wretched world. This accursed Tianxi gang, they leave us no respite." It was said that the Tianxi gang was protected by a serpent deity, which was why they had never been eradicated. Each year, they demanded offerings of pairs of boys and girls to appease the serpent. Last year, other villages had provided 4 pairs. And now it seemed it was Xiaohe village's turn. Regrettably, in recent years, Xiaohe village had seen a decline in girls of the appropriate age, with only little Yeya fitting the criteria. The sound of a wooden bucket clattering to the ground drew attention to Zhou Chunlan, who had been pouring water. She felt as if the world was spinning, and she swayed, nearly losing her balance. Lin Feng quickly moved to steady her, saying, "My dear, do not fear. I am here. No one will harm our children." Noticing Zhou Chunlan's rapid heartbeat and labored breaths, Lin Feng embraced her, softly stroking her back to help her regain her composure. Tears glistening in her eyes, Zhou Chunlan gazed at Lin Feng and lamented, "My love, these children are my very flesh and blood. I cannot bear to send any of them to feed the serpent. If it were possible, I would gladly take their place." Lin Feng continued to reassure her, "My dear, rest assured that you and our children are my heart's treasure. As long as I, Lin Feng, draw breath, I will not allow anyone to harm you." Lin's mother approached to comfort Zhou Chunlan, saying, "Chunlan, do not despair. There is still time. We have some silver. Do we not? We can offer the villagers some silver to resolve this matter." Zhou Chunlan wept, replying, "Oh, mother, silver is of no use. Our village has only little Yaya of the right age. If we do not send them away, the bandits will massacre the village, and the villagers will not spare little Yaya." Upon hearing this, Mother Lin felt the gravity of the situation. She, too, began to weep alongside Zhou Chunlan, lamenting, "Oh, my dear, unfortunate granddaughter." The children, noticing their grandmother and mother in tears, gathered around, absorbing the sorrowful atmosphere. They, too, began to cry. Little Yaya sat on the ground, wiping her tears, sobbing, "Mom and Dad, I fear the pain. I do not wish to be devoured by a snake." The family's cries echoed with despair, as if the child were destined to be sent away. Other families in Xiaohe village with children joined in the chorus of sorrow. Lin Feng picked up little Yaya and gently patted her head, assuring her, "Do not be afraid. Father will protect you." Listening to the lamentations of his family, Lin Feng felt a growing frustration. Incessant crying would not resolve their plight. He raised his voice, "Cease your weeping and listen to me." The family fell silent at once, startled by the rare display of anger from Lin Feng since he had stopped drinking. Seeing their silence, he continued, "I have a plan to safeguard the children. I purchased a residence in the county town. We shall depart shortly and move to the county town today. Can the bandits intrude upon the town to seize our children?" After speaking, Lin Feng produced a set of keys, tossing them to Mother Lin, and relayed the specific address to her and Zhou Chunlan. Mother Lin, still skeptical, queried, "Xiao Feng, is this truly the case? A residence in the county town costs at least 2,000 taels of silver. Our family could not amass such wealth in 3 generations." Zhou Chunlan's gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with doubt. She suspected he had reverted to his former drunken self, boasting at home and becoming submissive outside. Perceiving their disbelief, Lin Feng briefly explained, "Do you know why Wang Shanxiong from next door has not returned?" Mother Lin paused. "Xiao Feng, why do you mention this? We were discussing money. That is precisely what I am addressing. On one occasion in town, I encountered an arrest warrant from the magistrate's office. Wang Shanxiong is, in fact, a notorious flower thief. I seized the opportunity to eliminate him and exchanged his head for 2,000 taels of reward at the magistrate's office, which I used to purchase a residence in the county town." Mother Lin and Zhou Chunlan exchanged glances, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. They had always perceived Wang Shanxiong as a kind-hearted individual, unaware of his true nature as a thief. Zhou Chunlan inquired again, "My lord, is this truly the case?" Lin Feng replied firmly, "Absolutely true. Acquiring a home in the county town is a tremendous fortune, and his announcement should have filled the family with joy. However, the imminent threat of the bandits cast a shadow over their spirits." Wiping her tears, Zhou Chunlan rose and said, "Then let us hasten to pack our belongings and take the children to the county town." Lin Feng cautioned, "Leave behind everything but the silver." Mother Lin stood and looked out at the courtyard. "It seems we may not be able to leave. If the village does not produce a pair of children, the bandits will ravage us. The villagers will not permit our departure." Lin Feng snorted dismissively, "The massacre of the village is of no concern to me. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall face dire consequences." At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu and Lin Hu arrived at Lin Feng's courtyard, both aware of the matter concerning the young boys and girls. Zhang Xiaoyu inquired, "Xiao Feng, what do you suggest we do?" During this time, the 3 had followed Lin Feng, learning martial arts and hunting, and had come to regard him as their leader. Lin Feng turned to Zhang Xiaoyu, "Brother Zhang, let your wife hold the child and accompany us to the county town." Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, "All right." As his own family also had children, he thought it prudent to avoid any potential danger that might befall his child. Lin Feng then addressed Lin Hu, "Huzi, the journey may not be safe. Please accompany us. Your presence could offer some support." "Understood," Lin Hu readily agreed. Lin's mother, Zhou Chunlan, and Sister Zhang, having heard Lin Feng's words, took the children and left without packing any belongings. As they stepped out of the courtyard, villagers began to gather around them. Someone shouted, "The Lin family is trying to flee." Hearing this, villagers from afar rushed over, quickly amassing into a crowd of over 100. Lin Feng and his companions found themselves cornered in the center of the road. The expressions of everyone, except Lin Feng, changed drastically, and the children, frightened, huddled close to their mothers and grandmothers. In the crowd was Widow Wang, who, emboldened by the numbers, exclaimed gleefully, "Look, everyone, the old Lin family, disregarding the greater good and the safety of our neighbors, dares to sneak away. If they escape, the bandits will surely massacre our village." The villagers began to voice their outrage. What kind of people are they, only thinking of themselves? The Lin family is too selfish. What will happen to us if they run away? It was suggested that such matters should be decided by drawing lots, as fairness demanded. Someone else chimed in. The Lin family has both boys and girls. I say they should be the ones to offer up the children to the bandits. Yes, it should come from their family. Several households in Shaohe village with children strongly supported this notion. The children were terrified, bewildered by the change in demeanor of the usually kind uncles and aunts, who now appeared fierce and menacing. Lin Feng bellowed, "Silence, all of you." He scorned, "What nonsense are you spewing? Consider the greater good? You dare to talk of fairness? Why not discuss fairness with the bandits instead? We are determined to leave today, and whoever stands in our way shall perish." With a swift motion, Lin Feng drew his steel knife, slicing across Widow Wang's mouth. She gasped in shock as a piece of her tongue flew out and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Feng scolded, "You vile woman, always speaking ill of my wife behind her back, thinking I am unaware. Consider this a lesson. Now get out of my sight, or I shall end you." Fear spread across Widow Wang's face as she whimpered, unable to utter a word. She hastily picked up the severed tongue from the ground and fled. The villagers were thoroughly startled by this scene. They never anticipated that Lin Feng would truly resort to violence. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the surrounding villagers, who all began to retreat. Yet, a few men stood their ground, blocking Lin Feng's path. It was clear to Lin Feng that these men, like him, were fathers. If his family were to leave, their children would be left to fend for themselves. For the sake of their offspring, they had no choice but to stand firm. In such dire circumstances, the blade spoke louder than words. With a swift motion, a flash of steel glimmered. The sound of slicing echoed as Lin Feng's blade struck, leaving several villagers with deep gashes on their arms, blood gushing forth. Though the wounds appeared severe, they had not severed any tendons or bones, as Lin Feng had no desire to inflict lasting harm upon these honest farmers. After retracting his blade, Lin Feng coldly declared, "This strike, I spare you out of consideration for our kinship. Take heed of your actions. Should anyone attempt to obstruct me again, I shall not hesitate to take a life." The injured men were the pillars of their households. If they were incapacitated, their children would likely face starvation. As a father himself, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy for them and intended to offer them some silver to aid in their recovery and support their families. However, this silver could not be given at that moment, nor in front of the other villagers. He would wait until his own family was secure before returning to assist them. The wounded men either departed on their own or were dragged away by their wives. At that moment, an undaunted figure emerged. Old Li from the east end of the village, crouching at the back of the crowd, began to incite the villagers. "Do not leave. If you let them go, the bandits will slaughter the village, and none of us will survive." The villagers found his words compelling and halted in their tracks. Lin Feng's fury boiled over. He had already shown mercy to those who obstructed him. He swiftly maneuvered to confront Old Li. With a swift thrust of his blade, he pierced Old Li's heart. Old Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had no children, he was a man who greatly valued his life. Fearing the bandits would kill him, he had urged the villagers to impede Lin Feng. Little did he expect Lin Feng would dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Lin Feng continued to stab Old Li repeatedly, blood splattering everywhere. "You thought I wouldn't dare to kill? Not only you, but I would also slay the bandits without hesitation." Lin Feng realized that he had to eliminate someone to instill fear in the villagers, forcing him to resort to violence. Yet, he was unafraid. If anyone dared to report him to the authorities, he could easily silence the matter with a handful of silver. This display terrified the villagers. Lin Feng, with his bloodied steel blade pointed at the villagers, proclaimed, "You fear the bandits will kill you, yet you do not fear me, Lin Feng. If you continue to push me, I shall annihilate this village today." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Haitao, and Lin, who drew their own steel blades. The villagers, now thoroughly frightened, lowered their heads in silence. Lin Feng directed his blade at the village chief, Zhang Fugui, saying, "You, surnamed Zhang, have collected protection fees with an iron rod. An incident has arisen. Should not the iron rod gang step forward? Otherwise, would not the protection fees have been collected in vain?" Lin Feng has ignited a diversion. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately began to denounce Zhang Fugui. "Indeed, Zhang Fugui, you must seek assistance from the Iron Rod Gang to advocate on our behalf. The Iron Rod Gang has collected protection fees and is obliged to safeguard us. It was you, Zhang Fugui, who initially led the Iron Rod Gang to collect these fees from every household. Now that trouble has emerged, it falls upon you to plead with them on behalf of the community. Let us detain Zhang Fugui's wife and children until he seeks the Iron Rod Gang's help. Yes, if the Iron Rod Gang refuses to assist, we shall send his children to the bandits." As the villagers spoke, they surged towards Zhang Fugui's home, forcibly restraining him to prevent him from alerting anyone. Once the villagers departed, Lin's mother expressed her deep concern, saying, "Xiaofeng, have you committed murder in broad daylight? Will the authorities come to apprehend you?" Zhou Chunlan said nothing, yet her gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with worry, admiration, and determination. She thought to herself, "This is the man I, Zhou Chunlan, have chosen." If Xiaofeng were to be captured and pay the ultimate price for this incident, she would be left to raise their children alone for the rest of her life. Lin Feng addressed the crowd, assuring them, "Do not worry, for no one dares to report this incident. Even if someone were to inform the authorities, a little silver could resolve the matter. If the officials truly exercise their power, could the bandits and the Iron Rod Gang still act with such audacity?" Lin Feng raised his blood-stained steel knife, declaring that to the powerless villagers, the authorities were like the heavens above them. With strength and money, the authorities are merely tools at our disposal. Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Haitao, and Lin, who felt their blood surge with excitement upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Brother Feng exuded charisma. With martial prowess and wealth, one could stand tall. After Lin Feng departed, the villagers successfully captured Zhang Fugui's wife and children. If this situation was not resolved, they all faced dire consequences. At this moment, the villagers cared little for Zhang Fugui's potential allies. Some villagers even contemplated that if Zhang Fugui could persuade the Iron Rod Gang to assist them against the bandits, all would be well. However, if Zhang Fugui sought to demand his wife and children back from the Iron Rod Gang, it would be better to fight to the death, eliminating Zhang Fugui's family entirely. Lin Feng's ruthless demeanor revealed a new path to the villagers. When endurance reaches its limit, there is no longer anything to fear. Even if the leader of the sword sect stood before me, I would still strike him down. Zhang Fugui, dragging his corpulent form, hurried to the headquarters of the Iron Rod Gang in town. He stated his purpose and was ushered into the presence of the bald-headed brother responsible for collecting protection fees from Xiao village. With a submissive tone, Zhang Fugui implored, "Bald brother, trouble has befallen Xiao village. The bandits have come demanding young boys and girls. The villagers have sent me to beseech the Iron Rod Gang for assistance." "Ha ha!" The bald-headed ruffian, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, pointing at Zhang Fugui, his mirth so intense that he doubled over. Zhang Fugui was bewildered by the laughter, unsure of its cause. Chapter 61. The bandits block the road, life and death at high speed. The bald-headed ruffian, after laughing, delivered several slaps to Zhang Fugui's fat face. The bald thug struck Zhang Fugui with a smile on his face, as if they were merely engaging in playful banter. Yet the blows were far from gentle, leaving Zhang Fugui's chubby face flushed red. He swallowed his anger, too afraid to retaliate. The bald thug, unhurried, remarked, "Do you really think that just because I collect protection fees from your village, I owe you any protection? You are not the first to come here seeking my favor today. A bunch of naive fools. I suggest you return whence you came and stop obstructing my view." Zhang Fugui's heart seethed with resentment. The Iron Rod Gang was indeed no ally. They were akin to bandits, leeching off the common folk. He wished to leave immediately, but his wife and children were still in the villagers' clutches. With a forced smile, he pleaded, "Brother Bald, the villagers have taken my family hostage. If I return empty-handed, my son will surely be delivered to the bandits. What if I offer some silver? Would you accompany me back to the village and help retrieve my wife and children?" Oh, the thug's interest was piqued. "How much silver are you willing to part with?" Zhang Fugui gritted his teeth and replied, "I'll give 50 taels." Bang! The thug kicked Zheng Fuguei to the ground, exclaiming, "Are you trying to dismiss me with beggar's coins?" Zheng Fuguei quickly scrambled to his knees, declaring, 100 taels. This is all I possess. I implore you, Brother Bald, to assist me. A nearby thug felt a twinge of sympathy for Zheng Fuguei. How pitiful a man could be for the sake of his family. He had joined the Iron Rod gang to protect his own from harm. Approaching the bald thug, he suggested, "Brother Bald, we have little to do. Why not take a trip and earn that 100 taels?" Reluctantly, the bald thug agreed, "Fine." Zheng Fuguei, resembling a fat pig, kowtowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you all." In Mr. Hong's household, the maid Yue paced anxiously in the courtyard. Having heard about Lin Feng's predicament, she felt compelled to offer her assistance. Based on her streetwise instincts, she deduced that bandits would surely intercept them along the way, putting Lin Feng's family in peril. Yue was not only concerned for Lin Feng, but also for the 5 children. They were all well-behaved, and she had grown fond of them, especially the little one, Yeye. Whenever Yeye visited her home, she couldn't resist picking up and playfully squeezing the child. Yue had developed a bond with these children and longed to help. Yet, she worried for Mr. Hong's safety alone. Both were in hiding, nursing their wounds from past conflicts. Should they reveal themselves, it could attract deadly enemies. Mr. Hong sat peacefully in his wheelchair, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. By the sound of her footsteps, he discerned Yue's thoughts. After all, who among us can remain unmoved by the plight of others? The shifting of his eyelids revealed that Mr. Hong's heart was far from tranquil. Setting aside the fact that Lin Feng was his apprentice, for the sake of the 5 children alone, he would certainly allow Yue to make the journey. 5 children followed him in their quest for literacy, initially calling him sir, but eventually adopting the affectionate term grandfather. Mr. Hong accepted this endearment with grace. In his youth, he had forsaken all for the pursuit of martial arts, remaining a solitary figure without a partner or offspring. As he entered his twilight years, the passing of parents and siblings left him with a sense of solitude. The Lin family's intrusion into his life brought a flicker of warmth reminiscent of home. Unbeknownst to him, he began to envision futures for the 5 children. The sword sect possessed a formidable 5-element sword formation that required 5 like-minded individuals for its cultivation. The quintuplets from the Lin family were perfectly suited for this. However, before he could impart this knowledge to Lin Feng, calamity struck the Lin household. Mr. Hong opened his eyes and addressed Yue, "If you wish to assist little Feng, go ahead, but be cautious in concealing your identity." The maid, Yue, felt a surge of joy but soon succumbed to worry. "Master, will you be all right alone while I am gone?" Mr. Hong smiled gently. "Though I am yet unable to harness my true energy, my body is in good health. You may go without concern. Then I shall take my leave." Returning to her room, Yue swiftly disguised herself as an elderly woman and climbed over the wall to depart. Lin Feng and his companions had barely left Xiaohe village for half an hour when they spotted, at a distance, over 30 horsemen from the Tianxi gang, a band of marauding brigands. One sharp-eyed bandit pointed at Lin Feng and his group, exclaiming, "Hammer brother, look over there. Those people are accompanied by 6 children. Are they attempting to take the children to the county?" A burly man wielding a hammer turned his gaze towards Lin Feng's group, baring his yellowed teeth. "Indeed, someone dares to flee. Our strategist is truly astute, ensuring we did not wait in vain. The Tianxi gang is blessed to have their children offered to the Lord of the Serpent. They should willingly present their offspring." Another bandit chimed in. "Hammer brother is right. These unruly peasants not only refuse to surrender their children, but also intend to hide them in the city. They deserve to be punished." With a crack of his whip, the hammer-wielding leader bellowed, "Brothers, charge forth and seize them. That young lady over there is quite fair. Keep the women for our enjoyment. And let the men be incapacitated, forced to witness how we tend to their kin." Laughter erupted among the bandits. One of them added, "That old lady is mine. I have a fondness for those with the sin of age." The hammer-wielding leader jestingly scolded, "You young scamp have such peculiar tastes. The sin of age? You truly amuse me." The bandits roared with laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions were gripped by fear. Zhou Haitao and Lin Hu's hands trembled around their weapons. The sheer number of bandits, mounted on towering steeds, made confrontation seem futile. Only Zhang Xiaoyu maintained a semblance of composure, though he too was anxious, knowing his wife and children were present, compelling him to fight with all his might. Lin Mu, Zhou Chunlan, and Sister Zhang were pale with fear. For women are often perceived as the weaker sex, Yet a mother's instinct can ignite a fierce strength. If the three of them were without children by their side, they would likely have collapsed in terror. Listening to the lewd words and reckless laughter of the bandits, Lin Feng's brows twitched incessantly. He quickly attempted to calm the crowd, speaking urgently, "Everyone, do not panic. I am here. Zhang, Haitao, Huzi, you three quickly protect everyone and head into the forest. Leave these bandits to me." The three frowned, realizing that Lin Feng was willing to hold back the enemy, which could spell doom. Lin Hu voiced his concern. "Brother, can you manage alone? I should accompany you." Zhou Chunlan bit her lip, saying, "My lord, you." Lin Feng raised his voice slightly. "No more questions. Just listen to me and swiftly enter the forest." Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhou Haitao seized two children and dashed into the woods. Zhou Chunlan followed closely behind, cradling little Yeya. Lin Mu supported Sister Zhang, who was holding a child, as they followed suit. Lin Hu, removing the hunting bow from his back, took up the rear. Lin Feng gripped an iron ball in each hand, aiming at the hammer-wielding brute and the loquacious bandit who reveled in the moment. Chapter 62. A critical moment. Reinforcements arrived. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed two shots of the crimson gold glass. Whoosh! Two supersonic iron balls flew forth like bullets from a sniper rifle. Thud, thud. One iron ball pierced the heart of the hammer-wielding bandit, its momentum carrying it to strike down another bandit behind him. The second ball penetrated the loquacious bandit, similarly dispatching another bandit in his wake. In an instant, 4 bandits fell from their horses. The remaining bandits cried out in alarm, "Brother Hammer, scatter, beware of hidden weapons." Despite the loss of 4 companions, the bandits did not panic. 30 or so swift steeds quickly dispersed, forming a semicircle to encircle Lin Feng. He too retreated into the forest, knowing that after using the crimson gold glass, his arms would be numb for 5 seconds, during which he could only evade. The bandits, skilled at riding through the woods, swiftly closed in on him. Lin Feng unsheathed his treasured blade, advancing rather than retreating, charging at one of the bandits. This particular bandit was exceptionally fierce, glaring at Lin Feng with eyes as wide as copper bells. With a long-handled saber, he swung it at Lin Feng's midsection. Lin Feng leaned back, executing a bridge maneuver, bending backward until the back of his head nearly grazed the ground. The saber swished past his waist. As he dodged the blow, Lin Feng struck at the horse's hind leg with his blade. With a sickening crunch, the leg was severed. The horse whinnied and collapsed, throwing the bandit off. Once his agility was finely tuned, Lin Feng's footwork became astonishingly swift. Without waiting for the bandit to hit the ground, he rushed over and delivered a decisive strike. The bandit was cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. Lin Feng was taken aback by the ease of his strike. The blade cut through flesh like tofu, offering no resistance, a weapon capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Just as he finished with the first bandit, another approached, brandishing a spear aimed at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped and struck at the gun barrel with a swift slash. With a resounding whoosh, the barrel fell cleanly severed. In the very moment of this decisive strike, Lin Feng pivoted sharply, delivering a fierce blow toward the waist of the marauder. The blade cut deep, nearly severing the upper half of the bandit's body. Before Lin Feng could launch another attack, several long weapons surged toward him. He wielded his treasured blade with precision, parrying this onslaught with an impenetrable defense. The metallic clangs echoed as most of the weapons aimed at him were cleaved apart. In truth, even without defending himself, Lin Feng was impervious. His golden bell shield was perfected, rendering the adversary's assaults harmless. Nonetheless, it was prudent to evade hits, as the later exposure of his shield would amplify its efficacy. There was a possibility of encountering more marauders ahead. If the enemies were aware that striking Lin Feng would not inflict harm, despair would surely envelop their hearts. Seeing Lin Feng's formidable prowess, the marauders hesitated to engage him directly. One of them shouted, "4 of you, pursue the children." This was a tactic aimed at disrupting Lin Feng's rhythm. As soon as the command was given, 4 marauders dashed towards the children. Lin Feng was compelled to pursue them. At that moment, another marauder yelled, "Trip the horses." With a swift motion, Lin Feng unleashed a golden orb from his left hand, striking down the marauder who had issued the command. The remaining marauders brandished chains with iron balls at both ends, swinging them with a menacing whistle. Lin Feng, undeterred by the trip lines, was instead astonished by the martial discipline exhibited by this group of bandits. They followed orders without hesitation, showing no reluctance even in the face of casualties. truly a testament to their rigorous training. Whoosh, 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 several trip lines were flung toward Lin Feng's lower body. He dodged left and right, evading the half-hitches, yet his speed was undeniably hampered. The marauders effectively sealed his path, obstructing his ability to aid his family. Drawing an iron ball from his pocket, Lin Feng hurled it with precision. Thud! The iron ball struck the marauder leading the charge toward the children, creating a gaping hole in his chest and erupting a mist of crimson as he fell from his horse. The attention of the remaining 3 marauders was drawn to their fallen comrade. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hu notched an arrow and released it. Whoosh! The arrow found its mark on the second marauder. The other 2, apprehensive of an ambush, veered off to either side in retreat. With the immediate threat to his family alleviated, Lin Feng executed a sudden counterattack. He turned and leapt with an impressive force, aiming a powerful strike at a marauder pursuing him from behind. The marauder, caught off guard, could only raise his sword in a desperate attempt to block. Clang! With a swift motion, Lin Feng severed the marauder's steel blade, the momentum of his strike unabated, cleaving the man in half from head to groin. The 2 halves of the body tumbled down on either side of the galloping steed. In a mere moment, Lin Feng had dispatched 8 marauders. Not a single hair on his head harmed. The bandits quickly altered their strategy, abandoning Lin Feng to chase after the group of children. Lin Feng pursued the marauder closest to him, who, upon noticing Lin Feng's approach, brandished his whip and hastened his flight. However, the speed at which the horse galloped through the forest could not compare to that on the official road. Furthermore, Lin Feng's pace was exceedingly swift, leaving the bandit merely to watch helplessly as he was overtaken. The bandit turned, aiming a shot at Lin Feng's head, but Lin Feng swiftly lowered his head, delivering a decisive strike to the horse's hindquarters. The steed, in pain, reared up violently, throwing off its rider. Before the bandit could even touch the ground, Lin Feng cleaved him in 2 with a single stroke. 5 seconds elapsed. With a flick of his left hand, Lin Feng unleashed a radiant golden projectile, striking down the foremost bandit among a group approaching a cluster of children. The golden shard pierced through his skull, sending his crown flying. A palpable fear began to settle in the hearts of the remaining bandits. Lin Feng's lethal prowess surpassed their own. The villagers of Xiaohe were astonished to discover such a fierce warrior among them. Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Haitao, and the others, witnessing Lin Feng's relentless slaughter of the bandits, gradually shed their initial terror. Nevertheless, the bandits were numerous and mounted on fine steeds. Soon, 2 bandits closed in on Zhang Xiaoyu and the others. The clang of blades echoed as they deflected the bandits' attacks. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhou Haitao struggled against the fierce onslaught, being forced back by the sheer force of their adversaries. Lin Feng felled another bandit and, with his left hand, dispatched a bandit that Zhou Haitao was engaged with. Yet, soon 4 or 5 more bandits approached the group escorting the children. Lin Hu found himself overwhelmed, suffering a gash to his shoulder. Lin Feng could no longer concern himself with the remaining bandits and charged towards the children. The speed and power of his golden projectiles were unmatched. Yet the interval of 5 seconds felt interminable. Lin Feng had utilized all his shots against the bandit nearest to the children, choosing to eliminate the greatest threat. The bandits, desperate to retaliate, sought to use Lin Feng's family as leverage. One bandit hurled a lasso at Lin Feng's mother, ensnaring her legs and causing her to fall to the ground with a cry, yet she clutched the child in her arms protectively. Another bandit, intent on trampling her with his steed, charged forward. Lin Feng drove his treasured blade into the earth, preparing to unleash another golden projectile with his right hand. At that critical moment, a figure darted in from the side, swiftly dispatching the bandit charging at Lin Feng's mother with a single stroke. Joy illuminated Lin Feng's face upon recognizing the newcomer. Chapter 63. Chaos in Xiaohe Village. The village chief, Zheng Fugui, swaggered back to Xiaohe Village, accompanied by Bald Brother and 5 members of the Iron Rod Gang. The villagers, upon seeing them, gathered at Zheng Fugui's home. Inside, 2 middle-aged men, both injured, held knives to Zheng Fugui's wife and child. Seeing the danger to his family, Zheng Fugui hurriedly exclaimed, "Villagers, do not act rashly. The Iron Rod Gang is here." One of the middle-aged men inquired, "Is the Iron Rod Gang here to assist us against the bandits?" The bald leader replied, "Indeed. I have come to help you deal with the bandits. Release the hostages first." His deceit was blatant, lacking any subtlety. However, the 2 men were not easily fooled. One retorted, "Once the bandit problem is resolved, we will consider releasing them." The bald-headed ruffian stepped forward, bellowing, "Did I not instruct you to release them? Did you not hear me?" Some individuals, having witnessed blood, found their courage swell. These two middle-aged men exemplified such boldness. The one wielding a knife against Zheng Fugui's wife made a shallow incision along her jawline, blood oozing forth. Zheng Fugui's wife screamed in terror, "Please, don't kill me." Zheng Fugui hurried to block the advancing ruffian, addressing the two men, "Brothers, let us remain calm. We are all from the same village. We need not resort to such extremes." The assailant holding Zheng Fugui's son retorted, "What do you mean by not resorting to extremes? The Lin family fled with their child. Do you intend to escape with yours as well? Ultimately, it is our child who will be fed to the snakes. Your child is a child. Does that mean ours is not?" Another middle-aged man chimed in. "Indeed, if iron rods cannot resolve the issue with the horse bandits, then your child must be offered to them." Villagers around them echoed, "Yes, we in Xiahe village have paid protection fees twice over. The Iron Rod gang must safeguard us." The bald-headed ruffian was perplexed. Why had the villagers suddenly grown so defiant? One of his gang members cursed, "Protect you? Why would the Iron Rod gang risk itself for you peasants against the horse bandits? You must know the truth about the protection fees. Why act oblivious?" This remark shattered the facade of protection, revealing that the so-called fees were merely a mild form of extortion, failing to provide any real security. The people of Xiahe village understood this all too well. Unable to resist the bandits, they clung to the hope that the Iron Rod gang would come to their aid. The two middle-aged men holding Zheng Fugui's family were incensed by these words. They pulled Zheng Fugui's wife and children backward. Overcome with fear, Zheng Fugui's wife wept, "Oh, Fugui, please save us. I do not wish to die." Zheng Fugui's son, Zheng Xiaobao, joined in the lamentation. "Father, please give them silver to let me go." Zheng Fugui, helpless in the face of his wife and child's cries, stammered, "Yes, yes, I will give you silver. Just release my wife and child." The man holding Zheng Fugui's wife, his eyes aflame, demanded, "How much silver can you muster? How much must be given to the bandits to ensure they do not demand tribute of our village's children?" Zheng Fugui felt deflated. He had given all his silver to the Iron Rod gang, leaving him empty-handed. Moreover, any silver given to the bandits would be in vain, as they would still demand tribute from his village. The man holding Zheng Fugui's child said, "Since the Iron Rod gang refuses to aid us in solving our predicament, why did you bring them back, Zheng Fugui?" Another questioned, "Did you summon the Iron Rod gang to deal with us?" The bald-headed ruffian grew impatient. He wished to return to his brothers for revelry and feasting. He stepped forward, pointing at the two men, declaring, "I am here to resolve this matter. Quickly lay down your weapons and kneel in supplication." The bald-headed leader exchanged a knowing glance with his accomplice. The members of the Iron Rod gang charged towards the two middle-aged captors of Zheng Fugui's family. Panic flickered across the faces of the captors as they hastily retreated. "Do not approach. If you come any closer, I will take a life." The gang members, however, dismissed their threats, advancing to seize the weapon. The captor holding Zheng Fugui's wife felt a grip tighten around his wrist. Once an honest villager, he had taken his family hostage solely to protect his child. Despair washed over him. With Zheng Fugui having the backing of the Iron Rod gang, he knew his child would not be spared. The image of Lin Feng, steadfast with a blade in hand, defending his family, surged in his mind, igniting a fervor within him. He dragged the sharp edge of the knife across Zheng Fugui's wife's throat. "Curse you!" With a swift motion, a deep gash marred her neck, hot blood spraying onto the face of the approaching gang member. In his reckless act, the captor had inadvertently cut the palm of one of the gang members. Zheng Fugui's wife collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still, a pool of crimson spreading beneath her. The gang members, momentarily stunned by the surge of blood, were taken aback. When had the villagers of Xiahe become so resolute? Seeing the blood, the middle-aged man's eyes blazed with rage. Deep-rooted notions of retribution coursed through him. If he were to kill, he might as well take more lives. One life for another, perhaps even two. Before the Iron Rod gang members could react, he thrust his knife into the chest of one of them. Blood erupted from the gang member's mouth and nose. The man continued his assault, repeatedly stabbing. "You bully the weak and demand tribute. I have endured enough. Today, I shall resist. What does it matter if I perish? Who among us holds more than one life?" At that moment, the captor of Zheng Fugui's son also struck. The blade sliced deep into the boy's neck, blood gushing forth. In a frenzy, this captor lunged at the advancing gang member. The gang member, now alert, swung his iron rod to counter the incoming knife. Clang! The middle-aged man's weapon was knocked aside. Before the gang member could retaliate, a villager behind him swung a stick, striking him on the head, rendering him unconscious. The middle-aged man seized the knife, plunging it into the neck of the fallen gang member. Blood spurted high into the air. Witnessing the murder of his wife and child, Zheng Fugui leaped about, wailing, tears streaming down his plump cheeks. Having lost his parents in his youth, his family consisted solely of his wife and child. Zheng Fugui cried out, "Fellow villagers, how could it come to this? How could it come to this?" As he shouted, he stealthily drew out a dagger from beneath his arm. Chapter 64, Bloodstained Shaha Village. Arrows soaring through the clouds, the bald-headed little leader of the Iron Rod Gang and his 3 accomplices stood in shock. Had the villagers of Shaha gone mad? They contemplated attacking, yet feared being overwhelmed. They were adept at bullying the meek, yet when faced with the bloodthirsty villagers, their legs turned to jelly. One woman, witnessing her husband slay a member of the Iron Rod Gang, cast aside all reservations. She shouted, "We cannot allow them to escape. Otherwise, the people of Shaha village will all meet a grim fate." With that, she charged at a dazed member of the Iron Rod Gang wielding a pair of scissors. With a swift thrust, she pierced the man's kidney. "We cannot let them leave," echoed the cries of other villagers. The villagers' fierce spirit ignited by Lin Feng was palpable. The other 2 members of the Iron Rod Gang were soon surrounded and beaten by the villagers wielding sticks. The gang members writhed on the ground, wailing in agony. The bald little thug, retreating, shouted, "Have you all lost your minds? Offending the Iron Rod Gang will lead to a massacre of your village. Stop now, and I shall overlook this. Overlook this." Suddenly, a dagger plunged into the back of the bald little leader. "Overlook this, you scoundrel," he gasped, looking down to see the bloody tip of the blade protruding from his chest. Slowly, he turned around to see his assailant, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was Zheng Fugui, a man consumed by hatred for the bald leader. Had it not been for this gang forcing him to collect protection fees, the villagers would not have turned against him, and they would not be facing such dire circumstances today. This bald leader had humiliated him time and again. In the past, Zheng Fugui had endured for the sake of his wife and child, but now that they were gone, he felt no need to restrain himself any longer. "You wretched scoundrel, I paid you for your services, and this is how you repay me." Zheng Fugui pushed the bald leader's body with his left hand, while his right hand relentlessly plunged the dagger into him. Thrust after thrust echoed, "I brought you here to save lives. Is this how you save lives?" Thrust. "You kicked me. You demanded protection fees." Thrust. Blood flowed from the bald leader's mouth in torrents, resembling a cascading waterfall. He had always aspired to emulate his former leader, Bald Brother. Last time, he had escaped the pursuit of the hero of Qinghe alone, convinced that surviving such an ordeal would lead to a prosperous future, ultimately ascending to become a revered elder of the Iron Rod Gang. Little did he know, he would soon follow in the footsteps of his former leader. Gasping for breath, Zheng Fugui continued until he could no longer stab. He finally pushed the lifeless body of the bald little leader aside. By that time, the other 3 members of the Iron Rod Gang had been thoroughly beaten to death by the villagers wielding sticks and shovels. Zheng Fugui lowered his gaze to the lifeless forms of his wife and child on the ground, then raised his eyes to the 2 middle-aged men who had taken their lives. With reddened eyes, he shouted, "What wrong did my wife and child commit? Why did you murder them? Killing women and children is no true feat if you are men. Let us engage in a fair fight, blade to blade, with genuine weapons." Knowing that his own life was forfeit and that he had no desire to survive, he yearned for vengeance for his family before he departed from this world. The 2 men, fueled by rage, were equally unyielding. Zheng Fugui charged at them with a dagger, and they met him with blades of their own. The 3 clashed in a chaotic flurry of stabs. The sounds of piercing flesh echoed, and Zheng Fugui, portly and fatigued from his earlier confrontation with the gang leader, found himself at a disadvantage in this 2-on-1 struggle. He was quickly pierced by several wounds. Unconcerned for his own fate, he relentlessly attacked the man who had killed his wife. The other assailant retaliated from behind. With a final thrust, both Zheng Fugui and the other man collapsed to the ground. Gazing up at the sky, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to cry out, "Heavenly Lord, have you witnessed this? Can you not grant us common folk a chance to live?" After his plea, his head tilted, and he reunited with his family in death. The other fallen middle-aged man, though still clinging to life, let out a laugh. How exhilarating! We are all destined for death, and it was about time to live fiercely. With that, he too succumbed. A middle-aged woman, clutching her child, fell upon him, lamenting, "My dear, you left so swiftly. How are we, the orphaned and widowed, to survive?" Her sobs echoed hauntingly through the now eerily silent Xiao village, where the villagers remained silent, uncertain of how this bloody farce would conclude. At that moment, Mr. Hong approached in his wheelchair, drawing near to the villagers. Meanwhile, with the formidable assistance of his senior sister, Yue, Lin Feng's situation shifted dramatically. Even without her, he could have dealt with the bandits, but her presence brought warmth to his heart and alleviated the pressure he faced. With a single sword, Yue became an unstoppable force. Any bandit approaching the children met with swift retribution. Her strikes aimed precisely at their vital points, embodying the spirit of a true heroine. Lin Feng regarded her with newfound admiration. Was this still the approachable, yet somewhat naive maid he once knew? Her combat prowess now nearly rivaled his own, revealing that life attributes and martial skills do not solely determine battle strength. With Yue safeguarding his family, Lin Feng felt unburdened. He charged towards a bandit pursuing Lin Hu. Striking from the side, with a swift motion, he cleaved both man and horse in two, blood and entrails splattering across the sky. Lin Feng unleashed his prowess, a whirlwind of death upon his foes. The bandits, not foolish, recognized the futility of their situation and retreated in all directions. At that moment, only 7 bandits remained, leaving behind over 30 lifeless bodies and several warhorses standing by their fallen masters, reluctant to depart. Lin Feng could not let these men escape. He sheathed his treasured blade and, with the enchanted golden glass, dispatched 2 bandits. He then turned to pursue the remaining 2. His mastery of the swift movement technique proved invaluable today. Without having perfected it, he would have been unable to catch up with the fleeing horses. With another shot, he eliminated 2 more bandits. One bandit, realizing his fate was sealed, whistled a piercing signal with his fingers to inform his comrades that he could not return. Subsequently, he affixed an iron rod to the hilt of his long knife, transforming it into a horse-slaying blade. Observing the intricate design on the hilt of his own treasured blade, Lin Feng discerned that his weapon could also be adapted. He swiftly shot down the approaching bandit with his enchanted golden glass. Lin Feng rushed over, seized the horse-slaying blade, removed the long knife the bandit had just affixed, and successfully attached his own treasured blade in its place. It fit perfectly. He separated the 2 weapons, attaching them behind him, all while maintaining his pursuit of the 2 distant bandits. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A piercing arrow soared into the sky, erupting into a cloud of blue smoke visible from afar. Simultaneously, arrows ascended from all directions, their explosive sounds sending chills down Lin Feng's spine. The bandits were signaling for reinforcements. Soon, more would arrive from every corner. Sister Yue's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 65, Mount Up. Begin the slaughter. As everyone gazed at the arrows in the sky, they understood the gravity of the situation. Exhausted and panting, their faces paled with fear. Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Haitao, and Lin Hu bore their own wounds. A group of children, though frightened, remained composed, refraining from crying out, fearing it might disrupt the adults. Yue glanced at the unclaimed warhorses, then turned to the others, her voice adopting a grandmotherly tone, inquiring, "Who among you can ride?" Lin Feng nodded, while the others shook their heads. His ability to ride stemmed from his father. In his youth, Lin's father had captured a young foal on the mountain and brought it home to nurture for half a month. It was this foal that taught Lin Feng how to ride. Afterward, Lin's father had released the foal, and upon learning this, Lin Feng had wept bitterly, unable to bear the loss. His father had comforted him, saying, "Son, the foal has parents too. It longs for them, and we must let it return home." Remembering this, Lin Feng recalled his riding skills. Seeing that only Lin Feng could ride, Yue's expression darkened, and she spoke, "The bandit horde will soon arrive. Without horses, we shall have no means of escape." In a moment of urgency, Lin Feng devised a plan. "Senior sister, is it true that no one dares to obstruct the carriages of the Yunda Escort Agency?" Indeed, the Yunda Escort Agency is a subordinate force of the Sword Sect. The carriages of the Yunda Escort Agency proudly display the Sword Sect's flag emblazoned with a single character. In the realm of martial arts, bandits and robbers alike must retreat in deference to this emblem. Lin Feng tossed a parcel to his senior sister, Yu Er, saying, "Inside, there are 1,000 taels of silver. Take this money and ride to the county town's Yunda escort agency to hire 2 carriages for our journey. Once the carriages are secured, you shall follow the official road." Lin Feng then turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Haitao, and the others. "In a moment, I will ride out to lure the surrounding bandits away. You all must take the children and run through the woods beside the official road to meet up with the carriage my senior sister will bring. Once you board the Yunda escort agency's vehicle, the bandits can only watch helplessly, and you will be safe." Having just slain dozens of bandits, Lin Feng had proven his strength, and his words commanded the respect and obedience of all present. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhou Haitao nodded in understanding, their surprise evident at the sight of the elderly woman before them, wondering when Lin Feng had acquired such an aged senior sister. Yu'er, even in the presence of acquaintances, concealed her identity. As long as Lin Feng recognized her, that sufficed. Embodying the spirit of a wanderer of the martial world, she wasted no time in finding a sleek black horse, seizing its reins. The horse, unfamiliar with her, resisted. With swift strikes across its face, Yu'er tamed it. Climbing onto its back, she called out, "Take care, junior brother," before taking hold of the reins and spurring the horse into a gallop. The sound of hooves echoed as she quickly vanished from sight. Lin Feng planned to mount a war horse and ride in large circles around the children, drawing the attention of the bandits toward himself. Lin's mother, concerned, said to him, "Xiao Feng, please be careful." Lin Feng feigned nonchalance, smiling lightly. "Mother, have no worries. You have seen my capabilities. These bandits cannot harm me." He was not boasting. He had yet to employ his protective technique, and the bandits had not even grazed him. He wondered how they would react when they discovered they could not injure him. Lin Feng glanced at his wife, Zhou Chunlan, who was also watching him. Their eyes met, conveying unspoken concern and understanding. Zhou Chunlan picked up a steel knife dropped by a bandit from the ground. After today's events, she recognized the importance of strength. As long as they could reach the county town safely, she too would begin her martial training. Lin Feng turned to Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhou Haitao, and Lin Hu. "You should stow away your weapons and tend to your injuries. The subsequent bandits may not know you participated in this fight. They will only pursue me. I entrust my family to you." Lin Hu thumped his chest, declaring, "Brother, rest assured, the children will be safe until my last breath." Zhou Haitao added, "Brother-in-law, do not worry. Unless I fall here, I will ensure the safety of the children." Zhang Xiaoyu remarked, "Xiao Feng, rest assured. When the time comes to fight with all our might, no one will hesitate." Lin Feng made a silent vow that if he could overcome this challenge, he would dedicate himself to nurturing these 3 brothers in the future. He chose a magnificent white steed and deftly leaped onto its back. The white horse, initially unyielding, reared up, attempting to dislodge Lin Feng. Gripping the reins tightly, Lin Feng applied pressure with his legs, causing the horse to wince in pain, nearly collapsing to the ground. After letting out a couple of whinnies, the horse ceased its resistance. Casting a glance back at his family, Lin Feng pulled on the reins and nudged the horse's belly with his legs, urging it to gallop away. With a rhythmic pounding of hooves, he set off in pursuit of the fleeing bandits. He aimed to eliminate the 2 bandits before they could reunite with their larger group, for only they possessed knowledge of the current situation. The other bandits, having merely seen the distress signal, remained oblivious to the fact that this battle had been ignited by the children. If he could dispatch the fleeing bandits, the safety of the children would be considerably enhanced. Although Lin Feng had not ridden in years, his mastery of the beast-hunting fist had reached an ethereal level, allowing him to communicate simply with animals. He quickly established a rapport with the white horse beneath him. The synergy between horse and rider was remarkable, swiftly attaining a state of unity. The steed's speed surged to its peak, akin to a gust of wind. One of the fleeing bandits came into Lin Feng's line of sight, albeit still a kilometer away. Doubt crept into his mind regarding whether his golden jade projectile could strike down the enemy at such a distance. However, the white horse's speed clearly outpaced that of the bandit ahead, prompting Lin Feng to continue the chase. As the distance closed to approximately 500 meters, a large group of bandits appeared ahead. The fleeing bandit, upon spotting them, shouted joyfully, "Sixth leader." Lin Feng's expression shifted. He could not allow this bandit to reveal any information about the children. Acting swiftly, he launched the iron bead from his hand, wary of the potential effects of gravity over the distance. He aimed for the bandit's crown. In an instant, the projectile traversed the 500 meters. The iron bead indeed exhibited signs of descent as it struck the fleeing bandit on the neck. With a sickening crack, the bandit's neck was snapped at a 90-degree angle. and he fell from his horse before he could utter another word. Lin Feng unsheathed his treasured sword and iron staff, combining them into a formidable, slashing weapon. He charged toward the remaining bandits, his gaze sweeping the surroundings for the other escaping bandit, a lingering threat. He could not afford to linger in battle. He needed to penetrate the front lines and draw the attention of other bandits, all while seeking the fleeing one. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Feng wielded his slashing weapon and urged his warhorse forward. This time, he intended to bring down the sixth leader of the bandits. Kill! The bandits shouted, bolstering their morale as they fled. Kill! Lin Feng whirled the slashing weapon and plunged into the enemy ranks. Chapter 66. Bloodbath and indomitable force. Lin Feng galloped through the ranks of over 20 bandits, led by the sixth boss. The clash of steel rang out, with swift precision. Lin Feng unleashed 3 strikes. The first cut cleaved a bandit at the forefront, severing him and his weapon in twain. A wail erupted as the upper half of his body fell to the ground. The second strike was a sweeping arc that decapitated 2 more bandits. The sound of their heads hitting the earth resonated like thunder. The third strike, delivered from above, split a charging bandit and his steed in half. Before their bodies could even touch the ground, Lin Feng surged through the gory divide, bloodied yet undeterred. The sixth boss, a cunning man, shouted bravely but wisely evaded Lin Feng's lethal reach, avoiding a direct confrontation. After Lin Feng passed, he swiftly drew a crimson golden arrow. With a piercing sound, the arrow pierced through the sixth boss's chest, creating a gaping hole that revealed the world behind him. Slowly, he bowed his head and, in shock, tumbled from his mount. Lin Feng had no intention of lingering. He erupted into laughter, steering his steed in another direction. Ha ha ha, a bunch of rabble, he jeered. In this battle, the superiority of the crimson golden arrows was abundantly clear. Each shot was unerring, leaving no room for evasion. Alas, there was a 5-second delay after each release. Otherwise, he could have annihilated the entire bandit force in a single encounter. He resolved to enhance the arrows after this skirmish. As Lin Feng rode away, the sixth boss's band of marauders exchanged glances, hesitating before pursuing him, still expecting him to chase them back. Soon, Lin Feng encountered another group of bandits. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward on his warhorse. Unbeknownst to them, he was their adversary. The leading bandit shouted, "Who approaches?" Ignoring the inquiry, Lin Feng surged forth like an arrow. One bandit trailing behind cautioned, "Beware, fourth boss. This is the thief who triggered the cloud-piercing arrow." Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. A band of brigands still referred to him as a thief. He launched a crimson golden arrow, striking down the so-called fourth boss. With a resounding explosion, the head was obliterated, and the headless corpse fell from the horse. The remaining bandits were momentarily stunned. Their leader had been slain before a single clash could occur. Nevertheless, they quickly rallied, driving their steeds towards Lin Feng. With a swift motion, Lin Feng severed the weapon from the hands of the foremost assailant. The saber cleaved diagonally down from shoulder to waist, sending half of the man plummeting to the ground. At that moment, another bandit wielding a massive hammer swung at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng reclined on the back of his horse, gripping the saber's hilt and executing a sweeping arc. The air trembled as 3 bandits nearby were dispatched beneath their mounts, while one further away lost an arm to the ferocious strike. Another individual, witnessing Lin Feng's formidable prowess, dared not confront him directly, but instead showcased his own equestrian skills. With one foot pulled from the stirrup, he deftly leaned to the side, taking refuge behind his war horse. Lin Feng mirrored his actions, dislodging a foot from the stirrup and tilting his body, bringing down his broadsword in a decisive arc. The brigand, concealed beside his steed, was cleaved in 2 by Lin Feng's strike. Not all the marauders charged at Lin Feng. 3 of them diverged, sprinting in different directions, as if to summon reinforcements. Simultaneously, others continued to launch arrows, directing the approaching brigands. Lin Feng, reveling in the unfolding chaos, made no attempt to hinder them. His intent was to draw all the marauders towards him. In this exchange, he remained unscathed, yet his steed suffered a wound from a concealed dart. A knife embedded in its flank. Lin Feng extracted the blade and cast it aside, tenderly stroking the horse's neck. The injured creature would likely not endure much longer. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Feng galloped towards the mount of the 4th leader. The chestnut war horse, clad in chainmail, promised heightened security if he could seize it. The marauders presumed Lin Feng would pursue them relentlessly, yet he veered away instead. Swiftly reaching the 4th leader's steed, Lin Feng propelled himself from his own horse. landing atop the armored beast. The warhorse reared, attempting to dislodge him. Lin Feng tightened his grip, causing the horse to emit a pained whinny. However, this spirited creature seemed to possess a fierce intelligence, recognizing Lin Feng as the adversary of its master, and continued to resist. It snapped at Lin Feng's right leg. With a resounding slap, Lin Feng struck the horse's face, only for it to turn and lunge at his left leg. Rather than anger, Lin Feng felt exhilaration. What a fiery steed! With another swift slap, he urged the horse onward. After a brief communion, the stallion ultimately capitulated. Witnessing this spectacle, the marauders were struck with awe. They had encountered a true adversary today. The fourth leader's steed was notorious in the mountains for its ferocity. Others could not even approach without facing its wrath. To their astonishment, this man had subdued it in mere moments. Lin Feng glanced at the 50 or so riders nearby. A look of disdain etched across his face. These individuals had not seized the opportunity to attack while he subdued the horse. It seemed the Tianxi gang's brigands were nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Lin Feng urged his steed onward, intent on drawing all surrounding marauders towards him. Not far ahead, over 30 riders charged forth, seemingly well prepared. One shouted a command, deploying a hobble line. In unison, the 30-plus riders began to swing their lassos. It was rumored that the Tianxi gang's brigands served the city lord. It appeared this was no mere rumor, as ordinary marauders would not possess such refined equipment. The air was filled with a cacophony of sound. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained undaunted, resolutely driving his war horse forward into the fray. With a swift motion, the assailants hurled their lassos, targeting the front hooves of the war horse upon which Lin Feng sat. Should the horse's front hooves become ensnared, even the iron armor would prove futile, and it would inevitably collapse, casting Lin Feng to the ground. Lin Feng lowered his head, positioning his sword, the blade of horse slaying, before the horse's front hooves. Clang, clang, clang. The incoming lassos met the formidable blade, severing into two with no exceptions. The bandits had not anticipated that Lin Feng wielded a weapon capable of slicing through iron with ease. Having thwarted this wave of lassos, Lin Feng collided with the bandits. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword forward. With a swift motion, the head of an oncoming warhorse was cleaved in two, and the rider's skull was split asunder. Lin Feng wielded the blade of horse, slaying with the finesse of a fan, blood and flesh flying in a gruesome spectacle. Despite the overwhelming numbers of foes, he could not fully shield himself. A bandit exploited the chaos and hurled a 7-star dart, striking Lin Feng in the chest. With a resounding clang, the dart fell harmlessly to the ground, as the bandit mistakenly presumed Lin Feng was protected by a heart shield beneath his garments. Navigating through the throng of bandits without a backward glance, Lin Feng urged his steed in another direction. The number of pursuers behind him swelled to 60 or 70. Casting a glance back, he noted the dense formation of the bandits. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled a golden glass bead backward. The bead pierced through 3 bandits in a spectacular display, causing the remaining assailants to scatter in fear. Bathed in blood, Lin Feng had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. After a brief respite, he found himself confronted by a gathering of over 100 bandits. Undeterred, he charged toward them. As he drew near, the bandits collectively knocked arrows to their bows. With a swift release, a barrage of arrows surged toward Lin Feng like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 67. I will make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. Mr. Hong, in his wheelchair, had just arrived amidst the villagers when he spotted the arrows soaring through the sky. Anxiety gripped his heart for Yue and Lin Feng. With a sigh, he remarked, "The bandits have gone after the Lin family. The Iron Rod gang remains oblivious to the fate of their kin. Villagers, take shelter. Retreat as far as you can and return once the danger has passed." Although Mr. Hong had not resided in the village for long, his erudition and experience teaching the village children had earned him considerable respect. His words resonated with the villagers. "Let us heed Mr. Hong. Quickly gather your belongings and leave. Yes, let us depart before the Iron Rod gang realizes what transpired. Return home and prepare." The villagers exchanged hurried words and promptly departed. A young boy, one of Mr. Hong's former students, inquired, "Sir, are you not coming?" Mr. Hong replied with a gentle smile, "I shall depart as well, but I will wait for your sister Yue before I go. Hurry and leave with your family." In the end, only Mr. Hong remained, surrounded by the lifeless bodies on the ground, unattended and forgotten. Mr. Hong, seated in his wheelchair, returned home and took out paper and pen to inscribe several lines of text. He then rolled the paper and placed it into a slender bamboo tube. Proceeding to the backyard, he retrieved a cage containing carrier pigeons. Mr. Hong secured the bamboo tube to the leg of one pigeon before releasing it from the cage. With a flutter, the pigeons soared into the sky. Mr. Hong murmured to himself, exclaiming that it was high time for a change in leadership in Qinghai County. He was entirely justified in voicing such sentiments, for he was a core disciple of the Sword sect, tasked with overseeing the daily affairs beneath the mountain, including the appointment and dismissal of personnel. His position was akin to that of a high-ranking official in an ancient dynasty, wielding significant power. The number of core disciples like Mr. Hong within the Sword sect was exceedingly limited. His being pursued was not unrelated to the authority he held. There were factions within the sect envious of his power, seeking to eliminate him in order to usurp his position. In the dense forest and along the mountain path, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon Lin Feng. Damn it, their equipment is far too formidable. I refuse to believe that these bandits are not backed by someone, he thought, unfazed by the onslaught. Cloaked in the perfected golden bell shield, he was confident that these ordinary arrows could not harm him. Although the perfected shield lacked a specific weak point, it could not infinitely absorb damage. There was, undoubtedly, a threshold of endurance. Nevertheless, that threshold was likely to be quite high. Lin Feng pushed the golden bell shield to its utmost limits, lowered his head to shield his eyes, and simultaneously used his steel blade to guard against the horse's eyes. Thud, 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 the rain of arrows fell. The arrows struck the iron armor of the steeds and Lin Feng's steel blade, creating a shower of sparks. Numerous dents and scratches marred the armor, yet it remained unpierced. Lin Feng's garments were riddled with dozens of small holes, and his skin bore tiny white marks, which gradually returned to their normal hue. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, but no pain. Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence. It appeared he had withstood the attack. However, he knew that if such assaults were concentrated on a single point, even the golden bell shield might not endure. Removing the arrow lodged in his hair, Lin Feng charged into the enemy ranks. The surrounding bandits were momentarily stunned. It was understandable that the warhorse remained unharmed as it belonged to the fourth chief, clad in a complete set of top-tier armor. Yet, the fact that this man himself was unscathed was rather extraordinary. Clearly, he had practiced formidable martial arts, having at least reached a significant level of mastery. Given his youth, one might wonder if he had been training since birth. Lin Feng paid no heed to their thoughts. He plunged into the ranks of archers, unleashing a flurry of slashes. It was not enough to merely eliminate a few. He needed to scatter the entire group of archers, lest they wear him down. With his left hand, he unleashed a barrage of radiant golden strikes every 5 seconds, while his right hand wielded the broadsword with reckless abandon. In a single sweep, he felled over a dozen archers, their heads rolling. He relentlessly pursued the archers, dispatching dozens more. The bandits found themselves at a loss. His hardened physique and the armor of his steed rendered them ineffective. One archer among them shouted, "Continue firing at him." Others attempted to assail him with concealed weapons, yet they were intent on exhausting him to death. Could he truly be as indestructible as iron? Lin Feng had been puzzled by the absence of a leader among such a throng of bandits, only to discover that the mastermind was lurking within the ranks of archers. Perhaps he was aware of the prowess of his hidden weapons, thus opting for anonymity. As soon as this individual spoke, Lin Feng immediately focused on him, unleashing a shot of crimson gold glass with his left hand. The man, well prepared, raised a wheel-headed axe to shield himself, but with a resounding crash, the axe was perforated, leaving a quail egg-sized hole. The crimson gold glass not only pierced the axe, but also penetrated the man's skull. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard reports from the bandits below, warning of the enemy's formidable weaponry. Little did he expect that it could be so devastating as to breach a steel axe of considerable thickness. With his demise, the archer squad faltered, unable to regroup. Lin Feng swiftly dispatched a few more adversaries before dashing along the mountain path towards the children's location, eager to ascertain their well-being. He seized a handful of stones along the way. Having fully exhausted the crimson gold glass, the iron beads he had purchased from the blacksmith were long gone, leaving him no choice but to resort to stones. With his current prowess, the efficacy of using stones in conjunction with crimson gold glass was nearly equivalent. However, for penetrating weaponry or armor, iron beads were undoubtedly superior, and steel balls would be the ideal choice. Once this skirmish concluded, he resolved to procure an ample supply of steel balls from the blacksmith. Atop a mountain peak, An elder with white eyebrows observed the battle from afar through a crystal-laden bamboo tube, akin to a telescope. After a couple of glances, he remarked, "I had no idea that Xiahe village harbored such a character. His skills in concealed weaponry, internal strength, and swordsmanship are quite proficient. He will be a formidable foe." Beside him, a burly man with a thick beard slammed his hammer into the ground, producing a resounding thud. "Brother, I shall lead a contingent to confront him. A few strikes will surely bring him down. My hammer can inflict internal injuries. Can his external defenses withstand the force from within? Very well, second brother. Take your men and proceed." The burly man mounted his horse and departed, proclaiming, "Brother, await my good news." No sooner had he left than another bandit approached to report. Upon hearing the news, the elder's eyes sparkled. The man had a family, which would facilitate their plans. "Take a few dozen brothers to capture his relatives. I want him to kneel before me, begging for mercy." Chapter 68. Lin Feng's fall from the horse. Yu'er seizes the cart. Lin Feng maneuvered through the bandits, unmatched in his prowess. However, he had overexerted himself with crimson gold glass. Now, the duration of numbness in his left hand had extended to approximately 10 seconds. Fortunately, his physical stamina remained largely intact, thanks to the fortifying effects of the Golden Bell Shield. In the forest adjacent to the official road, the trees were not densely packed, occasionally giving way to patches of grassland or narrow mountain paths. The speed of the warhorses traversing this terrain was hardly inferior to that on the main road. From a distance, Lin Feng spotted his family but dared not approach, having successfully drawn the bandits away. Thus far, no bandits have shown any interest in his family. However, his kin comprises the elderly, women, and children, moving with a certain slowness. Now, they await the arrival of Yue, who is bringing the carriage from the Yunda escort agency. Once the carriage arrives and his family boards, the conflict will be deemed concluded. Lin Feng possesses a treasured sword, a magnificent steed, and the protective charms of the golden bell and crimson gold glaze. Yet he has yet to encounter a formidable adversary. Most foes have been swiftly vanquished with a mere glance. After slaying for a while longer, Lin Feng suddenly spotted a dozen bandits charging towards his family. Lin Hu and the others could not possibly contend with so many marauders. Lin Feng hastily turned his horse to provide assistance. At that moment, an additional 40 to 50 bandits surged forth from the side, brandishing massive iron hammers as they advanced on Lin Feng. The foremost among them, a burly man with a thick beard, wielded an exceptionally large iron hammer, which he estimated to weigh around 500 pounds. It was evident that he was their leader. Lin Feng swiftly launched a projectile of crimson gold glaze at him. The burly man, having heard of Lin Feng's deadly skills, raised his hammer defensively. A tremendous clang resonated as Lin Feng's stone struck the iron hammer. The man felt an immense force in his hand, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Fortunately, he leaned back to dissipate the impact. Upon inspecting his hammer, he noticed a significant dent and a stone embedded within it. The burly man was filled with astonishment, no longer underestimating his opponent. Lin Feng too was taken aback. This man had managed to thwart one of his crimson gold glazed projectiles. The stone was no match for the iron ball, and the bandit's hammer was evidently no ordinary tool. As the two men approached each other, the burly man swung his hammer towards Lin Feng's head. A direct hit would undoubtedly be fatal. Lin Feng swiftly evaded to the side, while simultaneously aiming a strike at the man's waist. The burly man sidestepped, narrowly escaping Lin Feng's lethal blow. It appeared he had encountered a worthy opponent. Renowned for its speed, the breaking wind swordplay was dodged with remarkable agility. As they passed each other, Lin Feng charged towards the bandits, trailing the burly leader. These marauders, although also wielding hammers, possessed weapons significantly smaller than that of their leader, and their skills were rather mediocre. Lin Feng swiftly dispatched 4 of them in his passage. Without looking back, he continued towards his family. After a brief sprint, he released a crimson gold glazed projectile, piercing 2 bandits rushing towards his kin. The forest was rife with scattered bandits. With each few steps he took, another appeared. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a buzzing sound and instinctively turned to the side. In the distance, he spotted 3 crossbows, each launching enormous arrows measuring over 2 meters in length. 2 arrows were aimed at him, while the third targeted the horse beneath him. The bandits possessed such lethal weaponry? It seemed the lord of the city spared no effort in equipping this bandit force. Lin Feng dared not confront such a formidable weapon with his flesh and blood. Lin Feng propelled himself upward with a fierce kick against the stirrup, soaring 4 to 5 meters into the air. 2 formidable arrows whizzed beneath him. one piercing through the warhorse's iron armor and impaling its abdomen. While suspended in midair, Lin Feng's pursuer, a burly man with a thick beard, seized the opportunity and hurled a meteor hammer that hung from the side of the horse. In that moment, Lin Feng had no means of evasion and could only cleave at the incoming weapon with his blade. The clang of metal echoed as the hammer was split in two. One half grazed Lin Feng's shoulder, while the other struck him squarely in the chest. The impact sent him flying, and he tumbled twice upon landing, embedding his sword into the ground to stabilize his internal energy. Though the strike disrupted his inner flow, it did not inflict any lasting damage, for his perfected golden bell shield absorbed the brunt of the blow. Had he only mastered it to a lesser degree, he would have surely been incapacitated. The bandits, witnessing Lin Feng's loss of his steed and his injury from the meteor hammer, prepared to strike with ferocity. They charged towards him from all directions, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Yu urged her steed onward, racing with urgency. By the time she reached the outskirts of the county town, her horse was utterly exhausted, collapsing and frothing at the mouth. Forced to dismount, she sprinted towards the city gates. The guards, noticing her haste, intercepted her and requested identification. Yu presented the forged documents provided by Mr. Hong. The guards, failing to discern any flaws, reported the matter to the sergeant. Upon entering the city, Yu dashed to the Yunda escort agency, just as two horse-drawn carriages emerged. A merchant, dressed in the attire of trade, accompanied the carts. Yu seized the merchant and inquired, "How much did you pay to hire these two carriages?" Although he perceived her to be an elderly woman, her commanding presence compelled him to respond patiently. "I am traveling to the neighboring county for goods. The journey is not far, and it cost me 200 taels of silver." Yu produced 400 taels and pressed them into the merchant's hands. "I offer you 400 taels. Relinquish the carriages to me. You can hire two more from within the agency without much delay and profit an additional 200 taels." As she spoke, her gaze bore into the merchant's eyes. Despite her youth, her extensive experience in the martial world and the bloodshed she had witnessed lent her an air of menace. The merchant, unsettled by her penetrating stare, instinctively recoiled. What do you intend, madam?" Yu continued to exert pressure on him. "Will you lend me your carriages or not? If I were to seek a carriage inside the Yunda escort agency, it would be quite troublesome. Setting aside whether any are available, even if there are, I would need to harness the horses and summon the drivers. Completing this process would take at least half an hour. Since I have encountered ready carriages, I am unwilling to let this opportunity slip away." With profit as his primary concern, and under Yu's coercion, the merchant felt that refusing her would likely provoke her wrath. The glint in her eyes suggested she could very well turn violent. "Never mind. Hiring a carriage myself will not consume much time, and I could even earn an easy 200 taels." The merchant transferred the carriage to Yu. The old coachman on the carriage remarked, "My dear young lady, may I inquire where you wish to go?" This merchant intends to travel to the neighboring county. Should the distance exceed that, an additional fare will be required. Yu leapt onto the carriage and promptly declared, "Hurry along. We are headed to the countryside. It will take merely half an hour to exit the city." "Very well, let us proceed." The old coachman urged the horses onward. After a short while, Yu grew increasingly anxious as the coachman's pace was as slow as that of an ox cart. What should have been a journey of half an hour now stretched to 2 hours at their current speed. Would her junior brother not be turned into mincemeat if they took that long? Chapter 69. Yu drives the carriage. Lin, who faces danger, Yu incessantly urged, "Good sir, I am in a hurry. Might you drive a bit faster?" The elderly driver glanced at her, noticing that although she donned the attire of an older woman, she exuded a certain youthful vitality that endeared him to her. "Why call me good sir? Just refer to me as Brother Shen. I bear the surname Shun and am not much older than you." Yu, with patience wearing thin, pressed on, "Brother Shun, please hurry. The person I am to meet is on the road, and if we delay, they may be in peril." "Ah, I shall hasten," replied the old man, gently urging the horses to quicken their pace. However, the carriage's speed only increased marginally. As the old man's eyes roamed over Yu's figure, he found himself increasingly pleased. "Dear lady, are you single? Your figure and grace surpass those of any women I know." Yu retorted, "Just drive faster. Indeed, I am single." Upon hearing this, the old man's heart soared. "Well then, let us consider a union. You shall be the beauty, and I shall earn a living." Pointing to the banner on the carriage, he boasted, "You see, I am a formal worker at the Yunda escort agency, with a stable position. In a few years, I shall retire, and they will continue to pay me. You could enjoy a life of comfort by my side. Yue was left speechless, astonished that the coachman was such a lecher. The maid Yue dismissed his advances and reiterated, "Can you not speed up?" The old man chuckled, revealing a set of crooked yellow teeth. A man should not hurry too much. In a fit of frustration, Yue seized the back of the old man's collar and tossed him into the carriage, taking the reins herself. She called back to the carriage behind them, urging it to keep up. Then, with a sharp crack of the whip against the horse's hindquarters, she commanded, "Giddy up." The carriage surged forward at an exhilarating pace, creaking with the strain. The old man, now inside the carriage, hurriedly exclaimed, "Dear lady, this is against the rules. Oh, be gentle with my beloved horses." Yue tossed 100 taels of silver into the carriage, saying, "Here's an extra fare." The old man, clutching the gleaming silver, fell silent. Under Yue's guidance, the carriage soared, producing a cacophony of sounds as it sped along. The old man soon spoke again, "Dear lady, do slow down. The carriage is nearly falling apart." The maid, Yue, tossed another 100 taels of silver into the carriage, silencing any objections with her generous offer. The carriage belonged to the escort agency, while the gratuity was her own. Old man Shun fell silent, poking his head out from behind the carriage and engaging the driver in conversation. "Brother, keep up, and there will be silver to share." "Oh, Shun, how did you end up in the carriage?" The young lady at the front was somewhat fiery, eager to experience the thrill of driving. But she had offered money in exchange. "As long as there's silver, that's fine." "That young lady is quite charming," one driver remarked. "Indeed. She has a bit of a temper," the other replied. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had risen from the ground, twisting the iron rod off his treasured blade. The weapon became shorter yet swifter. At that moment, a horde of horse bandits charged from all directions. They aimed to trample Lin Feng, even if they couldn't slay him. Lin Feng sprinted toward the warhorse he had recently ridden, which was now heading in the direction of his family. The first bandit he encountered urged his steed to leap, its front hooves aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng evaded the downward slash from the bandit and slammed his shoulder into the horse's abdomen. A sickening crack echoed as several ribs shattered, and Lin Feng's force sent the massive beast crashing into 2 other horses galloping nearby. With swift precision, Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, toppling over a dozen oncoming bandits. It dawned upon them that this man was terrifyingly formidable, even without a steed. Lin Feng rushed to the fallen warhorse, only to discover it had been pierced through the belly by arrows. The horse's armor had failed to protect it from the bolts of the crossbow, and a pool of blood formed beneath it, indicating its imminent demise. Yet, the proud creature struggled to rise, reluctant to succumb in front of the common horses it had once scorned. Lin Feng seemed to understand the horse's spirit. He exerted his strength to help it stand, allowing it to maintain its dignity. After giving a gentle pat on the neck in farewell, he continued toward his family. This time, Lin Feng chose not to mount a horse. Anyone who obstructed his path would face his blade. The second in command of the horse bandits, wielding a hammer, charged at Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng leaped, delivering a downward strike at the bandit. The second in command raised his hammer in defense. The clash resonated, causing the bandit's mount to stagger back 2 steps. Both men, after separating, examined their weapons. It was Lin Feng's first encounter with a weapon that could withstand his blade. He looked down at his sword, relieved to find it unblemished, its edge still pristine and sharp. The burly bandit, glancing at his hammer, noted a deep gash in the handle. 2 more strikes would surely break it in half. Fear gripped the second in command as he pondered the origins of this young master, wielding such a remarkable blade. Could he be a rising star from the Heavenly Blade sect? The second in command of the bandit group, seizing the momentum to retreat, moved aside to observe. The Heavenly Blade sect is also one of the factions that governs the world, and the bandits would never dare to provoke them. After a moment of scrutiny, the second in command dismissed this notion. He discerned that Lin Feng's swordsmanship was unorthodox and did not resemble that of the Heavenly Blade sect. Just as he contemplated charging at Lin Feng, an instinctual sense of peril surged within him, prompting him to swiftly raise his hefty iron hammer. With a resounding crash, the massive hammer was shattered by a concealed projectile, its head exploding like a sunflower. A bandit had unexpectedly launched an iron pellet at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, in dire need of such projectiles, seized the opportunity and swiftly dispatched the bandit wielding the hidden weapon, confiscating a pouch of iron pellets. The first pellet was aimed at the second in command of the bandits. To his astonishment, the man seemed to sense the danger and evaded the attack. Gazing at the mangled hammer in his grasp, The second-in-command felt a wave of dread wash over him. The power of this concealed weapon was formidable, and it was nearly impossible to avoid. Should he endure another such strike, his fate would be sealed. The second-in-command retreated on horseback, while Lin Feng focused on eliminating the bandits encroaching upon his family. Lin Hu, armed with a bow, targeted the horses of the bandits, shooting down any steed that approached him. Soon, the bandits realized Lin Feng was protecting his kin. Unable to overpower Lin Feng, they redirected their assault towards his family. The number of bandits surrounding Lin Feng's family swelled. In a bid to shield his wife and children, Zhang Xiaoyu sustained a wound on his back, a gash nearly half a foot long. He tore his shirt to bind the injury and persevered in the fight. Zhou Haitao also received a gunshot wound to his shoulder, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. As Lin Hu drew his bow to strike down a bandit, another bandit swung a large blade towards his head from the side. With a swift flash of steel, blood gushed forth. Chapter 70. The Emergence of the Sword Banner. The heart of a beast, it was Lin Feng who timely intervened, cleaving the bandit who had ambushed Lin Hu in two. Lin Hu turned, startled as warm blood splattered across his face, realizing how close he had come to death. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a smile instantly spread across his face. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. The two brothers exchanged no further words and instead rallied to fend off the bandits surrounding their family. Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhou Haitao's steel blades bore visible nicks from the fight, and their stamina was waning. Yet, Lin Feng grew more formidable with each engagement, leaving chaos in his wake. However, he understood that this could not continue indefinitely. Should the enemy unleash a volley of arrows, how many could he withstand? Thus, his crimson golden glaze specifically targeted the archers. He estimated that if he could hold out a bit longer, his sister disciple, Yu would soon arrive. The bandit chief, standing atop the hill, surveyed the battlefield and remarked to a companion, "It seems our second-in-command is faltering. Third, you should take charge and organize a long-range assault to compel him to yield." Understood. A silver-armored youth, brandishing a long spear, charged down the mountain, followed by 50 archers. Lin Feng swiftly eliminated all the archers within his line of sight. The bandits, terrified by his prowess, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, with none daring to advance. Those who flee in the face of battle shall be met with death. The mercenary leader, clad in silver armor and wielding a spear, charged forth with his band of marauders. Lin Feng, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm. How could there be so many archers again? He could not afford to wait for the archers to approach. If his family fell within their range, it would spell disaster. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dashed towards the group led by the mercenary leader. The leader gestured with both hands, and the archers behind him immediately split into two factions, poised to encircle Lin Feng from both sides. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, drawing his prized blade and unleashing two bolts of crimson gold energy from his palms. With a series of thuds, the two projectiles felled 3 archer marauders. At that moment, the mercenary leader lunged forward, sweeping his spear towards Lin Feng's head, who instinctively parried with his sword. The impact jolted him backward. The mercenary leader shouted, "Kneel and plead for mercy, and I shall spare your family." Yet, Lin Feng would never submit to such humiliation. To kneel would mean relinquishing control over his own fate, thus jeopardizing his family's safety. A profound sense of danger enveloped him, a familiar buzzing resonating within his mind, as if something within him had exploded. This sensation was all too recognizable. It signified the awakening of the beast heart. Just as Lin Feng prepared to unleash this latent power, a commanding voice pierced through the chaos. "The Yunda escort agency demands passage. You are to move aside at once." All present in the thicket turned towards the source of the voice, spotting 2 carriages adorned with the symbol of the sword flag barreling forward. The marauders, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily retreated. To collide with the Yunda agency's carriages was no trifling matter. The sword flag represented the ruling authority of Longyuan County, and to provoke it would invite certain death. The carriages swiftly approached Lin Feng's family. Yui called out to them, "Everyone, get aboard." The expressions of the 2 drivers turned grim, according to protocol. The Yunda agency's carriages did not deviate from the official roads and refrained from entangling themselves in the affairs of the martial world. Old Man Shin interjected, "Sister, we must return to the main road. This is against protocol. We cannot involve ourselves in such disputes. This situation could escalate dramatically, risking their livelihoods." Yu scoffed at the notion of a mere dispute. A band of marauders chasing a few innocent civilians hardly constituted a conflict worthy of such caution. Lin Hu, Zhou Haitao, and Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly lifted the children onto the carriage before boarding themselves. The children understood that safety lay within the carriage's confines. Once aboard, they turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, calling out, "Father, hurry aboard." Others echoed their pleas for him to join them. Seeing the Yunda agency's carriages brought a wave of relief to Lin Feng. At last, his family was safe. He sprinted towards the carriages. But a few foolish marauders attempted to obstruct his path, all of whom he dispatched with lethal precision. Behind him, hundreds of marauders gathered under the mercenary leader's command. The leader, filled with reluctance, realized that should he slay Lin Feng, he would elevate his standing above the second-in-command within the gang. Yet, just when victory seemed within reach, the Yunda agency intervened. Now, the marauders could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng's family made their escape. The mercenary leader called out to Lin Feng, "You think that once you enter the county town, we cannot deal with you? Your family cannot remain aboard the Yunda agency's carriage for eternity." Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng gradually came to a halt. The bandits indeed possessed the capability to infiltrate the county town and assassinate his family, provided they enlisted the help of two fearless assassins. Today, a significant enmity had been forged. Therefore, it would be prudent to end it swiftly. Just as fortune favored him, he was able to unleash the heart of the beast. Lin Feng turned around, pointing at the band of marauders, and bellowed, "A rabble of miscreants, mere fowl and clay dogs. You cannot best me, yet you dare to threaten me with my family. If you possess any courage, do not flee. Let us settle this here and now." The words of Lin Feng resonated perfectly with the intentions of the bandit's third-in-command. He responded, "If you possess any valor, remain. We shall determine our fates within this kilometer radius." "Agreed," Lin Feng replied, then turned to his sister, "You and the others should enter the town first. I shall join you shortly." The valor Lin Feng had just displayed was not lost on Yu. She recognized his unwavering resolve. A fierce battle between him and the bandits was inevitable. Her duty was to escort Lin Feng's family into the town. With his loved ones secure, Lin Feng could wholly immerse himself in the battle, unleashing his utmost prowess. The strength Lin Feng exhibited today far surpassed Yu's expectations. She had presumed he was only adept in rudimentary boxing and basic swordplay, yet his martial prowess was astonishingly formidable. "Take care, junior brother," Yu uttered, urging the carriage onward. The occupants of the carriage, however, seemed unusually unconcerned for Lin Feng's safety, perhaps still awestruck by his recent performance. He had navigated through hundreds of bandits, striking with precision and sustaining not a single injury. Lin Feng watched as the carriage departed, then summoned the heart of the beast. Upon its activation, his eyes turned a vivid crimson, his life attributes doubled, and his power surged beyond 100. With a swift motion, Lin Feng unleashed a shot of golden-glazed projectile. The sound of piercing echoed as a single iron bead traversed 500 meters, penetrating through three foes and ultimately slaying the bandit's second-in-command, who had thought himself safe in the rear. His eyes widened in disbelief, despite his cautious distance. He had still met his demise. Upon firing the golden projectile, Lin Feng was astonished to find his arm merely tingled for a brief moment. Clenching his fist, he cast a blood-red gaze upon the hundreds of bandits present. "Today, I shall leave none of you standing." Standing atop the mountain, the bandit chief addressed his companion. "Old Seven, take 500 men and ensure that individual is captured alive. While 1,000 soldiers are easy to find, a single general is rare. I wish to recruit him under my banner." "Understood," replied the bandit's seventh-in-command, shouldering two swords as he charged down the mountain with 500 bandits in tow. As the 500 bandits surged forward, the thunder of hooves resounded, their momentum formidable. Lin Feng and the third-in-command turned their attention to the descending bandits. The seventh-in-command bellowed, "The elder brother has commanded, capture this person alive." Lin Feng smirked derisively, "To capture me, first, you must survive." He advanced a few steps to a large boulder, wielding his precious sword with deft strokes to shatter it into smaller fragments. Then, he sat upon the ground, gathering the stones. Soon, a pile of stones resembling the size of quail eggs lay before him. The bandit did not comprehend his intentions, yet all began to charge towards Lin Feng, encircling him at the center. Whoosh, whoosh, thud, thud. Lin Feng made his move, unleashing a barrage of crimson golden projectiles with both hands. Each second, at least one bandit was sent tumbling from their steed. The third-in-command of the bandits was acutely aware, having witnessed the demise of the second-in-command firsthand. This person's concealed weapons were unerring, nearly impossible to evade. Moreover, his stamina seemed boundless, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. The bandits surrounding him were all loyal to the second-in-command. The third-in-command resolved, even if he were to capture Lin Feng, he would see to it that he was incapacitated before bringing him back. He loosed a crimson piercing arrow into the sky above Lin Feng, signaling an assault. Hundreds of bandits on the field, upon seeing the signal, surged towards Lin Feng. Their formation became increasingly dense as they charged, centered around him. Lin Feng fired several crimson golden projectiles, at one point piercing through 6 adversaries in a single shot. He deliberately refrained from killing the third-in-command, fearing that eliminating their leader would scatter the bandits, making it challenging to eradicate them all. As the bandits drew near, Lin Feng targeted the closest one, colliding with the warhorse and sending it flying. He then executed the ground-slicing technique from his blade of wind, rolling on the ground while relentlessly striking. Blood splattered as limbs fell like autumn leaves. It was as if a trap surrounded him. Any bandit steed that charged forth would stumble and fall. Whenever a bandit fell, Lin Feng swiftly dispatched them. The sheer number of bandits was overwhelming, and occasionally their attacks landed upon him. Yet, they merely clanged against him like blows upon iron, inflicting no harm whatsoever. As he wielded his blade, his left hand continuously launched crimson golden projectiles. Lin Feng, amidst the throng of bandits, resembled a reaper in a wheat field, systematically harvesting his foes. The third-in-command approached the seventh-in-command and remarked, "Old Seven, this man cannot be captured alive. If we continue this way, we shall lose all our men." The seventh-in-command concurred, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Those he brought were also his trusted kin. It pained him to witness such slaughter. This was the will of the leader. After speaking, both men turned their gaze towards the mountaintop. Beside the bandit leader, a middle-aged scholar with a feather fan interjected, "Leader, capturing this man alive serves no purpose. He cannot be tamed." "Why is that?" "Clearly, he can escape, yet chooses to remain and kill us," indicating his profound hatred towards us. "This stems from our intent to ambush his family. While we may send assassins to target his family who have entered the county, seizing him and bringing him to the mountains will prove difficult. He holds his family in high regard. Without capturing them, he cannot be subdued. Furthermore, having slain so many of our brethren, he has forged deep enmity with us, making it impossible for him to integrate among our ranks on the mountain. The leader of the bandits is utterly indifferent to the lives of his subordinates. As long as he and the Serpent Master remain, he can recruit as many followers as he desires. In a world where desperation prevails, countless individuals seek to join the ranks of bandits. However, the strategist noted that Lin Feng values his family, which the bandit chief took to heart. Concluding that without capturing Lin Feng's family, it would be impossible to subdue him, the bandit chief stroked his beard and calmly declared, "Then let us kill them." The strategist immediately unleashed a black penetrating arrow. Upon seeing the arrow, the third and seventh captains of the bandits displayed expressions of delight. This particular color of arrow signified a willingness to resort to any means necessary to kill. They swiftly summoned a specialized group of bandits. Each member of this cadre carried a rudimentary water gun fashioned from a bamboo tube, but instead of water, it contained a deadly poison. Before long, Lin Feng realized that the bandits were no longer advancing towards him, but were instead retreating. Subsequently, a group of bandits wielding devices akin to water guns directed a blue liquid towards him. Lin Feng promptly activated his swift movement technique to evade, simultaneously shooting at those brandishing the water guns. He pierced several of the weapons, causing the blue liquid to splatter onto the bandits, resulting in their skin instantly rotting and emitting horrific, inhuman screams. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a surge of alarm. The poison was exceedingly potent, and these bandits were resorting to all manner of tactics. Although he managed to evade the majority of the toxic liquid, a small amount still splashed onto him, corroding what little clothing he had and adhering to his skin. He quickly wiped away the poison. The areas that had been burned merely turned red without any signs of decay. It appeared that his iron skin and perfected golden bell shield allowed him to withstand the poison. Seeing that he was unfazed by the toxic liquid, Lin Feng regained his composure and continued his rampage. The bandit group, witnessing this man's immunity to poison, fell into disarray. Weapons could not harm him. Toxins did not affect him, and escape was futile. How could they continue to fight? The bandit chief observed this turn of events and pondered whether this individual had perfected the golden bell shield. It was said that achieving mastery in this technique allowed one to resist even the most potent toxins. The rigorous training required to reach such a level typically demanded at least 60 years, so how could one so young have accomplished this? Chief, this person must have encountered extraordinary fortune. It has been reported that he hails from a hunting background. Perhaps he consumed some rare herb in the mountains, leading to his remarkable abilities. We must withdraw. Those below are no match for him. The Serpent Master's bandits had dispatched over 1,000 men. Yet Lin Feng had already slain nearly 500. Meanwhile, Lin Feng grew increasingly emboldened, while the bandits below began to falter. Such a person, endowed with great fortune, was not to be trifled with. A retreat was in order. This matter would have to wait. We must first prepare offerings for the Serpent Master. Having spoken, the bandit chief turned to descend the mountain. The strategist, holding a feather fan, launched a white penetrating arrow into the sky. Upon seeing the white arrow, the bandits scattered like birds and beasts, yet their escape routes were remarkably uniform. Observing their flight, Lin Feng pursued them relentlessly. As Lin Feng pursued, he ruthlessly eliminated dozens of marauders. In his relentless chase, he discovered that the majority of these bandits had abandoned their horses and leapt into a grand river ahead. Beyond the river lay the mountains where the Heavenly Serpent Gang resided. To ride around the river would be a longer route, and by the time they returned home, they would undoubtedly be slain by Lin Feng. Thus, these desperate individuals chose to plunge into the river to escape. Fearing that Lin Feng might use hidden weapons against them, many submerged themselves, surfacing only after prolonged intervals to catch their breath. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. A pack of fools, believing that by diving into the river I would be powerless against them. Chapter 72, Bloodstained River awakens the demonic dragon. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng positioned his palms before his chest, channeling his inner strength. He then flipped his palms, directing them downward, as if pushing an unseen object. As he pressed down, his trousers fluttered as if stirred by an invisible wind. A wave of pressure emanated from his legs, causing the surrounding grass to bow and dust to swirl. Lin Feng had perfected his technique of traversing great distances with utmost agility. Suddenly, he surged forward, racing towards the river. With each step upon the water's surface, ripples erupted beneath him. He ran across the river as if it were solid ground, each ripple blooming like a lotus flower with every stride, truly a sight to behold. However, for the marauders submerged beneath the surface, this was no blossoming of lotus flowers, but the ominous approach of death. One marauder, having lingered underwater for too long, just surfaced when Lin Feng dashed over and severed his head with a single stroke. As the head soared into the air, disbelief flickered in the man's eyes. Lin Feng's remarkable skill of running on water terrified those escaping into the depths. Oh heavens, he can walk on water. It's the end for us. Had they anticipated Lin Feng's extraordinary ability, they would never have chosen to leap into the river. It was akin to weaving their own demise. As Lin Feng passed a marauder who had submerged, he launched a golden dart into the water with a resonant thud. Despite the resistance of the water, the dart could still inflict harm within a distance of 10 meters, a depth most marauders could not reach. The sound of the dart striking the water echoed like a death knell, and with each thud, crimson blooms emerged in the river. The marauders found themselves nearly defenseless, resigned to their fate as Lin Feng harvested their lives. Lin Feng glided across the surface of the water with ease, swiftly claiming several victims within moments. Soon, the river bore the weight of over 100 corpses. Suddenly, the third in command of the marauders burst forth from the depths, hurling a short spear at Lin Feng. With a deft sidestep, Lin Feng evaded the attack. The third in command was courting death. Before he could plunge back into the river, Lin Feng dispatched 2 golden darts, striking him in the heart and neck. Before his body could even hit the water, he was already lifeless. Lin Feng approached, seized the corpse of the third in command, and cast it onto the shore, contemplating the spoils of his swift conquest. To expend such effort in a battle without reaping any benefits would indeed be a loss. The bandits have not yet been exterminated. Lin Feng continued to plunge into the river in pursuit of the marauders. He soon located the second in command of the bandits, dispatching him with ease and casting his lifeless body ashore. These bandit leaders were notorious criminals with bounties set by the authorities. Capturing even one of them was worth more than Wang Shanong. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng had nearly slain over 200 bandits. Many of the remaining marauders floated to the surface, too fearful to approach, yet unable to hold their breath underwater for long. One by one, they emerged, gasping for air with bloated bellies and rolling eyes. Even so, Lin Feng did not spare them, delivering a fatal blow to each with a shot of crimson gold. In the midst of this carnage, Lin Feng suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Beneath the water lurked an immense danger. The heart of a wild beast possesses an acute sense of awareness. Warriors place great trust in their instincts. Their sixth sense transcends the 5 basic senses, offering a formidable perceptual ability. When something is sensed as perilous, one must immediately retreat. There is no need to rely on the 5 senses to discern the authenticity of the threat, for they are inferior to the 6th sense and easily deceived by appearances. Without hesitation, Lin Feng abandoned his pursuit of the bandits and sprinted to the riverbank, continuing to run for over a mile until the feeling of impending danger dissipated. The river's surface now appeared eerily calm. Were it not for the drifting corpses and patches of crimson staining the water, it would have been a perfect day for boating and fishing. The tranquility was unsettling. Some bandits poked their heads above the water. Realizing that Lin Feng was no longer on the surface, a sense of survival surged within them. Some even wore smiles, while others wept tears of joy. Yet, a few astute bandits sensed the encroaching danger and desperately swam toward the opposite bank. Suddenly, 2 bandits swimming together were engulfed by a massive maw, stretching several meters wide. A colossal creature burst forth from the depths, only to plunge back into the water moments later. The sight of this beast was utterly astonishing. Lin Feng estimated it resembled a giant serpent, with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters and a length exceeding 100 meters. It was said that the Longyuan River in Longyuan County harbored a dragon. Could this truly be the case? The bandits were paralyzed with fear at the sight, realizing that this creature was far more terrifying than Lin Feng. Run! The river dragon of Qinghe is upon us. Indeed, the legends of a dragon within the Longyuan River were true. They scattered in all directions, each attempting to escape. The shadow of the Qinghe dragon intermittently broke the surface, each emergence claiming at least one life. Its efficiency in harvesting bandits rivaled that of Lin Feng. As the Qinghe dragon wreaked havoc in these waters, the number of marauders dwindled. After some time, the water was shrouded in a delicate mist, rendering the riverbank akin to a fairyland. Yet, amid this ethereal haze, anguished cries echoed, piercing the tranquility. Lin Feng had often heard tales of great demons in this world, but this was the first time he had witnessed one with his own eyes. This creature was colossal, its entire body cloaked in scales the size of basins, making it a formidable opponent that one would not wish to confront. Fortunately, my speed allowed me to evade it. Otherwise, my fate would likely mirror that of the marauders. With its immense physical strength, the beast could easily shatter my defenses with a mere flick of its tail, let alone inflict a bite. Legends speak of the demon core within such great beasts, regarded as treasures of the martial world, capable of bestowing a century's worth of power upon consumption. Should such a relic truly exist, there might yet be those among the younger generation who could rival my strength. It appears diligent cultivation is imperative. I must not grow complacent. The river soon returned to a state of tranquility, and through the mist emerged a formidable silhouette. The Qinghe demon dragon glided through the waters, revealing its lengthy body and massive head above the surface. The dragon paused at the riverbank, observing me intently. In an instant, I comprehended its intentions. My slaughter of the marauders had drawn the dragon closer, lured by the scent of blood, offering it a sumptuous feast. The creature was extending an olive branch. If I were to bow in submission and present living sacrifices as offerings, it would regard me as a follower, ensuring my safety within its means. Yet, I could not help but scoff at the notion. To me, this dragon was merely a more powerful beast. Once I had grown stronger, capturing a few to serve as mounts would suffice. The idea of submitting to it was laughable. I would not be like the leader of the Tianxi gang, who bowed to a serpent. Seeing my lack of willingness to submit, the Qinghe demon dragon slowly retreated, disappearing into the depths of the Longyuan River. As it vanished, the mist dissipated, revealing the crystal-clear emerald waters beneath. It was as though nothing had transpired, save for the mournful whispers of the wind, echoing like the anguished cries of restless souls. With the skirmish concluded, I resolved to seek out the bodies of the marauder leaders, hoping to scavenge a bit of silver from their remains. The expenses in the city would be considerable, and I needed to secure some funds. My brothers had fought bravely alongside me and deserved their share of rewards. However, Before that, I must procure sustenance to counteract the effects of the beast heart side effects. As I made my way back to the woods from the riverbank, I noticed the fallen warhorses I had slain. Without hesitation, I set to work, roasting 2 of them on the spot. Just as I finished, the effects of the beast heart began to wane, perhaps due to an increase in my life attribute. The enhancement from the beast heart had lingered longer than usual, raising my life attribute from 70 to a remarkable 104. However, as the state concluded, my life attribute plummeted back down to 14, a staggering tenfold decrease. I felt my strength ebb away like a flowing stream, accompanied by a wave of hunger. Yet, I remained unfazed. Drawing from past experiences, I understood this was but a temporary condition. With ample nourishment, my life attribute would surely return to 70. Lin Feng consumed an entire 2 horses, restoring his vitality attribute to 70. This precise recuperation was primarily due to the fact that he had sustained no injuries this time. Scattered throughout the forest were numerous unclaimed warhorses, each imbued with a certain spirit, lingering in place, unwilling to depart from the memory of their fallen masters. The other horses had fled back to the Tianxi gang's stronghold on their own. Lin Feng discovered 31 warhorses, tethering them together with a single rope. He also located the bodies of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th captains. Although the 3rd and 7th captains had fallen into the water, Lin Feng managed to recover 4,000 taels worth of silver notes from their persons. They had waterproof pouches containing the notes. The bandits were known to be reckless, often keeping their wealth close at hand. Lin Feng proceeded to search the remains of several other bandit leaders, ultimately uncovering a total of 21,000 taels in silver notes. These bandit leaders proved to be quite affluent. He entered into a thorough looting mode, rifling through every body he could find, yielding a considerable sum of silver and notes. The total amassed reached an astonishing 42,000 taels. The locals were well aware of the bandits' grand operation, and in fear of being slain by them. No one dared to approach the area. Thus, Lin Feng was free to sift through the untouched corpses. This band of bandits was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Fortunately, there were ample horses available, as Lin Feng required several bags to carry the silver, which he secured onto the backs of the horses. He also gathered a multitude of weapons, which he hung on the horses as well. Among them, he particularly coveted the dual swords belonging to the 7th captain. The craftsmanship of these swords was exquisite, clearly superior to ordinary blades, surpassing even the finest forged steel. He intended to sell these weapons at the blacksmiths in exchange for the steel balls he needed. Having struck it rich overnight, he planned to forego using iron balls in favor of steel ones. The harder and heavier the projectile, the smaller it could be made. By employing steel balls, each could be maintained at the size of a fingertip, thus conserving space and enabling him to carry more. Riding one of the warhorses and herding the 30 others, Lin Feng arrived at the outskirts of the county town, coincidentally encountering Yu'er, who was searching for him. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Yu'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had arranged for Lin Feng's family to be safe and had intended to assist him, not anticipating his swift return. "Junior brother, are you unharmed?" Yu'er scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, noting that he bore no injuries, not even a scratch. Lin Feng retrieved a spare outfit from the bandits from his satchel on the horse, having already changed into it, appearing as though he had returned from a leisurely outing. "I'm fine. A few bandits couldn't possibly harm me. They are not merely a few bandits. They number in the hundreds, even thousands. How did you manage to escape unscathed amidst such a formidable assault? They are nothing more than a rabble to me. In my eyes, they are no different from a handful of bandits. I shall explain everything to you later." At the gates of the county town, Lin Feng tore down several wanted posters for the bandit leaders before entering the city alongside Yu'er. The gatekeeper cast a gaze filled with reverence upon Lin Feng, allowing him passage without hindrance. The events that transpired outside the city had already reached the ears of the officials, who had dispatched agents to investigate the matter firsthand. These agents, equipped with tools akin to telescopes, executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency, promptly relaying the gathered intelligence back to the county seat. The gatekeeper understood that the individual before him was no ordinary person. He had single-handedly vanquished hundreds of bandits, an accomplishment that even the city guards had failed to achieve, thus avenging the grievances of the citizens of Qinghe County. Lin Feng proceeded to the county office, bearing the corpses of 4 marauders. The county magistrate and his assistant inspected the remains and swiftly rewarded Lin Feng with a bounty of silver. The magistrate extolled Lin Feng's extraordinary feat of slaying hundreds of bandits. This victory was a boon for the entire county, significantly enhancing their performance metrics for the year. The eradication of 1,000 bandits would be attributed to their efforts. Lin Feng, however, was blissfully unaware of this political maneuvering. He accepted the silver and departed, eager to reunite with his family and brothers. Qian Wenshun, the county clerk, personally escorted Lin Feng from the office. Along the way, he retrieved the Golden Bell Shield manual that he had mistakenly taken from Lin Feng previously. With a bow, he said, "Young hero Lin, here is the manual. I took it by mistake last time." Lin Feng, indifferent to the manual, replied, "I have already memorized its contents. Please keep it." Qian Wenshun, cradling the manual in his hands, insisted, "You cannot refuse it, or I shall find no peace in sleep." It was Lin Feng's first visit to the county office, and he had previously been but a naive youth yearning to portray a hero. Now, however, he had transformed into a rising figure of the martial world, stained with the blood of hundreds. This bloodshed had forged his reputation, and those in the know now referred to him as the Mad Blade. Qian Wenshun, keenly aware of whom to avoid offending, trailed Lin Feng, adamant about returning the manual. Finding his presence somewhat bothersome, Lin Feng reluctantly accepted the manual, allowing Qian Wenshun to depart with a sense of relief. Emerging from the county office with his reward, Lin Feng found Yu Er awaiting him, tending to 31 warhorses. Upon seeing him, she inquired, "Junior brother, how do you intend to handle these horses?" Lin Feng pondered briefly before responding, "Sister, you may choose 2 horses for yourself and master. I shall keep 10 for my family and me, and we will sell the remainder." Yu Er smiled and remarked, "Junior brother, you must have made quite a fortune this time. Do you truly need to sell the horses for a few extra coins? Silver is harmless in abundance." Lin Feng produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and offered them to Yu Er, saying, "Sister, take this. Without your assistance, I would not have emerged unscathed." Glancing at the notes, which she estimated to be around 30,000 taels, Yu Er noted, "You are indeed quite generous, junior brother." Yu Er pushed the banknotes back, saying, "Junior brother, quickly keep them. My master and I have no need for this. The senior sister could see that you had experienced a fortuitous event. If you wish to repay us, focus on honing your martial skills and strive to enter the sword sect on your own merit. When that time comes, as an inner disciple, you can also relieve master of some burdens." Lin Feng did not hesitate to accept the silver. If the senior sister claimed they lacked nothing, then they truly did. He tucked the banknotes into his pocket and said, "Senior sister, after this incident, I fear I can no longer stay in Xiaohe village. Why don't you and master come to live in the county?" Yu Er shook her head, replying, "We shall not go to the county. Master and I plan to move to Qingstone village, right next to Xiaohe village. Next time you seek us, you can find us there." Yu Er was worried about Mr. Hong and hurried back, leading the 2 horses away. Lin Feng took the remaining horses back home. He needed to return home first to sell the horses, sell weapons, and settle his family and his brothers' families. There was still much to be done today. Now that he had money, he must certainly procure residences for his few brothers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin in the county. Thinking of all this, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Chapter 74. Zhang Xiaoyu is severely injured. Lin Feng spends silver to save him. Lin Feng led the horses, a smile he could not conceal lighting up his face. He had scavenged over 40,000 taels from the bandits and received more than 30,000 taels as reward from the officials. In total, he had acquired over 70,000 taels. To Lin Feng, this was an astronomical sum, one he could never earn in 10 lifetimes of hunting. Upon pushing open the gate to his courtyard in the county, he heard the sound of weeping from Sister Zhang. "Wu Wu, my lord, you cannot abandon us." Lin, who was also saying, "Zhang Ge, hold on." Upon hearing the door creak, everyone turned towards the entrance. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he hurried into the courtyard, leading the 29 horses inside. Zhou Chunlan rushed to Lin Feng's side, pointing frantically towards the main house. "My lord, it seems Zhang Ge is in dire condition." Lin Feng was taken aback and rushed towards the main house. "Zhang Ge, weren't you fine when you got on the carriage?" Zhang Ge had been struck by an arrow in the back and had endured in silence. Upon entering the main room, Lin Feng saw Zhang Xiaoyu lying on the bed, a broken arrow protruding from his back. Zhou Haitao, upon seeing Lin Feng, cried out, "Wu Wu, brother-in-law, you've finally returned." Zhang Ge is indeed a tough man. He took an arrow to the back, breaking the shaft, and managed to hold on until the children were safely off the carriage. "Brother-in-law, you must think of a way to save Zhang Ge." Lin Feng looked at everyone and asked, "Why didn't you call for a doctor?" Sister Zhang cried, "Woo-woo. We just discovered it." Lin Feng approached Zhang Xiaoyu and found that he was still conscious, though perhaps weakened from blood loss. He examined Zhang Xiaoyu's wound and saw that it was still oozing blood. He beckoned to Zhou Haitao, "Come over and help press down on the wound to stop the bleeding." Lin Feng moved to the head of the bed and softly spoke to Zhang Xiaoyu, "Zhang Go, can you hear me?" Zhang Xiaoyu's tightly shut eyes flickered open slightly, indicating he could hear Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out 3,000 tael banknotes and placed them at Zhang Xiaoyu's bedside. "Zhang Go, do you see this? This is a 3,000 tael silver note. If you can endure, this silver will belong to you, sufficient for you to acquire a residence in the county town. Should you falter, it will no longer be yours. I shall place the silver note here and immediately summon a doctor. You must hold on." Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened slightly. Coming from a poor farming background, he had never encountered such a substantial sum of money. Undoubtedly, the 3 silver notes had profoundly stimulated him. Lin Feng had initially contemplated tossing down 10,000 taels, but feared that such an overwhelming amount might be too much for Zhang Xiaoyu to digest. Hence, he settled for 3,000 taels instead. Lin Feng turned to the gathered crowd and declared, "Let us conclude today's affairs properly. We shall discuss rewards later. Both the residence and silver will be forthcoming." He then led Lin Hu to the yard and directly tossed a money pouch from one of the horses into Lin Hu's hands, saying, "Huzi, take this silver and procure some food. Choose the best. We cannot let anyone go hungry." As Lin Hu caught the pouch, his heart raced uncontrollably. The pouch felt heavy, containing several hundred taels, a sum he had never laid hands on before. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng issued a brief command and hurried out. He was familiar with the Jishir Medical Hall in the county town, having visited it twice before. He sprinted and soon arrived at the clinic, where a queue of patients awaited their turn. However, Lin Feng had no time to stand in line and rushed into the clinic, addressing the attending physician, "Doctor, someone at my home is gravely ill. You must come quickly to examine them." The doctor glanced up at Lin Feng, noting his humble attire, and returned to his patients, dismissively stating, "I am quite busy at the moment." In response, Lin Feng slapped down a 100 tael silver note. "If you make this trip, I will reward you 100 taels. Saving a life could yield even more." The physician's hand trembled. He had not realized this young man was quite wealthy. With a more amiable demeanor, the doctor replied, "Please, young sir, your silver is sufficient to summon my father for a visit." A clerk approached to guide Lin Feng to the back courtyard. Lin Feng slipped 5 taels of silver into the clerk's hand. "Brother, I am in a hurry." The clerk immediately hastened away. Upon reaching the back courtyard, he found an elderly doctor with white hair, leisurely seated and amusing a bird. The clerk breathlessly announced, "This gentleman wishes to request your visit." The elderly doctor responded with deliberate slowness, "A house call costs 20 taels, with consultation and medicine charged separately." Lin Feng promptly handed over a 100 tael silver note. "I offer you 100 taels. Come with me at once." The elderly doctor accepted the note, tucking it into his robe, and called to the clerk, "Quickly, prepare the horse and the medicine chest." The elderly doctor then inquired, "What is the condition of the patient?" Lin Feng quickly replied, "He has been struck by an arrow in the back, but remains conscious." The doctor's expression shifted. "Has the arrow been removed?" "No." "Good. Then there is still hope. Do you have the means for quality medicine?" Lin Feng produced a 1,000 tael silver note, waving it before the doctor. "We can afford it. Please procure whatever fine medicines you deem necessary." Upon seeing the silver note, the elderly doctor dashed into the pharmacy with remarkable agility. Lin Feng thought to himself, "Indeed, money is a powerful ally." The clerk soon returned, breathless, carrying a medicine chest, and the elderly doctor added several more remedies to the chest. The young lad secured the medicine chest onto the horse and assisted the elderly doctor in mounting as well. Subsequently, he took the lead, guiding the horse ahead. Lin Feng, walking before them, soon grew anxious. The horse appeared older than himself and moved at a painfully slow pace. "Sir, this horse is too sluggish. Allow me to carry you instead." Without further ado, Lin Feng hoisted the doctor off the horse and onto his back, one hand steadying the elderly gentleman while the other grasped the medicine chest, sprinting forth. "Slow down." The old doctor, caught off guard, was swiftly carried away by Lin Feng. Attempting to resist, the doctor heard Lin Feng say, "Sir, we must act swiftly. I shall add an extra 100 taels to your fee." At the mention of money, the old doctor ceased his struggle. His willingness to cooperate stemmed not solely from the allure of silver. He sensed Lin Feng's genuine urgency and recognized him as a trustworthy companion. The young lad, leading the horse, called out, "What are you doing? Wait." Yet Lin Feng would not pause. He shouted back, "Take your time. I'll arrange for you to have a better horse at my home." In no time, Lin Feng had brought the doctor to his residence. Upon entering the main room, the elderly doctor noticed the 3,000 taels of silver resting on the bedside of Zhang Xiaoyu, instantly alleviating any concerns about payment for his services. The doctor promptly retrieved a thin slice of ginseng, placing it beneath Zhang Xiaoyu's tongue. Having aged well, this ginseng could sustain her life. He then checked her pulse and produced a glistening pill, which he placed into her mouth. Given her excessive blood loss, this blood-replenishing pill would expedite her recovery. The old doctor rummaged through the medicine chest, pulling out various vials and jars. Surveying the surroundings, he instructed all unnecessary individuals to step outside. Lin Feng ensured everyone waited outside, remaining alone with the doctor in the room. He did not forget to encourage Zhang Xiaoyu, saying, "Zhang, hold on. If you get through this, life will be much easier. You will have endless silver and any martial arts manual you desire. If your sister-in-law agrees, you could even take a concubine." The old doctor grasped the small portion of the arrow shaft protruding from Zhang Xiaoyu's back and yanked it out forcefully. With a splatter, blood erupted from the wound. Zhang Xiaoyu's body convulsed violently. The doctor examined the arrowhead and the blood, relieved to find there was no poison. He hastily poured a vial of medicinal powder onto the wound, applying pressure with both hands to close the gash, quickly stemming the flow of blood. Once the bleeding subsided, he held the wound closed with one hand while retrieving a pre-threaded circular needle with the other. With swift precision, he sutured the wound, then sprinkled more medicinal powder over it and wrapped it with bandages. Finally, he placed a large restorative pill into Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth, a remedy designed to hasten recovery. Lin Feng nodded, urging, "Doctor, please use the best medicine. Saving her life is paramount." The doctor executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency. Though uncertainty lingered, would he be able to save her, and would there be any lasting repercussions? Chapter 75. You stand with me through thick and thin. I bestow upon you wealth and glory. The old doctor, having completed his examination, gently felt Zhang Xiaoyu's pulse once more. The patient's resolve was unwavering, and the treatment had been timely. His life was spared, but his vitality was severely diminished. The patient's lungs had suffered grievous harm, and it was likely he would be unable to perform strenuous tasks in the future. As Lin Feng was inspecting Zhang Xiaoyu's injuries, he suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, "Doctor, my brother still wishes to practice martial arts. He cannot be rendered incapable. Please, if there is any way, do not hesitate to inform me. Money is no object." The old doctor, with hands clasped behind his back and stroking his beard, replied, "Young man, not all problems can be resolved with money. His injuries can only heal through self-recovery. Unless he is a master, he must either use his inner strength to nurture his lungs before the arrow wound heals, or consume the inner core of a great demon." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Zhang Xiaoyu was neither a master nor did he possess the means to procure a demon's inner core. "Sir, how long will it take for the lung injury to heal?" he inquired. 3 months, the old doctor replied. "Are there any other options?" The old doctor shook his head. "There are no alternatives." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could only sigh. "Let us prioritize preserving his life." The old doctor decided to remain until Zhang Xiaoyu regained consciousness. Lin Feng stepped outside to summon Sister Zhang, instructing her to keep a close eye on Zhang Xiaoyu, and asked his wife, Zhou Chunlan, to brew a pot of tea for the old doctor. Lin, who had procured an abundance of food, while Lin Mu was entertaining the children in a side room. Lin Hu and Zhou Haitao were seated in the courtyard, enjoying some braised beef. Lin Feng dismounted and tossed 2 pouches of coins before them, each containing approximately 500 taels of silver. "Put these away and save them for the journey, to prevent the bandits from tracing your identities and retaliating against your families. You too should take this silver to the Yunda Escort Agency to hire a carriage to bring your families here. I will purchase 2 houses for you near this courtyard, and you shall reside in the county henceforth." The 2 men stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. They had always perceived themselves as insignificant figures and had never considered the possibility of retaliation from the bandits. Upon hearing Lin Feng mention it, their hearts filled with concern. Lin Hu hesitantly asked, "But, brother, where did you acquire such a vast sum of silver?" "Naturally, it was taken from the bandits," Lin Feng replied. "The leaders among them are all wanted criminals. I exchanged their heads for a considerable amount of silver. Oh, by the way, while you're at it, check on the homes of those villagers I injured and leave a few taels of silver at each. Zhou Haitao stammered, brother-in-law, there is no need to buy a house. It seems rather extravagant. I will have our parents come over to stay for a few days. And once the turmoil has passed, I shall send them back to the countryside, he added. Lin Hu nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. For rural folk, a single house in the county was an unattainable dream. You have stood by me through thick and thin. I shall reward you with wealth and glory. Enough talk. Do as I say. Lin Feng gave each of them a gentle kick, urging them out of the courtyard. As they exited, both turned to Lin Feng, their eyes glistening with tears. In the past, when they labored for the wealthy, they toiled day and night, their efforts akin to a desperate struggle, yet earned barely a mere tael of silver each month. Today, Lin Feng resolved to make a significant investment for his companions, procuring a residence for them within the county town. Moreover, he demonstrated genuine concern for their families, which deeply touched them. After sending them on their way, Lin Feng proceeded to the neighboring residence of Mr. Li. Just as Mr. Li was about to step out, he fortuitously encountered Lin Feng. What a coincidence! I was just about to seek you out, my dear brother, Mr. Li exclaimed. Pray tell, what brings you here? You are becoming quite the celebrity, my friend. The notorious reputation of the mad swordsman of Qinghe County will soon echo throughout Lonyuan Prefecture. You have truly made a name for yourself in the martial world, and I am here to extend my congratulations. Lin Feng smiled modestly, replying, It is merely a matter of superficial fame. Mr. Li chuckled, my brother, you possess a remarkable spirit. Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass this. Now, what can I do for you, Lin Feng? I have 3 brothers with whom I have faced life and death. I wish to purchase for each of them a residence similar in size to my own, preferably in close proximity to my home. Mr. Li gave a thumbs up to Lin Feng, exclaiming, What a noble gesture, my brother. Why not invest an additional 100 taels of silver to acquire several houses adjacent to your own? This way, you will all be close together for mutual support. After some contemplation, Lin Feng agreed that this was indeed a prudent strategy. Keeping his brothers close would ensure their safety. Very well. Additionally, I wish to purchase a stable and acquire a dozen horses. Mr. Li pondered for a moment before suggesting, why not also acquire your backyard? Combining it with the adjacent properties to create a compound? Your backyard is quite spacious, allowing ample room for a stable. And you could even construct a modest training yard for your daily martial practice. Lin Feng felt a stir of interest. It was a feasible plan, yet he wondered, if I offer an extra 100 taels, will they truly relocate? Mr. Li clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, saying, My friend, not everyone living in the city is wealthy. Many families struggle to make ends meet. They lack the skills you possess, which allow you to earn a fortune with a single blow. For them, an additional 100 taels would prompt an immediate relocation. Indeed, I envy your swift financial success, Lin Feng replied with a smile, but mine is merely a one-time transaction. It cannot compare to your steady stream of income. Moreover, who truly understands the dangers involved? True enough, my brother. With your resources, you should consider venturing into business with me. Your acumen would surely lead to success. The last idea you provided regarding bunk beds proved quite fruitful, and I am preparing to implement it on a larger scale. I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Li. With that, Mr. Li returned to his business, delegating his steward to assist Lin Feng. The capable steward efficiently negotiated the acquisition of 4 residences within half an hour. Lin Feng, offering an additional 100 taels, found the families readily willing to move. In the county town, properties closer to the inner city commanded higher prices, and Lin Feng's residence was relatively near. The total expenditure for the 4 houses exceeded 10,000 taels, a swift transaction indeed. However, these were necessary investments, and not a single tael could be spared. Upon receiving their money, the families joyfully commenced their relocation. They relocated to a place on the outskirts of the county town, where property prices were relatively low and numerous vacant houses were available. Lin Feng inquired about the reason behind this, and it turned out to align closely with what Mr. Li had mentioned. Although these individuals lived quite respectably, their incomes were rather meager. In the words of Steward Li, it was indeed a challenging world for the common folk to earn a living. Nowadays, there were only 2 kinds of people who found it easy to make money. One group consisted of those connected to stewards, while the other comprised the ruthless individuals of the underworld. Lin Feng evidently fell into the latter category. Reflecting on his own circumstances, he realized that he belonged to this second group, with every piece of silver he earned stained by the blood of wrongdoers. Steward Li accompanied Lin Feng in selling over a dozen horses and the collected weapons, fetching more than 3,000 taels of silver. As they parted ways, Lin Feng presented Steward Li with 20 taels of silver as a token of gratitude, which Li accepted with a semblance of reluctance. After attending to these matters, Lin Feng finally returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by Zhou Chunlan, who informed him that Brother Zhang had awakened and was waiting for him inside. Lin Feng hesitated, pondering how to convey to Brother Zhang that he had become incapacitated. Chapter 76. Brother Zhang, I have another plan. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng decided to enter. This was a truth that needed to be revealed to Brother Zhang sooner or later. Approaching the door, he noticed Zhang Xiaoyu engaged in conversation with the old doctor. The doctor smiled and remarked, "This young lad is quite robust. He shall recover within 2 months." Zhang Xiaoyu responded with a smile, "Thank you, esteemed doctor, for your miraculous skills." "Oh, no need for such formality," the doctor replied. As Lin Feng pushed open the door, he was surprised to find that little Yeye was leaning against the old doctor. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, the doctor said with a grin, "Your daughter, young sir, possesses a compassionate heart at such a tender age. She has been insisting on becoming my apprentice to learn the art of medicine and heal the sick." Lin Feng's heart stirred. A physician was always in high demand, and little Yeye's desire to study medicine was most commendable. Ideally, she would master both the healing arts and martial skills. "Should you be willing to take on an apprentice, esteemed sir, I shall prepare a generous gift and bring the child to you for her initiation." The doctor replied, "Let us discuss this later." He was eager to associate with all manner of individuals, including someone like Lin Feng, a wandering hero. Yet he was not yet familiar with Lin Feng and needed time to consider. Lin Feng first settled the doctor's fee, which amounted to 200 taels for the consultation. As he had promised, the cost of the medication was 2,100 taels, and he also gifted a horse. The old doctor and his assistant rode away joyously on their new mounts. Little Yeye tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and said, "Father, I want to study medicine. I wish to heal the sick and save lives." With a gentle kiss, Lin Feng lifted little Yeye and replied, "My precious, be patient. I will find a way for you. To comprehend medical texts, one must first learn to read. Thus, you should study literacy with your mother diligently." Little Yeye nodded, twisting her body as she prepared to descend. "Then I shall go learn to read with mother." Lin Feng set her down and watched her leave the room, closing the door behind her. Inside, only Zhang Xiaoyu and Lin Feng remained. Neither spoke, and the room fell into a quiet stillness. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoyu broke the silence. "Xiaofeng, am I truly a cripple now?" It was revealed that Brother Zhang had already heard. Lin Feng hurried to comfort him, stating that the doctor had mentioned 2 possible methods for resolution. However, neither of those methods was feasible for them. Was it, Brother Zhang? "Rest assured, regardless of whether your injuries can heal, I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and honor." A flicker of desolation passed through Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes as he gazed up at the ceiling. The world was perilous, and living a simple life was already a challenge, let alone aspiring for wealth and glory. "Xiaofeng, thank you," Brother Zhang uttered, his voice trembling as tears streamed down his face. A man seldom sheds tears unless deeply wounded. Brother Zhang, so young, had already been rendered incapacitated. Engaging in mere physical activity would leave him breathless and unable to continue. What man could withstand such a blow? When a man's body fails him, even mountains of gold and silver would serve no purpose. He could only watch helplessly. Even if Zhang Xiaoyu were to live to a ripe old age, what value would that hold? From that moment, his heart had perished, and all that remained was a mere shell of a being. Lin Feng could sense the despair in Zhang Xiaoyu's tears, and his own eyes glistened with emotion. He paced back and forth in the room, contemplating a solution. The prospect of obtaining a great demon's core seemed hopeless. No amount of money could procure such a thing. And within 3 months, he could not possibly possess the strength to slay a formidable demon. After racking his brain, Lin Feng finally conceived a plan. Though he could never have imagined that this very plan would give rise to a legendary figure in the demonic realm, the Rain Demon. "Brother Zhang, I have one more idea. I once acquired a supreme demonic technique, bloodthirsty magic. Practicing this martial art allows one to rapidly enhance their strength by consuming blood, granting you internal energy in a remarkably short time. This way, you could use that energy to nurture your lung injuries. However, mastering this technique requires immense willpower. And should anything go awry during the practice, one risks becoming a mindless bloodsucker. I only possess the first level of this technique, but it is sufficient for you to gain internal energy. It is your decision whether to cultivate it. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaoyu let out a wild laugh. Having a solution was already commendable. Perfection was an unrealistic expectation. As a man, how could I allow you to support me my entire life? I shall practice this technique. Good. Then, Brother Zhang, focus on your recovery. Once your external injuries heal, I shall impart this technique to you. With a potential solution in sight, Zhang Xiaoyu's spirits visibly lifted. Lin Feng pointed to the 3,000 taels of silver notes at the bedside and said, Brother Zhang, take this silver. This is far too much. I cannot accept it. I have already spent quite a bit on the doctor. Take it. Consider it a gift from my godson. Zhang Xiaoyu scratched his chin, understanding the implication, but the words felt somewhat awkward to him. Lin Feng continued, I have also purchased 3 estates for Huzi and Haitao nearby, so you can reside in the county town comfortably. We will be able to look after one another. Xiaofeng, isn't this excessive? Not at all. The money comes from slaying bandits, and everyone deserves a share. Do not worry about anything. Just focus on your recovery. Very well then. After reassuring Zhang Xiaoyu, the skies had darkened. Lin Hu and Zhou Haitao both brought their families over, and Lin Feng immediately allocated them a courtyard. Due to Zhang Xiaoyu's injury, Sister Zhang and her children temporarily reside in Lin Feng's home. This morning, Lin Feng faced peril while confronting bandits, and in the afternoon, he was occupied with claiming his reward, consulting a doctor, and purchasing a house. Although Lin Feng's physique could withstand the strain, he felt a sense of fatigue mentally. The others were equally exhausted and prepared to retire early. This courtyard boasted numerous spacious rooms. That night, Lin Feng shared a room with Zhou Chunlan, while Lin's mother took the children to another room. When they settled into bed, Lin Feng assumed his wife had already fallen asleep, as she lay with her back to him. However, upon lying down, Zhou Chunlan turned to face him. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Feng could see the glimmer in her eyes, seemingly imbued with the essence of spring. He gulped, asking, My dear, why are you still awake? Zhou Chunlan replied playfully, My lord, you seem rather fierce today. Really? Is that so? Lin Feng recalled the morning when the family had been in tears, and he had indeed raised his voice. I was just anxious. I apologize. Zhou Chunlan pouted. An apology alone won't suffice. What do you wish? I must punish you. Punish me for what? You shall be punished below. With that, Zhou Chunlan leaped onto Lin Feng. The next day, Lin Feng rose quite late. Around noon, he summoned a mason to assist in connecting the 2 courtyards and renovating the recently purchased property. He generously compensated him, ensuring the work would be completed in 3 days. Zhang Xiaoyu made a decent recovery today, with no issues regarding food or drink. On the 3rd morning, after breakfast, Lin Feng intended to visit Xiaohe village to see his master and explain his martial arts training, careful not to reveal the existence of the system. He could only convey to his master that he was an extraordinary talent in martial arts, appearing once in a millennium. Should his master be pleased, he might impart a few martial techniques or even gift him a treasured sword. Chapter 77. Visiting the master, concealing one's talents. Having finished breakfast, Lin Feng promptly departed from the county town. After leaving the city, he employed his swift movements, arriving at Xiaohe village in less than half an hour. The village, shrouded in morning mist, was eerily quiet, with only a few crows perched upon the great willow tree. Their cause the only sound piercing the silence. Upon visiting his home, Lin Feng discovered it in disarray, clearly ransacked by thieves. The most valuable possessions, merely a few bedding sets, had been taken, leaving him to wonder who the culprits were. Lin Feng's worth had significantly increased, rendering the meager silver for bedding inconsequential to him. He then proceeded to Mr. Hong's residence, only to find it empty as well, likely abandoned since the day before. As Lin Feng wandered through Xiaohe village, he encountered no one and only spotted a few new graves on the hillside outside the village. It appeared that Xiaohe village had fallen into complete desolation. He then ventured to the nearby Qingshi village, which still had inhabitants, though the atmosphere was stifling. A woman wept and cursed at the village entrance early in the morning, her child having been forcibly taken by the Tianxi gang bandits, leaving her psychologically shattered and her mental state somewhat unstable. Until the Tianxi gang bandits were eradicated, Qinghe County would know no peace. Lin Feng inquired around the village for a while and soon located Mr. Hong's residence. He knocked on the courtyard door. A voice from within, belonging to his senior sister Yue, called out, "Who is it?" "Sister, it's me." Recognizing Lin Feng's voice, Wei quickened her pace. She opened the door and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the mad swordsman from Qinghai County? What brings you here?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Mad swordsman? I must behave myself in front of my senior sister. Humph, come in." Upon entering, Lin Feng greeted Mr. Hong. With a smile, Mr. Hong remarked, "You've been quite elusive, haven't you? I've heard you have perfected both the Golden Bell Shield and the Godly Speed to their utmost realms. Moreover, you possess a formidable hidden weapon technique." Lin Feng began to clarify, but Mr. Hong interrupted, "No need for explanations to me or anyone else. Everyone harbors their own secrets. This world is replete with extraordinary wonders. Elixirs that can enhance one's power for a century, and the inner cores of great demons are nothing rare in the sword sect. There are even greater treasures to be found here. It seems your master suspects you've consumed some wondrous elixir in the mountains. How fares your swordsmanship?" Lin Feng thought to himself, fortunate that he had elevated his basic sword technique to the 3rd level before departing. He clasped his fists and replied, "Disciple has already mastered the basic sword technique to the 3rd level. Excellent. Ensure you solidify your foundation," Mr. Hong advised. "Disciple understands. Also, be cautious in concealing your brilliance. Talented individuals who reveal too much often meet unfortunate ends. Even mere jealousy can provoke those ancient masters whose skills cannot be surpassed to strike at you. You learn any martial art swiftly. You simply lack time. Do not act impulsively." Mr. Hong seemed to be alluding to his own past, likely referring to the massacre of bandits. "Disciple will remember. Show me your hidden weapon skills. Let me witness your prowess." Lin Feng produced a steel ball and, employing the technique of crimson gold glaze, flung it towards a large tree behind the house. Whoosh bang! Wood splintered as the tree was pierced through. Mr. Hong's gaze sharpened. This resembled the long-lost hidden weapon mastery of crimson gold glaze. Indeed, this technique is exceedingly formidable. Unlike typical hidden weapon arts, it employs mental will to lock onto the enemy, making it nearly impossible to evade. Even I must concentrate fully to avoid it. This mastery is notoriously difficult to grasp. I did not expect you to have learned it. You must diligently cultivate this martial art. Should you perfect it, you would truly embody equality among all beings beneath the heavens." Lin Feng nodded. With his master's approval, he was determined to prioritize its practice. He spent a delightful lunch at Mr. Hong's home. In the afternoon, Mr. Hong imparted to Lin Feng a mid-level lightness technique, flying sword through clouds. This technique differed from Godly Speed, as it was designed for traversing rooftops and walls. Upon reaching its perfected state, one could glide upon a flying sword for a distance, akin to standing on a sword while airborne. Mr. Hong further taught Lin Feng a 5-element sword formation, encompassing the superior sword techniques of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This set of swordsmanship was meant for Lin Feng to eventually pass on to the children. If the children can master this sword technique, they are destined to achieve great success in the realm of martial arts. Lin Feng was filled with joy, feeling more exhilarated than if the martial arts had been passed down to him. Once Lin Feng had learned these 2 martial arts, Mr. Hong glanced at the sky and said, "Xiao Feng, you may leave now. All that I could teach you has been imparted. You need not return. You must find a way to join a sect and ascend step by step. I hope that our next meeting will be at the sword sect." Lin Feng bowed to Mr. Hong and said farewell, expressing his gratitude to his master and senior sister. As he exited Mr. Hong's courtyard, Lin Feng felt a twinge of reluctance. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary visit would mark the beginning of a farewell, with uncertainty surrounding their next encounter. His master and senior sister had assisted him immensely. Lin Feng yearned to glance back at them, but he restrained himself, saving that last look for another time. When they meet again, it will surely be at the sword sect. Senior sister Yui stood at the entrance, watching Lin Feng depart, appearing equally reluctant to see him go. It was not until Lin Feng vanished from sight that Yui returned to the courtyard. "Master, why did you send our junior brother away so soon?" she asked. "He has his own path to follow, and we have ours. If he visits frequently, it may pose a danger. We cannot remain here for long. The previous incident has already revealed our location. It won't be long before our hidden enemies may come knocking." After returning home, Lin Feng spent 5 days in diligent seclusion. The courtyard had been restored, transforming into a spacious residence. He crafted wooden swords for each child, encouraging them to practice the 5 elements sword formation daily. Da Bao, fond of commerce, practiced with the 5 elements gold sword. Air Bao, vain by nature, wielded the five elements wood sword. San Bao, a lover of delicacies, trained with the five elements fire sword. Si Bao, honest and straightforward, practiced the five elements earth sword. And little Yu Yu, a girl, practiced with the five elements water sword. The selection of sword techniques for the children was undoubtedly guided by Mr. Hong's wisdom. During these days, Lin Feng diligently explained the bloodthirsty devil technique to Zhang Xiaoyu, who comprehended it thoroughly. Zhang Xiaoyu's external injuries had nearly healed, and both were eager to experiment with the technique. One morning, after breakfast, Lin Feng suggested a walk in the mountains to Zhang Xiaoyu, leading her up the hill. Initially, practitioners of the bloodthirsty devil technique typically chose to consume the blood of wild beasts. Lin Feng captured a wild deer and placed it before Zhang Xiaoyu. Brother Zhang, deer blood is highly nourishing. Let us use this wild deer to experiment with the bloodthirsty devil technique. Chapter 78. The terrifying bloodthirsty devil technique. Zhang Xiaoyu, feeling a sense of urgency, replied, I haven't yet found my rhythm. Let me try circulating the technique a few more times. She felt no urge to consume fresh blood. Lin Feng produced a small knife and a palm-sized iron basin. Do not rush, Brother Zhang. Mastery of a profound technique is not easily attained. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Xiaoyu's forehead. This technique relies solely on mental focus. In essence, it is rooted in imagination, envisioning the flow of heat from the stomach through the meridians into the dantian. It sounds simple, yet it is equally challenging. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Xiaofeng, do you not find this bloodthirsty technique easy to learn yet difficult to master? It should be simple to grasp, yet I feel nothing. No matter how accessible it may seem, it remains an unparalleled skill. Lin Feng swiftly cut through the skin of the wild deer, collecting a basin of blood. Brother Zhang, drink some blood and give it another try. The metallic scent of deer blood was not overpowering, and Zhang Xiaoyu took the iron basin and drank it in one gulp. After consuming it, he once again channeled his energy and immediately sensed a warm current in his stomach. Following the pathway of his technique, he directed the warmth into his dantian. As the warmth entered his dantian, Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes instantaneously turned a vivid crimson. A ravenous desire surged from the depths of his heart. Lin Feng instinctively took a step back, gazing into Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes, which resembled a bottomless abyss of blood. A primal roar erupted from Zhang Xiaoyu, a sound far from human, as he lunged at the wild deer, sinking his teeth into its neck. The deer struggled desperately, but to no avail. Soon, the creature's blood was entirely drained by Zhang Xiaoyu. Yet, his eyes remained blood-red. Rising, Zhang Xiaoyu abruptly turned to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng initially believed that Zhang Xiaoyu had lost his sanity and would soon attack him. However, he was surprised to find that Zhang Xiaoyu retained some semblance of reason. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Xiaoyu fought to suppress the bloodthirst within. With a mouth still stained with blood, he exclaimed, Xiaofeng, hurry. The blood is insufficient. Bring me another. Wait here, Lin Feng replied, darting into the thicket and soon returning with a wild boar. Zhang Xiaoyu bit into the tender flesh beneath the boar's neck, draining its blood. As he did so, his eyes returned to normal. Zhang Xiaoyu felt an inexhaustible surge of power within him. With a mighty punch, he struck a nearby tree, stripping away a large swath of bark. Ah! Zhang Xiaoyu howled to the heavens. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Lin Feng frowned at Zhang Xiaoyu's slightly frenzied demeanor. This bloodthirsty technique was too terrifying. Perhaps it was best he refrained from practicing it. Zhang Xiaoyu's howl seemed to release the long-suppressed frustrations within him. After venting, he turned to Lin Feng, saying, Xiaofeng, I have succeeded. And there is no turning back. The seed of darkness has been sown. I must consume blood at least every 3 days, or I will descend into madness. This technique is indeed sinister. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the malevolence of the technique. However, he recalled his master's words. If one masters this skill to a profound level, the need for blood consumption will cease. Zhang Xiaoyu gazed confidently at the sky, declaring, I will undoubtedly reach that profound level. This martial art resonates with me. On my future path of martial arts, I shall advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng sensed a distinct change in Zhang Xiaoyu. He emanated a sharp, fierce aura. Zhang Xiaoyu approached a small stream to rinse his mouth clean of blood and wash his clothes. The two then prepared the wild deer and boar, discarding the bite marks. Lin Feng roasted the deer, and the flavor was quite delightful. After finishing the venison, Zhang Xiaoyu, carrying the well-prepared wild boar, returned home alongside Lin Feng. Lin Feng perceived that a day's worth of blood drawn from Zhang Xiaoyu equated to a month of training for others, making her cultivation speed remarkably terrifying. However, in comparison to himself, she still lagged far behind. Upon their return, Zhang's mother noticed Zhang Xiaoyu's spirited demeanor and urged Lin Feng to take his wife out for a stroll more often. Once inside, Lin Feng felt a peculiar gaze from his mother. "Mother, what is it?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. Your wife is looking for you," she replied. Lin Feng then went to the adjacent room to find Zhou Chunlan. She was sitting on the bed, her face slightly flushed. "Wife, you called for me?" Lin Feng asked. Zhou Chunlan retrieved a rolled-up painting from the head of the bed and questioned, "What is this?" Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled, "Oh, this belongs to the neighbor, Mr. Li. He feared his wife would discover it, so he left this spring painting with me. I had forgotten about it." Zhou Chunlan's expression shifted to understanding. "So that is the case. I thought you had a penchant for such paintings." Lin Feng stepped forward and embraced Zhou Chunlan tightly, declaring, "My dear, you are 10 times more beautiful than the lady depicted in that painting. With you by my side, why would I need to gaze upon any artwork?" Zhou Chunlan's cheeks flushed crimson as she gently pushed against Lin Feng's chest. "It's broad daylight. Let me go." After planting a kiss on her cheek, Lin Feng set her down. He then grasped the painting and stated, "I shall return this to Mr. Li at once." As Lin Feng approached Mr. Li's residence, he fortuitously encountered the housekeeper, who was aware of Lin Feng's close friendship with Mr. Li. The housekeeper approached Lin Feng and inquired, "Young Master Lin, what brings you here today?" "Oh, I have brought something for Mr. Li," Lin Feng replied, casting a wary glance around the yard, hoping not to encounter Mrs. Li. "Is the lady of the house home today?" he asked. The housekeeper paused, taken aback. "Lady? There has been no lady here for many years. She has passed away. Moreover, the master has remained devoted to her memory all this time, never taking a wife or concubine." This revelation perplexed Lin Feng. If that were the case, why had Mr. Li entrusted him with the spring painting? At that moment, Mr. Li approached from nearby, seemingly having overheard the housekeeper's words. The housekeeper instinctively lowered his head, sensing he had misspoken. The housekeeper's comments appeared to evoke poignant memories for Mr. Li, whose mood darkened as he faced Lin Feng, saying, "Let us share a drink." "I shall substitute tea for wine," Lin Feng replied. "Very well." The two men settled in the cool pavilion of the back courtyard, with a pot of tea and a jug of wine accompanied by a table of light snacks. After a short while of drinking, Mr. Li became intoxicated, having consumed little. For when one is in sorrow, it is not the wine that inebriates, but rather the heart that becomes heavy. Mr. Li, in a dazed state, remarked, "Brother Lin, I must confess, I envy you. Your family is harmonious and free from afflictions, unlike me. I lost both parents at a young age, and my wife passed away before my fortunes turned. She endured countless hardships alongside me. In those days, to help me gather the capital for my business, she labored for a wealthy family, exhausting her health. Now that I possess wealth and live comfortably, she is no longer here. You lie buried beneath the spring, while I remain in this world with snow upon my head. The greatest sorrow in life is longing, and the most distant separation is that between the living and the dead. I fervently wish she could be alive to share in the riches with me." Li Yuanwei let out a hiccup from the wine, gesturing towards the main house. "No, my wife is still here. She is waiting for me at home. Lin Feng, please take away the spring palace illustrations. I cannot allow my wife to see them." Sighing, Lin Feng reluctantly returned the illustrations home. It was unexpected that Li Yuanwei possessed such deep emotions and nostalgia. In this world, there are only two types of individuals who are most susceptible to pain: those who are sentimental and those who cling too dearly to the past. Li Yuanwei embodies both. The anguish he harbors within is not for outsiders to know. It may even border on the neurotic. However, this incident served as a reminder for Lin Feng to hasten the acquisition of a few maidservants to relieve his mother and wife from the burdens of household chores. This would grant them the time to cultivate their martial skills and enhance their longevity. Lin Feng did not wish to find himself at the pinnacle of martial arts, only to look back and discover he had become a solitary figure. Chapter 79, Master in Peril. The following day, Lin Feng purchased 3 maidservants, instructing his mother and wife to assign them tasks. The maidservants were procured through legitimate channels. Under the jurisdiction of the Sword Sect, there were no human traffickers. Anyone caught in the act of trafficking would face the cruelest punishment. Due to the high cost of such crimes, few would engage in this trade. However, many impoverished individuals resorted to selling their children. The three maidservants were of average appearance and youthful, around 13 or 14 years old. Yet, in this world, individuals mature early, and they appeared akin to young ladies, capable of handling various tasks. The household chores for Lin Feng were minimal, primarily consisting of laundry, cooking, and childcare. Initially, both Lin's mother and Zhou Chunlan found it somewhat disconcerting. Lin's mother believed she could manage all household tasks and reproached Lin Feng for purchasing maidservants. However, after 10 days or so, both women acclimated to the changes. Lin Feng took it upon himself to teach them the Ziyue Heart Sutra and the fundamental sword techniques. Other sword techniques were forbidden for dissemination by his master, thus he refrained from teaching them. As time passed, over 2 months went by in tranquility. The bandits did not retaliate in the city, which alleviated Lin Feng's concerns. Nevertheless, the matter still gnawed at him. Such a significant grievance could not simply be overlooked, and he anticipated further developments. Once he gained strength, he would devise a way to eradicate the bandits completely. Zhang Xiaoyu, as the old physician had predicted, had fully recovered and made remarkable strides in strength. After observing Zhang Xiaoyu for a time, Lin Feng noted that aside from moments of blood consumption, he exhibited no signs of losing control. Lin Feng himself made considerable advancements. He spent 20 breakthrough points to elevate the Golden Bell Shield to the realm of intent, acquiring the passive ability, immovable as a mountain. This ability operates without activation, while using the Golden Bell Shield. If he remained stationary, its defensive power would double. His life attribute increased by 10 points, reaching 81. He then expended another 20 breakthrough points to perfect the Breaking Wind Blade technique, raising his life attribute to 91. Moreover, the Breaking Wind Blade technique possessed further realms to explore. Lin Feng invested 16 breakthrough points to elevate the Crimson Gold Glass to its second tier, resulting in his life attribute surpassing the 100 mark, reaching 107. Upon the Crimson Gold Glass's ascension to the second tier, the post-usage recovery time diminished to a mere 2 seconds. To establish a solid foundation, Lin Feng expended another 16 breakthrough points to perfect his basic swordsmanship, consequently raising his life attribute to 123. That morning, Lin Feng reviewed his complete attribute panel. The attribute panel can be found at the end of the chapter in the author's note for those who wish to see it. When allocating points, Lin Feng prioritized practicality and foundational skills. There remained numerous martial arts techniques yet to be mastered, but he felt no urgency. Each day, he earned a breakthrough point, and it wouldn't be long before he could fully enhance all his skills. At that time, his only concern would be whether the martial arts he had learned would suffice for his point allocation. Just as Lin Feng finished examining his attribute panel, his chubby little third treasure came running over, clutching a wooden sword and weeping. "Woo-woo, father, they say I'm foolish, that I only know how to eat and cannot learn anything." The family's living conditions had improved significantly, and with the little third treasure's fondness for food, he had grown into a round, plump child. Lin Feng lifted him onto his lap and spoke gently. "What's the matter, my dear? Woo-woo. We practiced the 5-element sword formation together, but I can never keep up with the rhythm, and they call me stupid." The little third treasure, with tears glistening in his eyes, looked up at Lin Feng. "Father, am I really incapable of anything?" Lin Feng reached out to wipe away the tears from his cheeks, assuring him, "There is no one in this world who is utterly incapable. It's either a lack of effort or simply not finding the right direction. What do you think is the reason?" The little third treasure scratched his chubby head and replied, "Then I shall try harder." "Very well, my son. Just focus on your efforts without any pressure. Even if you truly find yourself lacking, your father will ensure you live a life of abundance, granting you the freedom to eat whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, the little third treasure's face lit up. "All right, father, I want to eat roasted river worms. It's been ages since I've had them. All right, I shall go catch some for you shortly." In this world, river worms were not recognized, and one could only procure them by catching them oneself. As father and son exchanged a few words, the other 4 treasures lined up, heads bowed, approaching quietly. With a swift motion, Lin Feng tapped his wooden sword against the chair. "Come here and stand straight." The children formed a line before him. "Who among you dares to say that the third brother is worthless?" The second treasure, Lin Yuxuan, stepped forward, head bowed. "Father, it was I who said so. I realize my mistake. I was just a bit hasty." Lin Feng's expression softened considerably, relieved that he acknowledged his error. Despite having many children, they were all quite sensible and had not caused him undue worry. With sincerity, Lin Feng admonished, "If your younger brother struggles, You should take it upon yourself to teach him. How can you speak ill of him? Eldest brother, you must stand up to protect your younger siblings. The eldest brother lowered his head, replying, Father, I understand. The second treasure offered a piece of pastry to the little third treasure. Third brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me, and I'll treat you to something delicious. The little third treasure was easily appeased, accepting the treat and popping it into his mouth, responding, It's all right, it's nothing. Let us move on. Lin Feng gently patted the heads of the two children, saying, That's the spirit. You brothers should unite and support one another. Today, we shall forego practice. Go play in the yard for a while. I will catch some river worms for you. Wonderful. I wish to eat river worms too. Father, please catch plenty. We can keep some in the water tank in the courtyard. I want them boiled. Lin Feng placed Sambao on the ground and replied, Very well. I shall catch enough for all of you to enjoy. He then went to the backyard, saddled a horse, and took along a net and a basket, riding out of the courtyard. The stream where the river worms dwelled was quite distant from the county town. Considering the need to carry items back and forth, Lin Feng decided to ride. Though horseback riding was not as swift as the speed of thought, it certainly conserved energy. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the stream and quickly filled a basket with large shrimp. Suddenly, he recalled that both his master and senior sister, Yui, had developed a fondness for large shrimp under his influence. Should he bring a basket of shrimp to his master? Surely, if his master learned that he had swiftly perfected the basic sword techniques, he would be delighted. However, it might not be appropriate to visit the sword sect just yet. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Feng resolved to visit his master's residence. He would merely toss the basket of shrimp into the courtyard and depart, thus avoiding a direct encounter. The distance to Qingshi village was not great. Lin Feng secured the basket of shrimp to his horse and galloped toward the village. As he approached Qingshi village, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The battle steed beneath him startled, coming to an abrupt halt and rearing up. Lin Feng exerted pressure with his legs to calm the horse and scan the surroundings. In the distance, atop a mountain near Qingshi village, he spotted two figures engaged in combat. One of them appeared to be in a wheelchair. Alarmed, Lin Feng wondered if his master was in danger. He dismounted and activated his swift movement technique, racing toward the mountain. Chapter 80. A Sword in Clear Skies. The shadow of impermanence as Lin Feng drew near. Only a few hundred meters from the battlefield, he was intercepted by a figure. Do not go any closer. You will only bring about your own demise. The person who blocked his path was none other than senior sister Yui. Lin Feng halted and inquired, Sister, what is happening? Our identities have been exposed. A master of the demonic path is pursuing us. The individual up there is an exceptionally skilled practitioner from the refining corpse realm, known as Ying Wuchang. We would be unable to withstand even a single blow from him, and advancing would only complicate matters for our master. Lin Feng gazed at the fierce duel between the two combatants. His master's opponent was dressed quite oddly, resembling both the black and white impermanence figures, adorned with a tall hat. However, his attire was split evenly between black and white, embodying both personas. Ying Wuchang swiftly unleashed a barrage of fist strikes, each imbued with concentrated energy, targeting Mr. Hong. In response, Mr. Hong clapped his palms together, releasing dozens of sword-shaped energy blasts that soared toward the myriad of incoming fists. The speed of the sword-shaped energy was evidently slower, and he was forced to retreat several paces before shattering all the incoming strikes. Ha ha! Ying Wuchang laughed heartily, taunting, Mr. Hong, you seem to be somewhat lacking. Mr. Hong gritted his teeth and proclaimed, Wretched scoundrel, you dare to launch a sneak attack only when I am vulnerable. Were I in my prime, you would be unworthy of facing me. Ha ha ha, what good are such words? If you possess the ability, restore yourself to your former glory at once. If you cannot, you shall merely become a soul beneath my fist. Those two little wretches over there, are they your disciples? Once I have dispatched you, I shall send them to join you. Mr. Hong cast a glance towards Lin Feng, furrowing his brow. Why has that child come? I expressly instructed him not to return. Regaining his composure, he addressed Ying Wuchang. You prattle excessively. If you have the skills, then kill me. Ying Wuchang tilted his head and replied, I have come today to slay you. I intend to forge my unparalleled renown with your head. Mr. Hong scoffed. Just a second-rate character, and you dare speak of unmatched fame? What a farce. With a fierce glint in his eye, Ying Wuchang lunged at Mr. Hong, declaring, Let us see the truth of our abilities. The two clashed once more, alternating between close combat and ranged attacks. Mr. Hong was evidently on the defensive, striking far less frequently and finding himself at a disadvantage. Lin Feng turned to his senior sister, Yue, and said, "Senior sister, it seems Master is struggling against that fellow." Senior sister Yue bit her lip, her eyes filled with concern. Master's injuries have yet to heal, and the cold poison lurks within him. Otherwise, he could dispatch this villain with ease. We cannot intervene in such a battle. We can only pray for Master's victory. They both gazed towards the mountaintop. It appeared as though steam was boiling from Mr. Hong's head, exhaling clouds of white vapor with each breath. Ying Wuchang, pressing the attack, taunted, "Mr. Hong, is the cold poison in your body acting up? How does it feel? Not very pleasant, I imagine." "Ha ha." Mr. Hong remained silent, exerting all his strength to respond. Ying Wuchang was correct. Mr. Hong was indeed struggling to contain the cold poison within. His injuries had not yet mended. And just as he managed to channel his true energy, Ying Wuchang had arrived. Mr. Hong sensed that his true energy was waning, leaving him feeling increasingly fatigued. He recognized the gravity of his situation. Today might very well mark his demise, a cruel twist of fate. He could hardly believe that he would meet his end at the hands of such a petty adversary. Mr. Hong flicked his fingers, sending two streams of sword energy soaring into the sky, which erupted like fireworks. It appeared to be a true energy version of the cloud-piercing arrow. Seeing the true energy arrow released by Mr. Hong, Yue instinctively took 2 steps back, nearly collapsing. Lin Feng swiftly supported her, asking, "Senior sister, what is wrong?" "Master just signaled for us to leave," she replied. "He fears he may not be a match for that man." Setting aside their emotional ties to Mr. Hong, they assessed the situation purely from a pragmatic standpoint. Neither wished for any harm to befall him. Mr. Hong was a pivotal figure of the Yunjian Peak within the Sword Sect, the pillar of support for all disciples. Should anything happen to him, his students would struggle to survive in the Sword Sect, facing the perilous assignments or relegated to mundane tasks such as guarding the mines or herb gardens. Even a disciple of Yue's modest skill might find herself cast down the mountain. Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply, anxiety gnawing at his heart. If Mr. Hong has matters to attend to, why would he venture into the Sword Sect? "Senior sister, you should depart first. I shall see if I can find an opportunity to assist Master." After Lin Feng spoke, he dashed towards the direction of his master. He halted more than 100 meters from the battlefield, waiting for a chance. Upon noticing that both of his disciples remained, Mr. Hong sighed inwardly. "Alas, they are good children, but it seems fortune does not favor us today." For the sake of his 2 disciples, Mr. Hong gritted his teeth and persevered. After a while, Ying Wuchang grew somewhat impatient. "Old fool, I had intended to prolong your existence a little longer, but my patience has worn thin." With a great shout, Ying Wuchang clasped his hands together, invoking the Wuchang demon shadow. From behind him, a towering, several-meter-high phantom formed, reminiscent of the black and white impermanence. After invoking it, Ying Wuchang delivered a punch forward, and the ethereal shadow behind him simultaneously hurled a soul-catching chain toward Mr. Hong. The Wuchang demon shadow is Ying Wuchang's signature technique, which earned him the moniker of Ying Wuchang. Mr. Hong, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "A sword of clear skies." A magnificent azure sword, 10 meters long, materialized from his hands, meeting the advancing soul-catching shadow. The impact resounded, sending shockwaves rippling outward, uprooting trees in the vicinity. Even Lin Feng, 200 meters away, was forced backward by the force. Such power, the prowess of a top-tier master in the refining corpse realm, is simply otherworldly. After the clash, the azure sword and the soul-catching chain remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding ground, indicating a contest of internal energy. Mr. Hong was injured and poisoned. His internal strength could not endure for long. Lin Feng looked up and noticed blood continuously trickling from the corner of his master's mouth. It seemed his master was nearing his limit. In a contest of internal energy, external disturbances are the gravest taboo. Now is not the time to remain idle. If his master were to perish, he would be next. With a swift motion of his hands, Lin Feng unleashed 2 crimson gold projectiles aimed at Ying Wuchang's vulnerable area. The projectiles struck, seemingly halted by an invisible barrier, inflicting no harm on Ying Wuchang. Although Lin Feng's surprise attack was not significantly damaging, it was deeply insulting. Ying Wuchang glanced downward, his eyes betraying a mix of anger and disdain, an ant attempting to shake a tree. "You insolent wretch, watch how I deal with you." Senior sister Yue rushed over, grasping Lin Feng. "Junior brother, it's futile. You must flee with me." Ing Wuchang is an elite of the old generation, and you cannot breach his protective aura. You still have a chance to escape. I will hold him off and draw his attention. You have a hope of getting away. Did not Master instruct you not to come? Why did you still come? Master forbids you from coming precisely to protect you from perilous situations like this. Although he seldom expresses concern for you. However, it is evident to me that the Master holds you in the highest regard, treating you as a cherished disciple. The Master would certainly not wish for your demise here. You must leave at once. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng became even more reluctant to depart. The emotions of a man need not be articulated. They manifest through actions. The bond between Lin Feng and Mr. Hong could be likened to that of father and son. Lin Feng gazed up at Mr. Hong, who was simultaneously looking back at him. Mr. Hong shook his head at Lin Feng, the blood flowing from his mouth increasing, indicating he could not endure much longer. Moreover, Lin Feng did not wish to abandon Mr. Hong and Yue, leaving them to face danger while he fled. With a swift motion, Lin Feng loosed 2 more shots of crimson golden glass, aiming still at the shadowy figure of Ing Wuchang. Ing Wuchang furrowed his brow, irritated by the persistent little creature that resembled a toad, refusing to relent. Lin Feng continued to unleash crimson golden glass, convinced of its potent efficacy. Surely it must deplete this person's true energy. Yue grasped Lin Feng's arm, tears brimming in her eyes as she implored him, "Junior brother, cease your efforts. Your cultivation is insufficient to make a difference. Listen to your elder sister and leave quickly." Within her tears lingered a hint of envy. She envied Lin Feng for being favored by the Master upon his entry into the sect, while she, who devoted herself daily to caring for the Master, had never experienced such consideration. Not wishing to blame the Master for favoritism, she attributed it to her own lack of talent. Witnessing his elder sister's distress, Lin Feng indeed contemplated fleeing. Yet, that thought was swiftly extinguished. If he were to depart today, he would never find peace within himself. With a sudden cough, Mr. Hong spat blood, bellowing, "Xiao Feng, hurry and leave." Upon hearing this, Yue trembled. It was evident that the Master was indeed partial, as he had not urged her or the others to leave, but rather specifically addressed Lin Feng. Having spent considerable time alongside Mr. Hong, she understood his intent, to give her brother a chance to escape by requesting she hold her ground. Yue reached for Lin Feng once more. In a fit of defiance, Lin Feng forcefully shook off Yue's hand, exclaiming, "I will not go. Even if my body departs, my heart shall perish here." If death were inevitable today, Lin Feng declared his willingness to face it alongside the Master and his elder sister. Yue felt a swell of emotion, realizing her affection for her younger brother had not been in vain. Simultaneously, Mr. Hong experienced a pang of sorrow intertwined with a flicker of solace in his final moments. He had 2 beloved disciples willing to accompany him into death, a rare fortune in life. Alas, how unfortunate for the young ones. Ing Wuchang observed the trio of master and disciples, a surge of jealousy swelling within him. His own disciples were unruly and ungrateful. Having acquired their skills, they fled, leaving him to fend for himself. They would never contemplate sharing his fate. "Ah, what a profound bond of master and disciples," he mocked, "but do not rush. I shall first escort your master away, and then it will be your turn." With a roar, Lin Feng expressed his inner turmoil, feeling as if something within his mind had exploded. Indeed, it is only in the face of life and death that one can shatter the shackles, awaken the beast within, and unleash the primal force concealed within the body. Lin Feng's hand speed suddenly accelerated. His hands continuously discharged the crimson gold glass projectiles, which formed nearly 2 lines, estimated to release at least a dozen rounds per second. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. "Ah!" Lin Feng shouted as he frantically fired the crimson gold glass. This scene left Mr. Hong, Yue, and Shadow Wuchang in a state of astonishment. Shadow Wuchang was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "What astonishing speed!" The velocity of the concealed weapons was astonishingly rapid, and their lethality appeared to have doubled. He was compelled to summon a vast amount of true energy to shield his body, causing the shadow behind him to diminish slightly, while Mr. Hong's sword surged forward over a meter. Mr. Hong's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope for victory. Sister Yue sensed a potential turnaround in the situation. Suddenly, Lin Feng came to a halt. Shadow Wuchang sighed in relief, thinking, "I knew such a fierce assault could not last long." Sister Yue felt a surge of anxiety. How could he pause at such a critical moment? "Junior brother, why have you stopped? Keep firing." Lin Feng had exhausted all the projectiles on his person, He quickly scanned his surroundings, locating a large stone, which he shattered with a single palm strike. Sister, I've run out of concealed weapons. Quickly, bring me some stones. More is better. Lin Feng grasped the debris and resumed firing at Shadow Wuchang. Sister Yu scoured the mountains for stones, tossing them down to Lin Feng as she found them. Lin Feng swung his arms vigorously, his limbs nearly smoking from exertion. Just as Shadow Wuchang had begun to relax, the relentless barrage resumed. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fragments exploded beneath Shadow Wuchang's groin. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead as he realized his true energy was depleting rapidly. Mr. Hong was not faring any better. The white vapor rising from his head surged more violently than before, akin to water boiling in a pot, now resembling a pot that had been uncovered after boiling. Despite blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he gritted his teeth and persevered. This prolonged struggle, though it may seem lengthy, had only transpired in a matter of seconds since the two had unleashed their ultimate techniques. Mr. Hong's sword aura grew increasingly elongated, nearing Shadow Wuchang's palm. Crack! A sound akin to a breaking eggshell emanated from Shadow Wuchang's body. His expression shifted dramatically. His protective energy shield had actually been breached, even while he was continuously channeling true energy. How could this be? What kind of concealed weapon technique is this? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Could this be the long-lost secret technique of concealed weapons from the martial world? Crimson gold glass? Slap! Shadow Wuchang's lower region was directly struck, and his face instantly turned the color of liver. The shadow behind him began to shrink. Ah! Shadow Wuchang bellowed as he clamped his legs tightly, shielding his lower region, preparing for a desperate fight. Chapter 82. Brat, let us die together. Shadow Wuchang took a deep breath, drawing on his true energy, and unleashed the sonic wave martial technique. The Devil Dragon Roar. This technique is akin to the lion's roar, capable of stunning enemies with sound waves. Roar, roar, roar. Mr. Hong was jolted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as the sword chi of clear skies retracted 3 to 4 meters. The entire mountain peak trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, trees swaying and dust swirling. Although Lin Feng was at a distance, he felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, his steps becoming unsteady, and his assault came to a halt. Sister Yue placed a hand on Lin Feng's back to steady him. Junior brother, do not keep targeting his lower regions. You can strike his vital points. Shanzhong, Guanyuan, Qihai are all viable alternatives. Lin Feng, as if awakening from a dream, realized, indeed, this fellow has his legs clamped. I can attack other areas instead of fixating on the lower regions. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. The protective chi of Shadow Wuchang was shattered, and it would take time to reconstitute. Despite his formidable physique, he suffered several critical strikes to his acupoints, causing a disruption in his chi flow. The roar of the demonic dragon was interrupted, and the shadowy form behind him dimmed slightly. Mr. Hong seized the opportunity, thrusting both palms forward with great force. Kill! The sword chi of clear skies obliterated the soul-binding lock. Shadow Wuchang, being a seasoned veteran, responded swiftly, bringing his hands together, and the shadowy hands behind him converged to grasp Mr. Hong's sword chi. However, Mr. Hong was more adept, twisting his hands. The sword chi spiraled and shattered the shadowy hands of chi. With a hum, the sword chi surged forward, piercing through Shadow Wuchang's body. Although no visible wounds appeared on the surface, he coughed up copious amounts of blood at the moment of impact, indicating severe internal injuries, and his life was now precarious. Shadow Wuchang glared at Lin Feng, seething with hatred, realizing that had it not been for this meddler, he could have easily triumphed today. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he gathered the last remnants of his chi and launched a punch toward Lin Feng. You little brat, perish with me. A massive, fist-shaped shadow of chi shot toward Lin Feng at an astonishing speed. Mr. Hong, witnessing the approaching shadow, felt his eyes nearly burst. Xiao Feng, be careful. Though he shouted a warning, it was too late. Mr. Hong clasped his palms together. With a thunderous roar, the sword chi erupted, tearing Shadow Wuchang in two. At that moment, the clouds atop the mountain dissipated, revealing a sky as blue as if washed clean. Truly, as the martial arts name suggested, it was a sword of clear skies. As the fist shadow advanced, Lin Feng immediately realized he could not evade it, as it seemed to possess a degree of tracking ability. He swiftly tossed Sister Yue aside to shield her from harm. Then, bending his knees and straightening his back, he drew in his abdomen and chest, sinking his chi to his dantian. crossing his arms to protect his vital areas. The golden bell shield was activated at its peak, embodying an immovable stance. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng was propelled more than 20 meters by the force of the punch, his arms fracturing upon impact. Before he even landed, he coughed up blood. The sheer force caused his body to bounce off the ground, akin to a stone skipping across water. Finally coming to rest after 3 rebounds, Lin Feng felt several ribs break, his arms and legs fractured as well. His health attribute plummeted from 123 to 3. Yet, fortunately, he had preserved his life. As long as one can preserve their life, nothing else matters. Even the gravest of wounds can be somewhat mended with a hearty meal. Junior brother, Sister Yue exclaimed, rushing to Lin Feng's side. Upon seeing him drenched in blood, she trembled, extending her hands yet hesitating to assist him. From her bosom, she extracted a healing potion, preparing to administer it to Lin Feng. Mr. Hong, having finished inspecting the corpse of the Shadowless, approached in his wheelchair. Gliding down from the mountaintop, he dismounted and seated himself beside Lin Feng, placing his fingers upon Lin Feng's pulse. Yue, your healing potion is of little use. Your junior brother's external injuries are secondary. His internal organs are displaced, and his meridians are damaged. He is gravely injured. Upon hearing this, Yue retracted the potion. Mr. Hong first set Lin Feng's fractured bones. Then from a silken pouch at his waist, he produced a white jade box, roughly the size of a quail egg. The exquisite craftsmanship of the box suggested that its contents were anything but ordinary. With a crisp sound, Mr. Hong opened the jade box and retrieved a golden pill, slightly smaller than a quail egg, emanating a soothing fragrance and shimmering with a golden hue. He pinched the golden pill and placed it into Lin Feng's mouth. Xiao Feng, swallow this pill. Lin Feng, engulfed in pain, was unable to speak or move, yet he managed to force the pill down. After consuming the pill, a miraculous scene unfolded. His attribute panel appeared automatically, accompanied by a selection box that offered him the choice to convert the medicinal pill into 120 points of life attributes or 120 breakthrough points, with the default option being life attributes. The countdown for his selection was 10 seconds. Should Lin Feng have been in a state of unconsciousness, the points would have been automatically allocated to his life attributes. However, as he was conscious, he opted to convert the pill into breakthrough points. Allocating the points directly to life attributes felt like a waste. Transforming them into breakthrough points for enhancing his martial skills was a more prudent choice. After a brief moment of recovery, Lin Feng finally managed to speak. Food. Meat. Please procure some meat for me. Mr. Hong glanced around and remarked. This place is not safe for prolonged stay. Let us find another location to procure sustenance. Given the recent tumultuous battle, Mr. Hong was nearing his limits, and Lin Feng was incapacitated. Attracting further skilled adversaries would spell trouble. Mr. Hong, lifting Lin Feng and placing him across his lap, propelled his wheelchair with his inner energy. Yue followed closely behind, and soon the three descended the mountain. They halted on a nearby peak, where Mr. Hong laid Lin Feng gently on the ground, instructing, Yue, go hunt for some game. Prepare some roasted meat for your junior brother. Yue responded affirmatively and busied herself with the task. Mr. Hong detached a water pouch from his wheelchair and offered Lin Feng a sip. After drinking, Lin Feng felt considerably revitalized. Mr. Hong then retrieved a cloth bag from his wheelchair, producing pieces of jerky to feed Lin Feng. After consuming several pieces, Lin Feng's life attributes were restored to 5. By this time, Lin Feng was able to move again. Grasping the bag containing the jerky, he declared, Master, I can manage it myself. Mr. Hong handed the bag to Lin Feng. Lin Feng devoured the dried meat with great enthusiasm, swiftly emptying the bag. Once finished, his vitality attributes surged back to 10. He turned over and sat up, prompting Mr. Hong to believe that the elixir he had administered was taking effect. Lin Feng inquired, Master, what was the elixir you just gave me? Is there more? Mr. Hong shook his head, replying, this elixir is known as the Dragon Blood Heart Nourishing Pill, crafted from the blood of a mythical dragon and the rare heart nourishing herb, making it exceedingly precious. The maid, Yue, having finished roasting the meat, approached and remarked, Master only had this single Dragon Blood Heart Nourishing Pill, which he was reluctant to consume himself. It has now fortuitously benefited you. A warmth filled Lin Feng's heart as he expressed his gratitude to his master for the gift. Mr. Hong waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no need for formality between us. This pill holds little significance for me, which is why I saved it. To Lin Feng, however, That pill was of immense importance. He had always thought he could only wait for the system to grant him a few breakthrough points each day. He never anticipated that such a pill could directly convert into breakthrough points. Eagerly, he asked, "Master, how can one acquire such a pill, or one of similar caliber?" Mr. Hong elucidated, "Unless you join a sect or its affiliated forces and achieve significant merits within, it is unlikely that the sect will reward you with a sacred herb comparable to the dragon blood heart-nourishing pill. If you wish to obtain one, you must wait until you become an inner disciple, at which point you may receive 2 of them." "Oh, I see," Lin Feng noted, realizing that acquiring such a pill would not be easy, and he made a mental note of it. The government office and the city guards are both affiliated with the sect. The season for recruiting personnel in the government office and city guards is approaching, during which a martial arts competition will be established. With his current martial prowess, he was confident of entering the government office or city guards, thus presenting an opportunity to achieve merit. As for becoming an inner disciple, that was a distant prospect, one he would not contemplate for now. As Mr. Hong conversed with Lin Feng, Yue sat quietly beside them, resting her chin on her hands and listening intently. "Little Feng, I truly thank you today. Without your assistance, my sister and I would surely have perished on the mountain," she remarked, nodding in agreement. "Junior brother, I never imagined you were so formidable. During our encounter with the bandits, I thought you were already quite powerful. It turns out you were not even using your full strength then." Lin Feng thought to himself that he had indeed given his all at that time, but his prowess had since grown over the past 2 months. He refrained from voicing this, knowing others would likely not believe him. With a smile, he replied, "Master, sister, there's no need for such formality." Mr. Hong stroked his beard thoughtfully, stating, "Ing Wuchang possesses remarkable innate talent. Unfortunately, in his youth, he only cultivated to the level of cowhide and skin refinement before hastily advancing to the flesh refining realm. Once a realm is transcended, retreat is impossible. Had he reached the stone skin level, your projectiles would have been ineffective against him. Ing Wuchang's foundation is unstable. After reaching the organ refining realm, he has stagnated, unable to advance any further. Little Wind, do not emulate him. You must exercise patience and lay a solid foundation. In the realm of skin refinement, it is best to reach the level of iron skin." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, his aspiration being copper skin. Remember, achieving great mastery in intermediate martial arts or minor mastery in superior martial arts will lead one into the realm of flesh refinement. Mastery of superior martial arts at a grand level will elevate one to the realm of bone refinement. Until the skin refinement is complete, do not advance any intermediate or superior martial arts to the level of great mastery. The disciple acknowledges this. Master Hong continued, "Little Wind, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Our lineage is clear in reward and punishment. This merit I shall remember for you. Once you become an inner disciple of the Sword Sect, I will duly reward you." Lin Feng felt as though his master was merely painting a picture of future glory, uncertain of how far it might extend. Master Hong then inquired, "Little Wind, your display of strength was rather peculiar. Have you grasped some form of insight?" Lin Feng candidly replied, "I practice the family's beast hunting fist, which indeed allows me to enter a unique state in times of crisis. I refer to it as the heart of the beast." "That is indeed correct. I did not expect you to derive insight from a commonplace technique. It seems you are truly a martial arts prodigy of a century," Master Hong remarked. "Your talent and opportunity are commendable, yet I have noticed that you are overly focused on external techniques while neglecting internal cultivation. Have you not practiced the heart-nourishing sword technique?" Lin Feng nodded, feeling limited in his breakthroughs, believing that the heart-nourishing sword technique would not enhance his combat power and could be practiced later. Master Hong stated, "Weak internal energy makes it difficult to unleash great power in external techniques. Internal cultivation is the foundation of all. If your inner strength were robust enough, you would not have sustained such severe injuries today. Once you have healed, you must swiftly practice the heart-nourishing sword technique. The disciple will remember." Master Hong then produced 2 manuals, stating, "These are 2 techniques I retrieved from the body of the Shadow Wuchang. One is the sound wave attack technique he just employed, the Demon Dragon Roar. The other is the technique he used when attacking you, the Heavenly Demon Meteor Fist. Both are rare superior martial arts. I will need to take these manuals back shortly to submit them to the sect for contribution points. Study them well and memorize them quickly." Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. Indeed, he had come to the right place to see his master. These 2 techniques were formidable, and he had experienced their might firsthand. Lin Feng swiftly perused the manuals while Master Hong closed his eyes to heal, suppressing the cold poison within. Lin Feng allowed the system to memorize the two manuals and then read through them thoroughly. He discovered that to unleash the power of these superior techniques, one must at least reach the realm of bone refinement, as only then would internal energy transform into true qi. With true qi, one could unleash effects similar to those of Shadow Wuchang and his master. Internal energy cannot leave the body without a medium. The limitation he faced was indeed the realm itself. He must urgently seek a similar hard martial art, like the Golden Bell Shield, to elevate his realm from iron skin to copper skin. After achieving perfection in skin refinement, one must diligently temper the physical body in the realm of flesh refinement. It is only upon reaching mastery in this domain that one can ascend to the realm of bone refinement. There remains a considerable distance to traverse. I must return to the black market to procure the manual for horizontal cultivation techniques as swiftly as possible, striving to break through to the next level. After half an hour, Yue had prepared the meat and called upon Mr. Hong and Lin Feng to dine. To Lin Feng's surprise, his senior sister Yue had even grilled large prawns, evidently having discovered the river worms he had brought. However, the flavor of the roasted meat bore an uncanny resemblance to horse meat. Lin Feng glanced at his sister Yue and inquired, "Sister, you haven tea roasted my horse, have you?" With an innocent expression, Yue replied, "Oh, so that was your horse. I saw it lingering in the woods, unwanted, so I decided to roast it. What's the matter?" "Nothing, it's quite good. Poor horse, it only took one ride before meeting its demise, but I suppose it died for a worthy cause." Lin Feng devoured the horse meat, gradually restoring his life attribute. A single horse and hundreds of prawns were mostly consumed by him. His life attribute had recovered to 63, while the combined meat consumed by Yue and Mr. Hong barely amounted to a fraction of his intake. Observing Lin Feng's belly, Yue exclaimed, "Goodness, junior brother, that's not a belly, it's an insatiable abyss." Mr. Hong chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, your physique is rather unique. It appears you are a natural talent for martial arts." Gazing at the sky, Mr. Hong stated, "Let us part ways here. Yue and I shall return directly to the sect. Xiao Feng, do not become complacent upon your return. Join the sect as soon as possible. Remember, your master awaits you at the sword sect." "I shall not be negligent, master," Lin Feng assured. Yue mimicked Mr. Hong's tone, adding, "Sister is also waiting for you at the sword sect." Lin Feng smiled, "Sister, please refrain from roasting my horse next time." Their laughter echoed as they bid farewell. Once Lin Feng departed, Mr. Hong turned to Yue and said, "Yue, haven't you always desired to learn my yin-yang sword technique? Upon our return to the sect, I shall teach you." A look of delight spread across Yue's face as she replied, "Thank you, master." Lin Feng returned home after catching 2 baskets full of prawns. Upon arriving in the county town, he purchased a new set of clothes, for his previous attire had been torn to shreds. When Lin Feng's mother saw him enter the courtyard clad in new garments and carrying a basket of fish, she inquired, "Xiao Feng, where's your horse?" "The horse? It fell off a cliff and perished." Knowing his mother would be alarmed if she learned of his perilous encounter, Lin Feng refrained from divulging the day's events. Lin Mu cast a skeptical glance at Lin Feng, suspecting he was withholding the truth, yet she refrained from pressing further. "Xiao Feng, you are the pillar of our family. We all rely on you for sustenance. Please be cautious." "Mother, rest assured, I am well aware of my responsibilities," Lin Feng replied, setting down the basket and heading next door. Tomorrow marked the 15th day of the month, and the black market opened on the 1st and 15th of each month. He needed to arrange a meeting with Mr. Li to discuss purchasing manuals at the black market. It was imperative to acquire a manual for horizontal cultivation akin to the Golden Bell Shield, striving to reach the bronze skin level and subsequently break through to the next realm. The over 100 breakthrough points he possessed could not remain dormant. They must swiftly be transformed into strength. Chapter 84. Which of the 2 hard skills should one learn? Lin Feng broached the subject of visiting the black market with Li Yuanwei. Without inquiring about Lin Feng's intentions, Li Yuanwei readily agreed, saying, "Brother, make sure you have your silver ready. I shall come to find you tomorrow night, and we will venture to the black market together." Ever since their previous drinking session, the bond between the two seemed to have grown closer. Li Yuanwei no longer referred to Lin Feng as Lin Laodi, but simply as brother. Lin Feng appreciated Li Yuanwei's sentimental nature and thought him a trustworthy companion. He contemplated bringing forth his distillation and brewing techniques to engage in business with Li Yuanwei. Although he possessed a considerable amount of silver, merely spending without earning was not a sustainable approach. The future would likely require more funds. Establishing a business would ensure a steady income and perhaps even lead to substantial wealth. However, that matter would have to wait. Acquiring the secret manual was the utmost priority. The following evening, Lin Feng awaited at home with 5,000 taels of silver notes. Approaching the witching hour, he stepped out of the courtyard and stood at the entrance, anticipating Li Yuanwei's arrival. As expected, Li Yuanwei emerged at that moment, accompanied by his steward and several bodyguards. He waved to Lin Feng, calling, "Brother, over here." Lin Feng joined Li Yuanwei, and together they headed towards the black market. Li Yuanwei pulled out a 1,000 tael silver note from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. "Brotherly, what is this for? The idea you provided about the upper and lower bunks was incredibly useful and indeed helped me earn some money. This is your reward." "Brotherly, you are too kind." Lin Feng had not anticipated any compensation when he offered the suggestion. Li Yuanwei insisted, "Take it, it's yours. In the future, do remember to share any good ideas with me." "Very well, I shall accept it." Reluctantly, Lin Feng accepted the note, wishing to avoid any discord during their journey. Upon reaching the black market, they parted ways. Lin Feng hurried towards the emaciated old man selling secret manuals. The old man was indeed still present. After rummaging through his stall for a while, Lin Feng discovered a manual titled Iron Cloth Shirt. A smile of delight spread across Lin Feng's face. This was precisely what he had been seeking. However, after perusing the manual, his expression soured. The system had not recorded this manual, indicating it was a counterfeit. What a deception! The manual instructed one to whip themselves and strike themselves with a stick, only for it to be a sham. Anyone who bought this manual and attempted to practice its teachings would find themselves in dire straits, potentially ruining their own health in the process. Lin Feng tossed the manual back onto the stall and turned to leave. He then approached the elderly woman selling books. The ancient text concealing hidden treasures was nowhere to be found. Perhaps it had been sold, or perhaps not. Regardless, it was of no concern to him. Lin Feng perused all the books at the old woman's stall, but could find no ancient texts containing martial arts secrets. Disappointment washed over him. Would he truly return empty-handed this time? After leaving the old woman's stall, he scoured the black market once more, yet found nothing. He consoled himself, realizing that it was unrealistic for fortune to favor him every time, that one could not always find exactly what they sought. Lin Feng strolled for an hour before arriving at the entrance of the black market. To his surprise, he found Mr. Li and his entourage already waiting there. It seemed that Mr. Li was merely accompanying him on this excursion, rather than intending to make any purchases. "Brotherly, how long have you been waiting?" Lin Feng inquired. Mr. Li chuckled lightly. "Not long at all. I had just arrived when you showed up." The two departed from the black market, and Mr. Li, noticing Lin Feng's lack of enthusiasm, asked, "Brother, did you fail to find what you were seeking?" Lin Feng nodded and candidly replied, "I came to the black market specifically to acquire a manual on the horizontal training of martial arts, but I was unable to obtain it." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Li remarked, "To learn horizontal training, one need not solely rely on purchasing a manual. You could seek someone to teach you." Lin Feng's eyes brightened. "Oh? Is it possible that the martial arts schools in the city offer instruction in such techniques? As long as you can learn. It matters not whether it is through a teacher or a book," he added. Mr. Li shook his head. Martial arts schools do not teach horizontal training. Their instruction consists merely of superficial techniques. However, I have heard that the authorities have apprehended a notorious thief who possesses considerable skills in horizontal training. You could approach this thief in prison for instruction. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Would it be feasible to learn in prison? Would the authorities permit me to come and go freely? Mr. Li laughed and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Brother, with money, anything is possible. If wealth can persuade even the most obstinate, entering a prison should be no challenge." Lin Feng suddenly understood. In this world rife with corrupt governance, one could indeed resolve most matters with sufficient funds. Mr. Li glanced at Lin Feng's attire and said, "Brother, when conducting business, one must present oneself with a certain dignity. I have a splendid brocade robe that I used to wear in my youth, but now that I am older, it no longer suits me. I will give it to you. Tomorrow, wear this robe and accompany me to the county office. I will assist you in resolving your affairs. However, let us be clear. As brothers, we must keep our accounts straight, and you will still need to provide the funds." "Then I must thank you, brotherly." Lin Feng replied gratefully. I appreciate your willingness to invest your time to help me. I would not wish for you to spend your money. In his desire to enlist Mr. Li's assistance, Lin Feng graciously accepted the gift of clothing. It is not that I am concerned about the money, but rather I fear that financial matters might tarnish our brotherhood. Many good friends have become estranged over mere coins. I wish to remain your brother for life. Hence my desire to clarify this in advance. Mr. Li, truly a man of sentiment, spoke of money without fear of jeopardizing their friendship. Thank you for your kindness. My dear brother, our friendship is like water, pure and unassuming. The two then returned to Mr. Li's residence, where he presented Lin Feng with a resplendent golden brocade robe. The robe exuded an air of opulence, leading Lin Feng to surmise that Mr. Li's status was likely quite significant. Yet, Mr. Li had previously mentioned his humble beginnings, leaving Lin Feng puzzled about how he could afford such a valuable garment. Despite his curiosity, Lin Feng refrained from probing further and took the robe home. The following morning, adorned in the golden brocade robe, Lin Feng sat at the dining table, causing his family to gasp in astonishment. His mother inquired, "Little Feng, where did you acquire such a dazzling robe? Is it not a bit too ostentatious?" "This robe was a gift from Mr. Li next door. I am wearing it for the sake of convenience in conducting business," he explained. De Bao gazed at Lin Feng's robe, utterly enamored. He set down his chopsticks and approached Lin Feng, caressing the golden brocade robe adorning him. "Father, when I grow up, will you buy me a robe like this?" Lin Feng lifted De Bao into his arms and replied, "My dear son, there is no need to wait until you grow up. Tonight, I shall procure a robe of this kind for you." De Bao planted a kiss on Lin Feng's cheek, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Thank you, father." The other children clamored for a robe as well, and Lin Feng acquiesced to their requests. Lin Mu cast a disapproving glance at Lin Feng, questioning the wisdom of purchasing such an expensive garment for children who were still growing. They will outgrow it in a year or two. It would be a waste. Lin Feng smiled and reassured her, "It's no trouble. If the children desire it, we shall indulge them." After dining, Lin Feng proceeded to the residence of Li Yuanwei. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Li Yuanwei felt a spark of admiration. Indeed, he bore a resemblance to the youthful elegance of his own past, an impressive young gentleman, like a jade tree poised in the wind. Society often values appearances. Dressing flamboyantly could facilitate matters. Upon their arrival at the county office, Lin Feng generously dispersed 100 taels of silver, thereby ensuring his smooth entry into the prison. Within the confines of a fortified cell, a young man knelt, his backside perched on the ground. A jailer, accompanying Lin Feng, wrapped the iron bars of the cell with the sheath of his sword, announcing, "This noble wishes to inquire about certain matters. You would do well to respond appropriately, lest you suffer the consequences." With that, the jailer exited. The imprisoned youth raised his head. Lin Feng noted that the boy was quite pleasing in appearance, with fair skin and striking features, though his complexion appeared unhealthy. Upon learning that a noble had arrived, the boy scrambled to the cell door, whispering, "Noble sir, what do you wish to know? Speak quickly, I assure you. I shall divulge everything. I implore you, find a way to extricate me from this wretched place. They deny me food and torment me with iron rods at night, trying to break my spirit." Lin Feng was tempted to inquire whether the tormentors truly employed iron rods, or if it was something altogether different. He chuckled and got straight to the point. "I have heard you practice external martial arts. Is this true?" The young prisoner nodded vigorously, confirming, "Indeed. I not only practice iron cloth, but also the 13 Guardians of the North." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. He had finally found what he was seeking. However, the dilemma arose. Which of these martial arts should he pursue? Chapter 85. Children choose, adults embrace. All Lin Feng resolved to learn both forms of martial arts, and afterward, he would determine which to enhance further. He inquired, "What is your name?" The boy replied, "I am Sun Yu." After asking his question, Lin Feng turned to leave. The young prisoner, Sun Yu, hastily called out, "Noble sir, do not depart. What else would you like to know?" Lin Feng ignored him, instead stepping outside to inquire about the nature of the boy's crime and the cost to secure his release. The warden informed Lin Feng that the young man had merely stolen a few taels of silver and had not taken any lives. Unfortunately, he had been caught in the act at the home of the city lord's cousin. To secure his freedom would require a sum of 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels was neither excessive nor trivial. Lin Feng deemed the investment worthwhile. Upon returning to the cell, he addressed the young prisoner, Sun Yu, saying, "I can arrange for your release. However, you must bestow upon me the iron cloth and the 13 Guardians techniques." The young prisoner's Sun Yu's eyes flickered. These two martial arts are not easily mastered, requiring at least 1 or 2 years just to grasp the basics. Lin Feng had no time to squander. Simply teaching him would suffice, and he could practice slowly thereafter. I shall grant you 5 days. If you teach me within this time frame, you may leave. Do you agree? Sun Yu inquired. What if I refuse? Should you decline, I shall spend some silver to ensure the guards take good care of you. The young prisoner's Sun Yu shuddered at the implication. Such care was far from ordinary, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. I agree, he hastily replied. Very well. Commence your teachings at once. Through the bars of the cell, Sun Yu began explaining the iron cloth technique to Lin Feng, occasionally demonstrating a few movements. The iron cloth is a method that enhances the body's impact resistance through massage and striking techniques. Once perfected, one's body feels as if encased in iron armor. After expounding for nearly half an hour, Sun Yu asked, Have you grasped the iron cloth technique? Lin Feng listened attentively. Yet the martial arts section of his system panel did not display the iron cloth skill, indicating that the young prisoner was likely deceiving him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Feng inquired, Are you certain your instruction is accurate? Sun Yu, eyes darting, ambiguously replied, The teachings are undoubtedly correct. It is merely uncertain how much you can learn. Lin Feng pointed a finger at Sun Yu, stating, You are quite insincere. I shall return tomorrow. Ponder how you might instruct me properly. You shall go without food today. Sun Yu rushed to the cell door, exclaiming, Do not depart. I have remembered. I have yet to finish teaching you. I will continue. Lin Feng did not turn back, leaving behind a parting remark. Think carefully. Do not omit anything. The next day, Lin Feng returned to the cell. Upon seeing him, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled. Noble one, you have finally arrived. I shall continue your instruction on the iron cloth. In truth, the prisoners were not entirely deprived of food. They received at least a bowl of thin porridge daily. However, Lin Feng had ensured that Sun Yu had not tasted even the porridge the previous day. Today, Sun Yu appeared somewhat lethargic, clearly hungry. Lin Feng smiled, saying, Then hasten your teachings. If you can teach me the iron cloth today, I shall send you fine wine and sumptuous dishes. At the mention of food, Sun Yu's throat moved, and his stomach growled. The allure of sustenance is undeniably potent for the hungry. Sun Yu instructed Lin Feng for another half hour, declaring, I have imparted everything to you. Yet, Lin Feng's system panel still did not reflect the skill, indicating that Sun Yu's teachings were either incorrect or incomplete. Lin Feng squinted at Sun Yu. Are you certain you have taught all? You have but one opportunity. Think carefully before you respond. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Sun Yu realized the difficulty of deceiving Lin Feng. I have recalled it. There is just a little more I must teach you. Sun Yu continued for another half hour. Finally, the iron cloth skill appeared on Lin Feng's attribute panel, bringing him satisfaction. He ordered 2 lavish feasts from a tavern in the city, one for the guards and one for the young prisoner Sun Yu. Sun Yu devoured the meal voraciously, filling his belly until it resembled a balloon. Having indulged in a hearty feast, Sun Yu's words began to flow with increasing fervor. I am profoundly grateful to you, my elder brother, for this splendid meal. During my time in captivity, I have scarcely had my fill. I originally came to Qinghe County seeking refuge with relatives, only to discover that they were nowhere to be found, and my funds have long since dwindled. I intended to earn some silver to prolong my stay in the county town and participate in the selection for the city guard. Alas, I did not foresee that I would be apprehended at the first attempt. Your martial prowess is quite formidable. How then did you fall prey to a mere band of household guards? They are no ordinary retainers. Their skills surpass those of the constables, and they wield specialized nets for capturing individuals. My hard skills are indeed impressive, but my lightness of foot is lacking. I was caught and subjected to a thorough beating, my life hanging by a thread. Subsequently, I was cast into the dungeon, where I was sustained by nothing but a bowl of thin gruel each day. Fortunately, I encountered you, dear brother. Otherwise, I would surely have perished from hunger in this wretched prison. Lin Feng nodded noncommittally. He was not inclined to fully trust the stranger's words, yet he sensed that this youth, though somewhat cunning, was not inherently malevolent. After their meal, Sun Yu began instructing Lin Feng in the 13 Taibao horizontal training. This discipline is far more challenging than the iron cloak and steel shirt techniques. The 13 Taibao horizontal training encompasses a collection of 13 hard skills, including iron head, iron palm, iron abdomen, and iron groin, among others. Mastery of all 13 is requisite to attain the true title of 13 Taibao horizontal training. It is said that upon achieving this mastery, one gains immense strength, with no vulnerabilities whatsoever, representing the pinnacle of external martial arts. Moreover, the cultivation of this skill necessitates the preservation of one's youthful body, should one lose their youthful state. The power dissipates. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng had never truly been a youth, and thus he questioned whether he could even practice this art. I shall learn first and ponder later, he resolved. As night fell, Lin Feng prepared to return home, but Sun Yu implored, "Noble brother, do not depart just yet. Let us study a while longer. The content of the 13 Taibao horizontal training is extensive, and I fear you might not grasp it all in these few days." This young man sought to supplement his own education, but Lin Feng was resolute. With a smile, he inquired, "To what extent have you mastered the 13 Taibao horizontal training?" Sun Yu replied, "I have merely scratched the surface. My progress faltered when I lost my youthful state, rendering the skill ineffective. Perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from pursuing it. What man can maintain his youthful form indefinitely? Learning it would be futile. Whether it is futile or not, I must complete the study to ascertain its value," Lin Feng countered. "I shall retire for the night and extend our time together by a day." Over the ensuing days, Sun Yu taught diligently, driven by his desire to escape the confines of the cell. On the 6th day, Lin Feng finally grasped the 13 Taibao horizontal training. Although it is considered an inferior martial art, it stands as a paragon among those of its kind. Lin Feng discovered that, despite not being a youth, he could still practice this martial art. The price for entry was a cost of 10 breakthrough points. Furthermore, he could not indulge in the company of women until he perfected this skill. Although his breakthrough points were plentiful, he was reluctant to squander them. Lin Feng resolved to enhance his iron shirt technique first. With his martial arts in place, he would commence adding points the following morning, utilizing all 132 of his breakthrough points. The question remained, upon which arts should he bestow his enhancements? Chapter 86, Frenzied Skill Enhancement. Breaking through great realms the following day, Lin Feng ascended the mountain accompanied by Zhang Xiaoyu to hunt. He intended to complete his skill enhancements while simultaneously breaking through to a new realm. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Feng briefly examined his attribute panel. Health, 123. Breakthrough points, 133. The number of breakthrough points was quite ample. The pair hunted 2 wild boars, and after Zhang Xiaoyu had finished draining their blood, Lin Feng commenced the roasting of the boar. While he tended to the cooking, he encouraged Zhang Xiaoyu to continue hunting. Lin Feng began allocating points to his iron cloth technique. The initial entry into the iron cloth required a single breakthrough point, resulting in a slight increase in his health attribute. He then expended 16 breakthrough points to elevate the iron cloth to the 8th layer, enhancing his health by an additional 8 points. Having consumed the roasted boar, Zhang Xiaoyu returned with a roe deer and 2 wild wolves. Lin Feng persisted in roasting meat, as he needed to utilize all his breakthrough points that day, ensuring an ample supply of sustenance. Fortunately, with Zhang Xiaoyu's assistance, he was relieved of the burden of hunting. Lin Feng further allocated 4 breakthrough points to achieve a perfected state in the iron cloth technique, which increased his health attribute by 2 points. The perfected state represented the pinnacle of the iron cloth technique. After completing the enhancements to the iron cloth, Lin Feng sensed a notable increase in both his strength and defense. He glanced once more at his attribute panel. Health, 134. Breakthrough points, 112. Iron cloth, lower grade, perfected. Realm, refining skin, copper skin. The total expenditure for perfecting the iron cloth amounted to 21 breakthrough points, resulting in an 11-point increase in health. His strength had now reached over 6,500 pounds, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, and he found himself unmatched among those of the same realm. After all, those who shared his realm could not possibly possess greater martial skills than he did. However, Lin Feng discovered that copper skin was not the ultimate realm of refining skin. There existed realms beyond it. He found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to advance to the realm of refining flesh or to continue refining his skin. Having uncovered the existence of a new realm within refining skin, it would indeed be a pity not to explore it. Since he possessed an abundance of breakthrough points and still had a formidable martial technique to practice, he resolved to continue refining his skin, accepting the possibility of expending additional breakthrough points. Lin Feng instructed Zhang Xiaoyu to continue hunting while he resumed roasting the meat. Zhang Xiaoyu was astonished. Despite having thoroughly satisfied his own hunger from the blood, Lin Feng still had not eaten his fill. Lin Feng then allocated 10 breakthrough points to initiate the practice of the 13 Protectors horizontal training, resulting in a 1-point increase to his health attribute. The reason for the 10-point expenditure was due to the requirement of a youthful body for the 13 Protectors horizontal training, since he did not possess such a form. He had to invest more attribute points to begin. Lin Feng deemed this expenditure worthwhile, as he truly could not present a youthful body. The 13 Protectors horizontal training consumed 2 breakthrough points for each of the 8 layers, mirroring the Iron Cloth in total expenditure of 16 breakthrough points, which raised his health attribute by 8 points. Afterward, he spent 4 additional breakthrough points to bring the 13 Protectors horizontal training to its perfected state, which granted him a further 2-point increase in health. The perfected state similarly represented the highest realm of the 13 Protectors horizontal training. Lin Feng had anticipated that the most formidable martial technique, the 13 Protectors horizontal training, would possess a realm of artistic conception, only to realize that he had overestimated its complexity. At present, there appears to be no discernible pattern regarding which martial arts possess a transcendent essence. It seems to rely solely on fortune. After achieving perfection in the 13 Guardians horizontal training, one ascended to a new pinnacle, rendering oneself impervious to harm from those of comparable strength lacking formidable weapons. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that horizontal training, albeit effective against external attacks, is a lesser form of martial arts, offering only mediocre defense against internal forces and true energy. Lin Feng glanced at his attributes panel. Life, 145 breakthrough points, 82 Iron Cloth, lower tier, perfected, 13 Guardians horizontal training, lower tier, perfected, realm, skin refinement, golden skin. To his astonishment, he had swiftly reached the next realm of skin refinement, golden skin, sooner than anticipated. This seemed rather logical upon reflection. The arduous nature of horizontal training already surpasses that of ordinary martial arts. Not to mention the countless hardships endured and the substantial amounts of medicinal herbs consumed during the training process. For an ordinary martial artist to perfect a single horizontal training technique typically requires 60 long years. By that time, one would no longer be youthful, and few would wish to dedicate another 60 years to mastering an additional horizontal technique. Furthermore, as age progresses and vitality wanes, achieving perfection in another horizontal technique becomes nearly impossible unless one is a prodigy of a grand sect, aided by sacred elixirs like the Dragon Blood Nurturing Heart Pill. Mastering a single hard technique in one's lifetime is already a remarkable feat. Mastering 2 is exponentially more challenging. While attempting to master 3 horizontal techniques is akin to reaching for the heavens. Having broken through to the golden skin realm, while its high defensive capabilities are noteworthy, the true advantage lies in the remarkable breathability of his skin, allowing internal energy to effortlessly permeate to the surface, enveloping his entire being. Golden skin represents the pinnacle of skin refinement. Lin Feng has reached unprecedented heights in this realm, laying a solid foundation for his martial journey. The next step is to break into the flesh refinement realm. Achieving great mastery in middle-tier martial arts, or attaining minor mastery in upper-tier martial arts, will lead to this new stage. The only middle-tier martial art he possesses is the cloud-piercing sword step, while he has several upper-tier techniques. Recently, his master advised him to focus on internal cultivation, particularly the Nurturing Heart Sword technique. Thus, he decided to invest points into the Nurturing Heart Sword technique. The breakthrough points required for upper-tier martial arts are quadruple those needed for lower-tier arts. The entry level for upper-tier martial arts demands 4 breakthrough points, with each layer from the 2nd to the 8th requiring 8 points, and achieving perfection necessitating 16 points. Lin Feng contemplated adding points to the cloud-piercing sword step, which would save him half the breakthrough points. However, to address his deficiency in internal cultivation, he ultimately opted to invest in the Nurturing Heart Sword technique. Lin Feng expended 4 breakthrough points to initiate the Nurturing Heart Sword technique, increasing his life attribute by 2 points. Next, he allocated points to elevate the Nurturing Heart Sword technique from the 1st to the 6th layer, each layer consuming 8 breakthrough points and enhancing his life by 4 points. After expending 48 breakthrough points, his life increased by 24 points. Lin Feng once again surveyed his attributes panel. Life, 171 breakthrough points, 30 Nurturing Heart Sword technique, upper tier, 6th layer, realm, flesh refinement, stone flesh. The realm of flesh refinement is akin to that of skin refinement, further delineated into 3 distinct levels: stone flesh, iron flesh, and copper flesh. However, one can enhance their flesh refinement through the practice of any martial arts, without the necessity of specializing in defensive techniques. Upon entering the flesh refinement stage, the muscles become remarkably pronounced, bulging forth like stones. As one ascends to the iron flesh level, the muscle mass diminishes. Upon reaching the copper flesh stage, the muscles exhibit a perfect streamlined form. After Lin Feng attained the flesh refinement realm, his muscles swelled, stretching his garments. With 30 breakthrough points remaining, he pondered how best to utilize them. In Chapter 87, Breaking Wind and Drawing the Blade, Lin Feng expended 16 breakthrough points to elevate the Crimson Gold Glaze to the 3rd tier, augmenting its life attribute by 16 points. The wind-breaking blade technique, once perfected, has further enhancements. Lin Feng then allocated 10 additional breakthrough points to advance the wind-breaking blade technique by 1 more level, increasing his life attribute by 10 points. To his surprise, the final tier of the wind-breaking blade technique was not a realm of artistic conception, but rather an ultimate move titled Breaking Wind and Drawing the Blade. Achieving the flesh refinement stage marked him as a 2nd-tier expert. Within the entirety of Qinghe County, few 2nd-tier experts existed, allowing him to claim the title of master within the county. Following his breakthrough, Lin Feng decided to test the Breaking Wind and Drawing the Blade. He approached a tree stout enough for a person to embrace. Zhang Xiaoyu observed nearby, uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions. With his left hand resting upon the hilt, Lin Feng executed the move. To Zhang Xiaoyu's astonishment, he perceived no action. Lin Feng's hand remained fixed on the hilt, motionless. Upon turning away, a gust of wind suddenly arose beside the tree, which then cleanly split in 2. Lin Feng felt the swift execution of the strike, as if cleaving through the very air, rendering it indistinct even to his own eyes. A look of shock adorned Zhang Xiaoyu's face. It was only at this moment that he realized Lin Feng had indeed unleashed a strike. Had that blow been directed at him, he would have been unable to see it, let alone evade it. He had presumed that his own training in the bloodthirsty demonic art would soon surpass Lin Feng, only to find himself further distanced instead. It appeared that Lin Feng too was a person of fortuitous encounters. In the end, the 2 brothers each carried a wild boar down the mountain. Zhang Xiaoyu stood midway up the slope, gazing down upon the serpentine mountains and the expansive plains below, a surge of ambition welling up within him. Lin Feng, what are your plans? With our newfound skills, shouldn't we embark on a grand endeavor? Lin Feng smiled and replied, certainly. In a few days, the city guards and officials will establish a platform for competitions to recruit talents. With our prowess, we are bound to secure a position of some repute. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled, I share that sentiment. The sects are the true rulers of this world. Perhaps we may find our way into one. Zhang Xiaoyu's thoughts aligned with his own. Lin Feng then cautioned him. Your bloodthirsty demonic art is not tolerated by the righteous sects. Be sure to keep it concealed. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded solemnly. I will exercise caution. Lin Feng pondered once more about Lin Hu and Zhou Haitao. Both were diligent in their training. However, they had not embraced the bloodthirsty demon technique, resulting in a training speed that paled in comparison to Zhang Xiaoyu. Ordinary individuals, adhering to conventional practices, might spend a lifetime mastering just 1 or 2 martial arts to a proficient level. Lin Feng even contemplated allowing the 2 to learn the bloodthirsty demon technique, yet ultimately refrained. The drawbacks of this technique were too significant, and it was merely at its first level. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaoyu's grave injuries, Lin Feng would not have permitted him to practice it. Each individual possesses their own opportunities, and he could only provide the best conditions for their training. The extent of their journey along the path of martial arts depended entirely on their own efforts. As the 2 approached the courtyard gate, they encountered the return of Ding Yuanwei and his son. Ding Yuanwei greeted them with a smile, inquiring if the young heroes had been hunting in the mountains again. Zhang Xiaoyu returned the smile, asking if Ding Yuanwei had just concluded his business. Indeed, with the local government recruiting, many martial artists had flocked to the county town, necessitating closer attention to the tavern's affairs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, each returned to their respective homes. Once Ding Yuanwei and his son closed the courtyard gate, Ding Gongzi remarked sarcastically, "Humph, what young heroes. Just 2 country bumpkins come to town. Even after moving to the city, they still rely on hunting for their livelihood." Madame Ding approached with a sideways glance, adding, "Isn't that the truth? The whole family reeks of nouveau riche. Today, I saw their chubby boy still wearing a golden brocade robe." Absolutely ridiculous. Ding Gongzi continued. They can't possibly think they can participate in this year's arena competition. The city guard and the local government wouldn't want such people. Ding Yuanwei interjected. You two should refrain from such remarks. I noticed that fellow has been quite close with Li Yuanwei. Li Yuanwei is the brother of the county magistrate, a significant figure in the city. If he thinks highly of that person, he must possess some skill. Ding Gongzi asserted, I am certain I will pass this year's martial examination. Preparing to take a position in the local government. It offers more freedom and is far less strenuous than the city guard. Madame Ding grasped her son's hand, smiling. My son will undoubtedly succeed. The following day, within the confines of a prison, Sun Yu had not slept a wink all night, feeling deceived. The man had learned two of his hard training techniques, and then vanished, failing to fulfill the promise of releasing him upon completion. He realized that his experience in the martial world was still insufficient. It would cost at least 1,000 taels to secure the release of a prisoner. Why would the man learn martial arts only to waste money? He should have kept a backup plan to teach after escaping. Leaning against the prison door, Sun Yu wore a despondent expression, sensing a bleak future ahead. Alas, it truly was a case of encountering the wrong person. When would this ordeal come to an end? Not only was participating in this year's arena competition a distant dream, but he might very well starve to death in this cell. While Sun Yu lamented, he suddenly noticed a figure clad in tight-fitting attire accompanied by a prison guard entering. The newcomer was none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng, smiling and cupping his fists in greeting, said, Apologies for keeping you waiting. Eager to advance after learning martial arts, he had only remembered this matter that morning. In Sun Yu's eyes, Lin Feng's stature seemed to grow once more. Sun Yu hurriedly replied, Not at all, it was hardly a wait. Lin Feng gestured for the jailer beside him to unlock the prison door. The jailer produced a key, opened the cell, and removed the handcuffs and shackles from Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. The jailer remarked, You may leave today, but refrain from engaging in petty thievery in the future. Certainly, certainly. Sun Yu replied eagerly as he followed Lin Feng out of the dim, oppressive confines of the prison, inhaling deeply, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. He felt an optimistic future ahead. It took him a moment to adjust to the brightness outside. Lin Feng invited him to a tavern for a hearty meal, and upon finishing, handed him 50 taels of silver. Since our paths have crossed, accept this 50 taels as fare for your journey home. With no money to his name, Sun Yu graciously accepted the gift, saying, Thank you, brother. Since fate has brought us together, why not allow me to serve as your subordinate? I will follow you, as long as there is food to eat. Lin Feng, unaware of Sun Yu's background and reluctant to take on a disciple, gently declined. The two parted ways outside the tavern. Sun Yu, feeling the silver coins in his pocket, muttered to himself, Home? I am all alone. Where would I go? I can only wander the world, making it my home. As he aimlessly walked, he stumbled upon a construction site at the town's crossroads where an arena was being built. Suddenly, he recalled his purpose for being there, to participate in the martial arts competition. I shall settle here. With my skills, entering the government should not be too challenging. Chapter 88. Could he be aiming to conquer an arena? Qinghe County quickly became bustling with activity, as inns and taverns reached full capacity. The city guards were the first to post a notice, announcing the establishment of an arena for martial arts competition in 7 days, seeking participants. This time, 5 members of the city guard had withdrawn, some due to age, others due to injuries. Thus, the city guard needed to recruit 5 additional members. According to the regulations of the sword sect, if the city guard sought new recruits, they must widely announce it and hold an open competition. The competition would last only 1 day. The city guard prepared 5 arenas. The last victor standing in any of these arenas would pass the martial arts assessment. Once this hurdle was cleared, the city guard would send examiners to compete against the successful candidates to ascertain their martial arts proficiency. Those practicing unorthodox techniques would not pass this stage, nor would those with insufficient foundational skills. Following this, there would be interviews. Those who succeeded in the interviews would officially become members of the city guard, also considered peripheral members of the sect. This sect, however, was not the sword sect itself, but a subordinate force within it. The sword sect encompasses 3 major subordinate factions: the Yunda Escort Agency, the Iron Sword Sect, and the 10,000 Sword Manor. Qinghe County falls under the jurisdiction of the Yunda Escort Agency, which specializes in escorting goods. The city guard and the government of Qinghe County belong to the peripheral forces of the Yunda Escort Agency, and thus, also to the sword sect's outer circle. Joining the city guard or the government would make one a peripheral member of the Yunde escort agency. Although such membership was peripheral, it was a coveted status among many martial artists, offering substantial monthly salaries and continued payments even after retirement. This treatment far surpassed that of farmers, hunters, and small merchants, prompting countless martial artists to vie for such opportunities. Even organizations have emerged specifically to assist martial artists in gaining formal positions. Time, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly passes. Before long, the day of the competition arrived. Prior to this, Lin Feng had allocated points to the flying sword cloud step, advancing it to the first level. This technique belongs to the intermediate martial arts, and the initial 2 breakthrough points had increased his vitality attribute. The first level consumed 4 breakthrough points, enhancing his vitality by 2 points. Consequently, Lin Feng's vitality officially reached 200. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu's attribute panel. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty demon technique, Zhang Xiaoyu had mastered the Gale Blade technique, yet his vitality remained merely at 32 points. On that morning, Lin Feng and Zhang Xiaoyu enjoyed a lavish breakfast, stepping out of their home under the eager gazes of their family. Both were concerned about their family's worries and chose not to let them accompany them. Lin Hu and Zhou Haitao looked on enviously, secretly resolving to exert themselves further in order to catch up with Brother Zhang and Brother Feng. Little did they know that not all matters can be resolved through sheer effort. Without the right opportunities, they might never catch up. Though the arena competition was meant to be controlled, the nature of swords and blades is unpredictable, and the youthful martial artists, brimming with vigor, could not avoid injuries in actual combat. Some martial artists, seeking to establish their prowess, would not hesitate to kill. After all, before stepping onto the arena, all participants were required to sign a death waiver. Thus, a death in the arena would be deemed inconsequential. As Lin Feng and Zhang Xiaoyu departed, they fortuitously encountered the merchant Ding and his son. Young Master Ding brandished a sword in his hand. Ding, a businessman, greeted them with customary politeness. Young heroes, are you off to participate in the arena competition? Zhang Xiaoyu replied with a smile. We are merely going to broaden our horizons. Young Master Ding arrogantly remarked, So, you are only going to broaden your horizons? I thought you intended to compete in the arena. Well, you shall witness my swordsmanship. Lin Feng held a distaste for the Ding family. He perceived Ding as overly shrewd and worldly, a man whose smiles concealed treachery. Young Master Ding was even more unbearable. It was evident that he looked down upon both Lin Feng and Zhang Xiaoyu, though it was unclear from whence his sense of superiority stemmed. Their encounters typically involved Zhang Xiaoyu exchanging pleasantries, while Lin Feng remained silent. Lin Feng believed that even if young Master Ding were to enter the arena, he would not emerge as the ultimate victor. With increased training, Lin Feng's discerning eye had sharpened. Young Master Ding's vitality was a mere 20, and he possessed only a rudimentary sword technique at a minor mastery level, alongside an unremarkable lightness skill. It was likely that this 20-point vitality was artificially enhanced through medicinal means. Most critically, he lacked the tenacity and fierce spirit characteristic of true martial artists. He was merely an inexperienced novice. The 4 of them journeyed together until they reached the intersection where the arena was located, at which point they parted ways. The area surrounding the arena was indeed a sea of humanity. Were it not for the competition, one would scarcely believe that such a multitude resided in Qinghai County. Having arrived early, they still had nearly half an hour before the competition commenced. Lin Feng stated, Brother Zhang, once the competition begins, I shall ascend to an arena and fight relentlessly until I conquer it. Do not emulate my approach. It is wise to ascend the arena only at the very end. Lin Feng possessed the confidence to conquer an entire arena, yet he expressed concern that Zhang Xiaoyu might mimic his strategy, prompting him to issue a caution. Zhang Xiaoyu acknowledged Lin Feng's prowess, but reminded him that once in the arena, life and death were no longer of consequence. Xiao Feng, do not underestimate the challenge. He urged, Rest assured, Brother Zhang, I shall exercise caution as well. I shall not follow your lead. I will observe the other 4 arenas and only step onto the stage when I feel assured of victory. Very well, today we shall venture out together as brothers. And return together. Neither of us can afford to falter. Have no fear. For the sake of my wife and children, I must return. If I lack certainty, I shall certainly refrain from entering the arena. Brother Zhang, as long as you are confident, that is sufficient. After a brief discussion, the time had arrived. With a resounding chime, a melodious bell echoed throughout the county. The tolling of the bell signified the commencement of the competition. At home, as she tended to her child, Zhou Chunlan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Sister Zhang, I have heard that competitors must sign a death waiver. Will Xiaofeng be all right? Sister Zhang shared her concern. Chunlan, your Xiaofeng's abilities are well known. He is a renowned martial artist. The infamous Madblade Master is a name known to all in the county. My Zhang brother, however, is truly a cause for concern. Though gifted, his time training is still too short. Unlike your Xiaofeng, who has practiced since childhood, his foundational skills are lacking, and I genuinely worry for him. Sister Zhang turned to Lin's mother. Auntie, do you think our Xiaoyu will be safe? Lin's mother hastily reassured her, since the two of them dare to enter. They must possess some confidence. If they felt incapable of winning, they would not step onto the stage. With Xiaofeng present, you need not fret, Sister Zhang. Yet Sister Zhang could not quell her worries. Perhaps we should go to the arena to observe? Upon hearing this, Lin's mother felt a flicker of temptation. Zhou Chunlan quickly dissuaded their intentions. If they do not wish for us to go, there must be a valid reason. Our presence could distract them, undoubtedly affecting their performance. I believe we should remain here. Sister Zhang conceded. Indeed, Chunlan speaks wisely. Let us wait at home. At the moment the bell tolled, Lin Feng executed a soaring leap. Traversing over 10 meters with remarkable agility, he soared above the heads of the spectators and martial artists alike, landing gracefully in the center of the arena. Upon his arrival, some recognized him immediately. Look, it is the Madblade Master. He is the first to ascend the stage. Some martial artists visiting from afar, unfamiliar with Lin Feng, inquired amongst themselves, who is this remarkable individual? Such impressive lightness of foot. You do not recognize him? He is the Madblade Master, who single-handedly slew over 1,000 bandits. His skills are formidable. Such prowess, and he dares to be the first on stage. Does he intend to fight from start to finish, to conquer the entire arena? It seems that with a bit of fame, one becomes rather presumptuous. To be the first to ascend the stage is unwise. Indeed, those who are first to enter the arena often seek merely to showcase themselves. I suspect he is merely here for a moment of glory, seeking to bask in the limelight. Do not speak too soon. One can only ascertain the outcome through experience. Chapter 89. This individual dares to scheme against me. He has surely miscalculated.